Ding! Congratulations host for watching this video and getting the 1 yuan flash sale system. Requesting to bind with special sale price of 3 fresh flowers. I just sent 3 fresh flowers as a gift, never thought it would really bind the 1 yuan flash sale system. Not only did I buy luxury cars and mansions for $1, I even got all kinds of skills and techniques sent for free. Just now, I didn't believe it and sent 3 fresh flowers, never expected the system's alert sound to suddenly ring out. Ding! Found matching host, system will start binding now. System binding in progress, 1%, 2%, 3%. 99%, 100%. System binding successful. 1 yuan flash sale mall has opened. The mall will randomly put items on sale, host only needs to spend 1 yuan to buy them. The mall will reset and refresh items every night at 12 o'clock. Items refreshed that day but not bought will reset during the next refresh and won't be kept. This mall has 1,000 storage spaces for packages. Each space can store the same type of non-living items. Host can store or take out items through thoughts alone. Note, in principle, this mall only puts 1 item on sale each day. Ding! Today's item is now on sale, host can make a purchase. As the alert sound ended, a blue light flashed before my eyes, and a gold-stamped card appeared in the mall. Item, Taifu Plaza, sale price, 1 yuan. What? System, are you serious? You know Taifu Plaza stands in the most bustling CBD center of Jiangdu City. That place is worth its weight in gold. And you could say it's the commercial heart of the entire Jiangdu City. It brings together shopping malls, huge supermarkets, restaurants, movie theaters, education, entertainment, fitness, and has 3 office buildings that are 56 floors high. You could say any company with even a little fame would break their heads trying to get into Taifu Plaza. You can imagine what kind of place Taifu Plaza is. But now I can take it down for just $1? This can't be possible, right? But I still clicked buy with half doubt and half belief. The next second, the system's alert sound rang again, ding. Purchase successful. Host now owns all property rights to Taifu Plaza. Related documents have been placed in the mall package. Host can take them out through thoughts alone. With one thought, a thick stack of documents instantly appeared in my hands. Before I could look closely, my phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Chen? I'm Cao Jianli, General Manager of Taifu Plaza Property Company. I just got news that Mr. Lu, you bought Taifu Plaza. When would be convenient for you to come handle the handover procedures? The rent for this quarter was just paid today too, so after the handover I can transfer it to you. I was still half doubtful, but I still agreed to meet in half an hour. Half an hour later, I came to Taifu Plaza and sat at the entrance. I looked at the towering office building in front of me. Just as I was about to go in, a familiar voice came from behind, Lu Chen, why are you here? I stopped walking, turned my head to look, and my mood instantly became ugly. Because this was my ex-girlfriend I just broke up with. Really, good things don't come in pairs, but bad things never come alone. In one day I got dumped, had my deal stolen, and even got fired. But now with the system in hand, I've learned to let go. Right now, what's more reliable than the system? Before I could speak, the pig-headed man next to my ex-girlfriend spoke first, so you're Lu Chen. Hello, I'm Wan Mingliang, Xuanxuan's current boyfriend. I've heard about you for a long time. Thank you for taking care of Xianxian before, but from now on I'll be responsible for her. After saying this, the pig-headed man walked right up to me and stuck out his right hand. I couldn't be bothered with this pig-headed man. Instead, I looked at my ex-girlfriend with contempt and said, you broke up with me for this pig-headed man? For those few stinking dollars? My ex-girlfriend couldn't hold it in anymore, a few stinking dollars? He drives a Ferrari, lives in a mansion, his company is in Taifu Plaza, and it's in the most important part too. See this bag? $28,000, and he didn't even blink when he bought it. What about you? Every day it's 2 dishes and 1 soup, living in a rundown 1-bedroom apartment where the air conditioner always breaks. If you want to buy a bag, you have to save up half a year's salary in bonus. What he has is more than you could earn in several lifetimes. So Lu Chen, let's end it here. Even if you chase after me, I won't continue with you. After hearing this, I wasn't angry. Instead, I was strangely calm, because this kind of woman isn't worth it. I understand. Fine. After we break up, we have nothing to do with each other. Also, I'm not here for you. After saying this, I walked into the building without looking back. The pig-headed man was a bit disappointed. He thought he could fight with me and show off, but he didn't expect me to be so calm. So he pulled my ex-girlfriend close, patted her on the butt, and they both walked into the building too. At the elevator, we were all waiting for the elevator. At this time, Director Lin from Taifu Plaza Property Company walked over. Oh, it's young Master Wan. You came so early to sign the contract? The appointment was for 4 p.m. this afternoon. There's still some time. So today was the pig-headed man's contract signing day to move into Taifu Plaza. They came to handle the procedures. Seeing that I wasn't talking, the pig-headed man said to Director Lin in a sarcastic way, "Director Lin, your security here seems to need strengthening. Now any random cats and dogs can get in." But Director Lin didn't say much, just politely said, "Young Master Ruan, Taifu Plaza itself is in the service business. We open our doors to do business. As long as people aren't here to cause trouble, we naturally welcome everyone. Maybe this person is here to handle business. Who knows?" At this time the elevator arrived too. Everyone stopped talking and got in the elevator together with the crowd. Soon the elevator reached the 52nd floor. I followed them out of the elevator. My ex-girlfriend looked at me getting out and said with disgust, "Lu Chen, are you done yet? Why do you keep following me? What a joke. I'm here to handle business. Who's following you?" As soon as I said this, even the pig-headed man couldn't help but say, "You're here to handle business? Could you not be so funny? Because people who come here are either here to pay property fees, or to talk about renting, or mall holiday activities and other business. But no matter which one, it all seems to have nothing to do with me." At this moment, suddenly a voice full of warmth came over. I turned to look, and it was Gao Jianli. "Oh my, Mr. Lu. You're finally here. Welcome, welcome." Because they were a bit far away, and the pig-headed man got excited seeing Gao Jianli, thinking he was there to welcome him, he immediately put on a smile and went up to him, grabbing Gao Jianli's hands. But this scene left Gao Jianli completely confused. Who is this person? Why did he suddenly grab my hand for no reason? Is he sick? Who are you? Gao Jianli frowned and asked, shaking off the hand that had been grabbed. Without waiting for Wan Mingliang's reply, he bypassed him and quickly walked towards Lu Chen. "Mr. Lu, everything is ready. Let's go into the office and talk. The best Da Hong Pao is already brewed. You arrived just in time." Saying this, he grabbed Lu Chen's hand and led him towards the office, completely ignoring Wan Mingliang, who was still standing there with his hand outstretched, frozen in place. His enthusiasm was like a son greeting his father, his face was smiling so wide it was full of wrinkles. It was a joke, right? To Gao Jianli, wasn't Lu Chen someone he had to treat like a father? That's right, Gao Jianli was a big shot in Jiangdu, very capable. But that was only in Jiangdu. Outside of Jiangdu, wouldn't there be plenty of capable people? The person who could buy Taifu Plaza with full payment at once wasn't just rich, his power and abilities behind the scenes couldn't be underestimated. As the saying goes, when a new official takes office, they start with 3 fires. If someone doesn't serve well, they might find themselves replaced. This scene left Wan Mingliang and Fang Zixuan stunned and speechless. What's going on? Shen Shen, didn't you say your ex-boyfriend had trouble finding work after graduation and ended up doing real estate sales? How did he suddenly change into Mr. Lu? Wan Mingliang's face alternated between pale and red, his emotions on the verge of exploding as he asked. That's right, he worked as a sales agent at the Chuanqiu Ingyue development. Could it be that Mr. Gao has mistaken him for someone else? Fang Zixuan was also baffled and confused. If Lu Chen were truly some kind of executive, wouldn't I know about it? Could it be that he'd leave someone much better looking than Wan Mingliang, who had given so much to him, to seek out this playboy, Wan Mingliang? Wasn't it because Lu Chen didn't have money? Can good looks be used as currency? Director Lin, what's going on here? Unable to figure it out, Wan Mingliang turned to Director Lin. At that moment, Director Lin was also in a daze. It was the first time he had seen Mr. Gao be so enthusiastic towards someone. However, the change of ownership of Taifu Plaza had just happened today, and only Gao Jianli knew the details. The rest of the employees, including him, were still unaware. Well, I'm not quite sure, but this person must have a significant background, right? Hearing Director Lin's words, Wan Mingliang's brow furrowed tightly. When he had first gotten involved with Fang Zixuan, he had been reckless, but he never intended to stir up unnecessary trouble. So, at that time, he had investigated Lu Chen. He found out that Lu Chen had no background to speak of. He was just a guy from a small county who had come to the big city to make a living, and his salary was ordinary. Other than being handsome and hardworking, the only thing remarkable about Lu Chen was that he seemed to have practiced martial arts for a few years. But the so-called martial arts clubs or taekwondo clubs in school didn't matter to him at all. The bodyguards he raised were all retired experts. It was because of this that he had started pursuing Fang Zixuan recklessly. In the office, Gao Jianli respectfully handed over a cup of freshly brewed De Hong Pao, offered some pleasantries, and then got straight to the point. Mr. Lu, this quarter, we've collected all the property management fees for Taifu Plaza. After deducting necessary employee salaries, benefits, and some reserve emergency funds, the net amount collected is exactly 1 billion. Here's the list. If there's no problem, I'll transfer the funds to you directly. 1 billion? Lu Chen almost spat out the sip of tea he had just taken, but he kept his composure and swallowed it down hard. Inside, he wanted to scream 10,000 curses, not knowing whether to say them or not. A billion in 1 quarter? Wasn't that 40 billion in a year? The shock was too much for his heart to handle. Lu Chen was still trying to calm himself down from the shock, but in Cao Jianli's eyes, it seemed like the boss wasn't satisfied with the rental income. Boss, because our Block B is undergoing internal renovations, plus the shopping mall has reselected a batch of high-quality brands to move in this year, so there are also a batch of shops that are in the stage of replacing tenants and renovating, so indeed this quarter's income is a little less, but please rest assured, next quarter, I have confidence to raise the income to 1.5 billion. Lu Chen's heart thumped again. In a blink there was another 500 million? Is it really so easy to make money? Seeing that Lu Chen still did not speak, Gao Jianli did not know what he was thinking. The whole person was as stiff as a wax figure. Did the new boss really want to establish authority and give himself a hard time? Every quarter 1.5 billion in income, for him it was really the limit. After all, the controllable resources were just so much. Boss, if you have any comments or instructions, please let me know clearly. The usually powerful Gao Jianli, at this moment was a bit anxious because of the silence, and could not help but speak again. I have no comments. You have done well. I looked at these accounts. There is no problem. Just keep it up. In the future the matters here will be hard on you, General Gao. It should be, what hard or not hard, as long as the boss is satisfied, haha. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Gao Jianli's heart relaxed, his attitude became even more enthusiastic. The boss saying this meant his position was stable. Although relying on his own experience and talent, even if he went outside he could still live well, but in Jiangdu City, in terms of commercial bodies, there was no other place better than Taifu Plaza. If he could not leave he naturally would not leave. Boss, since you think the accounts have no problem, then I will transfer the money to you now. Please give me your bank account number. In the future every quarter I will also directly send the money to this card. Okay, my card number is. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Chen's phone vibrated. A notification for the money transfer arrived. Seeing that string of zeros, he felt his whole person was a bit floating. This was more exciting than winning the jackpot in the lottery. Just as the two were about to continue chatting for a bit, suddenly the office door was pushed open, making Gao Jianli frown. General Gao, this guy is just a grassroots sales from the sales office. He is not some President Lu. Did you get the wrong person? Ruan Mingliang ignored Lin Zhengmin's obstruction, bringing Fang Zishuan in as he rushed in. That's right, General Gao, this person is called Lu Chen. He was my ex-boyfriend, also just a college graduate. He never started a business. How could he be the President Lu you mentioned? Don't be fooled. Fang Zishuan also shouted in agreement. Originally about to lose his temper, when Gao Jianli heard Fang Zishuan say Lu Chen was her ex-boyfriend, he instantly looked at Lu Chen. But seeing Lu Chen sitting there with his brow furrowed and a trace of disgust on his face, he naturally understood the general situation. Adding his own imagination, the result was that Lu Chen did not reveal his wealth to this ex-girlfriend. During the relationship this woman could not stand an ordinary life and found a rich second generation to cheat with. What a scummy woman! Do you have any manners? You don't even know to knock when you come in? Get out! Knowing the situation, naturally he had to perform well. General Gao, you must not be fooled, this kid. Shut up! Lin Zhengmin, who are these people? Quickly take them out. Looking at Lin Zhengmin next to him, Gao Jianli shouted harshly. Sorry General Gao, this person is a tenant who wants to rent our Block B501, originally agreed to come to sign the contract at 4 p.m. today. It was my fault for not stopping them, disturbing you. I will take them out right away. Saying this, he looked at the two security guards who had heard the commotion and were coming, preparing to escort them out. Wait, General Gao, I think the tenants of Taifu Plaza should be carefully selected. People like this do not seem suitable to settle here. At this time Lu Chen suddenly said a sentence coldly. Ha, you really think you are some president? A person who only makes a few thousand yuan a month. Did you all participate in the decision-making for the merchant evaluation at Taifu Plaza? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Fang Zishuan was the first to mock, as earlier, Lu Chen had already made Ruan Mingliang lose face. If she didn't show something now, she would definitely not have a good outcome when they went back. After all, this was her long-term breadwinner. Mr. Lu is right, Lin Zhengmin, you heard that too. Cancel the contract with them and blacklist them. From now on, Taifu Plaza will not welcome such people. But unexpectedly, just as these words fell, Gao Jianli directly gave orders. What? Why? This time, Ruan Mingliang couldn't sit still. He had spent a lot of financial resources to smooth the relationship and secure this spot, and now it was gone? And even blacklisted? He could never enter Taifu Plaza again in the future? Why? Did you two hear it clearly? This Lu Chen, whom you both talk about, has today fully acquired Taifu Plaza and is now its new owner. What? Ruan Mingliang, Fang Zishuan, and even Lin Zhengmin all exclaimed in unison upon hearing this sentence. Lu Chen acquired Taifu Plaza? How is that possible? How could this happen? This result was like a nightmare, instantly crushing Feng Zishuan. If someone else had said this, she definitely wouldn't have believed it. But these words came from Gao Jianli's mouth. Such a big shot would have no need to cooperate with Lu Chen to tell such a lie. Even if it were a lie, think about it, what kind of person with a high status would make Gao Jianli cooperate? No matter the situation, it meant that Lu Chen was no longer the same person as before. After spending over 4 years together, there had been no sign that Lu Chen had this kind of ability or background. Could it be that during these 4 years, he had really just been testing her? Then, did she lose a watermelon while picking up a sesame seed? At once, an immense feeling of regret surged in her heart. Lin Zhangmin, don't want to work anymore? Hurry up and get these 2 people out, don't delay my meeting with the boss. Before they could think any further, Gao Jianli shouted again. Yes, you all, throw them out. Also, go to the administration department and directly post an announcement at all the entrances of Taifu Plaza, placing these 2 people on the blacklist. Lin Zhangmin was also not polite, directly arranging for security to throw Wan Mingliang and the others out. Mr. Gao, you can't do this. Business must have integrity. You had promised to lease to us before. Wan Mingliang shouted, unwilling to give up. But all he got was being ignored and shoved by 2 security guards, and before long, they were thrown out. Boss, are you satisfied now? Once the group was thrown out, Gao Jianli immediately put on a flattering smile. Very good, I am still very reassured by Mr. Gao's handling. Lu Chen did not hesitate to compliment him, and most of the frustration in his chest was relieved. After chatting for a while and getting a general understanding of the mall's operations, Lu Chen stood up to leave. Before leaving, Gao Jianli stopped all the people working outside and publicly introduced Lu Chen as the new owner of the mall. In this way, amidst everyone's flattery, they finally entered the elevator. Downstairs, Wan Mingliang and Feng Zishuan were thrown out. Feng Zishuan, look at the mess you made. Do you have any brains? You were with him for 4 years, and you still don't know what he really does? Is your chest big but your brain small? At this moment, Wan Mingliang blamed everything on Feng Zishuan. It was important for him to settle in Taifu Plaza. Although he usually lived in luxury, he was just a second son in the Ruan family. To gain the old man's favor at home, he naturally had to perform well. Settling in Taifu Plaza was something the old man had always wanted to do, and he had finally secured the opportunity before his older brother. He had thought it was a done deal, and just yesterday, he had boasted for a long time at home, even assuring that there would definitely be no problems with this settlement. It was only then that the old man praised him a few times. He promised that once he successfully settled in, the Jinmao real estate under the Ruan Group would be handed over to him to manage. But now, not only has the contract failed, but he's also been blacklisted, meaning this matter will never come true. Returning home, would his elder brother not take this opportunity to strike? It's impossible to get any favor from the old man either. Young Master Wan, you can't blame me, he never showed any sign. Hearing this from Wan Mingliang, Feng Zishuan felt wronged and almost cried. She thought to herself, if I knew this, I wouldn't have looked for you. Look at them, Taifu Plaza, when they said they'd acquire, they just acquired it. And you? You just wanted to lease, and even had to beg their underlings. This comparison instantly broke her heart. What sin have I committed? I had a perfectly good diamond bachelor, but I traded him for this. I don't care, you'll see him come down later and beg him. No matter what method, you must make him let me settle here. If it succeeds, there will definitely be benefits for you, if not, At this moment, Wan Mingliang was irritable and shouted at her fiercely. Oh. Feng Zishuan didn't dare to go against the angry Wan Mingliang, she nodded and agreed. Thinking of how good Lu Chen used to be to her, she regretted even more. But she also thought, maybe she could salvage their relationship later. If it worked, who would still care about that jerk, Wan Mingliang? At this moment, Lu Chen walked out of Building A, and her eyes brightened as she hurried over. Lu Chen, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, everyone makes mistakes. Please forgive me for the sake of our more than 4 years of relationship? Let go of my hand. Seeing Feng Zishuan grab his hand and apologize, Lu Chen felt disgusted for no reason. Don't do this, I really know I was wrong, it's all because he kept tempting me with sweet words, sending me cosmetics one moment, then sending me a bag, it's me who couldn't resist. But I swear, nothing happened between us, I'm still pure. After his hands were pushed away, Feng Zishuan suddenly hugged Lu Chen's leg and knelt on the ground, crying out in despair. Ha, do you think I'll believe that? Didn't you say before that I'm nothing compared to him? No, it's that I have no eyes, he's nothing compared to you, not even your little toe. I know I was wrong. Lu Chen was stunned after hearing this, and couldn't help but shake his head. For the first time, he realized that Feng Zishuan could say such things. Meanwhile, Wan Mingliang, who was standing aside, had a face as dark as if water could drip from it. Enough, stop disgusting me. You want to be my woman? You don't deserve it. After saying that, he lifted his leg and walked away, leaving behind the heartbroken Fang Zishuan crying on the ground. Humph. You're so great, huh? I'm not even worth your little toe, huh? Then go back to him, idiot. Wait. Didn't you say you'll do whatever it takes to keep me? Fang Zishuan had initially wanted to gamble with their more than 4 years of relationship, hoping Lu Chen would soften, but never expected him to be so resolute. Since she couldn't keep Lu Chen, she couldn't let go of this meal ticket either. You can't leave, you slept with me, you have to be responsible. Seeing Wan Mingliang turn around to leave, she immediately sprang up from the ground and rushed over, throwing herself into his arms. Slept with you? But you just said you're pure. Besides, I've slept with many people. If I had to be responsible for every one of them, you'd have to queue up around Taifu Plaza several times. Go away, you're a jinx. After saying this, he pushed Fang Zishuan away and quickly walked off. Wow. At this moment, Fang Zishuan collapsed on the ground, crying bitterly. In just half a day, everything was gone. After leaving Taifu Plaza, Lu Chen glanced at his watch. It was just past 4 p.m. He was thinking about where to go next to relax. After all, he had just gotten $1 billion. If he didn't spend some, he'd really be letting himself down. At this moment, the system notification rang. Ding, detected that the host has succeeded in turning things around. Reward, 1 instant kill chance. Ding, the product is now on the shelves. The host can choose whether to purchase it. The sudden prompt left Lu Chen stunned. Isn't there only 1 chance for a flash sale per day? But he still opened the system store. What the hell? When he saw this, his mind went blank, and he couldn't help but curse. Chapter 6. Product, Hongyang Mansion Building 1, whole building, price, 1 yuan. Seeing this, Lu Chen was truly shocked. You have to know, Hongyang Mansion and the Hongyang community where he currently rents are both developed by the same developer. Moreover, the two communities are built right next to each other. But the price difference is like heaven and earth. Separated by just 1 wall, the price is more than 3 times higher. In simple terms, Hongyang community is an ordinary residential area, a basic unfinished house, with a price of about 15,000 yuan per square meter. While Hongyang Mansion is fully decorated, no, strictly speaking, it's a luxury furnished house. The price is around 50,000 yuan per square meter. Every house inside is professionally designed, with a grand style, and all the household appliances and furniture are complete, with all first-line brands, fully ready to move in. The two communities are located near the CBD core area of Jiangdu City's development zone, so both communities have a lot of tenants. Of course, because of the price difference, the economic abilities of the tenants vary greatly. Most of the tenants in Hongyang community are ordinary office workers, while in Hongyang Mansion, it's mostly gold-collar workers and small business owners. And now, he can actually get a whole building in Hongyang Mansion for just 1 yuan. The most important thing is, the entire building? How many units is that? Buy. With a thought, the phone vibrated, and 1 yuan was deducted. At the same time, the system notified him that the purchase was successful. He saw a small box appear in his inventory, filled with a stack of property certificates and corresponding keys. 1, 2, 3. 36. 36 units, oh my god. Hongyang Mansion has a total of 12 floors, with 3 units per floor, 260, 180, and 100 square meters. Roughly calculated, this building is worth over 300 million yuan. Although it's not as expensive as Taifu Square, getting 36 property certificates at once is still quite a shock. The main reason is that he rents in the neighboring community, and every day he sees the buildings in Hongyang Mansion. He once dreamed of being able to afford one of those units someday. But now, he owns them, and not just one, but an entire building. Excited, Lu Chen decided to go to the community first, pick the unit he wanted to live in, and rent out the rest through the property management. That way, he could move in first and also become a landlord. Without hesitation, he waved down a taxi and headed straight for Hongyang Mansion. System, isn't there only 1 chance for a flash sale per day? Why are there 2 today? Lu Chen got out of the car, holding the small box, and asked the question that had been bothering him while walking toward the property management office of Hongyang Mansion. As mentioned in the notes, in principle, there is 1 chance per day. In principle? What does that mean? Literally, it means. Still a little arrogant system. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. It's like the system is in a mood, right? But whatever, more chances are just good. Anyway, the guaranteed daily flash sale chance can't be missed. At the front desk of the property management office. Hello, sir, how may I help you? When Lu Chen walked in, a receptionist immediately stood up, smiling as she asked. Hello, I have some vacant properties and would like to rent them out. What's the current price? Sure, sir. Please show me the property certificates, and I'll help you register them. As for the current market price, if you rent the entire property, the price will be a bit lower. But if you rent out individual rooms, the overall income will be higher. What would you prefer, whole unit or room-by-room rental? The receptionist smiled as she asked. I'll go with room-by-room rental. Okay, sir. For room-by-room rental, each room will be 5,000 yuan. The 100 square meter unit has 3 rooms, which can be rented out for 15,000 yuan a month. The 168 square meter unit has 6 rooms, which can be rented out for 30,000 yuan a month. As for the 280 square meter unit, with 10 rooms, it can be rented out for 50,000 yuan a month. In addition, the owner enjoys our property's free rental agency service. The property fee is 5 yuan per square meter per month, which will be directly deducted from the received rent. The remaining balance will be transferred directly to your designated bank account. As for water, electricity, gas, and internet charges inside the house, they will be borne by the tenants themselves. The receptionist patiently explained. Oh, that's fine. Please register for me. A total of 33 units. Lu Chen thought for a moment, deciding to keep the top 3 floors for himself, so he wouldn't be bothered by others. The remaining 33 units, calculated this way, would bring in over 1 million yuan in rent per month. After deducting the property fees for the 3 units he was living in, a total of more than 30,000 yuan, he would still have around 1 million yuan in profit each month. Another considerable income, perfect. With this thought, he pushed the box he had prepared earlier over. What? 33 units? At this, the receptionist froze. She unbelievingly flipped through the several property books in the box, all under the name of Lu Chen, and immediately her body shuddered. Please wait. This matter needs to be handled by our manager. Saying this, she hurriedly ran inside. Along the way, her voice could be heard. Manager, the legendary rich man is here. This shout caused a stir, and all the staff in the property office rushed out of their rooms to gather around. Wow, is this the one who bought a whole building? Oh my god, he's so young, and so handsome. Immediately, the property office became noisy. Some female employees even tried their best to flirt, constantly throwing suggestive glances. There are plenty of wealthy bachelors in these upscale communities. If one of them is taken notice of, it could be a turning point in life, not to mention someone this stunning. What are you all doing? Go back to work. A figure hurriedly rushed out and sternly dispersed the crowd. This is the major property owner. How could he not know what his subordinates were thinking? He couldn't let them cause trouble. Someone who can buy a whole building wouldn't be interested in these people, would they? Hello, Mr. Liu, I am the manager here, Sun Defu. Here's my business card. I've heard your name for a long time, and I must say, you are indeed young and accomplished. As Sun Defu spoke, he respectfully handed over his business card with both hands. Hello, then please handle the rental of these properties for me. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. How could they have heard of his name already when the property had just come into his hands? As expected, those who know how to flatter and curry favor rise faster. No problem, I'll register it for you right away. Before long, everything was handled. The efficiency was truly high. Manager Sun, could you arrange movers for me? I have some things to move from the neighboring Hongyang community. Lu Chen thought for a moment, deciding to stay here tonight. After all, he could move in with just his bag. As long as they move some daily necessities and clothes, it would be fine. The main issue was that the air conditioner in the place he rented was broken again. It was already mid-August, and without an air conditioner in this summer heat, it would be impossible to sleep. No problem. I'll personally bring people over to help you move. So, Lu Chen and Sun Defu, along with the team, arrived at the neighboring Hongyang community. But when they reached the door of the house he rented, they found the door slightly ajar, and voices of arguing could be heard from inside. Hearing this, Lu Chen's anger instantly flared up. It seems it's time to teach you some manners. Chapter 7. You're really my good friend. I asked you to help me pass the key, but instead, you're cooking. Are you trying to take advantage of this? Fong Zixuan glared angrily at the woman inside, Yao Anqi. Half an hour ago, after being rejected by both Lu Chen and Wan Mingliang at Taifu Plaza, she had suffered for a long time but didn't give up. She believed that the 4-year relationship was not without a chance of saving. She tidied up her makeup and rushed to the market to buy a bunch of dishes that Lu Chen usually loves, preparing to return to the rented apartment to cook him a rich dinner. She even went to buy a set of particularly sexy transparent lingerie, planning to use all her charms to seduce Lu Chen that night. However, when she arrived at the rented apartment, she was shocked to find that Chi had already prepared the dinner and had cleaned the entire house. Seeing the dishes on the table were all Lu Chen's favorites, her anger flared up, realizing that Chi must have been planning to steal him away all along. I didn't. And she shrank back like a wronged wife, quietly explaining, I just saw you weren't willing to break up, so I bought some of Lu Chen's favorite dishes to try and comfort him. After all, you've been together for so long, and if you do this, he will be sad. And she spoke in a low, submissive voice, like a woman who had done something wrong. What does it matter if he's sad to you? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You've always secretly had a crush on him, and you even paid for his mother's medical expenses. But through some misunderstanding, Lu Chen thought it was me, and then he got close to me, right? At first, I was confused about why Lu Chen suddenly treated me so well, but later I found out and even asked you about it. You never intended to expose this and actually encouraged us to be together. Oh, I get it now. It's because Lu Chen was poor back then, so you let him go to me, so I could live through the tough times with him. Now that he's rich and has a different identity, you're eager to come and flatter him, and at the same time, expose the past to tarnish me and lift yourself up, so Lu Chen would be grateful and accept you? You're something else. Fang Zixuan spoke to herself, forcefully adding her own assumptions to the situation. I didn't. How could you say that about me? And she was utterly confused, but her heart was already filled with grievances, and she just cried, not thinking deeply about the fact that Lu Chen had become successful and his identity had changed. She was just afraid that after breaking up with him, Lu Chen would be sad, so she had prepared a table full of his favorite dishes to comfort him. Humph. As expected, you have to guard against your friends just like you guard against fire and thieves. Get out. You're not welcome here. Stay away from Lu Chen from now on. Fang Zixuan, always domineering, shouted at Anqi and even grabbed her, pushing her toward the door. The one who should leave is you. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and the door was pushed open. Lu Chen, with a furious look on his face, appeared at the entrance. Lu Chen, you're back? Get out of the way. Lu Chen directly shoved Fang Zixuan aside, pulling Anqi close to him, looking at her with concern. If it weren't for overhearing their conversation at the door, Lu Chen would have never known that Anqi had paid for his mother's medical expenses. No wonder, during the more than 4 years he spent with Fang Zixuan, Anqi's and Fang Zixuan's behaviors had been a bit strange. Now that he thought back on it, everything made sense. Are you okay? I'm fine. Anqi was caught off guard by this sudden scene and didn't know how to respond. Feeling the concern in Lu Chen's eyes, Anqi's face flushed for no reason. Especially with Lu Chen's hands protecting her in front, the two were very close, and they could feel each other's breath, making her heart race uncontrollably. Anqi, you shameless woman, trying to seduce Lu Chen right in front of me. Seeing the atmosphere between the two, Fang Zixuan couldn't sit still anymore. She screamed and rushed forward. Slap. A slap landed, and Fang Zixuan fell to the ground, a bright red 5-finger handprint showing on her face. Lu Chen, how dare you hit me? Fang Zixuan stared in disbelief at Lu Chen, whose hand was still raised, and her eyes turned bloodshot. Since the two had been together, Lu Chen had always been very obedient to her, never even scolding her, let alone hitting her. Now, he actually hit her for Anqi. Thus, her gaze toward Anqi was filled with malice. If looks could kill, then Anqi would already be full of wounds from head to toe by now. Hit you? Today I'm going to teach you how to be a decent human being. Manager son, you saw everything just now. This woman broke into my home, not only insulted my girlfriend, but also tried to start a fight. Please help me call the police. This kind of vicious behavior must be punished severely. Ignoring Fang Zixuan's venomous glare and man-eating expression, Lu Chen turned to Sun Defu. That's right, Mr. Lu. Not only me, but all my colleagues here can testify. I'll call the police right away. As he spoke, he picked up the phone and dialed the law enforcement office. To become a manager at Hongyang Mansion, who isn't a smart person? Just one glance, and he could roughly understand what was going on. You're lying. I'm the real girlfriend of Lu Chen. She's the vixen. I've always lived in this house before, and the property staff can prove it. You're slandering me. Fang Zixuan screamed with all her strength when she heard what they said. Are you confused? We've already broken up. Anqi is my girlfriend now. Since we're no longer in a relationship, you entered my house without my permission. That's breaking into a private residence. That's right. I'm the property manager. We all witnessed everything just now. I can prove the truth of the matter. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Sun Defu immediately agreed. You all. At that moment, the law enforcement officers arrived. After understanding the situation, they directly detained Fang Zixuan. No matter how much she tried to explain, everyone on the scene gave the same account. At first, the officers said it could be treated as a civil dispute and resolved privately, but Lu Chen insisted on pressing charges. When mediation failed, it had to go through the judicial process. In the end, Fang Zishuan was taken away and detained for breaking into a private residence and having the intention to harm others. Sun Difu handled the aftermath and led people to help Lu Chen move his things over. Only Lu Chen and Anqi were left inside the house. From just now until now, Anqi had been in a daze. All because Lu Chen had just said she was his girlfriend. Anqi, you're really so silly. Why didn't you tell me these things before? If Fang Zishuan hadn't exposed herself today, were you planning to hide this from me forever? Looking at the silly and adorable woman in front of him, Lu Chen suddenly pulled her into his arms. Caught off guard, Anqi's body tensed up. Feeling the strong arms and the man's unique scent, her body slowly softened, and her mind went completely blank. They held each other for quite a while. Lu Chen then lifted Anqi's fair chin, looked at her lovingly, and softly said, "Don't be so silly from now on." Anqi obediently nodded and softly replied with a low her cheeks turning bright red. It was the first time she had ever been held like this by a man, and it was the man she had secretly liked for so long, so she was extremely shy. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide, as a warm touch landed on her lips. Chapter 8. After a long time, their lips parted. Lu Chen looked at the sweet girl in his arms who still seemed like a startled deer, and he smiled. It was also the first time in so many years that he had looked at this silly girl so closely. In terms of beauty, she was far prettier than Fang Zishuan, and her figure was even more impressive. But in the past, due to their different statuses, they were just good friends. However, over the years, Anqi had indeed helped him a lot. Now that the truth was out, and since he had always admired Anqi, he decided to just let things happen naturally. You're so bad. Anqi blushed all over, her soft little fist slightly hit Lu Chen's chest, and her head almost buried into the floor. But inside, her heart was filled with sweetness. The two of them cuddled for a while, then happily sat down to eat the dinner Anqi had prepared long ago. Although it was just 3 dishes and a soup, very ordinary homemade food, they were all things Lu Chen used to love to eat. Chatting and laughing, they ate and talked. The meal surprisingly lasted almost 2 hours. And even more, it all came out, and the two hearts drew even closer. When Anqi heard that Lu Chen had not only acquired Taifu Plaza but also bought an entire building of Hongyang Mansion next door, she was shocked on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. But she didn't delve into how Lu Chen had achieved all of this. For Anqi, as long as Lu Chen was happy and content, she was happy. After dinner, Lu Chen took Anqi to tour his new home. The moment they stepped inside, not only was Anqi stunned, but even he was amazed. It was indeed a mansion, especially the 280 square meter house, with its intelligent starry sky ceiling and a spacious, all-around balcony, allowing a panoramic view of the surroundings from inside the house. Tonight, why don't we stay? While holding Anqi on the balcony and gazing at the distant scenery, Lu Chen suddenly leaned close to Anqi's ear and whispered softly. Clearly feeling Anqi's body tense in his arms, but she still gently nodded. Lu Chen smiled and raised his right hand. In the midst of Anqi's startled cry, he picked her up in a princess carry and walked back into the house. The summer evening breeze gently blew, painting a mesmerizing picture with their swaying figures. Early morning. Ding, the mall has refreshed, new products are available. The host can decide whether to make a purchase. Lu Chen groggily opened his eyes. He opened the system and looked at it. Product, Jirue Mansion Villa No. 1, price, 1 yuan. Upon seeing this product, Lu Chen's heart was immediately shaken. Having worked in real estate sales, he naturally knew what Jirue Mansion was. If today's Hongyang Mansion is a luxury home, then Jirue Mansion is the peak of luxury homes. Because the total price of the 36 units in Building 1 of Hongyang Mansion is over 300 million, while the cheapest villa in Jirue Mansion costs over 300 million. And for the villas in Jirue Mansion, the better the price, the earlier the house number. The price of Villa No. 3 was already 1 billion. As for Villa No. 1, it's so exclusive that even if you have money, you might not get it. Lu Chen had heard that someone once tried to buy it for 3 billion, but they failed. One can only imagine how impressive this Villa No. 1 must be. The shock still hadn't faded when the alarm clock's reminder sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 100% favorability from Anqi, reward, surprise 10 draws. There's such a good thing? Items obtained from the lottery only need 1 yuan to be redeemed. Would you like to start the lottery? Start. With a thought, a large spinning wheel appeared in front of him, but the prizes were all question marks. At the bottom, there was a choice between a single draw and 10 consecutive draws. 10 consecutive draws. In an instant, the wheel started spinning. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a box of Gujinggong liquor, redeem price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning another box of Gujinggong liquor, redeem price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a box of Mutai, redeem price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning another box of Mutai, redeem price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a box of Woolianye, redeem price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning another box of Woolianye, redeem price, 1 yuan. Is this all about the alcohol? Seeing 6 boxes of alcohol appear in a row, Lu Chen was speechless. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Pagani Huayra, the only one in the world, redeem price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 1 billion sound waves, redeem price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a skill mastery card *1, redeem price, 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a muscle growth pill *1, redeem price, 1 yuan. Hiss. The items that came out later made Lu Chen gasp. Each one was more impressive than the last. Just the Pagani Huayra, Lu Chen searched online and couldn't stop praising. This car was worth over 40 million and was known as one of the 3 divine beasts of the Summer Kingdom. The key was that it was a globally unique limited edition. Driving it would definitely turn heads, no doubt about it. But what about this 1 billion sound waves? How is that useful? It can't be cached. Could it be that the system knows he usually scrolls through certain platforms? How about going into live streaming and developing yourself there? And that skill instantly mastering card, just hearing the name sounds badass. But what is this mighty muscle boost pill? Thinking about it, Lu Chen exchanged for all of them and clicked to read the introduction of the mighty muscle boost pill. Mighty muscle boost pill, after taking it, it will cleanse the marrow and cut the hair, increasing all aspects of your ability by 10 times. So powerful? A full 10-fold increase in all aspects, isn't that even stronger than those top-tier special forces soldiers? And every skill has its own focus, even those top-tier special forces soldiers are only good in certain areas, it's impossible for them to be good at everything. But this mighty muscle boost pill can really increase all aspects of you by 10 times. Lu Chen quietly slipped into the bathroom, locked the door, and began to examine the pill carefully. The mighty muscle boost pill looked more like a cultivation pill than a regular pill, about the size of a man's thumbnail, and was completely fiery red. On it were white cloud-like patterns swirling around, with a faint and indescribably pleasant aroma. Produced by the system, must be top quality. With this belief, Lu Chen didn't hesitate and swallowed it in one gulp. Hiss. This cleansing of the marrow and cutting of the hair wasn't painful at all like in those novels or TV shows, instead his whole body felt extremely comfortable. Once the pill entered his stomach, it turned into countless warm currents spreading all over his body, and visible to the eye, tiny black beads emerged from his skin's surface, carrying a pungent smell. Lu Chen's bones and muscles also began to squirm strangely in the process, he knew his body was evolving. After about 10 minutes, the heat inside his body faded away, and the evolution stopped. Lu Chen immediately took a shower and stood in front of the mirror again. His original height of 178 seemed to have increased a lot, at least reaching 185. His face, besides being handsome as before, had become much more defined, adding a sense of toughness. And the contours of his muscles looked like they had been carefully sculpted, fully showing in front of him, every part filled with explosive power. Lu Chen even felt that if he punched out now, he could definitely punch through a wall. This change made Lu Chen very happy, especially after looking down, he felt even more satisfied. Then he returned to the bedroom. And let's do some morning exercise. Chapter 9. The next day at noon, the two of them finally woke up leisurely. Lu Chen looked full of energy, while Enchi walked with a slight limp, making Lu Chen laugh involuntarily. You're still laughing, it's all your fault. Alright, my fault. I'll take you out to make up for it, and then I'll give you a surprise this afternoon. Ding ling ling. At that moment, Enchi's phone rang. Hello, Mom? Oh, I had something last night and stayed at my best friend's place. Okay, I'll come back right away. After hanging up, Enchi shrugged helplessly. You heard it too, Her Majesty the Queen summoned me, I have to go back. Also, I might be on a business trip for a few days, probably about a week. Looks like I'll have to wait until I come back for that surprise. Going away for a week? Alright then, I'll just take care of my own stuff during that time. Want me to take you back? No need, I can go back myself. You get some more rest. Besides, I need to go prepare my mom mentally, she doesn't know we're together yet. If she finds out suddenly, she might be shocked. Alright, then go back and work on the mindset of my future mother-in-law. The two of them joked for a while, and then she left. Lu Chen searched through his clothes and finally found a set of loose sportswear that he had bought cheaply from a foreign trade shop before. After eating the mighty pill, he needed to buy new clothes anyway, so he planned to go shopping at Taifu Plaza. Before leaving yesterday, Gao Jianli had even stuffed him a supreme black card of Taifu Plaza. Only 3 of these cards were sent out in the whole Jiangdu city, so you can imagine how valuable this card is. With this card, you can get a 50% discount on everything at Taifu Plaza. This really is a high-end real estate. Every 280 square meter unit here comes with a private enclosed garage, and each garage can fit 2 cars. This made it convenient for Lu Chen to later take the car out of the space package. If he just made the car appear out of thin air outside, wouldn't people be shocked to death if they saw it on the surveillance? As soon as he moved his mind, a cool purple carbon fiber supercar, with its gull-wing doors spread open, instantly appeared in front of him. Cool. After all, it's the only one in the world, even the car key is extremely delicate, it's a miniature model of a Pagani supercar. What made Lu Chen even more satisfied was, the system really thinks of everything, even the license plate, insurance, and all supporting documents were complete. The license plate was Jiang A88888, such a plate even if you don't talk about how expensive it is, normal people can't get it, just driving it out is already impressive. V-Room. The moment Lu Chen started the Pagani, a thrilling roar sounded, like a sleeping beast waking up, one wave louder than the other. He shifted gear and lightly stepped on the gas, the car moved like the wind, instantly shooting out, it had truly strong power. What was that car that just drove by? That shape looks so flashy. I didn't see it clearly either, but that streamlined body really isn't fake, and that purple color makes it look even nobler, it's definitely not cheap. Exactly, it even looks cooler than a Bugatti Veyron, I guess it must be over 10 million. 10 million my ass, that car is called Pagani Yazzie, named after one of our Xia Nation's 3 sacred beasts, the other 2 are Baxia and Chiwan, all of them are globally one-of-a-kind limited editions, this one costs over 40 million. And it's equipped with a twin-turbocharged V12 engine, with 730 horsepower, and can go up to 400 km per hour. I never thought I'd see this god car with my own eyes, it's truly a street-destroying beast. A car enthusiast looked at the disappearing taillights, eyes full of envy, explaining passionately. Wow, I don't understand the professional numbers you said, but the over 40 million part shocked me. Everyone knew the people living in this community were all top white-collar workers and business owners, but no one would actually buy a car over 40 million, many hadn't even heard of it. Outside the development zone, on the Mitsui No. 7 overpass, it was the gathering spot for car match show-offs. Because this was the only racing section unofficially allowed in Jiangdu City, with no speed limit here. A group of punk-dressed young men and women were divided into 2 groups, confronting each other here. Little ghost sister, with your face and figure, why race cars? Follow my bro Wang and I'll make sure you eat well and live well. One yellow-haired guy with a perverted grin teased her. Screw you yellow hair, your pubes haven't even grown and you dare mess with little ghost sister? Cut the crap, 1 round, 100k, whoever finishes the deadly 13 turns of No. 7 overpass first wins. The woman called Little Ghost Sister shouted domineeringly. Alright, but add one more bet, if I win, you have to spend the night with me. Get lost, get lost, get lost. The line of people who want to sleep with me stretches from Jiangdu to Modu, who the hell are you? If you want to race, fine. If not, scram. I don't have time to waste on you. Little Ghost Sister wasn't easy to mess with, and she wouldn't fall for Yellowhair's trap. Vroom vroom vroom. After a few lines of bickering, Yellowhair and Little Ghost Sister each drove their own car to the starting line. Come, place your bets. Yellowhair pays 0.7 for 1, Little Ghost Sister pays 0.9 for 1, a tie pays 2 for 1. At the same time, a broom-haired youth brought by Little Ghost Sister started shouting, taking outside bets. I bet Little Ghost Sister wins, 30k. You're dumb, Yellowhair's Gale S has been modified several times, and his skills are a bit better than Little Ghost Sister's. Look at the odds, he's got a better chance to win. Little Ghost Sister's Herd 7Z isn't any worse than Yellowhair's. Maybe Yellowhair's a bit more skilled, but ever since he got famous, he's been partying all the time. Who knows if his skills have gone down? That's right, I'm betting on Little Ghost Sis too, 20,000. It's a bet, of course I'm going for the one with the higher odds. Then why don't you guys bet on a draw? It pays 2 to 1. The two of them glanced at this guy like he was an idiot, then after a while, tossed out one sentence. The deadly 13 curves only has room for 1 car at the exit. How could it end in a draw? Ready. At this moment, the referee's red flag suddenly dropped, and the 2 race cars shot out at the same time, roaring ahead in a cloud of dust and thunder. The Mitsui No. 7 overpass was entirely funded by street racing fanatics, designed by merging the most brutal curves from famous tracks all over, insanely hard to drive. Even a skilled old driver would sweat just from slowly making it through. Racing on it? That's a whole other story. Yellowhair really had skills. Right at the start, he locked into position and took the lead. But Little Ghost Sis wasn't weak either. She stayed close, pressing every step, trying to overtake him now and then, forcing Yellowhair to stay sharp. They're neck and neck, Gale S is in the lead for now. Looks like we won't know who's stronger until they hit the deadly 13 curves. There was a race commentator by the road, broadcasting the race status in real time. But suddenly, someone shouted in surprise. Watch out, a supercar just shot up from entrance B. Damn, it's so fast I couldn't even see what it was. Holy crap, it's a purple Pagani. That speed must be over 400 meters per minute. Before the crowd could react, the person at monitor point 2 was already shouting. That stunned everyone. The distance between entrance B and monitor point 2 was over 1 kilometer, more than 1,000 meters. And those two reports came only 6 seconds apart. What does that mean? It means the car ran nearly 200 meters in just 1 second. The speed is far beyond 400 meters per minute. And that's not even the craziest part. You have to know, this whole overpass track is made of curves. Even hitting 200 meters in 1 second on a straight line is crazy hard, let alone on curves. Don't you need to brake at all? Chapter 10. A few minutes earlier, Lucien was driving the Pagani Yartzi feeling super happy, but because he never got to buy a car after getting his license, he didn't dare drive fast, and couldn't feel the thrill of the car. Having a luxury car without one-handed Ferrari-level skills? That's embarrassing. So, Lucien directly used the Instant Skill Mastery card, and chose to master driving skills. Ding, Skill Mastery card used successfully, host's driving skills are upgrading. Ding, congratulations host for mastering C-level racer skills. Ding, congratulations host for mastering B-level racer skills. Ding, congratulations host for mastering SSS-level racer skills. A series of system notifications rang out. Each time, Lucien felt like something new entered his brain. Until he mastered the SSS-level racer skills, and suddenly every part of the car looked different in his eyes. In that moment, he felt like man and machine became one. His body also adjusted instantly to match the state needed to fly with the Pagani. Vroom vroom vroom. He stepped on the gas, and the Pagani Yartzi shot out like an arrow from the bow. Just like that, driving and feeling the joy, Lucien sped straight up onto the Mitsui No. 7 overpass. Everyone knows this is a no-speed limit racing heaven. Now that he had SSS-level skills, of course he had to come here for a thrill. Like a ghost, the car flew up from entrance B and raced forward. With just a tiny adjustment, the Pagani smoothly passed through several entry curves, not only without slowing down, but even faster. Looks like someone's racing here? As soon as he entered, he saw announcers with walkie-talkies every so often, and not long after, he saw two cars up ahead fighting for position. He understood he had entered someone else's race. I heard lots of pros race here. Since I ran into them, might as well see how my SSS level skills stack up against theirs. The opportunity was rare, and Lucien raised the corner of his mouth, stepping on the gas pedal all the way down. Boom! A loud roar with a unique rhythm rang out, and the Pagani surged forward like a purple lion, biting madly. At this moment, both Sister Xiaogui and Huang Mao had already heard the announcer's report in their headsets, knowing a car was coming. However, they didn't pay much attention. With their speed, even if a car entered from the B entrance, it probably couldn't catch up with them. But soon, they saw a black dot appear in the rearview mirror. This black dot quickly grew larger, transforming into a purple shadow, directly closing in. Damn, what is that thing, so fast? Both of them were startled. Oomph, think you can overtake me? No way. Sister Xiaogui saw the purple shadow trying to overtake her on the left side and immediately turned the steering wheel, taking the left lane. But she didn't expect the purple shadow to faint, using an S-curve maneuver, slipping right past the Hertz 7Z on the right side without any extra movements. What the hell? Sister Xiaogui, who had been overtaken in an instant, was dumbfounded. The timing and distance control for the overtaking were simply amazing. Huang Mao, who saw Sister Xiaogui being overtaken in the blink of an eye, also felt a shock, realizing that someone tough was coming. Perhaps it was this tension that made Huang Mao perform beyond his usual ability. After all, he had previously participated in international races, and his positioning skills were no joke. For a moment, Lucien's car couldn't pass, and with the deadly 13 corners entrance right ahead, Huang Mao became even more smug. As long as he entered the corner, the track would narrow, and overtaking would become even more impossible. So, if Huang Mao held the entrance, he'd win. Whoosh! Just as Huang Mao slammed the brakes to enter the bend, the purple shadow suddenly surged forward at high speed. Damn, you're crazy! This scene stunned Huang Mao, and he shouted out as he stepped on the brakes. You see, the entrance to the deadly 13 corners was a sharp curve, and with Lucien's speed, it would definitely lead to a crash and death. He didn't want to follow and end up flipping over and exploding. Then, a loud sound of tires grinding against the road echoed, like a procession of ghosts, leaving behind two red taillights. With a whoosh, the purple Pagani made a beautiful drift, perfectly navigating the bend. Damn! Is this for real? How can someone be so fast and still make a turn? Not just Huang Mao, but the announcer stationed at the bend entrance was also stunned. It took a long time for him to shout out, damn! Is this even human? And Sister Xiaogui, who was catching up, was also speechless. There's actually someone this amazing? I'm definitely going to find you one day. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Since she was young, she had admired strong individuals, and such a skilled person naturally had to be met. Sister Xiaogui, did you hear Huang Mao admit the draw? After seeing Huang Mo leave, Sister Xiaogui took out her communicator and spoke. I heard it, sister. Then let's call it a draw. Got it. After little Yangzi replied, he looked around at the people who had placed bets. Everyone heard it, right? This round is a draw. No one bet on a draw, so it's a total loss. Thanks for the support, see you next time. With that, little Yangzi packed up and left. Went to meet up with Sister Ghost, the smile on her face bloomed like a flower. This round was a big win, pure profit, with all kinds of bets except for a draw. Made a few million just like that. So happy. Damn it, it was that bastard who came in halfway that made me lose 30,000. Who didn't? Bad luck. Everyone started cursing out loud, but it was just a vent. People who come here to play all follow the rules. If you bet, you accept the outcome. If something unexpected happens, you can only blame your luck. Lu Chen had no idea what happened afterwards. 13 drifts in a row made him feel high. Even going off the track didn't kill the thrill. But after checking the time, he decided to quickly buy some clothes, then go receive his big villa. He was really looking forward to the legendary Villa number 1. Chapter 11. Zirwei Mansion, Villa number 3. Sister Ling, we made 3.27 million this round, hee hee. Look at you, so happy for just over 3 million. Last month's deal made over 80 million and I didn't see you this happy. That's different, this one was thrilling. The two talking were Sister Ghost and Xiao Yangzi from earlier. But now, with their outfits and makeup, no one would ever link them to their wild selves from before. Sister Ghost's real name is Su Fuling, heiress of the Su Group, one of the top 10 families in the Magic City. She is also the current CEO of the Su Group. Not only is she born beautiful, but also a business genius. Many big shots in business have suffered losses in her hands. With a rebellious and overbearing personality, few dare to mess with her. Xiao Yangzi is named Qi Yang, a retired elite special forces soldier, now Su Fuling's assistant and bodyguard. Because Su Fuling likes racing to relieve stress, he's also picked up some insane driving skills over time. After finishing a big business deal, she brought Qi Yang out for fun and to catch up with an old childhood friend. You little brat, finally answered your phone. Where are you? What? You're going on a business trip soon? Can't you skip it? I rarely come here and you're leaving for a trip? That's not cool. Alright, I know you're responsible with work. I'll just hang around longer and wait for you to come back. After hanging up, Su Fuling stretched. Her graceful curves were fully on display, anyone would be left speechless at the sight. Beyond her beauty, she exuded a deadly charm from inside out. Who would have guessed this was that wild little punk from before? Sister Ling, did you get in touch with Sister Anchi? Yeah, but sadly she's rushing off on a trip. Forget it. In the next few days, let's try to find that Pagani owner. I really want to see who that godlike person is. So damn amazing. Also, since we're in Jiangdu, get in touch with Pang Dalong. That sneaky old guy has been dodging around, won't release his stock. The project over there has already started, can't delay too long. I'll deal with him myself this time. Got it. I'll go right now. Good. Where's Grandpa Chin? Why's he not at home? Oh, the old man went out to practice boxing again. That's his thing. Alright, when you're done, bring over the 2 bottles of Moutai I left at the company. Aside from boxing, that's his favorite. Since we're staying here for now, gotta give him something to enjoy. Got it. Qi Yang headed out to handle things, while Su Fuling wandered around out of boredom, then went upstairs for a nap. She'd come all the way from the Magic City early in the morning and raced once already. She was exhausted. After I wake up, I'll dig into that Lu Chen guy's background. The real reason she came this time, besides the other stuff, was to check out the man her best friend had been secretly in love with for years. Yao Anqi and Su Fuling were true childhood best friends, closer than sisters, with no secrets between them. So every little thing between Anqi and Lu Chen, she knew all about it. And when she heard her bestie finally got together with the man she loved, she was naturally very happy. However, amidst her happiness, she still planned to see the man in person and figure him out. Anqi only told her yesterday that she was with Lu Chen, but did not mention that Lu Chen had already acquired Tai Fu Plaza and other matters, because she thought those were not the main point. So in Su Fuling's impression, Lu Chen was still just a salesman from Hongfeng Real Estate. Her Su Group also had a real estate company in Jiangdu. If Lu Chen had good character, she didn't mind helping him, she didn't want her friend to suffer with someone unworthy. But if his character was not good, as a sister, she would naturally think of ways to stop it. On the other side, at Tai Fu Plaza, Lu Chen parked his car and went directly to the 3rd floor of the mall, where all men's clothing was located, from low-end to high-end brands. This was also one of the reasons why Taifu Plaza was so popular. Here, anyone could find the type of clothing that suited them. Lu Chen did not head straight to the high-end brand area but first looked for a brand he really liked, Fila. This brand's clothing belongs to the sports series, with quality slightly superior to Nike and Adidas, and styles more fashionable than theirs. But because the prices were not cheap for him before, a casual short-sleeve shirt cost about 400 or 500, and jackets almost started at 1,000. So previously he could only afford to buy 2 pieces, now he naturally didn't have to worry about that and could buy freely. As long as he liked it, he would take it, making the sales assistant beside him smile broadly, and before long, he had dozens of bags, big and small. "Hello, sir, your total expenditure is 68,000. Would you like to pay with a card or by scanning the code?" "With a card." Lu Chen first handed over the Supreme card that Gao Jianli gave him, then also handed over a bank card. When the staff saw the Supreme card, their eyes filled with shock, and they couldn't help but look at Lu Chen a few more times. Originally thinking this man was handsome and wealthy, they didn't expect there to be such an additional layer of identity. Impressive. So they respectfully processed the discount, swiped the card, and finally settled for 34,000. Lu Chen was quite satisfied, chose an outfit to wear first, and asked the staff to send the rest directly to his home later. Upon seeing the address, everyone was shocked again. Zirui Haofu, Villa 1? My god, the legendary villa that reportedly cost 3 billion and hasn't been taken? How great it would be to marry him. You just keep dreaming, the chances of him looking our way are 0. Get back to work. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, a group of female staff members chattered and fantasized. Lu Chen continued to stroll around, buying Fila purely because he liked the brand. Now that he had the system, his future wealth would certainly increase, so he naturally had to prepare for some high-end luxury brands. In case he needed to attend important occasions later on, he should make a good impression, right? As for everyday wear, he thought Fila was just fine. When walking down the street, who would first check what brand you were wearing? That would be crazy, right? Thus, he wandered through stores of brands like Versace and Armani. And it must be said, clothes do make the man, and luxury does have its reasons. Wearing Versace and Armani clothes transformed his overall temperament dramatically. He was already handsome, and after the muscle-building enhancement, he was a perfect clothes hanger. Wearing those famous brands, he looked even more like a charming young gentleman. Just looking at the starstruck gazes of the sales assistants showed how lethal his outfit was. Circling around, Lu Chen made large purchases at Taifu Plaza: clothes, pants, belts, ties, hats, leather shoes, sneakers, even flip-flops, pajamas, and more, buying up everything he could wear, from top to bottom, inside and outside. With the discounts from the Supreme card, he was able to buy it all. It only cost a little over 3 million. So spending money can feel this good. Just as Lu Chen was lost in the joy of buying, a surprise voice suddenly rang out. "Lu Chen? Is that really you?" Chapter 12. Lu Chang? Seeing the person, Lu Chen was also a bit surprised. This Lu Chang was his childhood friend. They had been separated after the college entrance exam when Lu Chen came to Jiangdu. "Ah, I thought it looked like you from far away, but seeing you up close, I hesitated to recognize you. Looks like you've been doing well." The two hugged tightly, and Lu Chang said with a big laugh. "It's okay, I guess. How come you came to Jiangdu without calling me?" "I just got here too. Our company is opening a branch in Jiangdu, and we finally chose this Taifu Plaza." At this point, his expression suddenly dimmed. "Forget it. I have something to do. If you're free tonight, let's grab a meal." "Sure, then call me later. You go ahead and get busy." Seeing that Lu Chang seemed to have something he couldn't say, Lu Chen didn't ask further. After they parted, Lu Chen continued to stroll around, feeling that he had bought enough, and instructed the shopkeeper to send the things to his villa before heading to the parking lot, ready to go to the Ziruihao mansion. Hutingya Xian, a pure villa community in Jiangdu. "Grandpa, I'm sorry. I didn't handle the matter well." At this moment, Ruan Mingliang stood aside, looking dirty and embarrassed, his head down. At the main seat, an elderly man with gray hair sat firmly. This person was Ruan Mingliang's grandfather, Ruan Huaying, the leader of the Ruan group. Just one glance could tell that this man had weathered many storms, commanding respect without needing to be angry. Who was bragging before, making big promises? "Little brother, I'm not saying you, do what you can, be more realistic." "Enough. No need to say more, let's talk about how to solve the problem." Seeing Ruan Mingliang's older brother, Ruan Minghui, making excuses, the old man directly interrupted. "Grandpa, I've already found someone to arrange this matter. I believe there will be a reply soon." Minghui, you must know that settling into Taifu Plaza is extremely important for our Ruan family." Ding ling ling. At this moment, Ruan Minghui's phone rang. "Grandpa, let me take this call." After the old man nodded, Ruan Minghui quickly answered. "Hello, young Master Hui, that Lu Chang is being stubborn. Useless. What are you good for then? Let him stay in the hospital for a while, avoid him and find the person in charge below. Do I really have to teach you this? Hurry up and get it done. Alright, young Master Hui, I'm on it. After hanging up, seeing the old man looking at him, Ruan Minghui gave a sheepish smile and explained his actions. After hearing this, the old man frowned. Don't create a commotion, it has to be handled well. Otherwise, if Gao Jianli finds out, it will be troublesome. Grandpa, I understand. Their company has 3 partners, and they got lucky this time to win the opportunity. I've already discussed the transfer details with the other 2, but this Lu Chang is too stubborn. Otherwise, it would have been settled long ago. Now, we only have to let him stay in the hospital for a bit. As for Gao Jianli, he won't care about this. He's not a relative. Such transfer matters happen all the time, it's a mutual agreement. The old man nodded, but still, handle it carefully, avoid complications. It's better to keep a low profile. Got it, Grandpa. Ming Liang, you don't need to be like this. Experience a loss and gain wisdom. Be more thorough next time, learn from your older brother. Okay, Grandpa. Looking at his smug older brother, Ruan Mingliang felt a deep hatred towards him, with even more resentment towards Lu Chen. You go directly to the Jinmao Real Estate Engineering Department tomorrow and report as a department manager. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. In a few days, we must secure that piece of land in Fengyang district. Think it over carefully and work with your brother to take it down. Humfeng Real Estate is also eyeing that piece of land, and this time the area is divided into 5 plots. The first plot must be taken by us. Yes. In the underground parking lot, Lu Chen was just about to walk out when he saw a group of people sneaking in a corner, seemingly lying in ambush for someone. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared in his sight, Lu Chang. Could it be that these people are going to ambush Lu Chang? Thinking of this, Lu Chen crouched down and moved closer to them. Boss Lu. Suddenly, a sharp-faced man led 9 others to surround Lu Chang. Manager He? What are you doing? It's nothing, I just want Boss Lu to think carefully again. The transfer fee that young Master Hui offers is quite generous, and I hope you can accommodate it, as having more friends outside is always good. Moreover, young Master Hui also said that as long as you agree, we can add another 10% to the transfer fee. Manager He, I've made it very clear to you. Our company may not be big, but getting this opportunity to move into Taifu is extremely significant for me. The price that young Master Hui offers is indeed good and far above the market, but I have my plans. This is not just a matter of money. Boss Lu, really no more consideration? Then I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the hospital for a while. It seemed Manager He saw that Lu Chang wouldn't agree, so he glanced at the few people behind him. What are you going to do? Seeing the people closing in, Lu Chang was shocked and furious, not expecting them to resort to force when the negotiation failed. Bang! Ah! Just as a few were about to surround Lu Chang, a dull thud was followed by a scream from behind those people. Everyone turned to look, and Manager He was kicked away, collapsing to the ground, while a handsome man in all Armani stood in his original position. Lu Chen? Seeing the newcomer, Lu Chang was very surprised. We'll talk later, let's deal with these people first. Those thugs hesitated for a moment, but soon rushed forward. Lu Chen was seen easily weaving between them, often one hand raised and one hand struck down, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. In just a few exchanges, these seemingly tall and strong thugs all lay on the ground, wailing in pain, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Lu Chen. These people were all skilled fighters, each tall and strong, capable of taking down 3 or 4 people by themselves. And now, 10 people were completely overpowered by one young master. Moreover, the strikes were truly vicious, each one aimed to break bones, as if to take their lives. Even Lu Chang, who had been ready to join the fight, was left dumbfounded. Wow, Lu Chen, after a few years apart, you're this amazing? So, what happened? Who is that young Master Hui? Seeing Lu Chen staring at him, Lu Chang smiled awkwardly and had to explain the situation. Oh? Again the Ruan family? So he walked over to where Manager He was still lying on the ground and squatted down. Go back and tell your young Master Hui that my name is Lu Chen, and the Taifu Plaza will never welcome your Ruan family. Manager He thought to himself, you? Why? But seeing how Lu Chen had swiftly dealt with all his men, he wisely nodded like crazy, avoiding immediate trouble. Get lost. Chapter 13. Manager He and the others crawled and scrambled away. Lu Chen, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect you to get involved in this matter. We're brothers, you don't need to be so formal. No, you don't understand, the Ruan group is not easy to mess with. Sai, I struggled to build up this company back home, and now I finally have some achievements. I thought I could try my luck in the big city, and this time I was lucky enough to get the opportunity to move into Taifu Plaza, for which I made a lot of future plans. I didn't expect the Ruan family to find my two partners, bribe them, and try to make me transfer this rental qualification. I didn't agree, so they used soft tactics and hard tactics, making things difficult for me everywhere. If it were just for money, I might consider it, but I also have my dreams, brother, do you understand what I mean? As Lu Chang spoke, his emotion rose. With tears in his eyes, it seems these years of hard work have not been easy. Lu Chun also felt a surge of emotion, realizing how tough life is in society. If he hadn't activated the system, he might not have been doing better than Lu Chang. I understand. Alright, I believe that person surnamed Ruan won't have any ideas about you anymore. Why? Hearing Lu Chun say this, Lu Chang was momentarily stunned. To him, the Ruan family was like a stubborn candy. Even if they chased Lu Chun away today, they certainly wouldn't give up. Because his brother knows who I am. As long as I say this place doesn't welcome him, even if he gets your rental qualifications, he can't come in. Ha? Brother, the more you say, the more confused I get. Ha, this Taifu Square now belongs to me. Oh, huh? What did you say? Taifu Square is yours? Upon hearing Lu Chan's words, Lu Chang was instantly dumbfounded. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, their relationship was strong, and Lu Chen had no reason to lie to him. It was just that the news was too shocking to accept at once. Of course, Lu Chen also proved everything with action, taking him for a visit to Gao Jianli. When they signed the contract before, Lu Chang had met director Lin Zhangmin, and he had to flatter this director back then. Who would have thought that this time, not only director Lin, but even his boss, the legendary Gao Jianli, was extremely flattering to his brother. Before leaving, Gao Jianli even announced a 2-year rent exemption and privately gifted him all the company renovations, leaving Lu Chang astonished, as if he were dreaming. He himself didn't know how he walked out of that office building later. My gosh, brother, you are really amazing. It's nothing special, just keeping a low profile. Lu Chen laughed cheerfully. By the way, do you remember Gao Xiongfeng? The study committee member from high school? Exactly. Many of our classmates from high school are now working and starting businesses in Jiangdu. This time he organized a gathering and even invited Li Shueting. Li Shueting has also come to Jiangdu? Hearing this name, Lu Chen was a bit surprised. Li Shueting was the class monitor during their high school days. Not only was she good at studying, but she was also the school beauty. Back then, a lot of people had crushes on her, but later they heard she went abroad. Yes, she said she returned to the country and is now a manager at a large company in the Magic City. But recently she has been working at the local branch here in Jiangdu, so Gao Xiongfeng invited her. Gao Xiongfeng also asked me to notify you about it, but I thought. You know how Gao Xiongfeng is, I was worried it would disgust you if you went. But now, I think you should go and give that silly guy a good slap in the face. I've never liked him. When Lu Chang said this, Lu Chen immediately understood his true intention. In school, Gao Xiongfeng had always looked down on him, he was better looking and studied harder. Lu Chen had only relied on his family's wealth to pose as a study committee member. The key was that this guy had always liked Li Shueting, but every time he tried to flatter her, he was met with rejection. Instead, Li Shueting liked to stick close to Lu Chen, like a little follower, which naturally drove Gao Xiongfeng crazy. So every chance he got, he would pick on Lu Chen, and they had clashed many times over it. From Lu Cheng's words, Lu Chen learned that it seemed Gao Xiongfeng had been quite lucky these past 2 years, his family business was thriving in Jiangdu, and he had made some money. Therefore, knowing Li Shueting was in Jiangdu, he thought about trying again to pursue her, and he also found out that Lu Chen was in real estate sales, planning to take a few digs at him. As a brother, Lu Cheng originally didn't want to tell Lu Chen about this, but after seeing Lu Chen's capabilities today, he encouraged him to go. Alright, then I'll accompany you there the day after tomorrow. Unable to resist Lu Cheng's persistent persuasion, and thinking it had been a while since I last saw that little follower from back then, I agreed to go and take a look. Then it's settled, the day after tomorrow at 6 p.m., at Fu Hai Restaurant. Lu Cheng was very happy to see Lu Chen agree and started to look forward to the gathering. The two chatted for a while and then parted ways. Lu Chen directly drove to Zirui Mansion. What did you say? The job failed? At this moment, in the Ruan family's villa at Huting Xian, Wan Ninghui looked furious at the returning manager Young Master Hui, it was about to succeed, but suddenly someone named Lu Chen showed up. He's really tough, and we ended up losing. As he spoke, his voice became softer and he lowered his head. What? You 10 people couldn't handle that Lu Chen? Are you all just useless? That guy is really tough, all my brothers are in the hospital with broken bones. I only didn't get severely beaten because he asked me to bring a message. Bring a message? What message? He said his name is Lu Chen and that Taifu Square will never welcome your Ruan family to settle in. Humph, such bold words. Who is this person? Upon hearing this, not only Wan Ninghui but also the old man sitting silently at the back frowned, his anger rising, and he directly shouted.
The Ruan family's development, while not the top family in Jiangdu, is still no small matter. They are not to be threatened by just anyone. Grandpa, this person really has that right.
At that moment, Ruan Minglian, who had been watching coldly, spoke up.
Grandpa, don't you remember?
The reason I couldn't secure the settlement rights this time was because of Lu Chen, and he is the new owner of Taifu Square now.
So, if he says we can't settle, we really can't.
At this moment, the old man finally recalled what his youngest grandson had said before.
So it's that Lu Chen again.
Then the plan to settle in Taifu Square is temporarily shelved. While it would be good to settle there, it's just a bonus.
If we can't, we won't force it.
Now, you two focus entirely on securing that piece of land in Fengyang district.
This is the top priority.
Whether our Ruan family can rise to the next level depends on this.
The old man fell silent for a moment and spoke again. All right, Grandpa.
On the other side, Lu Chen had arrived at Zirui Mansion, and as soon as he reached the entrance, he was shocked by the grandeur here.
Chapter 14.
They say the entrance of a community is its face, and the gate of Zirui Mansion is actually made entirely of the best ivory stone, handcrafted, and as white as jade. Every corner and connection has been meticulously carved, perfectly fitted together. It seems this grand door is a natural creation, very impressive. The security guards at the entrance are all over 1.8 meters tall, each one strong and impressive, and their looks are above average. To be fair, some are even more handsome than certain popular young stars.
It's easy to imagine what kind of price it takes to have them work here as security.
After registering his information with the guard, he was allowed to pass, and a guard arranged to drive a neighborhood electric vehicle to lead the way. After all, this villa area is vast and surrounded by mountains and waters. While there are road signs, such luxurious properties sell services, don't they? Being the highest-end villa area, every landscape along the way is perfectly presented, with greenery planted according to the seasonal themes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, truly achieving a picturesque scene at every turn. All the villas here are large single-family units, each with over 1,000 square meters of indoor space and at least 10 acres of private gardens.
And the deeper you go, the more expensive the villas become.
Especially starting from Villa number 5, they can almost be described as estates. Finally, guided by the security guard, Lu Chen arrived in front of Villa number 1, where the general manager of the Zirui Mansion Property Company and a large group of employees were already waiting.
Hello, respected Mr. Lu Chen, I am Wang Qiming, the general manager of the property company. Welcome to officially move into the Zirui Mansion.
This is Lu Chen's first time coming to such a place, and seeing such a grand occasion is somewhat shocking to him.
Glancing roughly, it seems the manager has called all the idle staff from the property company here, right?
Nearly 100 people are lined up in 2 rows at the entrance to welcome him. Does it really need to be so grand? In fact, he underestimated the significance of Villa number 1. As soon as Lu Chen arrived at the door and completed the registration, the news had already been reported to Wang Qiming. So he put down all his work, brought all the staff he could, and rushed to Villa number 1 to line up and wait.
Villa number 1 is the core of Zirui Mansion and represents the strongest identity in the entire Jiangdu city. It's not a trivial matter. However, when everyone saw this homeowner, they were all inexplicably shocked. With all sorts of guesses, everyone thought this homeowner must be a person of great renown, even if not gray-haired, at least a successful middle-aged person. They never expected to see such a young and handsome young man in front of them. The key is that people in such high-end property management usually pay attention to the news of prominent families in Jiangdu City, and even some surrounding cities, wondering if someone would come here to buy a villa and become their client. Yet, Lu Chen, this young man, looks completely unfamiliar. Could he be a young master from a family in Magic City or the capital? Wang Qiming speculated in his heart that since he was not from a local prominent family, it seemed that only the prominent young masters from those 2 places could afford Villa number 1. Especially when he saw the Pagani Huayra that Lu Chen drove, it made everyone's eyes light up. Those who work here are very sensitive to brand-name cars. Naturally, they spotted the extraordinary nature of this supercar at a glance, especially when they saw the dragon pattern on the car. A series of numbers popped into their minds, 40 million. After all, the owner of Villa number 1 drives a car that is above 40 million. Moreover, this unique Pagani Huayra cannot be bought just by having money, just like the Villa number 1 in front of them. This made everyone even more curious about Lu Chen's identity and the background behind him. Accompanied by the general manager, Lu Chen began to tour this legendary villa. The entrance door took high-end to the extreme, with an outdoor smart lock that includes fingerprint recognition, along with key and password locks. However, here, besides these, there are also facial recognition, pupil verification, voice print authentication, and all the features you can think of and can't think of are fully equipped. Especially since this system is fully networked throughout the house and is equipped with a powerful alarm system, if the homeowner encounters any problems or dangers, as long as the homeowner has a thought, the security room and property company can know immediately, and based on the system's assessment of the danger level, automatically decide whether to call the police directly.
So the entire house is filled with a sense of technology. The whole villa has 3,600 square meters, divided into 3 above-ground floors and 2 underground floors, and also has a surrounding outdoor garden covering 15 acres. Villa number 1 has 3 swimming pools, one is outdoor with a waterslide design, one on the roof which is an aerial pool, and the third is located on the 2 underground floors, which is an indoor pool, and all are temperature controlled. This way, whether it's spring, summer, autumn, or winter, or even during rainy days and snow, you can enjoy the fun of swimming at any time.
The entire villa has 15 bedrooms, and each room is designed as a suite, complete with a walk-in closet and bathroom. Without joking, now there's no fear of family members fighting over the bathroom. With 15 bathrooms, you could use them for half a month without repeating. There are 4 study rooms, 1 Western kitchen and 1 Chinese kitchen, 3 living rooms, 2 dining rooms, 2 water bars, and 2 laundry rooms. All the furniture and appliances in the house are the latest and most luxurious configurations you can find on the market. In short, one word, expensive. Mr. Lu Chen, let me report to you, after the residents move in, we will arrange for a housekeeper to interview, and the salary will be decided by you after the interview. Do you have any requirements for the housekeeper? Lu Chen was indeed puzzled. When had he ever used a housekeeper? Wasn't this like a young girl getting on a sedan chair for the first time?
There isn't much requirement, a woman, single, about my age, just someone with strong execution.
Let's set the monthly salary at 100,000, you can handle it.
So, he pretended to be calm and said. Thinking to himself, it's good that he heard from a colleague about the monthly salary of the housekeeper here when he was in real estate. It seemed to range from 20,000 to 100,000.
This is villa number 1, surely it should be 100,000 a month, right?
However, he didn't expect that as soon as he spoke, all the accompanying staff's eyes turned green. Even Wang Qiming thought to himself that he was indeed from a big family. The way he speaks is different. To be Mr. Lu's housekeeper is truly an honor. I will definitely select well for you.
At this price, I believe the candidates will certainly meet your expectations. What do you mean?
Looking at the strange expressions of everyone, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel confused. It was only later that he found out that the average monthly salary for housekeepers here was only 20,000, even the housekeeper for villa number 2 only earned a maximum of 50,000. To know, Wang Qiming, as the general manager, only had a monthly salary of 50,000 here. For 100,000, naturally, everyone looked at him with green eyes. Who wouldn't want this job? Cleaning is handled by a dedicated cleaning staff, which is included in the property fee. The housekeeper merely manages these people, providing some assistance services to the owner and handling various trivial matters.
Moreover, Lu Chen is young, handsome, and wealthy, and he looks single. Who wouldn't love someone like that?
So the female employees who came along were all moved. As long as they were single, they prepared to go back later and submit their information, trying to see if they could be selected.
They even fantasized about what might happen if they were selected. Perhaps they could have something with Lu Chen in the future?
At this moment, they looked at Lu Chen with even more eager eyes, and some bold ones even started to flirt, making Lu Chen feel a chill all over.
Oh no, why do their eyes look so frightening? Monsters, go away, go away, go away. Chapter 15.
After sending away Wang Qiming and the others, Lu Chen finally had a moment to stay in the house by himself. This house is really big. Living here by myself feels a bit lonely. I should find a time to bring my parents over, but before that, I must prepare them mentally. Otherwise, if they suddenly live in a house like this, they would probably be shocked. Thinking of this, he directly picked up his phone and transferred 200,000 to his mother, Gao Xiaolan. Not long after the transfer, his mother's call came in.
Chen Chen, why did you transfer me so much money? Did you win the lottery?
Mom, this is because the real estate market was good recently. I sold a few more houses, made some money, and also partnered with friends to do some business, and earned some. Oh dear, then you should save it for yourself. Your dad and I don't need much money at home. The costs are high in big cities, and you have to spend money everywhere.
And what kind of business are you doing? Is it reliable?
You need to be careful. The capitalists nowadays are ruthless. That old Yang in the next village had a flourishing business a few years ago, and recently he said he was cheated, and all his money was taken away.
You must be cautious.
Hearing his mother's endless chatter, Lu Chen not only didn't find it annoying but felt very warm inside.
Didn't he understand these principles?
It's not that he didn't understand, it was just the heart of parents. In their eyes, he would always be their child who never grew up.
Always afraid of suffering losses outside, that's why I keep repeating it. Mom, I understand, I will be careful.
Besides, I think my business is going to get bigger and bigger, and in the future, I will definitely buy a huge house and invite you and Dad to live with me.
Oh dear, that sounds great.
But when you have money, don't think about buying a house for us. You should buy a wedding house and marry that girl Xian sooner.
If you can have a big, chubby kid for us, I will be very happy, haha.
Mom, I forgot to tell you, I broke up with Fang Zixuan.
What? You broke up? What happened? You two have been together for 4 years.
So, under his mother's intense questioning, Lu Chen honestly explained everything, but he temporarily did not mention Chi. Otherwise, Lu Chen was worried that the fact he had switched girlfriends so quickly would be too shocking for them. But who would have thought the mother would boldly say, "Humph, good breakup. Such a woman is not worth it, she can only share wealth but not hardship, something will go wrong sooner or later."
Son, I support you. Thank you, Mom.
After chatting with his mother for a while, he hung up the phone and lay down on the sofa. When his gaze swept to the side liquor cabinet, he suddenly remembered the 6 boxes of liquor he had drawn earlier and hadn't taken out yet.
The liquor cabinet was empty. It would be nice to take them out and display them. After all, they were all Maotai and Wulianya.
So, he directly used his thoughts to take out the 6 boxes of liquor.
1960 Wulianya? 1953 Chailuan brand Maotai? 1979 Gu Jing Gongjiu? Looking at the labels, Lu Chen's mind went blank. Not because he was overwhelmed but because he didn't understand liquor. He usually drank baijiu with colleagues at gatherings, but it was all erguotu, jiangxiabai, and the like. During celebration banquets, he had drunk Maotai and Wulianya. But to be honest, he really hadn't paid attention to what year or what brands they were. However, he didn't care much and dismissed the idea of putting these liquors into the cabinet. Because their appearance wasn't impressive at all.
Take this Gujing Gongjiu, it looks just like the Hua Diao bought outside, a fat belly bottle. And the Chailuan brand Maotai had a deep reddish-brown color outside, with the bottle neck wrapped in what looked like oilcloth, rustic and plain.
As for the Wulianya, the bottle looked just like the earliest Yanghe Daku.
If these liquors were displayed, they would seem totally out of place with the home decor. Especially that Maotai, just looking at it made him worry whether the liquor inside could still be drinkable, so he directly opened a bottle, leaned in to smell it, and surprisingly, it smelled good. Just as he was pondering how to deal with the liquor, the doorbell rang. "Hello, sir, who are you?" He opened the door to see an old man with a youthful face standing at the entrance. At first, this old man didn't respond to him but closed his eyes, slightly leaned forward, and sniffed hard. Then he suddenly opened his eyes with an intoxicated look, obviously filled with enthusiasm.
"Hello, young friend. I live in the villa number 3 next door, we are neighbors. You can call me Old Chin. I wonder if you would welcome this old man for a visit."
"Of course, welcome. Neighbors should naturally get closer, but I just moved in today and haven't bought any tea, all I have is plain water, so please don't mind." After sizing up this uninvited old man who actually looked kind, he smiled and welcomed him in. He thought the security of this place must be very strict. It was impossible for a non-local resident to enter the neighborhood without the homeowner's verification.
"Ah, very good.
This old man also brought a small gift to celebrate your housewarming." Old Chin was a bit surprised to see how young Lu Chen was and how straightforward he was. He originally thought someone young enough to live in Villa number 1 would be very arrogant, or even look down on others.
"Old Chin, you are too polite. Since it's our first meeting, how could I dare to accept
Originally intending to be polite, but before Lu Chen could finish, he was stunned.
"Is this the small gift you mentioned to congratulate me on my new home? 2 roasted ducks? A bag of peanuts?
And a plate, is that pig's head?" Wow, the key point is that I haven't seen this old man bring so many things in before.
How did it suddenly fill up the table? And, what is happening here?"
At this moment, Old Chin actually ran to the kitchen to get 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and wine cups, because these things were all included when buying the villa.
Looking at this situation, this old man wants to drink with me? Is it really that fast for neighbors to bond? Isn't that a bit hasty? Young friend, we hit it off right away.
You have wine, I have dishes, why not toast and chat about life? Seeing Old Chin's eager expression, Lu Chen was at a loss for words.
What the hell, chatting about life? You old man just came here to drink my wine, didn't you?
The props and dishes are all ready.
How obvious can it be? How greedy for wine can you be? But thinking about it, I haven't eaten lunch after rushing over, and I'm really hungry. Plus, the wine is already opened.
Drinking alone is definitely not as interesting as drinking with someone else.
I might as well learn about this community from this old man too.
Especially since he is my neighbor, it would be good to build a good relationship since we will be seeing each other often.
Since Old Chin is in the mood, let's drink a couple of cups?
As soon as the words fell, Old Chin couldn't wait to grab the open Maotai and began to pour wine into 2 cups. Young friend, congratulations on your new home.
Let me drink first to show my respect.
With a slurp, 1 cup went down, and the old man's expression became more intoxicated, his eyes shining even brighter.
Good wine, good wine.
Saying this, he filled the 2nd cup.
This 2nd cup is to celebrate us becoming neighbors, lasting forever.
After saying that, another cup went down.
What the hell lasting forever, you old slicker? This 3rd cup. Wait a minute, old man, let's take it slow. Let's eat some dishes first. Don't rush, I still have more wine. If it's not enough, I can open another bottle later. Seeing this old man downing cup after cup, Lu Chen really couldn't watch anymore. Oh? There's more? Old Chin's gaze had been fixed on the open Moutai since he entered the house, and only now did he notice the 6 boxes of wine stacked to the side. Especially when he saw the Gujing tribute wine, he seemed to have discovered a treasure, and his eyes could hardly look away. Wow! Lu Chen was amazed to discover that the old man, who had been sitting next to him holding the cup and continuously drinking, suddenly appeared beside the Gujing tribute wine as if he had teleported, moving with a speed completely uncharacteristic of an old man. 1, 2, 3. 10, 11, 12. You actually have 12 bottles? Old Chin completely didn't notice Lu Chen's shocked expression and instead showed an even more exaggerated face of astonishment than Lu Chen. Yeah, a friend gave them to me before. I don't drink alone, so I just kept them. Do you like it, Old Chin? If you do, I'll give you a bottle. What? You want to give this bottle of wine to the old man? Yeah, what's wrong? It's just a bottle of wine. Old Chin fell silent, staring seriously into Lu Chen's eyes for a long time. He couldn't help but think, does this kid know my identity? Or does he have some other purpose? However, when he saw that Lu Chen's eyes were clear with a hint of confusion, he felt relieved. Ha, young friend, do you know what kind of wine this is? Gujing tribute wine. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Doesn't it say on the box? I'm not drunk. Then do you know how much this wine is worth? How much? Over 1,000? Over 1,000 is correct, but it's 13.57 million. Oh, 13.57, what? There's a million character? Upon hearing the old man's words, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. What kind of wine is this? It's worth 13.57 million for just one bottle? It seems that young friend indeed doesn't know much about wine. This bottle is Gujing tribute wine from 1979, and its auction price is indeed 13.57 million, also known as the king of wine in Xia country. And the bottle we just drank was Moutai from 1953, worth 1.5 million. As for the Wulianye from the 1960s, it's worth about 980,000 per bottle. Old Chin began to enthusiastically educate Lu Chen. But Lu Chen felt a million MMPs stuck in his throat, unsure whether to speak or not. Why didn't I just search for information on Baidu earlier? Did I really just open a bottle of Moutai worth 1.5 million? No wonder this old man keeps pouring drink after drink, he's already had tens of thousands down his throat. So, do you still want to gift this bottle of Gujing Gongjiu to the old man? Old man Chin smiled at Lu Chen, ready to see what he would say. A gentleman's word is hard to chase, since I've said I would gift it to old Chin, I will. Besides, such good wine deserves to be drunk by someone who understands it, drinking it myself would be a waste. The words sounded beautiful, but Lu Chen felt bitter inside. What a prodigal, he had just given away over 10 million. But after thinking about it, he realized he now had the system, and his wealth would only grow in the future. It was time to raise his horizons in understanding. With this thought, Lu Chen's mindset changed, and unknowingly, his perspective shifted as well. Ding, detecting that the host's perspective and mindset have improved, rewarding one opportunity for a one-hit kill. Ding, new products are now available, please decide whether to purchase. Product, Hongfeng Real Estate. Price, 1 yuan. Wow. Seeing this product, Lu Chen instantly felt it was worth it. Although Hongfeng Real Estate isn't the top leader in the housing market of Jiangdu City, it's not worse than Jinmao Real Estate under the Ruan Group, with a market value of over 10 billion. Moreover, don't I need to go handle my resignation procedures tomorrow? It's just right to meet that Lu Daong. A gentleman doesn't let a grudge go unavenged, since the ancients have said so. Naturally, I should take good care of this fat man. At this moment, hearing that Lu Chen still decided to gift him a bottle of Gujing Gongjiu, old man Chin couldn't help but be more curious about Lu Chen. But someone who could be so generous must come from a big family, yet, he looked unfamiliar, as if there was no such child in those families. Last name Lu? Could he be that one? Impossible. Lu Chen was lost in his thoughts, while old Chin continued to speculate on his own. But old Chin still confirmed once more, you really want to gift it to me? Absolutely. In a good mood, Lu Chen had long forgotten about that bottle worth 13.57 million. Did someone who could buy billions really need to care about this? Old man, either keep drinking a few more cups, or to be honest, I haven't had lunch yet, I'm really hungry. Oh? Ah, good, let's keep drinking. Old man Chin seemed to be happier than he had been in a long time, and he began to let loose while eating and drinking with Lu Chen. Perhaps because he had taken a strength-enhancing pill, Lu Chen found that his alcohol tolerance increased. He unknowingly opened 2 more bottles of Moutai and 2 bottles of Wulianye, and the 2 of them finished 5 bottles without him feeling anything. However, he also discovered that old Chin was truly impressive. He had just reshaped himself, But this old man seemed unaffected, drinking the same wine yet still standing strong, only a bit rosy in the face. This old man's alcohol tolerance was indeed remarkable. At this moment, Lu Cheng's phone rang, asking about dinner plans for the evening. However, seeing that old Qin seemed to be enjoying his drink, Lu Chen simply invited Lu Cheng to come over to eat here. When Lu Cheng heard that Lu Chen was living in the Jirue mansion, in the legendary number 1 villa, he was naturally shocked once again. Even after entering the house, he felt dazed, occasionally pinching himself, as if he hadn't woken up. Lu Chen had Wang Qiming prepare some snacks in the community's hotel, all delivered to the villa, ready to continue dinner later. However, when Wang Qiming saw that old Qin was also here, laughing and talking casually with Lu Chen, he clearly showed a shocked expression. It was as if he had seen one of the world's 10 wonders, which made Lu Chen feel even more that old Qin's identity was not simple. Not to mention, this old man Qin shared many things he didn't know after drinking, which he found very interesting. For example, some private auctions often have amazing things. For example, the history of how some big figures made their fortune. Old Qin also knows it like the back of his hand. As for the truth, it's probably real, right? Lu Cheng is also a straightforward person. Gradually, he relaxed and turned from drinking with 2 to drinking with 3. How lively it became. When all 12 bottles of Wolianye were emptied and only 7 bottles of Mutai were left, Lu Cheng was the first to collapse on the ground, unconscious. Next was old Qin. This time, he really got high from drinking and even pulled Lu Chen to become sworn brothers. If he truly became sworn brothers, the world outside would probably turn chaotic. Fortunately, the doorbell rang, so Lu Chen escaped a disaster. When he opened the door, he saw a woman with a score of at least 96 points in looks. "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, is Grandpa Qin inside?" "I am his granddaughter." The visitor was Su Fuling. Earlier in the afternoon, old Qin had gone back home. Just when he was about to eat lunch, this old man suddenly said he wanted to go out to drink, taking the roast duck and pig head meat from the table and dashed away, saying not to wait for him. Old Qin sometimes acts like this, and Su Fuling had gotten used to it, but now it was almost noon, and old Qin still hadn't returned, something that had never happened before. So, Su Fuling asked the property management. She originally planned to check the video surveillance to see where he was, but was told that old Qin was at Villa number 1, drinking happily with the owner and probably getting drunk soon. This left Su Fuling stunned. Although old Qin loved his wine, it had to be top quality wine, and the person drinking with him must suit his taste, or he wouldn't drink much. As for getting drunk? Not to mention how many people outside have the qualification to drink with the old man. Speaking of capacity, old Qin could drink thousands without getting drunk, and being picky, how could there be so much good wine to get him drunk? So, hearing this news, she was very curious and directly came to knock on the door, also wanting to see what the legendary owner of Villa number 1 was like. As soon as the door opened and she said a sentence, she truly saw Lu Chen's appearance clearly. "Oh my, it's you are Lu Chen? Do you know me?" Hearing Su Fuling call out his name, Lu Chen looked slightly puzzled. After staring for a while, apart from confirming this beauty absolutely was a stunning woman, he couldn't remember who she was. Although there was a previous encounter at the Sanjing overpass, they had been in cars at the time and didn't really see each other. Even if they had seen each other, with Su Fuling's current makeup and style, Lu Chen would never think she was the street racer girl from before. Well, it was the property manager Wang Qiming who told me that my grandpa was drinking here. I learned from him that your name is Lu Chen." Su Fuling secretly cursed. In her excitement, she almost exposed herself. She had already seen Lu Chen's photo from Enchi, but Lu Chen didn't know she was Enchi's close friend. This time, she wanted to observe Lu Chen secretly. If he found out and became cautious, how would she observe? So, when Lu Chen asked her, she quickly made up an excuse. "Oh, okay, nice to meet you, I am Lu Chen." "Su Fuling. Come in, it seems Grandpa is drunk, I can help you take him back." Entering the living room, seeing old Qin holding onto a chair back and talking to himself, Su Fuling was even more shocked. He was truly drunk, not pretending. At this moment, she couldn't help but take a deep look at Lu Chen. Not simple, huh? Old Qin was a very picky person, especially when it came to drinking buddies. Moreover, to make old Qin drink like this, while Lu Chen remained very sober, how good must his drinking capacity be? Secondly, this Lu Chen seemed to have a bright future. Didn't they say he was just a sales clerk for a property under Hongfeng Real Estate? How did he suddenly turn into the owner of Villa number 1 in Ziruchafu? If old Qin wanted to take this villa. At this moment, Su Fuling's curiosity about Lu Chen grew even stronger, thinking about how she would visit Hongfeng Real Estate tomorrow to probe into the matter. She didn't want her good friend to be with someone whose background was all unclear. While thinking this, the girl casually took out her phone and started snapping pictures of old Qin. This chance was so rare, who knew when she would be able to capture such photos again? Usually, it was this old man who pointed fingers at her, and now she had humorous drunk photos of old Qin to see if he would still act smug in the future. Seeing Su Fuling laugh so wickedly while taking photos, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly and rub his forehead. Both the old and the young were troublesome people, quirky in their own ways. Just as Su Fuling was helping old Qin to return, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a Pagani parked outside and raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Liu, is this car yours?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "Did you drive this car to the Mitsui No. 7 elevated road this morning?" "How do you know?" Lu Chen asked, confused. Upon receiving a positive answer, Su Fuling's eyes suddenly lit up. What a stroke of luck! She hadn't expected that the skilled driver she was looking for would actually be Lu Chen. However, this made Su Fuling even more puzzled. All signs indicated that Lu Chen had exceptional talent, but was he really the broke college genius who was abandoned by his ex-girlfriend, as Anchi said? From what she could see, wouldn't an average woman rush to win his favor? "Mr. Liu, you are so young and can already buy villa number 1, you must be doing pretty big business, right?"
I just got lucky, made a few blind investments, bought some properties, and collect some rent."
"In real estate, right?"
"That's really good, the real estate market has been pretty hot lately."
"Hee, it's just okay, Miss Su. I'll stop here and won't go in."
Lu Chen chuckled, handed old Qin over to Su Fuling, quickly said goodbye, and turned to leave. As for his current income, he honestly hadn't figured out how to explain it because it all came too suddenly. But he wasn't wrong, he was indeed just collecting rent now, mainly from Taifu Plaza and the entire Hongyang Haofu.
Real estate was just Hongfeng real estate.
Watching Lu Chan's awkward expression and hurried figure, Su Fuling narrowed her eyes.
Interesting, it seems he has many secrets. Anchi, wait for your sister to peel back the layers and see if this man is worth your lifelong trust.
Upon returning home, she helped the completely drunk Lu Cheng to the guest room and, seeing the messy dining table, didn't bother to clean up, just left it for the cleaners to handle tomorrow. Checking the time, the system store was about to update, so she decided to take a shower first. Ding, the store items have been updated, please check them yourself, host. Coming out of the shower, she just heard the system prompt, and Lu Chen indeed opened the message.
Item, Fuhai Restaurant, price, 1 yuan. Ha, what a coincidence, isn't this the restaurant Lu Cheng said his classmates are gathering at for dinner? Now it'll be fun.
Lu Chen smiled and chose to purchase, and the system space added a set of acquisition transfer agreement for Fuhai Restaurant. Gao Xiongfeng had always liked to show off in high school and often clashed with him, making him rather unpleasant. This time inviting him for dinner was clearly not a kind gesture, he surely wanted to take the opportunity to belittle him. Let's see if this guy knows what's good for him, otherwise, he'll surely learn a lesson. The next day, Lu Chen was woken up by a phone call. It was Zhou Zhaogang, the former chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate, inquiring when to proceed with the handover. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen scheduled to go directly to the sales office of Chuanqiu Yingyue to handle the handover. Although Zhou Zhaogang was puzzled about why they were going to Chuanqiu Yingyue, he still nodded and agreed. Got up and washed up a bit, only to find that Lu Cheng had already left a note saying he had left first, reminding him not to forget tomorrow night's dinner. He pressed the button for cleaning services, and Lu Chen drove the Pagani Zonda directly towards Chuanqiu Yingyue. Not long after his car left, a Hertz 7Z quietly followed behind. At the entrance of the Chuanqiu Yingyue sales office. "Big brother-in-law, why is the chairman suddenly coming here?" Lu Dayong asked a man beside him with a flattering face. His name is Yuan Jinxiang, the general manager of the Chuanqiu Yingyue sales office, and also Lu Dayong's brother-in-law. "I'm not exactly sure, just that he wants to meet an important person. Anyway, you tell everyone to keep their eyes open and don't make mistakes." "No problem, you can rest assured I'll handle it." At that moment, several big Mercedes parked at the entrance of the sales office, and Yuan Jinxiang immediately ran up to open the car door. "Chairman, welcome to Chuanqiu Yingyue for your guidance." "Let's talk inside." Zhou Zhaogang nodded and directly walked into the sales office, followed by several people. Why are the company's legal, HR, and finance departments here too? Seeing the people behind Zhou Zhaogang, Yuan Jinxiang was a bit surprised but did not ask further, following him closely. He glanced at Lu Dayong and followed the chairman up to the second-floor office. Chapter 18. "Chairman, do you have any instructions for your visit this time?" Once inside the office, Yuan Jinxiang respectfully asked. "Little Yuan, from now on just call me General Zhou, we need to change the title." "Ah?" This sudden statement made Yuan Jinxiang think he heard it wrong and took a long time to react. "Has Hongfeng been acquired?" Seeing Zhou Zhaogang nod, he was shocked and confused. Why did the chairman come to Chuanqiu Yingyue to tell him this news? Although he was the highest in this sales office, he was not an essential senior executive in Hongfeng Real Estate, nor was he an insider with Zhou Zhaogang. After all, there were quite a few projects like this within Hongfeng Real Estate, and there were several project managers. Seemingly noticing Yuan Jinxiang's confusion, Zhou Zhaogang smiled and said, "I came here because the new chairman said to come for the handover." "Oh, General Zhou seems to be in a good mood." In a daze, Yuan Jinxiang asked out his confusion again. Shouldn't Zhou Zhaogang be upset about losing his position? Why did he seem in a better mood instead? "Of course it's good, I was worried about those few projects on the outskirts of Fengyang district.
With a new chairman, can't he come up with a solution?
Although there had been a wave of benefits in real estate recently, it was actually a turning point for Hongfeng real estate. The last time they acquired land on the outskirts of Fengyang district, the on-site foundation testing showed it was not ideal and deviated from the original plan. If they continued with the original plan to build high-rises, it would be hard to meet the required earthquake resistance level. This would mean changing the nature of the buildings and replanning. However, the preliminary foundation work had already started. Stopping now meant daily losses, which could easily lead to a broken capital chain.
And with the upcoming auction for the Fengyang district, if the capital chain was insufficient, the chances of securing the core land lot would be nearly non-existent.
Their old rival, Jinmao Real Estate, was determined to win this bid, and it was easy to imagine that if they took it, Hongfeng's market share would surely shrink. These things were unknown to outsiders, but he was very clear about them in his heart. Just when he was worried about how to cope, someone has acquired Hongfeng Real Estate, which for him was actually a good thing. If this person was strong, then securing the core land lot would allow him to share in the spoils. If they didn't secure it, it wouldn't matter. After all, during this acquisition of Hongfeng, the money. He had received his share of the money, so he had no more worries. Therefore, for Zhou Zhaogang, he naturally felt good. Lu Chen? Why are you here? In the lobby of the sales office, Lu Daong, waiting for instructions from above, saw Lu Chen swagger out of the finance office and walked over to him.
I'm here to resign. Waving the documents in his hand, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered with him and walked toward the second floor.
It turned out that Lu Chen had entered the sales office through the side door directly, which was closer to finance and HR.
He completed his resignation procedures first and was then ready to go upstairs to hand over tasks to Zhou Zhaogang.
Hey, since you've resigned, you should leave quickly. The second floor isn't a place you can go.
Seeing Lu Chen heading toward the second floor, Lu Daong directly blocked his way.
Last time, when Lu Chen stirred things up, the villa Mr. Zhang and his wife wanted to buy didn't get sold. So, Lu Daong was still harboring a grudge.
Get out of the way.
Oh, haven't settled the last business with you yet, you?
Slap.
The loud sound of a slap echoed through the sales office, causing the entire place to fall silent.
Lu Daong was stunned by the slap. He was hit? Wow, Lu Chen actually slapped Lu Daong.
Although it feels good to watch, this will bring trouble. This guy is vengeful.
Still too young. Lu Chen's former colleagues began to whisper among themselves.
Some were simply watching the drama, some were gloating, and others were worried about Lu Chen.
You dare hit me? Security. Get him out of here.
For Lu Daong, he had always been in good spirits at this sales office, with no one resisting him.
As a supervisor, he was the top leader of the sales office. Who would dare clash with him?
Having encountered Lu Chen not only cost him a commission last time, but now he had actually been hit, which made him furious.
Lu Daong, if you had behaved yourself today, maybe I wouldn't have bothered you. Since you are so eager for trouble, let me tell you now, you are fired. What? Fired me? Just because of you? Security? Are they all dead? Hurry up and throw this person out. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Daong laughed in anger.
This kid was simply talking nonsense, a fired salesperson saying he wanted to fire him. How could that not make people laugh?
What is Lu Chen saying? Fire Lu Daong? Yeah, it's a bit baffling. Could it be that Lu Chen was impacted by being fired? The onlooking employees were also confused, and under Lu Daong's furious roar, the security guards from the sales office rushed over.
Although these security guards knew Lu Daong's character, they were compelled to obey orders to keep their jobs. Under someone's roof, one must bow their head. The way they looked at Lu Chen carried a hint of apology and reproach. Their eyes seemed to say, why provoke this jerk? Now we have to deal with a difficult situation.
Stop.
Just as the security guards were about to act helplessly, a loud voice rang out. Next, Zhou Zhaogang rushed down first. His somewhat plump figure surprisingly sprinted down the stairs in 3 steps.
Are you okay? First, he asked Lu Chen if he was all right.
Seeing that Lu Chen did not respond, he turned to look at Lu Daong.
You tell me, what exactly happened?
Seeing that Zhou Zhaogang was alarmed, Lu Daong's heart sank as he thought about how to respond, completely oblivious to Zhou Zhaogang's attitude and expression toward Lu Chen just now. Sorry, Chairman, it's my fault. I ran into a fired employee creating a scene, disturbing you.
I'll handle it right away. Having said that, he turned and shouted at the security guards again, you guys still standing there? Get Lu Chen out of here quickly. Slap. Another slap rang out on Lu Daong's face, but this time everyone was stunned. Because the one who struck was actually Zhou Zhaogang. Bastard. Who are you kicking out?
Mr. Lu has already acquired Hongfeng Real Estate, and now he is the chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate.
What?
Zhou Zhaogang's words were like thunder, directly frightening Lu Daong to the ground. The many employees around were also wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief.
This colleague who had been together for more than a year suddenly transformed into the chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate? Wow, this is too dramatic. My god, someone I've been with day and night for more than a year turned out to be a hidden billionaire. From the first day Lu Chen came, I felt he was extraordinary. I was right after all. Get lost, then why have you been ordering him to photocopy documents for you? Wasn't it that great responsibilities fall on the shoulders of those capable? Cut it out, you big liar. At that moment, Yuan Jinshan, who came down from upstairs, also felt a thump in his heart. He had heard about Lu Dayong and Lu Chen's grievances before, but as just a small employee, he hadn't taken it seriously. Now this small employee had become his direct superior. This was a disaster. How is this possible? How could it be Lu Chen? At this moment, Lu Dayong kept mumbling, and Lu Chen's previous words rang constantly in his mind, "You're fired." No! With a desperate scream, Lu Dayong crawled on his knees to Lu Chen and hugged his leg tightly. Lu Chen, Chairman Lu, I know I was wrong. It was all my fault. I had no eye for people. I was shameless and despicable. I shouldn't have used my power to steal your project. I'll never dare again. Please forgive me. Lu Dayong, such a big guy, lay on the ground crying like a baby, with snot and tears. It was a heartbreaking scene. If I had known it would come to this, why did I act foolishly back then? Lu Chen maintained an emotionless face and said one sentence. Zhou Zhaogang, who was beside him, had already figured out the whole story, and anger surged on his face. Bastard, as a leader, you failed to lead by example and actually did such a despicable thing. You're fired, now get the hell out. Big brother-in-law, please help me, you can't let them fire me. Hearing Zhou Zhaogang's words, Lu Dayong completely collapsed and rushed to his brother-in-law for help. At this moment, Yuan Jinshan hated this bastard to the core. This idiot didn't call for help before, but now as soon as he shouted, both Lu Chen and Zhou Zhaogang looked at him. Wasn't this dragging him into the water? Help you? No way. Security, throw this guy out, he's a troublemaker. At the same time, he kicked away Lu Dayong, who was lunging at him, and shouted angrily. Chairman Lu, General Zhou, don't worry, when it comes to business, I will definitely uphold justice. Yuan Jinshan was now in a cold sweat, eager to distance himself from Lu Dayong. Humph. Without your tacit approval, could this fat guy Lu cause any waves? You're fired too. Ah. Hearing Lu Chen's words, it was like a judgment from hell, and Yuan Jinshan collapsed on the ground. He had worked hard for many years and finally climbed to his current position. But unexpectedly, because of one wrong step, he ruined his future. It's all your fault, I'll fight you to the end. Filled with shame and anger, Yuan Jinshan hated Lu Dayong fiercely at this moment and lunged at him, grappling together. Security, throw both of them out. Yes. Seeing Zhou Zhaogang give the order, a group of security guards surrounded them and swiftly carried the two out. They were not gentle at all. Deservedly so, evil will be met with evil. Exactly, these two conspired against how many colleagues. Finally, they got their comeuppance. Life will be better from now on. I never expected Lu Chen to become our chairman. Yeah, as soon as the chairman arrives, he eliminates harm for the people, truly remarkable. Everyone felt a great sense of relief, expressing their long-repressed anger, and began to praise Lu Chen. Lu Chen, however, didn't pay attention to any of this. After a brief acknowledgement, he followed Zhou Zhaogang upstairs to handle the handover. For him, his heart was filled with endless emotions. These colleagues say sweet words, making a person bow their head under the eaves. To put it plainly, it's cowardly and selfish, afraid to bravely face evil forces, only thinking of self-preservation. But these things, if said by oneself with the current identity, perhaps they would listen, yet only out of concern for status. He is not a saint, there's no need to correct others' worldview one by one. Everyone has their own fate, you can never wake up someone who is pretending to sleep. Moreover, he and these people will no longer have any intersections in their worlds, so what good does saying more do? Just as he was thinking, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding, host removes the harmful members, and gains a chance for a one-hit kill. Ding, the item is now available, please decide whether to purchase. Lu Chen was stunned. He found that every time he slapped someone in the face or completed certain specific events, the system would reward him with one chance for a one-hit kill. It was like finding hidden tasks in a game, which was quite exciting. It seems he needs to develop in multiple areas and see if he can trigger more of these rewards. With this thought, he moved his mind and opened the panel. Item, 35% shares of the Ponzi Group, price, 1 yuan. It's actually the Ponzi Group. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel surprised again. The Ponzi Group is one of the strongest enterprises in Jiangdu City, and it is also the largest supplier of building materials in the province, owning its own 5 docks and the largest shipping company in the area. Its market value is more than double that of Taifu Plaza, nearly 70 billion. With 35% of the shares, wouldn't that make him the largest shareholder? He remembered reading in the news that the chairman of the Ponzi Group, Pang Daolong, seemed to own only 32% of the shares. Not to mention who has control, just this 35% share alone would bring nearly 20 billion in dividends each year, right?
If you add in the income from his Taifu Plaza and Hongyang Haofu, he would definitely be making over 20 billion a year.
Upstairs, in the office,
Zhou Zhaogang, after completing all the procedures, truthfully explained to Lu Chen the issues that Hongfeng real estate would face.
Do you mean we should try to secure that core land in Fengyang district?
Yes, that piece of land will be divided into 5 lots for bidding, starting tomorrow.
Because now everyone's economy has improved, they are starting to focus on wellness and vacation products. And this land happens to be by the sea.
If high-end housing is built there, many people will definitely rush to buy it. Especially the core lot 1, which has the best location and is the largest, but also the most expensive. I suspect that the total price of the other 4 lots might not even reach that of lot 1.
Oh, I see. At this moment, Lu Chen's phone rang. Hello, Mom? Why are you calling now? Is something wrong?
Qinshan, I wanted to let you know that the grave where your grandfather was buried is in disrepair, and your grandmother has been wanting to move it but hasn't found a good location. It just happened that a new cemetery was built in our neighboring town, so I used the 200,000 you gave me to secure a joint grave, preparing to move your grandfather's grave there.
Oh, is that all? You can handle it as you see fit. If the money is not enough, just tell me. It's enough. I just wanted to let you know.
Make sure to eat on time and take care of your health while you're busy outside. Got it, Mom, I'll transfer some money to you later.
No need. Just keep it for yourself. But I'm still earning money, right? If I keep too much, I'm afraid I can't spend it all.
You should save it for emergencies, or just treat it as help storing it for me. I'm in a meeting now, so I'll talk to you later and transfer it to you.
Okay, then.
I'll save it for you. After hanging up, Lu Chen smiled and transferred another 500,000 to his mother's account.
With money, one should naturally honor their parents first, mainly to avoid shocking them by transferring too much.
Even so, when Gao Xiaolan saw the 500,000 credited to her account, she was shocked. If her son hadn't just said he was in a meeting, she might have called him to ask many questions. But she was still happy inside, her son had grown up and was making a lot of money.
Honey, let's add some dishes tonight. Chapter 20.
After finishing the work handover with Zhou Zhaogang and agreeing to bid together tomorrow, Lu Chen left the sales office and went home. Just as he left, a figure appeared at the door of the Chuanqiu Yingyue sales office. It was Su Fuling who had followed Lu Chen. When she saw Zhou Zhaogang personally escorting him out with great respect, she was taken aback. As the CEO of the Su Group for 2 years, although Hongfeng Real Estate is not as big as the Su Group, it is still a significant real estate company. The Su Group is also involved in this industry, especially with the good real estate market in recent years, so she naturally had contact with these people at bidding meetings and real estate industry parties.
What exactly is Lu Chen's identity? Why am I understanding him less and less? Ding ding ding. At this moment, the phone rang. Hello? Xiao Yanzi? Pang Dalong refuses to meet? Okay, I understand, I'll go over right away.
After hanging up, she took another look in the direction Lu Chen had left and shook her head, driving away.
Pang Group, Chairman's office. Are you all just sitting around? You didn't even know that someone quietly acquired 35% of the shares?
Pang Dalong was furious at that moment while the upper management of the company stood there, too afraid to breathe.
The more they didn't speak, the angrier Pang Dalong became. A bunch of useless people. You all could talk big before, but now you're all mute? Damn it, I only have 32% control, now they are coming for me, and you still don't think of a way? If I fail, you all will go down too.
Boss, I've never heard of this Lu Chen before, I don't know where he came from, said one executive.
Does he need to give you his information and tell you he's going to acquire your company? Get out of here.
I think you're all too comfortable.
Boss, please calm down.
We are already thinking of ways to buy back those retail investors' shares. Also, I think we should first make a call to probe his intentions regarding the acquisition of our shares, said General Manager Wang Xiaoxiang.
Just as Lu Chen returned to the villa, the phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Chen? It's me, who are you? I am Pang Dalong from the Pang Group.
Today, I learned that Mr. Lu Chen has acquired 35% of our shares and has become the largest shareholder of the Pang Group. I would like to ask Mr. Lu if he has any instructions regarding our future business operations and management structure. At this moment, Pang Dalong's tone was very low. After all, Lu Chen was now the largest shareholder.
Oh, I have no instructions.
The personnel structure doesn't need to change, things can stay as they were. I just want to keep my name for dividends, as long as it doesn't affect my earnings.
I won't interfere in your decisions. Okay. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Lu. I will definitely work hard to ensure you gain the greatest profit.
Hearing that Lu Chen was only interested in dividends made Pang Dalong feel much better. As long as he didn't try to seize power, having this 35% shared among several people was the same as giving it to one person, it was still just divided profit, and there was no difference. However, he was even more in awe of Lu Chen's identity. The Pang Group was not small. If it were someone else controlling 35% of the shares, they would definitely call a shareholders' meeting to seize power immediately. But Lu Chen didn't seem to care much. He was like those with spare money looking for projects for diversified investment, which shows how high his vision is. However, for Pang Dalong, this was a good thing, a person like this investing in shares.
Ponzi will only become stronger. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh a bit.
Once upon a time, those big shots who used to dominate Jiangdu now spoke carefully to him one by one. Everyone has a vanity, and at this moment, Lu Chen's vanity was greatly satisfied. Today, having nothing to do, he recalled that the system rewarded him with 1 billion sound waves, so he lounged on the sofa, brushing the long-forgotten Douyin. In his follow list, he discovered a small streamer he used to watch often. Little Matchstick was live, so he clicked in directly.
Welcome, like the wind blowing 8,000 miles. Oh, it's a Piao, we haven't seen you in a long time, what brings you here today? Huh, Sister Chai, hello. I've been busy lately.
The two were considered old acquaintances. In the past, he liked to watch some singing talent streamers and just listen to music. Due to limited income, he only added a fan club and liked some streams here and there, occasionally sending flowers or beer, and rarely gifting a hot air balloon worth 52. Because of this, those big streamers completely looked down on him and hardly interacted. Even most of the medium and small streamers also treated him coldly.
The streamer industry is still quite realistic.
The more gifts you send, the more flattery you receive, to the point you doubt life itself.
But if you don't spend, who knows you are?
Only this little Matchstick, even if he didn't send any gifts, always treated him equally without any difference.
So later, Lu Chen would often come here to hang out and listen to music.
However, because this girl was quite laid back, although she had many fans, there were really no strong big brothers around her.
Some big brothers sent various large gifts with clear intentions, otherwise, who would gift you? Little Matchstick's looks were definitely above 95 points.
Plus, her singing was very appealing, and she had artistic talent in painting, which won her a group of loyal fans. So there were quite a few big brothers who had intentions, but she rejected all their excessive demands. This led to those people feeling unable to achieve their goals and going to find other streamers. Some psychologically twisted fans even often went to beat her during live interactions. In Douyin, losing a PK means being punished.
Although many fans disapproved, they once crowdfunded for PKs. Unfortunately, some big brothers were indeed too strong, and they just couldn't win.
Lu Chen first renewed the lightboard since he hadn't been here for a long time, and the lightboard had dimmed. Then he casually lit up a few exhibition halls. Every Monday, Douyin would reset the exhibition hall gifts for players to gift to streamers.
Thanks for a Piao's lightboard, welcome home. Thanks again for a Piao's sponsored beer. A Piao, did you get your salary today?
Seeing Lu Chen light up 4 or 5 exhibition halls at once, even if they were all small gifts, close to 100 was quite a lot. As a streamer, Little Matchstick naturally had to thank him.
Yeah, just got my salary.
Lu Chen chuckled. Usually, he just gifted a bit on Mondays when he got paid. Then save a bit. You said before that you were saving money to buy a bag for your girlfriend, or she'll fight with you.
Little Matchstick teased with a laugh. No need to buy the bag.
Why not? We broke up. She didn't want a poor guy like me.
Really?
Let's not talk about her. It's better this way, saves money. After saying that, Lu Chen sent her 10 pairs of sunglasses, directly sponsoring the sunglasses exhibition hall as well.
Wow, thanks to a Piao for sponsoring sunglasses, are you starting to let yourself go?
Of course, being single is great. Haha, my brother is right, there are plenty of fish in the sea, no need for a materialistic woman.
Exactly, we are both unfortunate souls, and I've been through it too.
Hearing Lu Chen's words, some old fans in the room recognized him and all began to speak. At that moment, a request to connect came in. Seeing the nickname on the other side, the whole public screen fell silent.
After a brief silence, everyone erupted. Damn, how can it be random to connect to this guy? What a twist of fate, meeting a ghost so early in the morning. On the opposite side, the streamer was nicknamed Weiyu, a total green TB*TCH.
Some players in the know revealed that this streamer often smuggled, not a good bird. But when a woman chooses to be bad, of course there's money to come, especially in this web full of LSPs. So naturally, Weiyu had a few strong LSP players, one of whom was called War God, who had previously tried to hit on Xiaohua.
Since being rejected, he often targeted her on the opposite side.
And this player seemed to have some strength, as numerous counterattacks from Xiaohua's side were crushed by him alone. Weiyu, knowing this, naturally tried every way to connect with Xiaohua, even to earn gifts from this big brother, often used a secondary account to wait for Xiaohua. Whenever she randomly piked, Weiyu would follow suit to hit the match key, greatly increasing the chance of matching with her. Once connected, she would naturally call up War God to attack Xiaohua, seizing the opportunity to gain a batch of gifts.
Oh, isn't this Xiaohua? What a coincidence, we've connected again.
Our War God brother has wanted to connect with you for a long time. The sarcastic voice drew another wave of angry responses from Xiaohua's live stream players.
Xiaohua, how shall we play this round? Let's set a punishment. Let's show the process. If you lose, sing a song? Xiaohua thought for a moment and directly said. Sing? That's so boring. There are tons of certified singers on Douyin. If you want to hear songs, Big Brother can listen to them sing, right? Then what do you suggest for a punishment? Wei Yu's sarcastic comments made Xiaohua a bit irritated.
How about this, War God said, during the process, we run, and if we lose, we draw a big turtle on the face and write unwanted on the neck. As soon as this was said, the live stream room exploded.
Let's get rid of her, this is too much, it's simply an insult.
These guys are always like this, really shameless.
She relies on these stunts to attract big brothers, otherwise, how could she make money?
Knowing that the opposite players would say these things, Wei Yu spoke up again.
What? Not brave enough to accept?
Of course, a bunch of poor losers only think about peeking for free. When it's time to PK, they aren't worth anything, just all talk. After saying this, she even made a thumbs down gesture, full of provocation.
Damn, we gave her face, let's fight, brothers, let's all top up. With so many people, I still don't believe we can't beat the opposite side.
That's right, I just went over to take a look. Although War God is there are only 5 people, and the others are at most level 20, we should be able to win.
Okay, I'll sponsor 300, going to top up now.
I have limited ability, but I'll also top up 300, worst case, I'll eat instant noodles for the next few days. Spurred on by Wei Yu, everyone was boiling, just as she wanted to see. If Xiaohua's side had too few support tickets, then the support tickets for her big brothers would naturally not go up. As for herself, she absolutely wouldn't lose. She knew through private chat that the player named War God came from a family that owned 2 factories.
How could she lose to the ragtag group at Xiaohua's home? The PK began, with a 5-minute countdown.
At the start, War God on Wei Yu's side immediately earned 3,000 points, equivalent to 300 yuan, with Douyin's ratio being 110. Xiaohua's side didn't lag either. A few players joined forces and quickly gathered up to 3,500 points.
Quick, start running.
That's right, rolling knife streamer, don't run if you lose. Since their score surpassed the opposite side, Wei Yu actually began to act cute and ask for votes, not immediately standing up to run in place. Players on Xiaohua's side began to shout, even someone rushing into the opposite livestream room yelling at the streamer to stop rolling. But just after a few shouts, War God on the opposite side scored again, directly launching a rocket, bringing the total score to 13,000.
What's the rush? Didn't you see War God brother launching a rocket?
A bunch of country bumpkins, Xiaohua, get up and run. Seeing their score suddenly surpassed. In the light drizzle, the scene was lively and exuberant.
Little Matchstick said nothing, stood up, and ran.
Brothers, let's go, we have the numbers, we can catch up. The shouting brother was the first to race out in a car worth 120. With that, several others followed, speeding away in their cars. Seeing the score about to surpass the other side, the War God sneered, once again tapping on the gift list. Swipe. Instantly, the other side's score rose by 10,000 points.
Thank you, Brother War God, for another rocket.
Brother War God V587, I love you so much. Little Matchstick also squeaked in a high voice, clearly very happy.
Damn it, I'm all in.
A player directly swiped for 300 planes, clearing out their backpack in an audio wave.
I'm joining in too. At that moment, the players on Little Matchstick's side instead showed a burst of unity.
Everyone started to act, one with a car, another with a plane, and the score climbed again. At this moment, only 1 minute of PK time was left.
Okay, enough messing with these poor folks.
After the War God typed a line in the livestream, he quickly tapped on the gift list. Swish, 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 he tapped 5 rockets at once, and the score shot up to 73,000, overwhelming their health bars.
At that moment, everyone's heart sank.
The previous 23,000 points were all pieced together by everyone, and just as they were about to catch up, suddenly there were 50,000 extra points. How could they catch up? After all, the players from Little Matchstick's side were mostly salary workers and students. The available funds they could use were limited, they couldn't afford to play like that.
It's over, Sister Matchstick, I did my best. Sorry, Little Matchstick, my strength is limited, I can only go this far.
In an instant, the atmosphere in the livestream turned gloomy. Everyone felt very unwilling but also helpless. After all, they just didn't have much money.
It's okay, everyone, I really appreciate your support. If we lose, we lose.
I'll take the punishment, you don't need to feel this way. Little Matchstick ran in place while comforting the players.
What's wrong? Can't you do it? Is this all you've got? Didn't you just brag loudly?
Little Matchstick, your running is too lazy, put in some effort.
At that moment, Wei Yu's taunts rang out again. What's there to be proud of, you haven't won.
Exactly, look at that face, it's really disgusting.
Everyone started cursing again.
Pfft, you're just sour grapes eating grapes you can't reach, all you can do is talk, do you have skill to get points? Compared to our brother War God, you're nothing but a bunch of poor losers trying to watch live streams. Wei Yu was as harsh as could be, but in live streams, having points means being the boss. No matter how unhappy you were, without points, you had no say. Regarding Wei Yu's sarcasm, the War God was quite satisfied, seeing that there were only a few seconds left and the other side seemed unable to retaliate. He was ready to watch Little Matchstick face a suffering situation. Who told this girl to not know her place? She deserved it. However, at the last second, 20 rockets suddenly flew up in the livestream. The score instantly crushed the other side, finally fixing the score at 223-215 to 73-000. The word victory flashed, and both livestreams fell into sudden silence.
In the next second, Little Matchstick's livestream exploded.
What the heck, did I just see that right?
20 carats?
Wow, I didn't expect Upao to be the big shot, you were pretty low-key before.
This battle shows the dominance of my Matchstick army, really powerful.
Yeah, Upao, you're amazing. Everyone was shocked and cheered loudly. The previously repressed atmosphere vanished, and all players in the room were tagging Lu Chen. Thank you so much for Upao's rain of rockets. Little Matchstick was dumbfounded by this scene, covering her mouth, incredibly excited. This was the first time she had seen such a number of rockets since her livestream began, and even now, the screen still showed the effects of rockets. Moreover, this was also the first time she could defeat Wei Yu. Even as a laid-back person, after being constantly pressured and bullied by Wei Yu. Also wanting to win once. Sister Chai, there's no need to be so distant.
Lu Chen said a sentence.
That's right, Sister Chai, Pao Gu is one of us, no need to be so distant. Exactly, but Sister Chai, it's time to let that green tea show her turtle skills.
Yeah, hurry up and let her start the punishment.
At this moment, everyone was looking forward to the punishment on the other side. After being oppressed for so long, it was finally time for some relief. Some people even rushed to the opposite live broadcast room, shouting for the punishment. If you don't dare to do it openly, you resort to sneaky tricks, how shameless.
Wei Yu said discontentedly.
Don't make excuses, PK doesn't say you can't steal towers, after 10 votes, you can sneak in.
Is it someone else's fault if you don't guard your tower?
Exactly, if you're useless and lose, do you want to roll knife?
Who rolled the knife?
I'm not convinced, if you have the ability, do it openly, what skill is stealing a tower? Have the guts to play another round.
Ignoring the players from the Matchstick family who were spamming, Wei Yu continued to shout.
After being sneaked on the tower, the War God was also furious. He had previously checked on a small account, and although there were more than 30 people inside, most were level 2 to 5 accounts, called farmer accounts in Douyin, meaning freeloaders. There were only 3 level 20 accounts, 2 level 25 accounts, and 1 highest level 27 account hanging. In Douyin, reaching level 30 only costs about 6,000 yuan, so most accounts below level 30 could be disregarded for their combat power. So he also didn't expect to be sneaked on the tower despite a gap of 50,000 points. At this moment, the War God also spoke up. Wei Yu, let him play another round. Seeing the War God say this, Wei Yu's eyes lit up. It seemed the War God was serious, so she could naturally cash in heavily again.
Okay, brother War God. Little Matchstick, let's have another match. If you lose this time, it's the same punishment as before.
If I lose, besides the previous punishment, I'll do 500 squats.
Little Matchstick didn't respond.
In her understanding, Lu Chen used to mainly log in just to idle, rarely playing PK, at most giving herself a level 52 hot air balloon. Today, suddenly boosting herself with 20 rockets was already an unexpected surprise, perhaps seeing herself being bullied, it was a spur-of-the-moment, impulsive act. After all, during their chats, she felt Lu Chen's conditions were quite ordinary. She had an idea of her family's economic ability, having been with them for more than a year. In the last round, almost everyone who could fight supported her, so if they played again, what could they use to fight?
What's wrong? Afraid? Is your only strength stealing one match? Don't make me look down on you? What happened to that sneaky guy just now? Still want to play? With Wei Yu's taunts again, everyone's gaze focused on Apao. How about we don't play? Family members, winning one match is enough. Let's continue singing?
Fearing that pressure from everyone would make Lu Chen uncomfortable, Little Matchstick was the first to speak. Sister Chai, fight her. At this moment, Lu Chen typed a few words on the public screen, instantly igniting the entire live room. Good job, Apao, from now on you are my big brother. This is a man, if not convinced, just do it. Let's go, beat her up.
Are we really going to fight? Little Matchstick asked again worriedly.
Fight.
Lu Chen pressed another word on the public screen, giving affirmation. Okay, let's have another round.
Taking a long breath, Little Matchstick sent out a PK application.
This time let's see how you win.
This time, the war god directly launched 30 rockets from the start, crushing with 300,000 points.
Wow, thanks to Brother War God for the 30 rockets, love you. Opposite, hurry up.
Wei Yu's annoying high-pitched voice suddenly turned soft. Just as she was about to make Little Matchstick take the punishment, she was suddenly shocked by the score on the opposite side.
Because she was instantly killed. What the hell, how many Huazi is this? 1.5 million points, 150,000, that's 50 Huazi? My god. They say it rains Huazi, I had only heard before, but today I actually witnessed it, so amazing. Didn't expect Ah Piao to be a hidden rich person. Those who can strike Huazi, you are truly amazing.
The first game, you could say he was just caught up in the moment, but the second game ended in a snap. That's not just a fluke, that's real skill.
Exactly, Brother A Piao, so cool. Brother A Piao, do you need a charm?
Our looks are not worse than Sister Chai's, and I'm still a virgin.
The power of Huazi Yu is beyond doubt.
Not only did Little Matchstick's livestream explode, but the other side with Wei Yu was also stunned in an instant. They thought it was just a group of poor losers putting on a show, but now that the instant kill has happened, it's clear they're up against a tough opponent.
Brother War God, what do we do now? What do we do?
We take the punishment, then continue. I underestimated him before and wasn't prepared, but I really don't believe he can keep getting instant kills. Hearing the war gods say they should continue, Wei Yu also went all out.
For the money, she thought, let the punishment be.
So, she drew a big turtle on her face and wrote the words "nobody wants" next to it.
But she didn't do 500 squats. Let's play another game, and then we'll do the squats together. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Still playing? Little Matchstick frowned. Is this never ending? You say play and we play? If we are going to play, let's do the punishment first. Exactly, the punishment keeps dragging on, and we're still playing? Let's just put her out.
Get lost, you lousy streamer, this isn't interesting at all. Stop letting her play, just trying to stimulate GDP, what a loser. Seeing the crowd's opinions, Wei Yu gritted her teeth and started her squats.
After a long time, she finally finished 500 squats and gasped, is this okay? Let's go again.
Saying this, she didn't bother waiting for Little Matchstick's response and directly initiated a PK.
Ah Piao, are we still playing? Little Matchstick weakly asked again.
Today she had already received over 170,000 gifts, and after removing the platform's cut, she could still take half, which was a considerable income for her.
Play. Lu Chen simply replied with one word of affirmation.
It wasn't that he was bored, nor that he wanted to throw money around with the 1 billion sound waves he had, but he discovered that after using up the sound waves, the system's prompt told him that spending this 1 billion sound waves would grant him 10 times the return.
What does that mean? After spending the 1 billion sound waves, he would receive 10 billion Xia country currency. With such a great opportunity, he certainly wouldn't let it pass by.
Brother A Piao is amazing, truly showing the essence of if you don't agree, just do it. I respect you even more than the wall, Brother A Piao is my idol.
Another round of praise surrounded Lu Chen. At the same time, the PK started again.
This time, War God directly sent out 50 rockets, but it still ended in a snap kill.
What's going on? Does this guy really not treat money as money?
I don't believe it, let's go again. After being instantly killed again, War God was really worked up and went all in. 1 game, 2 games, 3 games until the 14th game, War God finally realized his balance was running low, which woke him up. What the hell, how much did this guy recharge?
Chapter 23.
At this moment, Lu Chen's Douyin account had gone from level 17 to level 52 in one go. Ding, this time you have spent a total of 24.8 million sound waves, and you get 10 times the cashback. Ding, the host currently has 10 times the cashback from sound waves, totaling 24.8 million renminbi. This way of making money is comfortable, but the opponent is a bit lacking.
Lu Chen thought happily, the feeling of getting instant kills every game is truly satisfying.
But half a day passed, and War God on the other side had stopped shouting. It seems that this is all the strength they had. I can't believe it, Brother A Piao has reached level 52.
Didn't he just say he swiped over 2.4 million at once? Wow, my heart. This is enough to buy a house. Absolutely, huh? Now Sister Chai will be rich overnight, so envious.
The atmosphere in the livestream was very lively, and their consecutive victories made them feel proud. At this moment, Wei Yu on the other side was trembling all over, the face with the big turtle drawn on it had lost all color. 500 squats for 1 game, then another 15 games, that's a total of 7,500 squats. Although she also earned a lot in those 15 games, she was still so scared that her legs gave way and she fainted directly.
Wow, that woman over there is really dizzy. I think she's just faking it. 7,500 squats? I'd fake it too. Damn, she usually acts so tough, and now this?
Our brother Apao hasn't even started yet and she's already fainted, what a loser.
Let's see if she'll dare to be arrogant again in the future. Can't let her off easy.
That so-called war god over there, your mother lost and pretended to faint, truly embarrassing for you. Everyone, stop mocking him, he's also pitiful. He fought with her for so long, and she made money by pretending to faint.
He's the real fool here. Ha ha ha.
Upon seeing Wei Yu faint, over 30 people in the livestream began to attack with words. Some even started to criticize this war god, because he had come several times to intentionally make Little Matchstick face punishments. If it weren't for Lu Chen stepping in today, Little Matchstick would have faced disaster again.
Humph. So far away, I remember you.
After saying this, the war god directly left the stream.
Oh, couldn't win, so you try to act tough, disdainful. Disdainful +1. Disdainful plus 10,086. Ah Plow is amazing. Ah Plow is amazing.
Seeing the war god run away, the live stream began to flood the screen, continuously shouting that Apiao is amazing.
Brother Apiao, thank you, really thank you. I don't even know what to say, so I'll dedicate a song the stars can't compare to you.
Excited Little Matchstick, with tears in her eyes, began to sing. At this moment, her heart was stirred, an inexplicable seed sprouting within. In a villa within the Sea of Magic, in a courtyard.
Bang! A glass wine cup smashed to the ground. Damn, where did this Apao come from? Master Hu, don't get worked up, what happened?
Humph, I wanted to make that little streamer who rejected me last time unlucky, but suddenly someone appeared in her family, I couldn't win the PK and got half dead from anger.
Ding ding ding.
Just then, the phone rang, and when he saw the caller ID, it was Wei Yu.
You still know how to call? You were really something just now, fainting and getting me all riled up?
Oh no, Master Hu, I really got scared and fainted.
7,500 squats, how could I do that?
Don't be angry, I came to apologize as soon as I woke up.
What's the point of an apology if it doesn't help? Don't be mad, then tell me how I can make it up to you, I'll do anything.
Oh? Then come to my place now, and I'll think about how to punish you after we meet.
Alright, I'll come right over, but Master Hu, you have to help me get back the situation from today.
Humph, as if you need to say that? When my brothers come back in a few days, I'll definitely help you.
Great, I'll be there now, wait for me.
After hanging up the phone, Master Hu smiled, Shaoli, go get the medicine I brought back from Banana Country, I need to vent tonight.
Alright, Master Hu.
The next day, Lu Chen woke up early. Today he had an appointment with Zhou Zhaogang to participate in the bidding for the Fengyang district land. Ding, today's products are online, please check for purchase.
Product, 20% equity in the Pang Group, price, 1 yuan.
Seeing this, Lu Chen was stunned.
Did he just go against the Pang Group?
They gave him another 20% stake. This meant he now owned 55% of the shares in the Pang Group. This wasn't just a major shareholder anymore, he had absolute control. He didn't think much of it and was about to head out when Pang Dalong's phone call came.
Mr. Lu, have you acquired another 20% equity in the Pang Group? Yeah, I just haven't found the right investment for my money lately. Plus, I have a good feeling about the Pang Group, so I decided to invest a bit more.
Oh, I thought you were unhappy with our work.
How could that be? I have a high regard for President Pang. I've heard plenty about your rags to riches story, so I want to learn from you. Hearing this, Pang Dalong shivered.
When he started from nothing, he was indeed ruthless, and he had done plenty of shady things.
Is Lu Chen warning him? Telling him not to be so crafty? It must be that way. Why else would Lu Chen acquire another 20% of the shares?
Originally, there were already people arranged here to continuously buy back the stocks from small investors to regain control as soon as possible. It was not easy to have received 4%, plus the 32% in hand, which had already surpassed Lu Chen's 35% stake, but just a few minutes of joy later, Lu Chen was reported to have acquired another 20% of the group's shares. At this point, Lu Chen had become the absolute controlling party, and the thought of taking power was no longer viable.
Pang Dalong felt increasingly alarmed. Lu Chen was not simple at all, and although the information showed him as a young man, every step seemed to be ahead of him. What he wouldn't have expected was that this was just something Lu Chen had said casually. Not at all, I should learn more from Mr. Lu. At such a young age, you have achieved so much. In comparison, my age is almost wasted. President Pang is being modest. As I said, you handle the group's affairs. As long as it doesn't harm my interests, I won't get involved in management. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't chat longer.
Alright, Mr. Liu, goodbye, and please let me treat you to a meal sometime. After hanging up, Pang Dalong slumped in his chair, his back already covered in sweat. Xiao Wang, send all of Lu Chen's photos to each department, and notify them that this is our Pang Group's new chairman, while I am the acting director. We must ensure that they all keep their eyes wide open, this person must not be offended.
President Pang? Are we just giving up like this? What can you do if we don't give up? This person is not simple. How could an ordinary person quietly take away 55% of our group's shares? Especially the 20% behind it. I had you run around to establish so many connections, and we only just received 4% in days. But he instantly got 20%. Isn't that frightening?
However, one thing is certain now, if we operate as usual to protect interests, he won't participate in any opinions. But once it touches his interests, we might all be finished. So, we must ensure everyone below remembers Lu Chen's face, treat him with the utmost respect when they see him, and don't cause trouble for me.
Yes, President Pang.
Lu Chen had no idea that Pang Dalong was there, imagining he was both mysterious and frightening.
At this moment, he had arrived at the entrance of the bidding hall, waiting for Zhou Zhaogang to come out and meet him. Oh, isn't this Lu Chen?
Turning around, the person was Ruan Mingliang.
Why are you here? Aren't you at your Taifu Plaza? What does it matter to you?
Seeing it was him, Lu Chen just glanced and turned away.
You are Lu Chen, the owner of Taifu Plaza?
At this moment, Ruan Minghui walked out from behind.
Mr. Lu, we're all businessmen, why create such distance over a woman? Annoying.
You. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen didn't give him any face. Ruan Minghui felt embarrassed.
Boss. At this moment, Zhou Zhaogang walked over. Boss? Hongfeng Real Estate is yours?
Hearing Zhou Zhaogang's words, Ruan Minghui and the others showed shock, then their expressions turned cold. No wonder, I thought you were doing it for that nasty woman, turns out it's like this. Hongfeng and their Jinmao had always been competitors, no wonder Lu Chen behaved this way, Ruan Minghui and the others speculated.
Humph. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say.
We'll see the truth later.
Don't think you can dominate just because you're at Taifu Plaza, here, you're not qualified.
With that, Ruan Minghui threw down a remark and turned to walk inside with Ruan Mingliang.
Crazy?
Hearing Ruan Minghui's inexplicable words, Lu Chen felt like he had met an idiot. Boss, the Jinmao Real Estate that we've always had conflicts with is the core enterprise under their Ruan Group, this time they are also our biggest competitor.
Seeing Lu Chen's confusion, Zhou Zhaogang stepped forward to explain. But he was also quite shocked inside, not expecting Lu Chen to be the owner of Taifu Plaza. How big of a background did he have? Oh. So that's how it is.
At this point, Lu Chen understood why Ruan Minghui said that, but he only scoffed. Boss, the bidding time has arrived, let's go in first.
Lu Chen nodded and, under Zhou Zhaogang's lead, walked in together. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are auctioning off now is the 1 to 5 plots in Fengyang district.
I believe everyone has received the relevant materials, so without further ado, we will start the auction. The first to be auctioned is plot number 5, with a starting price of 300 million, and each bid must not be less than 10 million.
Bidding starts now.
As soon as the voice fell, everyone began to raise their paddles.
310 million. 350 million. 370 million.
The price kept rising, and soon it reached 400 million.
500 million.
At this moment, Lu Chen shouted the price directly. He was not shouting randomly, after many calculations by the Hongfeng team, this price was already close to the limit for this plot.
Anything higher would leave too little profit. Who is that guy? Suddenly raising it to 500 million, is he crazy?
I've never seen him before, he looks unfamiliar, but he's holding up a paddle for Hongfeng Real Estate. They naturally didn't recognize Lu Chen, so seeing him raised questions, especially since he took a shot at the critical price, prompting discussions among them.
530 million.
Seeing others retreat, Ruan Minghui suddenly spoke up, with a playful smile on his face. Ruan Minghui offered a real limit price, any higher and he would almost be losing money.
600 million.
I'll only offer this much, if President Ruan continues to raise the price, I will let it go to you. Without thinking, Lu Chen directly reported a number that none could have anticipated and provocatively looked at Ruan Minghui.
Boss Lu is joking, I don't have that much spare money to compete with you.
Seeing Lu Chen actually offered 600 million, he chose to give up, even though he was being provoked. Still too inexperienced, an impulsive competition, buying plot number 5 for 600 million, before development it's already a loss. I thought the one who could swallow Taifu Plaza and control Hongfeng Real Estate would be a formidable character, but it turns out to be nothing special. Ruan Minghui laughed disdainfully.
600 million, first time. 600 million, second time, 600 million, third time, sold. Congratulations to Hongfeng Real Estate for acquiring plot number 5.
Next, we begin auctioning plot number 4, with the same starting price of 300 million, and each bid must not be less than 10 million.
Starting now. 600 million.
This was just the beginning, and Lu Chen directly called out 600 million, causing the entire venue to fall silent.
What the heck, is this guy crazy? Offering 600 million for plot number 5 was already a loss. This plot number 4 is actually a bit smaller, and he's still offering 600 million?
Everyone completely didn't understand Lu Chen's actions. The purpose of bidding at an auction was to make money, so how is it a loss before it's even developed?
Even Zhou Zhaogang frowned. Shouldn't they be competing for plot number 1? Why was Lu Chen wasting money on these ancillary plots?
However, every time he tried to speak, Lu Chen signaled him to stop, so he could only endure it. At the same time, Lu Chen looked again at Wan Minghui and smiled as he said,
"President Wan, do you want to compete? As long as you bid over 600 million, I'll let it go to you."
Hee, President Lu is generous, as long as you're happy.
In his heart he thought, why would I fight over a loss? I'm not an idiot. But his brows furrowed. Strange occurrences must have an origin. There's no reason to fight over losing deals twice, just for spite. Sure enough, plot number 4 was smoothly acquired by Lu Chen.
The subsequent plots number 3 and 2 were also taken by Lu Chen, who directly called out 600 million.
It wasn't that others didn't want to bid, but acquiring at this price would definitely be a loss. What's wrong with this guy? Is he just throwing money around? Knowing it's a loss yet still buying? I just asked. I heard from Rowan's family that this person is Lu Chen, the new chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate, and he has also acquired Taifu Plaza. His background must be significant. Oh? He actually acquired Taifu Plaza, which is valued at least 30 billion. It seems it is really a lot of money. Having a lot of money doesn't mean spending it like this. I see he is just a wealthy second generation, a spendthrift.
At this moment, Zhou Zhaogang could no longer sit still. This time, to compete for the core land parcel number 1, a total of 3 billion was raised. According to calculations, the maximum value of this land parcel number 1 is only 2.8 billion, so there is a good chance to fight for it. But now, Lu Chen, good for him, spent 2.4 billion on parcels number 2 to 5 and now he will just give up on the last parcel number 1? Boss, this. Trust me. Without waiting for Zhou Zhaogang to finish, Lu Chen directly interrupted. Seeing this, Zhou Zhaogang gritted his teeth and sat back down. Next, this is the highlight of the auction. Land parcel number 1 in Fengyang district is the core of this overall land. The total area is even larger than the sum of the other 4 parcels. As for the other values, they are all in the document page. Without further ado, the starting price for parcel number 1 is 1.5 billion, and each bid must be no less than 300 million. The auction starts now. 1.5 billion. 1.7 billion. 2 billion. At this moment, all the companies participating boiled over, the bidding voices rose and fell. In just a short while, the price had risen from 1.5 billion to 2 billion. At this time, Wan Minghui stood up directly, 2.5 billion. Chapter 25. Once this price came out, many companies sat down in despair. Before the bidding, Wan Minghui had already figured out the budget that each participating company could offer for this parcel number 1. So he directly quoted 2.5 billion, a price that was far beyond the budgets of other companies, except for his old rival, Hongfeng Real Estate. However, since Lu Chen had previously taken the parcels number 2 to 5 and directly consumed 2.4 billion, according to the information he got, Hongfeng had prepared a total of 3 billion, leaving only 600 million. Of course, knowing that Lu Chen acquired Taifu Square, he did not rule out the possibility that he had other preparations. However, he was not worried if in the end, Lu Chen still acquired parcel number 1 at a clearly losing price. Sure, the Wan family would suffer some losses, but it wouldn't be a big deal. But Lu Chen would definitely suffer a huge loss this time. However, he never expected that Lu Chen had a system. Ding, complete the bidding for all parcels number 2 to 5 in Fengyang district, reward 1 yuan exchange for 30 billion. Hearing this prompt sound, Lu Chen smiled. The reason why he insisted on acquiring parcels number 2 to 5 even knowing it was a loss was that when he entered, the system surprisingly gave a mission. As long as he secured these 4 parcels number 2 to 5, he could receive a reward of 1 yuan for 30 billion. Exchanging 2.4 billion for 30 billion, no fool wouldn't do that, instantly 10 times the profit. Doesn't that scare people when said out loud? 2.7 billion. Having exchanged the reward, Lu Chen directly called out 2.7 billion. This guy really has money, spent 2.4 billion before and now bidding 2.7 billion? It seems Hongfeng came prepared. What are we even fighting for? Just watch the show. This time, who knows whose deer will die. Wan Minghui furrowed his brows upon hearing Lu Chen's bid. Indeed, this guy had additional preparations. 2.8 billion. However, he still shouted out the maximum price, thinking that if Lu Chen exceeded this price, he would not add more. Anyway, he would only lose one project at most, and it wouldn't lead to a loss. But for Hongphone, overall, it would be a loss. 2.8 billion once, 2.8 billion twice, 2.8 billion three times, sold. Unexpectedly, no one added more? Ruan Minghui looked at Lu Chen with some confusion, but found him staring at him with a strange smile, but he couldn't tell what was specifically wrong with that smile. Nevertheless, acquiring parcel number 1 for 2.8 billion, within the budget, his group could still make a handsome profit. It seems Chairman Lu's preparation is still insufficient, graciously accepted, haha. Lu Chen shrugged and said nothing, but Zhou Zhaogang beside him had a look of despair. Having spent 2.4 billion to hard and take parcels number 2 to 5, if he could acquire parcel number 1, even if losing a bit, the overall development of the 5 parcels still had a chance to turn a profit. But now, not acquiring the core parcel number 1, what use are the 4 surrounding parcels? Are we going to be the green leaves for others? Mr. Lu, what are you really thinking? After Ruan Minghui and the others left, Zhou Zhaogang could no longer hold back and stepped forward to ask. You want to change the land use now, not just for lots 2 to 5, but also for the previously acquired land in the Fangyang district outskirts. Change the use? Yes, convert all of these into cemeteries. What? Cemeteries? Zhou Zhaogang was stunned, unable to believe it. Is he joking? Transforming so much land into cemeteries? Exactly. Now there is development everywhere, and although the market looks good, many houses are bought but not lived in, leading to many becoming ghost buildings. Even some cities are called ghost markets. There are many places for the living to stay, but the cemeteries for the dead are becoming fewer and fewer, with some places hard to find a grave even. Besides, take a look. Saying this, he had someone bring out the blueprints and started to point things out. Looking around, it was remarkably coincidental that the prominent Lot 1 was completely surrounded by the land they had acquired. However, Zhou Zhaogang still did not understand what this meant. What do you think Jinma will do with this land? Of course, they would develop it into luxury seaside apartments or a tourist destination since it has a seaside view and beautiful scenery. Then I ask you, if I turn all the surrounding area into cemeteries, would anyone come to buy their seaside luxury apartments or tourist destination? Hearing this, Zhou Zhaogang's eyes lit up as he listened to Lu Chen continue. If I take Lot 1, they at most will not do this project, which won't affect them much. But once they take it, they will undoubtedly mortgage it to the bank, invest a large amount of money, and start developing it directly, heavily advertising to draw traffic. Isn't it the case that to visit their sales office, one has to pass through our land? Isn't that equivalent to helping us advertise? At that time, once our cemetery is built and sold at a fair price quickly, who doesn't have a few elderly relatives? Just think about the outcome. Wow, brilliant. If that's the case, not only can we quickly recover funds, but we can also gain some fame. Plus, Jinmao's bunch of fools would provide free advertising to draw traffic, and once this takes off, it will also benefit our other projects. In contrast, Jinma will invest a large amount of manpower, resources, and finances, owe a considerable debt to the bank, and the final result is obvious: nobody would buy a house in a cemetery area. Isn't Jinma then becoming a big loser? They are finished, ha ha ha. Understanding everything, Zhou Zhaogang burst into laughter, feeling more and more admiration for Lu Chen. His longtime rival was about to fall, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Without delaying, Zhou Zhaogang immediately went back to summon a few trusted senior executives for a meeting to arrange work, all to be carried out secretly. And it seemed Jinma was very cooperative with Lu Chen's plan, rushing to hold a press conference that very afternoon, announcing that Jinma Real Estate would invest 20 billion to turn Lot 1 into the most luxurious seaside resort in Jiangdu, immediately attracting a lot of attention. Hadong Yashuan. Minghui, you did a great job this time. Not only did you secure Lot 1, but you also made Hongphone suffer a loss with lots 2 to 5. Now they must be in trouble, ha 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 ha. Ruan Huaying was in a very good mood at this time, laughing heartily while praising Ruan Minghui. Grandpa, it's also because that Lu Chen couldn't remain calm, actually choosing this moment to go against us. He totally deserves this bad luck. Yes, indeed. But you must seize this opportunity, quickly implement the project, and better yet, start construction immediately. Only those who act quickly can get to eat the crabs. I understand, Grandpa. I have already arranged everything, and all the materials are ordered. Construction on the foundation will begin tomorrow, and I have also finalized the contract with the advertising company, which will continuously promote our seaside resort for the next month. Alright, anyway, it has to be quick. This time, we've borrowed so much from the Gangshang Bank, whether we can take it to the next level depends on this deal. Don't worry, Grandpa. Once the property goes on sale, it will definitely be a hit. By then, we will also have the qualification to enter regions like Modu and Kyoto. The two of them were lost in their beautiful fantasies about the future, unaware that disaster was already approaching. At 6 p.m. outside Fuhai restaurant. Lu Chen, where are you?
Lu Chang, I'm at the door. Good, I'll come down to pick you up. Just after hanging up the phone, a stunning figure caught his eye. Lu Chen, long time no see. Chapter 26. Li Shuiting?
Seeing the person, Lu Chen felt a bit astonished. After not seeing her for a few years, this girl had become even more beautiful.
What, don't recognize me? I recognized you at a glance. Isn't our graduation class leader a totally different person now?
She's so pretty I hardly dare to recognize her.
Humph, only you know how to flatter.
You big talker. After saying this, the two exchanged smiles.
Hey, isn't this our top school beauty?
At this moment, Lu Chang had also arrived at the door.
The three chatted for a while and then went into the restaurant. Lu Chen walked while taking in the Fuhai restaurant, since this restaurant was now his own property. It is a hotel much revered in Jiangdu City, and the decoration goes without saying, it is definitely high-end and elegant.
Inside, all the male waiters were over 1.8 meters tall, and the female waitresses were all above 1.7 meters.
Each one was a handsome man or a beautiful woman.
It is not an exaggeration to say that many young models and small celebrities do not compare to their looks. Moreover, wherever they walked past, these waiters all took the initiative to greet you with warm smiles, giving a refreshing feeling like a spring breeze.
On the third floor, in the Peony Hall.
Brother Feng, you are now a big boss, don't forget to help out your old classmates.
What big boss? Just got lucky this time and landed a deal. Ah, Shuiting, you've come.
While talking, Gao Xiongfeng spotted Li Shuiting coming in and went straight to greet her. Li Shuiting politely smiled in response, but subtly avoided Gao Xiongfeng's attempt to pull her in, moving to stand behind Lu Chen.
Oh, isn't this Lu Chen, the top student? You're here too.
I have been standing here for half a day, it's just that you only see our class leader.
Lu Chen wouldn't indulge this guy. Since he was being sarcastic, he wouldn't hold back either. You guys don't just stand there, hurry and sit down, we're waiting for you.
Class leader, Brother Feng saved the best seat for you. Seeing that the atmosphere had grown a bit cold, Li Hao directly laughed and spoke. In response, Gao Xiongfeng gave a nod of appreciation to this little brother, thinking he was reliable. No need, today Brother Gao is treating us. It would be unreasonable for me to sit in the best seat, I'll sit here. However, Li Shuiting glanced at that position, shook her head, and casually pulled Lu Chen to sit at an empty spot on the other side. This scene made Gao Xiongfeng furrow his brow, and his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. However, he still managed to conceal it well and directly took his seat. Seeing this, Li Hao spoke again, Brother Feng, you haven't finished telling us, what deal did you land?
Everyone is curious.
Oh, it's nothing much, just a collaboration with the Pang Group and landed a deal.
What? The Pang Group? My goodness, to collaborate with the Pang Group is a big deal. Is it the Pang Group, the biggest material supplier in Jiangdu? Exactly. Wow, Brother Feng, you're really amazing. I have to toast you a drink.
Hearing about the Pang Group, all the classmates were a bit shocked, you can't work with them without some real strength. It's nothing much, just signed a small project worth 30 million.
Seemingly enjoying his classmates' compliments, Gao Xiongfeng threw out a price he thought would impress. 30 million is still a small project? Brother Feng, you might be overdoing it a bit.
You should be punished with a drink for this, with this project, you must be making a few million, and you still say it's small.
Exactly, a few million, and I might not save that much in my entire working life.
Well, I was rash, so I'll punish myself with a drink. Saying this, Gao Xiongfeng directly downed a drink and then looked at Li Shuiting. Li Shuiting seemed completely uninterested in their topic, as she was whispering to Lu Chen, occasionally laughing with him.
Seeing this made Gao Xiongfeng frown, and he instantly found Lu Chen even more annoying. Lu Chen, didn't I hear you had a girlfriend in college? Are you getting married?
Oh, we broke up.
Broke up? Why? She had high standards, said I had no money.
Hearing Gao Xiongfeng's question, Lu Chen casually replied.
I see. No worries, I can introduce some good ones to you later.
By the way, in this day and age, you still need some economic strength, love without bread doesn't last long.
Lu Chen just smiled upon hearing this.
And when Li Shuiting heard that Lu Chen had broken up, a strange sparkle flashed in her eyes.
Lu Chen, where are you working now? Me? Just quit and staying at home. Oh? Finding a job is not easy now.
Since we are classmates, if you don't mind, my company has a security position available.
There are benefits, 5,000 a month. Are you interested? Wow, Brother Feng, your company's security has such good benefits?
I'm working hard here, and I only make over 3,000 a month.
Why don't you consider me? Yeah, Brother Feng, such a good opportunity could consider me too. Before Lu Chen could reply, several other classmates shouted out first. Look, I think Lu Wei and Zhao Liang need this opportunity more. As for me, I'm too lazy and want to enjoy a while.
Hearing this, a hint of disdain flickered in Gao Xiongfeng's eyes, and he pretended not to care as he dropped the keys from his pants pocket onto the floor.
Brother Phone, you dropped your keys. Wow, did you buy a Porsche 718?
Seeing the keys on the floor, Li Hao directly exclaimed.
Ah. Thanks. It's not a big deal, just using it for now.
After this deal, I plan to switch to a 911.
Wow, I'm so envious. The classmates were all ordinary office workers.
For them, let alone the Porsche 718 and 911, even the ABB series seemed really impressive.
Brother Phone, you have a company and luxury cars. I heard your family bought a villa in Jiangdu City. You are the one in our class who has reached the peak of life. Yeah, even the Fuhai Hotel's location is hard to book. Last time, our company boss wanted to come here for dinner but couldn't get a reservation. Dining here is a symbol of status. Absolutely, we all rely on Brother Feng's luck.
At that moment, the door of the private room opened, and two waiters walked in.
Dear esteemed guests, hello. This is a bottle of red wine sent by our manager for you to taste, wishing you a pleasant meal.
Saying this, they immediately opened all 3 bottles of red wine and poured them into a decanter, placing it on the dining table. Then, they bowed deeply to the attendees and left with smiles.
Wow, it's 85 Lafite. This is over 10,000 a bottle, and they sent us 3 bottles at once. Brother Phone, you have so much face. Even the manager of Fuhai Restaurant personally brought you wine.
Yeah, I heard that manager Sun Hai of Fuhai Restaurant usually doesn't meet even some group owners. I didn't expect him to bring us wine, that's so impressive. Everyone suddenly got excited, and they began to compliment Gao Xiongfeng once again. Gao Xiongfeng, who looked confused, didn't understand why they sent wine to him since he didn't know Sun Hai at all. The reason he could book here was that he had previously come here to eat with a manager from the Pang Group, which was a regular here. This time, to show off, he had to flatter the guy for a long time to finally get the reservation. Although confused inside, he still calmly accepted the compliments from his classmates.
Ha, it's nothing. We just had a brief acquaintance and got along well.
The wine delivery is probably because they saw me working with their big client, the Pang Group, and sent flowers to show gratitude. He didn't actually say that the wine was because of his gift, which showed some self-awareness.
At that moment, the box door opened again. Chapter 27. Hello, Mr. Lu.
I am Sun Hai from Fuhai Restaurant.
Why didn't you give me a heads up before coming here? I really didn't mean to neglect you.
A tall and imposing man entered the room, scanned around, and walked directly to Lu Chen's side, speaking warmly.
Oh, it's nothing special. I'm just attending a class reunion. Hearing Sun Hai introducing himself, Lu Chen understood.
It was his first time here and he naturally didn't know Sun Hai. However, the day he acquired Fuhai Restaurant, Sun Hai had called him to chat a little. Sun Hai managed to grow Fuhai Restaurant to its current scale, naturally being quite detail-oriented in his work. Right after Lu Chen purchased the restaurant, Sun Hai immediately took a close look at Lu Chen's information and made sure all the employees recognized his photo, in case something outrageous happened later. So, even though Lu Chen hadn't notified him this time, as soon as he stepped into Fuhai Restaurant, the staff recognized him and promptly reported to Sun Hai. Sure enough, while Sun Hai was entertaining clients, he quickly stood up, excused himself, and rushed back, having his subordinates bring 3 bottles of Lafite in advance.
Mr. Lu, does this wine suit your taste?
You see, I was just attending to a client and didn't know you were coming.
Do you want me to switch you to a private VIP room? No need, this place is fine. The private conversation left everyone stunned. What's going on? Is this Sun Hai, manager of Fuhai Restaurant? Isn't this wine meant for Brother Feng? Is it for Lu Chen? Sun Hai is actually being so humble towards Lu Chen, even calling him Mr. Lu? What status does Lu Chen have?
Everyone kept guessing, while Gao Xiongfeng's expression was extremely intriguing at that moment. Just a moment ago, he was bragging about knowing Sun Hai, and he also implied that the wine was for him. Still fresh in everyone's memory, the next second he got slapped in the face. Sun Hai showed up and clearly stated that the wine was intended for Lu Chen, even asking if they needed to switch to a VIP room. That VIP room is notoriously hard to get into, even if one has the money, it won't necessarily be available. Only people of certain status and position can enter that room. Thinking of this, everyone was left gaping, even Li Shueting beside them had her mouth slightly open in surprise. Just as Gao Xiongfeng was stuck in a predicament, feeling like a wax figure, another group of people entered the box. Seeing the person leading them, Gao Xiongfeng felt as if he saw a lifeline, joyfully standing up and quickly walking over.
Manager Wang, what brings you here? Welcome. We're having a class reunion here. Is this person behind you?
The newcomer was Wang Jinghai, the procurement manager of the Pang Group, with whom he had discussed cooperation last time.
This is Mr. Pang Dalong from the Pang Group.
Wang Jinghai looked a bit surprised at Gao Xiongfeng but still smiled and nodded, making the introduction.
Pang Dalong? Upon hearing this name, everyone was taken aback. He was a big figure in Jiangdu City, the leader of the Pang Group. Gao Xiongfeng felt like he was almost overwhelmed with happiness. How could Pang Dalong come to see him? Oh wow, the honor of having Mr. Pang here is truly extraordinary.
He excitedly tried to shake Pang Dalong's hand, but the next second, Pang Dalong directly pushed him away with one hand and walked towards Lu Chen.
Boss, why didn't you call Xiao Pang when you came here to eat? That's not right.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell into confusion again.
Boss? Xiao Pang? What on earth was happening?
Pang Dalong, such a powerful figure, could shake the entire Jiangdu city with a stomp of his foot.
And now he was calling Lu Chen the boss? Referring to himself as Xiao Pang?
They all suspected they had misheard. Especially since just a moment ago, they thought they were there to see Gao Xiongfeng.
In the blink of an eye, the old hen became a duck.
At this moment, everyone's gaze at Lu Chen was different.
Boss? Mr. Pang, what is this?
Oh, it's manager's son.
Let me introduce you, this is Lu Chen, the one I told you about who acquired our Pang Group. He is also our absolute controlling shareholder.
In the future, when our chairman comes here to dine, you must take good care of him.
You are the one who acquired Pang Group, boss?
Xiao, who was used to grand occasions, couldn't help but exclaim at this moment. Why are you calling our chairman boss?
Yeah, Mr. Lu is also the boss of our Fuhai restaurant.
At this point, Pang Dalong almost dropped his jaw in shock. Meanwhile, the classmates nearby were already silent, each wide-eyed, with waves of shock crashing in their hearts, constantly digesting the information in the room. But often, when the storm comes, it only becomes more intense.
Boss, it really is you.
I guess that was your car downstairs.
The more I look at it, the more I love it. When can I borrow your Pagani for a ride, Old Zhou, what a coincidence. Are you here for dinner too?
Yes, I just finished the work you arranged.
Oh, Pang Dalong? Sun Hai? You're all here?
Walking in was Zhou Zhaogang, the general manager of Hongfeng Real Estate, making the atmosphere in the room even more bizarre.
What did you call him? Pang Dalong and Sun Hai asked simultaneously. Boss, what's wrong?
Mr. Lu acquired my Hongfeng Real Estate.
Now I'm working for him.
Zhou Zhaogang shrugged and smiled. Damn, they both exclaimed at once, their eyes revealing their astonishment.
Oh, boss, you're also here for dinner?
But another call of boss shattered everyone's hearts.
Gao Jianli? Damn. Pang Dalong couldn't help but curse. Hey, Pang Dalong, why are you cursing? And why are you surrounding my boss? Gao Jianli frowned as he entered.
As a heavyweight himself, he wasn't afraid of Pang Dalong, especially seeing the current situation. He even wondered if this usually overbearing Pang Dalong had some grudge with his boss.
Surrounding your boss? This is my boss. Pang Dalong said, speechless. What?
This time, Gao Jianli was stunned, and Zhou Zhaogang was also taken aback.
He's also my boss.
Sun Hai smiled wryly at this moment. At this point, the four big shots looked at each other, seeing shock in each other's eyes. What kind of energy is it for such a young boy to be the boss of Fuhai Restaurant, Hongfeng Real Estate, Taifu Plaza, and Pang Group all at once? As for the classmates at the table, they were already doubting their lives in shock.
Especially Gao Xiongfeng, feeling utterly humiliated, with all those towering figures he could barely reach being subordinates of Lu Chen. What was he? A clown.
Thinking about his earlier behavior, he felt deeply ashamed.
After some small talk, all the big shots were dismissed by Lu Chen. Eat, why are you all in a daze? Don't waste our class representative's good intentions.
Saying this, he picked up a piece of food and put it on Li Shueting's plate, then started to eat by himself.
Yes, eat.
Lu Chang had been holding back laughter since he entered, and now he naturally enjoyed the meal. Other classmates also forced a smile before thickening their faces to flatter Lu Chen. The entire private room was only Gao Xiongfeng, stuck in a dilemma, frozen like wax, only able to sulk as he drank and ate.
Ding!
At that moment, the system prompt sound rang out.
Chapter 28. Ding, slap face successful, reward 1 yuan discount item opportunity once.
Ding, item has been listed, the host can decide whether to purchase.
Item, Starshine Entertainment, price, 1 yuan. Is this going to allow me to enter the entertainment industry? Seeing the item, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional.
Starshine Entertainment is a large film and entertainment company in Magic City worth 5 billion, with branches all over the place and countless artists under its name, spanning multiple international markets.
In Jiangdu City, there is a branch of Xingyo Entertainment.
A gathering ended amidst the praises of classmates and the loneliness of Gao Xiangfeng.
Lu Chen, could you give me a ride?
Li Shueting took the initiative to approach and said.
Then I'll head off first, I won't disturb your reunion.
Lu Chen, I'll call you later. Seeing this, Lu Cheng blinked and wisely left first.
I just drank a bit, and I can't drive.
Even if I call for a driver, my car only has 2 seats, so there won't be enough space. Then let's walk, it's been years since we last met, and we can catch up.
All right.
After all, Li Shueting was the school beauty back then, and their relationship was pretty good, but they were both quite naive back then, so they never developed feelings for each other. Now that the beautiful girl invited him, since he had nothing else to do, he naturally agreed.
By the way, gorgeously, didn't I hear you went abroad for further studies? Isn't it a bit early to be back? Do you still remember I once said I had a dream of being a star? Hearing this, Lu Chen recalled and nodded.
Since childhood, Li Shueting was not only beautiful but also talented in singing and dancing, especially her singing talent, which was extremely outstanding, and she was also very interested in the performing arts.
So, she always wanted to work in the entertainment industry.
However, her parents were quite traditional and believed that being a star was not a proper path, always in the limelight, so they strongly opposed it. To cut off her dream of being a star, they directly sent her overseas for further studies. I stayed abroad for a year, and in the end, I made up my mind to chase my dream. So, I came back and used my talent to join Xingyou Entertainment.
Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. Xingyou Entertainment? What a coincidence. Isn't that the company he just won a bidding for?
But maybe my parents are right, the entertainment industry is too deep. At this point, her eyes suddenly dimmed a little, and tears glistened in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Li Shueting suddenly looked at Lu Chen.
Lu Chen, can you help me?
As she spoke, she could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes and started crying uncontrollably, leaving Lu Chen at a loss for what to do. Then, Li Shueting shared an experience that even made Lu Chen's heart ache. It turned out that Li Shueting returned to the Magic City with her dream and smoothly entered Xingyou Entertainment with her talent. However, the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry soon fell upon her. Li Hangli, the operations director of Xingyou Entertainment's headquarters, had taken an interest in her. He constantly harassed her, using threats and temptations, leaving Li Shueting exhausted both physically and mentally. If it hadn't been for her agent, Sister Li's help, she would have been harmed several times. Because of this, Sister Li offended Li Hangli and was fired. She had once reported the case at a higher level, but the result was that she was frozen out.
Because Li Hangli was Wang Shoufa's brother-in-law, the report was directly blocked. Moreover, she was sent to Jiangdu City for internal affairs.
She thought about leaving, but with 3 years left on her contract, the clauses tightly bound her. If she resigned, she would have to pay a hefty penalty. For her, that figure was something she couldn't manage. Originally thinking that enduring it a bit longer would make things pass, but yesterday she received news that Li Hangli would be temporarily stationed in Jiangdu City and would arrive tomorrow. She initially came to the class reunion to change her mood. She never intended to tell Lu Chen or anyone else about these things because she felt that her classmates didn't have the power to help her. But just now at the dinner, seeing the big shots around Lu Chen, she felt she still had a glimmer of hope.
Okay, I will help you. After hearing Li Shueting's story, Lu Chen was also raging with anger inside.
In the entertainment industry, the unspoken rules were often brought up in gossip outside.
But as an outsider, it was just something to listen to.
Maybe you would feel pity for the poor people in the events, but most people just took it as amusement, even saying those little stars were degrading themselves to climb up. However, today, such a thing happened right around him, especially in his own company, he naturally could not ignore it.
Really?
At that moment, Li Shueting's eyes burst with bright light, as if finding a glimmer of hope in the darkness.
Yeah.
Seeing Lu Chen's affirmative reply, Li Shueting could no longer hold back, and suddenly threw herself into Lu Chen's arms. The helplessness that had been suppressed for so long erupted at this moment, and Li Shueting began to cry loudly. Lu Chen let her vent as she pleased, gently stroking her beautiful hair.
Don't worry, I'll handle everything. When Lu Chen got home, it was almost midnight.
After settling Li Shueting down and sending her back, he took a taxi back to the community. As for his car, he notified Wang Qiming, asking him to arrange for someone to take the keys and bring it back for him. What he didn't expect was that a phone call came, and it was Wang Qiming himself, who enthusiastically came to drive the car back for him. He also handed him a pile of information, all regarding recent applicants for the butler position, having already filtered out the best candidates. However, when Lu Chen saw that there were still nearly 200 applications even after filtering, he couldn't help but smile wryly. The price was set too high, there certainly was a lot of competition.
Ding, the store's products have been updated. Please check in time, host. Product, Weilong Security Company, price, 1 yuan. Wow, this is good.
Weilong Security Company mainly provided bodyguards for wealthy people and politicians, as well as on-site security for large events. And Weilong Security Company is currently the most famous and the highest-priced security company in Jiangdu City. Because all of its employees are retired special forces, each one could take on 10 opponents and had their personal skills. Lu Chen directly called the company, asking the general manager, Hong Tianlong, to arrange for 2 bodyguards to protect Li Shueting. According to what she said, this man was very insidious, and his methods were extremely shameless. Who knows if this guy would come early, find Li Shueting's residence, and disturb her. Also, he asked Hong Tianlong to arrange for 4 bodyguards to report to him tomorrow. After making the arrangements and informing Li Shueting, he opened Douyin. As soon as he opened it, he saw that his private messages were completely flooded. Most of the messages were from the streamers, trying to flirt after the last incident with Hua Ziyu. Such messages, Lu Chen ignored completely, they were just some opportunistic green tea bitches. After clearing it up, he clicked back into Xiao Wuchai's livestream. But this time, it seemed the atmosphere inside was very tense. Looking up, he was surprised to see it was Wei Yu again. Chapter 29. What's wrong? Is my big brother not around, and you don't dare to fight? Wei Yu provocatively smirked. Does she not remember? Didn't she get enough last time? Exactly, we gave her face. Chai Jia, take her off. She only dares to shout when Gu is not around. How shameless. The players in the live stream began to curse angrily. What? He's not here, and you don't dare to fight? Besides, who does he think he is? Do my brothers have to wait for him to arrive to play? Today, I'm fighting you. Dare to accept? Seeing the comments from the small Firewood family players, Wei Yu disdainfully curled her lips and arrogantly said, Gu is here. Suddenly, a keen-eyed player noted Lu Chen entering the livestream. Welcome, Piao. Xiao Wuchai was also very excited to see Lu Chen enter. Just now, when it was random, she unexpectedly matched with Wei Yu, who had been waiting to PK her for a long time. Always roasting her on fire. As a broadcaster, starting a PK cannot be taken lightly, as it would lower one's status on the platform. But if she doesn't hang on, it's obvious her home conditions can't compete, so punishment is certain. If it were any other broadcaster's punishment, she wouldn't mind, losing is just losing, and doing the punishment is just part of it. But the punishments given by Wei Yu are always very humiliating. Hearing that Piao has arrived, the opposing battle god directly took the mic. Piao, right? I've been waiting for you, let's play a few rounds? Last time the battle god suffered a loss and has been feeling very upset about it, so today he called a few brothers to prepare to reclaim his pride. How do you want to play? Lu Chen also directly took the mic. 1 round to decide the winner, unlimited play, and if you lose, let little matchstick come to accompany me for 3 days. The battle god directly spoke. What? How can this bastard say such a thing, shameless? This LSP has been craving for Sister Chai for a long time, shameless. Dare to insult our goddess, kill him. Sister Chai, don't bother with this kind of PK, they came prepared. I saw several over level 50 accounts on the other side, and there are 2 level 60 accounts. What? There are also 2 level 60s? In Douyin, level 60 means consumption has reached 20 million, symbolizing strength. If they came prepared, this match will surely be hard to win. Especially since they said it's unlimited play, there won't be any quick rounds, exceeding the other side's 150,000 is not the end. Seeing so many big accounts on the other side, even though they witnessed Lu Chen's boldness last time, they still felt a bit uncertain. For level 60 players, dealing a few million in 1 round is not difficult. What if you lose? Just as Little Matchstick was about to refuse, Lu Chen spoke up. Lose? How could we possibly lose? The battle god arrogantly said, this time he came prepared. Among these friends, there are several worth over 100 million. Although last time Piao did look quite strong and only dealt over 2 million, that was because he wasn't prepared. Today, he could deal 2 to 3 million by himself, not to mention he has these good brothers with him. Hitting 10 million in this round is no big deal. In Douyin, there are many players worth over 100 million, but almost none can hit 10 million in 1 round. After all, being worth over 100 million does not mean one's liquid assets are over 100 million. If you lose, everyone on the other side not only has to do 1,000 squats, but all the earnings from this round must be transferred to Little Matchstick, including last time's. And you all need to apologize and say, Little Matchstick Grandma, we won't dare next time. Say it 10 times. Lu Chen spoke directly, he didn't want to play for so long only to give the green tea bitch on the other side an advantage. Hearing this, Wei Yu shouted, how can that be? There's no way to hand over earnings. Isn't organizing a match just to make money? Although she lost last time and did many squats, exhausting herself, at least she gained quite a bit. Now to make her give it back, how is that possible? Shut up.
The battle god scolded directly, clearly displeased with Wei Yu's words. If they lose with this lineup today, he might as well live stream himself eating shit. This is not unacceptable. Since you want to play, I will also change my demands. If you lose, Little Matchstick must accompany me for a week, obeying my orders without any resistance. Then, the battle god stated his demands. Can you ensure that if you lose, Wei Yu will return the money? Lu Chen said slowly. Of course, but what about you? Can you be in charge of Little Matchstick? At this moment, Lu Chen saw Little Matchstick's hesitation and wrote on the public screen, "Do you trust me?" Originally, Little Matchstick would never agree to such a bet. But for some reason, after seeing Lu Chen's words, she inexplicably nodded, "I trust you." And the battle god on the other side, seeing Little Matchstick agreeing, was beaming with joy. His gaze towards Little Matchstick became even hotter, as if she was already his possession. He was already thinking about how to enjoy this stunning beauty after winning. The showdown began, this time set for 10 minutes, giving them plenty of time to score. Right from the start, the opponent clearly wanted to show off, directly hitting 100 Huazi, instantly reaching 3 million points. Lu Chen smiled, following up with 200 Huazi, directly surpassing the score. A Piao is amazing. As expected from a Piao, 200 Huazi are just like 200 little hearts, not even a blink. All the players were very excited, constantly hitting 666. Micro Rain saw the score being surpassed and her heart almost jumped into her throat. I can't lose. She prayed in her heart, if she lost, not only would she have worked hard for nothing, but she'd also face 1,000 squats, which could kill her. The war god let out a cold laugh and said, "Brothers, let the crushing begin." As he spoke, Huazi Rain started falling in Micro Rain's livestream. 100, 200, 300. 1,500. At this moment, the score jumped to 48 million, and Micro Rain leaped up in excitement. Thanks to my war god brother, thanks to the Tianwei Long brother, thanks to Simple brother, thanks to the Yuan brother. Anyone who sent Huazi, Micro Rain continuously thanked them, her voice trembling. This time, a massive 4.8 million flow came out, giving her 2.4 million in earnings instantly. What's wrong? Is that a Piao not performing anymore? With your strength, how dare you challenge my war god brother? You really have no self-awareness. Seeing the score on the other side unchanged, Micro Rain became even more arrogant and started to taunt directly. Upon seeing the opponent score 4.8 million, Little Matchstick's livestream fell into silence. After all, he's a level 60 big brother, this is too fierce. What to do? Is there still hope? Though they all felt Lu Chen's skill was impressive, seeing such a high score still gave them no confidence. Last time, although Lu Chen won, he only scored around 2.4 million. But now, he shot straight to 4.8 million, doubling it. Especially seeing that after the opponent scored, Lu Chen remained silent. Little Matchstick, seeing Lu Chen silent for a long time, anxiously bit her lip. A Piao, the opponent's strength is too strong, you don't need to force it, if it's not possible, just admit defeat, we still need to spend wisely. Though unwilling, she didn't want to put Lu Chen in a difficult position. This was her own choice, she couldn't blame anyone. He? Is that all? I thought you were impressive, turns out you're just a pretty face. Seeing the opponent fail to score, with only 1 minute left, the war god laughed wildly, his gaze on Little Matchstick burning with desire, this beauty was almost within reach. Micro Rain's face bloomed with joy, this round was going to be a huge win. But just then, Lu Chen moved. Sorry, I just received a call. As he spoke, he clicked on the gift bar. Boom. In the next second, all the players in the live room erupted with excitement. In a flash, Little Matchstick's health bar was crushed, and the opponent's 48 million points were instantly reduced to mere black dots in a raging tide. What the heck, am I dreaming? How much is this? 9,999 Huazi? My goodness, how can anyone live like this? The players in the livestream went crazy, they had never seen such a magical scene. Little Matchstick was trembling, tears of excitement streaming down her face. In contrast to the madness here, the war god was completely stunned. 9,999 Huazi? Almost 30 million. Even though they had come prepared, they had only budgeted around 10 million. They thought they had overestimated Lu Chen. But now, they realized they were wrong, this guy seemed to treat money as nothing. A single 30 million? Even those worth over 100 billion wouldn't dare to play like this. It's not that they couldn't afford it, those with such wealth tended to be very rational, why waste 30 million? Give it to a live streamer? With such money, how many fresh models and celebrities could they date? Besides, how many of those big brothers frantically showering Huazi in large streamer rooms were real? Most of the tickets sold are for returning customers, cast lists, and e-commerce tickets.
The first two are to encourage the small streamers in the live room to send gifts, while the latter, the e-commerce tickets, are for those popular streamers, so that the products can bring in profit later. Otherwise, how could they possibly invest so much? But now, someone is able to directly pull out over 30 million from this small streamer, which only indicates one thing. If this person isn't crazy, then he must either be very wealthy or extremely rich. Clearly, this person is the latter. Young Master Hu, this won't help you. Sorry, the opponent is just too strong. The few brothers called by the war god exchanged bitter smiles and greeted each other, then exited the live room. A group of people arrived with great momentum to provoke, only to be crushed by one person. They couldn't stay any longer without losing face. Because of this $9,999 gift from Huaziyu, Little Matchstick's live room instantly reached the top of the entire platform. In a flash, the number of viewers in the live room jumped from over 30 at the start to more than 50,000, with more and more people coming in. Every player who entered was shocked by the score they saw. Wow, is this data fake? Over 300 million points? Where did this rich person come from? I've seen it all now. Where's the big spender? Quickly let me cling to you, you can sing, dance, and even warm my bed, don't miss out. Through mutual inquiries, everyone roughly understood the situation, and excitement filled the air, anticipating to see the opponent apologize and do squats while calling out grandma. At this moment, Wei Yu sat slumped in the chair, pale-faced, her mind a blank. It's over. As the countdown for the final PK ended, words of victory floated up. Little Matchstick's entire live room erupted in cheers once again. Come on, please start your performance. Sister Chai, first send your account information to the opposing streamer for real-time transfer. Lu Chen spoke calmly, but to Wei Yu, this voice sounded like the tolling of a death knell. Brother War God, are we really giving it? Give. So many people are watching, how could she dare to act like a rogue? Would she still be able to make a living? Wei Yu had a face full of despair and could only transfer the money, her whole body trembling, her heart bleeding. It's your turn. After asking Little Matchstick to confirm the money had arrived, Lu Chen spoke again, looking at the war god. Piao, we lost this time, I admit defeat, I can apologize. As for calling grandma, let's skip that, I'll compensate Little Matchstick with 1 million, how about that? No, how about that? As a man, you must keep your word. Lu Chen directly refused. Do you really have to be so aggressive? Did you even consider Little Matchstick's feelings when you were being aggressive? Seeing Lu Chen say this, the players in the live room chimed in. Exactly, usually so arrogant, forcing Sister Chai to pay penalties, now that it's your turn, you want to act like a rogue? Yes, don't be inconsistent, one moment you spit out threats, don't let us look down on you. Hurry up and apologize and call grandma, I'm streaming online, it's expensive. Having the chance to see someone who usually looked down on others suffer was an exhilarating experience for these players. Some envious players even started recording, preparing to post a video later to criticize him further. Little Matchstick grandma, I'm sorry, we won't dare next time. Is that okay? The war god gritted his teeth and quickly repeated it once. 10 times, 9 more times. Lu Chen was relentless, this kind of person should be taught a lesson. In front of so many people, after shouting it 10 times, he wouldn't have the face to bother Little Matchstick anymore. Little Matchstick grandma. At this moment, he clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. If looks could kill, Lu Chen would have been full of holes. Suppressing his anger and embarrassment, the war god still finished shouting 10 times, then directly logged off. He simply couldn't stay any longer without losing face. It's your turn. At this moment, Lu Chen looked towards Wei Yu. Brother Ray Pao, it's my fault, you see I've given all the earnings to Little Matchstick, can you spare me? I'm not having it easy either. How about we change the punishment, or I can show you privately. The light rain began to act cute and pitiful, constantly throwing flirtatious glances at Lu Chen. Damn, I've seen shameless people, but never someone so thick-skinned. Truly, one can never stop being amazed, the jokes are everywhere for the monsters. Such a treasure, I really don't know how that big brother can tolerate it. That big brother has good teeth, so you don't have to envy. Real talk, turned off the lights, the figure is still okay. At this point, all the players in the live stream began to criticize. They usually disliked the face of the little Rain, but her family was well off, and they couldn't win against her. Now that the wall is down, shouldn't everyone step on it a few more times? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and do it. Lu Chen also had no good feelings towards such a woman, not feeling the slightest pity. Under the pressure of the crowd, the little Rain had no choice but to start her long squat journey. You guys watch her finish, I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Lu Chen didn't have time to keep watching the punishment, how long would it take to squat 1,000 times? He greeted them and was about to leave. Thank you, Piao, let's add each other on V. Oh, okay.
Hearing little Matchstick say this, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned but did not refuse. Oh my, Sister Chai, you never add V's, breaking your rule for Ah Piao. The evil money, how enviable. Ah Piao is impressive, making Sister Chai realize. These players just love to stir trouble, seeing them wanting to add V, they were both jealous and noisy. Lu Chen ignored them and went offline after adding V. However, little Matchstick's avatar flickered on V. Ah Piao, thank you so much, I don't know how to repay you. You probably don't lack money, just give me an address, and I will send you some local specialties later, hope you don't mind. Oh, good. Lu Chen didn't play coy, accepting little Matchstick's kindness straightforwardly. Having watched her for more than a year, although gifting was for cash rewards, he knew she was a content and grateful person, and her family seemed not to be well off, so he helped her play a few more games. Not only could he help her, but he also gained considerable cash back rewards, why not? Tonight, this game rewarded him over 300 million, it felt fantastic. After sending the address to little Matchstick, the two chatted for a bit, and then Lu Chen went to wash up. He planned to collect the system rewards at midnight and then sleep, as he had to help his old class leader solve troubles tomorrow. Just after midnight, the system prompt came as expected. Ding! Ding, the product has been updated, please check and purchase. Product, Xianlong Needle Method, price, 1 yuan. What is this? Seeing this product, Lu Chen was momentarily caught off guard. Xianlong Needle Method, a magical needle technique, encompassing all needle methods from ancient to modern, capable of bringing the dead to life and curing all diseases. My goodness, this is incredible. Looking at such a description, Lu Chen decisively purchased it. Product purchased successfully, would you like to learn it now? Learn. Whoosh. A faint golden light surrounded Lu Chen's body, and a warm flow radiated to his limbs, ultimately converging in his brain. Pop. Suddenly, his brain felt like a bubble had been burst, making a slight sound. At the same time, Lu Chen felt his senses suddenly sharp, several times more acute than before, and many unknown pieces of information flooded into his mind. After a long while, having digested the information in his brain, Lu Chen opened his eyes, and he could see excitement shining in his gaze. Incredible, this set of needle methods is amazing. With this set of needle methods, he could easily solve some ailments that current medicine cannot cure. Looks like after finishing my business here, I need to go back. Dad's old cold legs and mom's rheumatoid arthritis can be treated now. Thinking of how his parents had worked hard to send him to college, busy in the fields doing this and that, even taking on some construction jobs, they ended up with some ailments, now he had a way to treat them. The next day, Lu Chen woke up to receive an early morning greeting from little Matchstick. The two chatted for a while and then discovered that the little Matchstick was named Wu Ying, a person from the Magic City. They agreed that if she went to the Magic City in the future, she would treat him to a meal, and Lu Chen happily agreed. Soon after, the bodyguards from Wei Long Security Company arrived, a total of 4 people. Upon inquiry, it was learned that the employees of this security company had signed contracts similar to those of mercenaries, keeping their personal information completely confidential. Therefore, they were all referred to by numerical codes. The 4 who came this time were the Ace 4 of the security company, numbered from 1 to 4. Lu Chen did not say much, this way, it would be easier for him to remember. These 4 were not the tall and mighty types as one might imagine, instead, they looked slender and even ordinary. However, due to the improvement from the powerful muscle enhancement pills, Lu Chen's senses were already 10 times stronger than those of ordinary people. Coupled with the benefits of the Xianlong needle method, he could perceive much more feedback about the human body's bones, meridians, flesh, and even the energy contained within. Thus, with just one glance, he could tell that these seemingly ordinary 4 had explosive strength far beyond the normal. He was very satisfied with this. At 10 o'clock, after arranging the work for the 4, he took them to the Jiangdu branch of Xingyo Entertainment. Before entering the door, he saw a woman around 30 being pushed out by 7 or 8 people. Immediately, Li Shuiting chased out, quickly protecting the woman in front of her. Li Hongli, what are you doing? What am I doing? Li Xiaomei has already been fired from the company, who allowed her to be here? The man in the lead spoke, and one look at him showed he was a person who lived a debauched life, the whole person appeared insubstantial. She is here to see me, who are you to drive her away? Although Li Jia had been fired, Li Shuiting had always kept in touch with her. Later, when Li Shuiting was exiled to the Jiangdu branch, it happened that Li Jia was also from Jiangdu, so they often met. Today, Li Jia was called by Li Shuiting for support, as she had an inexplicable fear of Li Hongli. However, as soon as Li Hongli saw Li Jia, his anger rose, and he directly had her thrown out. It was because this Li Jia had ruined his good plans in the first place. Otherwise, Li Shuiting would have already been won over by him. Unexpectedly, when she came this time and saw Li Jia again, he shouted at the security to take action, leading to the current scene. As I am the operations director here, does the company allow just anyone to enter? Li Shuiting, you have been exiled here, yet you do not seek to improve, always hanging out with a bunch of useless friends. When will you come to your senses? Is this company your family's business? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Lu Chen.
At the moment she saw Lu Chen, Li Shuiting seemed to have found her backbone. Her voice was filled with immense excitement as she directly pulled Li Jie to Lu Chen's side.
Lu Chen smiled at her, affectionately reaching out to pat her head. Don't worry, I've got everything.
Li Shuiting felt her cheeks flush from his touch, and she obediently nodded her head. Seeing this scene, Li Hongli's eyes narrowed.
May I ask who you are?
Seeing Lu Chen dressed in Armani and followed by 4 people, Li Hongli did not explode on the spot. Li Shuiting is my classmate. Upon hearing this, Li Shuiting felt a slight sense of loss for some reason. Just a classmate?
Classmate?
Then I advise you not to meddle in this, it's an internal matter of our company. Hearing that this person was only Li Shuiting's classmate, Li Hongli's face turned cold. Especially when he saw how close the two had been earlier, his heart felt even worse. In his heart, Li Shuiting could not escape his grasp. She had long been viewed as his forbidden fruit, one that should not be touched by other men.
Her matters are my matters, I still want to interfere, what will you do?
Oh, a dog picking up rats to interfere in matters that don't concern him. Security, get rid of these people.
Seeing Lu Chen not knowing what was good for him,
Li Hongli was too lazy to say more and directly instructed the security to take action. 8 security guards rushed forward, and a figure suddenly flashed out from behind Lu Chen. Then, there were a few muffled sounds of bang bang bang, accompanied by the screams of the guards, and all 8 were kicked away. Watching this sudden scene unfold before him, Li Hongli was stunned on the spot. The security guards here were all very sturdy, with exceptional combat abilities. After all, incidents often occurred in entertainment parks, so the hired security had to be quite capable. But now, a single person casually appeared and instantly took care of these guards. Looking at the guards lying on the ground, all unconscious, Li Hongli trembled all over.
You, what do you want to do? This is a law-abiding society.
Seeing Lu Chen walk toward him, Li Hongli felt an inexplicable fear, and he even directly weakened his legs, falling to the ground.
Li Shuiting, do you still want to work?
Hurry up and tell your classmates to stop, or you will suffer good consequences later. In his helplessness, he even threatened Li Shuiting. After all, in his impression, under his tyranny, Li Shuiting had always been a coward who only knew how to dodge. Lu Chen came in front of him and raised his right hand.
No. This is a law-abiding society.
Li Hongli shouted in terror. His right hand fell, and Li Hongli cried out in surprise, but unexpectedly, Lu Chen only patted him a few times and then retracted his hand, not hitting him.
That's right, this is a law-abiding society. I won't do anything to you.
Humph, you are quite reasonable.
I won't pursue today's matter. You all hurry up and leave.
Li Shuiting, go back to work.
Hearing Lu Chen say this, Li Hongli quickly scrambled up from the ground and shouted at Li Shuiting, wanting to leave first.
These people look terrifying, just look, 8 guards went down in one go.
You should leave, Li Hongli.
You are fired. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out from the company, the general manager of Xinyo Entertainment's branch, Zhaowen. Before Lu Chen arrived, he had already called both the headquarters and Zhaowen.
You? What right do you have to fire me? Seeing the newcomer, Li Hongli sneered.
He was sent by the headquarters to handle matters, and it was not Zhaowen's place to manage him. In terms of rank, as an operations director at headquarters, his authority was much greater than that of this branch manager. I don't have the power, but the chairman does.
Chairman? As Li Hongli was puzzled, Zhaowen walked up to Lu Chen. This is Lu Chen, the chairman who just acquired our Xinyo Entertainment.
What?
2 exclamations sounded simultaneously, one from Li Hongli and one from Li Shuiting.
Li Shuiting had thought that Lu Chen might use the social influence of Pang Long and Gao Jianli to help her through this difficult time, but she never expected Lu Chen to be the chairman of Xinyo Entertainment. Li Hongli felt doomed, realizing that even though he was the brother-in-law of the deputy general manager Wang Shoufa at the headquarters, in front of the chairman, he was nothing.
Bang. Thinking of this, Li Hongli directly knelt down.
Chairman, it was my ignorance. I was wrong, I shouldn't have treated Li Shuiting like this.
I promise I won't dare to do it again.
Please, for the sake of my brother-in-law Wang Shoufa, spare me.
If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten.
Your audacity must have been helped by your brother-in-law. Zhaowen directly informed the headquarters, let Wang Shoufa be fired as well, and also. At this point, he glanced at Li Jie, who was still in shock, and spoke again.
Let Li Jie take the position of operations director.
After hearing Li Shuiting narrate how Li Jie helped her last time, he had also learned about this person indirectly. Li Jie was honest, had rich experience in artist management, and strong operational abilities. However, her personality was straightforward and had too strong a sense of justice. She once fought for the innocence and welfare of her artists.
After offending the boss many times, I have been unable to get promoted.
Therefore, Lu Chen decided to let her be the operations director. In the entertainment industry, filled with unspoken rules, having such a breath of fresh air allows employees to work more securely.
Okay, Chairman.
At this moment, sisterly excitedly approached Lu Chen, about to say something.
You don't need to say anything, I believe in you and hope you continue with your usual style, keep things in order for me, and also, Snowting is in your hands. Lu Chen didn't let her continue, directly making a final decision.
Chairman, spare me, I really won't make mistakes again.
You can leave, throw him out.
As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the man behind him stepped forward, grabbed Li Hangli, and threw him out.
Ouch.
Li Hangli, falling like a dog in pain, cried out loudly.
Lu Chen didn't even look back, entering the company amidst the crowd. This Li Hangli harmed many artists during his time in office, isn't it too easy for him like this? Should we notify the whole industry about his misdeeds?
He and his brother-in-law have built their own circle in the entertainment world over the years, and it won't be hard for him to find another job. With his nature, if he goes to another entertainment company, many artists are likely to suffer again. At this moment, Sister Li spoke with worry, as she had fought with Li Hangli many times and was too familiar with them.
Don't worry, he won't be able to do evil again. Outside, Li Hangli stood up cursing. Damn it, let's wait and see, do you think I can't live after leaving Xingyo Entertainment?
Feeling upset, he naturally sought a place to vent, so he contacted a friend and rented a room at a hotel.
Dear, why did you get off work so early today? Don't say so much, I'm really angry today, quickly help me cool down. Oh dear, look at you being so impatient, take it slow.
Seeing his friend arrive, Li Hangli quickly got ready and was eager to go for it.
But after a while. What's wrong with you? There's been no reaction for so long. Oh, I don't freaking know, I can't feel anything at all.
At this point, Li Hangli panicked, forgetting about continuing, quickly got dressed, and rushed to the hospital. After a series of examinations, the doctor gave him a devastating answer: crushed rupture of the corpora cavernosa, incurable. This news was like a thunderbolt, crushing Li Hangli, leaving him feeling hopeless. Now, he had become the last eunuch of Xia country.
No! A tragic howl echoed in the hospital corridor, attracting countless glances.
At the Xingyo Entertainment branch, in the general manager's office. At this moment, Zhaoan and the others left, making space for Lu Chen and Li Xueting.
I didn't see it coming, you're so cunning. After hearing Lu Chen's explanation, Li Xueting's face turned red.
It turned out that when Lu Chen slapped Li Hangli a few times earlier, it wasn't random, he used a technique from the Xianlong needle method, directly damaging Li Hangli's corpora cavernosa, causing him to be impotent for life.
Though it's called the Xianlong needle method, it doesn't mean that every action requires silver needles.
Similar small techniques, as long as special methods are used to tap certain meridians and acupuncture points of the body, can achieve the desired effect.
Moreover, this technique leaves no trace at all.
The most crucial thing is, such a miraculous technique, if you say it, no one would believe you. From this, one can see how mysterious the Xianlong needle method is.
Lu Chen, why didn't you tell me you were the chairman of Xingyo Entertainment?
I've also been paying attention to the entertainment industry, feeling that this industry is quite profitable.
Just happened to have an opportunity to acquire Xingyo Entertainment, coincidentally. Lu Chen chuckled, he certainly couldn't say it was something the system just conveniently provided, right? But in Li Xueting's ears, it seemed like Lu Chen had heard her complaints and then acquired Xingyo Entertainment, didn't it?
Otherwise, why didn't he acquire so many other entertainment companies out there?
Just acquired Xingyo Entertainment? Or was it after she asked Lu Chen for help? Lu Chen, thank you.
Li Xueting said earnestly, then directly leaned in and pecked Lu Chen on the lips, her face full of crimson as she quickly ran out.
This girl. Feeling the warmth of her lips, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Zirwei Mansion, Villa number 3.
At this time, the room was bustling with people in white coats coming in and out, their foreheads covered in beads of sweat, clearly very anxious. Su Fuling was anxiously pacing back and forth outside Old Qin's bedroom door, rubbing her hands. The bedroom door opened, and one could vaguely see various medical equipment filling the room. A middle-aged man in a white coat came out. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that under the white coat, he was actually wearing a military uniform.
Dr. Lin, how is Old Qin? He is stable for now, but we need to see tonight. Alas, I can only blame my lack of medical skill.
Lin Tianshang, a major general in the Southern Army of the Summer Kingdom, was also a national treasure, with superb medical skills. Yet he said he lacked medical skill, showing just how serious Old Qin's situation was. And a major general, a national treasure, could personally attend to Old Qin, reflecting just how terrifying Old Qin's status was.
Old Qin, I'm here to drink with you today.
At that moment, Lu Chen's voice sounded from outside the door. Su Fuling opened the door, her delicate face showing signs of exhaustion and worry.
Old Qin is sick, please come back another day.
Sick? Seeing the busy doctors through the crack of the door, Lu Chen frowned. With his keen senses, he noticed the military uniforms beneath the white coats. It seemed that old Qin's identity was not ordinary. "Do you need my help?" So, Lu Chen asked. It wasn't that he liked to meddle, the last drink with old Qin had forged a connection. And old Qin's carefree style always gave him the feeling of an immortal hermit from a novel. "You? What can you do to help? Don't create more trouble." At this moment, Su Fuling was clearly a bit irritated, waving her hand impatiently to send him away. But unexpectedly, Lu Chen directly pushed her aside and walked in. "Hey, what are you doing?" Caught off guard, as Lu Chen slipped in, Su Fuling showed some anger and shouted. "Young man, old Qin is in poor health, it's not a good time to disturb him." At this moment, hearing her voice, Lin Tiancheng also turned to look at Lu Chen. But Lu Chen ignored him and walked straight to the room. As soon as he entered, he felt the oppressive atmosphere and the anxiety of the crowd. Clearly, old Qin was seriously ill. And after inheriting the Xianlong needle method, Lu Chen sometimes saw things differently. Just now, he actually sensed a breath of death in the bedroom. Watching Lu Chen's actions, everyone frowned, thinking how rude he was. "Lu Chen, you're going too far." Seeing Lu Chen break through the obstacles of the crowd and enter the bedroom, Su Fuling, losing her composed demeanor, shouted. She chased after him, wanting to pull him out. "Don't make a scene." Lu Chen pointed casually, and in the next second, everyone was dumbfounded. Because Su Fuling froze in mid-action, maintaining the posture of trying to drag him away, her mouth slightly open, rigid in place. What is going on?" Everyone was stunned and rushed over to check. This scene was too strange. But no matter how they looked at it, Su Fuling now could only slightly move her eyes, everything else was completely frozen, even her voice could not be uttered. Hiss. At this, Lin Tiancheng and the others who had originally wanted to step forward all stopped in their tracks, gasping in shock as they looked at Lu Chen. So bizarre. Su Fuling was shocked inside, wondering what had happened to her. After Lu Chen pointed at her, she couldn't move? What had that rascal done to her? At this point, Lu Chen had already arrived at old Qin's bedside, pulled aside the eyelids, and carefully observed his pupils, then grasped his right wrist pulse point. He closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and looked at Lin Tiancheng. Old Qin has suffered serious lung injuries, and his left meridian has been blocked for over 20 years, right? It has almost rotted away. And the long-term blockage has caused his heart meridian to also be congested, nearly dead. Oh, there's a faint breath within him nourishing the meridians, interesting. However, this breath is too weak, and the nourishing speed cannot keep up with the rotting speed of the meridians. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Tiancheng's eyes suddenly widened in shock. If he didn't have enough foundation, he definitely wouldn't have been able to point out old Qin's problems in such a short time. Moreover, he could even sense the breath nourishing the meridians within old Qin. That's a bit terrifying. "I am Lin Tiancheng, may I ask your name, sir?" "Lu Chen." "Mr. Lu Chen, you are absolutely correct. Old Qin has this problem from long ago, and we cannot bring the dead meridian back to life, we can only delay his death. But as you can see, after over 20 years, it seems to have reached its end." As he spoke, Lin Tiancheng's eyes dimmed slightly. Although he was very shocked by Lu Chen's previous methods, thinking about it, being able to identify the source of the illness does not mean that such a problem has a solution with current medical capabilities. Current medicine really cannot reverse it, but I think I can try. What? You said you can reverse the death of the meridian? Lu Chen's words struck like thunder, causing Lin Tiancheng to jump up directly. This is completely anti-scientific behavior. If dead meridians could be reversed, what kind of divine skill would that be? But the Lu Chen in front of him, who looks to be just over 20, actually says he can try. In shock, he could not help but glance at Su Fuling. Lu Chen glanced over, seemingly seeing that some decisions needed Su Fuling to make, and then walked in front of her. "I can unlock your seal now, but you need to speak properly and not cause trouble. If you agree, just blink." Su Fuling heard Lu Chen say this and immediately cursed in her heart. What does it mean to speak properly? What does it mean not to cause trouble? You're the one causing trouble, you bastard. However, being stuck like this, completely unaware of the means, left her feeling inexplicably anxious. Forget it, let me move first. With that thought, she quickly began to blink her beautiful eyes. No need to blink so much, I'm not blind. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, Su Fuling collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Lu Chen, you bastard, how dare you treat me like this, I. Originally ready to vent, she saw Lu Chen smiling and shaking his right index finger at her, immediately shutting up. That's right. I am going to treat old Qin now, do you have any objections? Su Fuling glared at him, looking towards Lin Tiancheng for advice. Miss Su, with my abilities, I cannot cure old Qin, I can only delay. If the illness occurs again, it may be beyond saving.
But Mr. Lu Chen, it's still up to you to decide.
Seeing that Lin Tianqing did not say that Lu Chen could not treat him, it indicated that his previous skills had indeed gained Lin Tianqing's recognition. However, being able to cure such a situation is unheard of. So, even Lin Tianqing dared not assert that handing it over to Lu Chen would guarantee a cure. Su Fuling, having been the CEO of the Su Group for many years, naturally understood the ins and outs. Since there was no hope for a cure, only a delay, then it would eventually lead to death. It would be better to take a chance and treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Thinking of old Qin being a straightforward person who loves and avenges greatly, he certainly would not want to live like this. So, she gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Chen.
Can you really cure it? I should be able to. What are the odds? 50%. Good. Su Fuling, being the CEO, was not a slow person and made the decision immediately. Old Lin, can I borrow a set of silver needles? No problem.
Lin Tianqing quickly retrieved a set of silver needles and handed them over.
Need anything else? No, those irrelevant can leave. Do not disturb me during the treatment, or if something happens to Elder Qin, it has nothing to do with me. Mr. Lu Chen, may I observe and learn on the side? Sure. Lu Chen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. I will stay too.
Su Fuling shouted hurriedly.
Alright, everyone else go out. Considering Su Fuling's relationship with Elder Qin, Lu Chen did not object.
So, except for Lin Tianqing and Su Fuling, everyone else was asked to leave, and the door was closed. Lu Chen disinfected the silver needles, and the next scene once again left Su Fuling and the others in shock.
Chapter 34.
The silver needle in Lu Chen's hand suddenly emitted a faint glow, and the next second, it began to move with the motion of his fingers. Lu Chen calmed his mind, and the already determined treatment route played continuously in his mind. After all, this was the first time he truly used the Xianlong needle technique. Take the left Zhu Sanli, left Xian Gu to Tue Yongquan, right Diji, right Gong Sun, and right Weiguan to Tue Naguan.
Among them, Zhu Sanli and Xian Gu use reinforcement method, Diji and Gong Sun use drainage method, while Weiguan to Tue Naguan is to balance reinforcement and drainage. Leave the needle for 20 minutes. If the patient feels warmth in the waist, then perform the flying dragon to open the dew.
Suddenly, Lu Chen moved instantly, and the silver needle moved rapidly on Elder Qin's body as if by thought. With the naked eye, warmth began to rise from Elder Qin's body, and the skin gradually turned red starting from the feet. Slowly, the redness spread across the entire body. Swish! At this moment, Lu Chen stopped and observed Elder Qin's condition, nodding his head. Currently, Elder Qin's bodily response was consistent with what was described in the Xianlong needle technique, indicating he had not made any mistakes. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lu Chen began to disinfect the second silver needle. Lin Tianqing beside him didn't even dare to breathe. What he had just seen felt like a dream.
Is this all good?
Lin Tianqing could contain himself, but Su Fuling couldn't hold it in.
How is that possible?
This is just the first step. This technique is called the 5 energies converging to the origin. Elder Qin's condition is quite poor, so I must first activate his body's potential to restore life. Next, I have to cultivate his foundation, as his body has been depleted for too long.
Oh. Su Fuling nodded in confusion, though she couldn't understand. It felt really impressive.
In her eyes, countless little stars glittered when she looked at Lu Chen. She witnessed the whole process of needle insertion just like watching a fantasy film, where the silver needle could move in midair following the fingers, astonishing beyond belief.
20 minutes later, Lu Chen checked Elder Qin's status again before removing the needle. Then, the second needle began.
Yet again, a fantastical scene played out, leaving Lin Tianqing in a trance, nearly drooling.
For such a master of the arts, what else could be more captivating than this mysterious needle technique?
He stared intensely with his small eyes wide open, not blinking as he watched Lu Chen perform.
Minutes later, Lu Chen once again removed the needle. Next, I will open the dew channel for Elder Qin. You two must not make a sound.
The final step was crucial, and Lu Chen didn't dare to be careless, sternly reminding them. Lin Tianqing and Su Fuling, like obedient students, nodded quietly and squatted down on the side without a sound.
Swish! The third needle began.
This time, Elder Qin's body began to shake violently, and a painful expression appeared on his face. All his limbs and forehead's veins bulged suddenly, changing from a dark purple to a pale blue.
Wow!
Suddenly, Elder Qin sat up and spat out several mouthfuls of black blood. This sudden scene almost made Su Fuling scream in shock if Lin Tianqing hadn't quickly covered her mouth, fearing she would jump up in fright. Because just a moment ago, it was like he had come back to life. Lu Chen was quick-witted and, at the moment Elder Qin sat up, he swiftly struck with the needle, pressing down a few times.
Wow!
Another mouthful of blood was spat out, and at this moment, if one listened closely, they could see. The blood that was spit out had changed from the previous pitch-black color to a normal red.
Who?
Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately withdrew the needle, helped old Mr. Qin lie down, and let out a long sigh of turbid air.
It's done.
Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lu Chen smiled. However, at this moment, he was physically and mentally exhausted, feeling slightly unsteady on his feet. Seeing himself in this state, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it hadn't been for the mental power and some magical strength that the system provided during the inheritance of the Xianlong needle method, it would have been very difficult for him to complete this treatment. It seemed that to treat such a serious illness, it would take a long time to recover afterward. He could feel the vitality lost from this treatment, at least it would take a week to recover.
Really done?
Su Fuling looked at Lu Chen in shock, feeling as if she were in a dream.
In just under an hour, he had cured old Mr. Qin's deadly ailment that had troubled him for decades with no way out?
Lin Tiancheng hurried over to the bedside, checking on old Mr. Qin. After finishing the check, he was astonished. Old Mr. Qin's meridians now showed no signs of blockage, and they were as if reborn, even better than those of a typical youth. His vitality could be described as limitless.
Moreover, he found that all of old Mr. Qin's other minor ailments seemed to have been cured in this treatment.
Especially, the scar left on old Mr. Qin's back from his youth had disappeared, with his skin as good as new.
Was there even a beauty treatment in this healing?
Lin Tianqing's heart was like a stormy sea, indescribable. This was simply a miracle. With a thud, Lin Tiancheng directly knelt on one knee in front of Lu Chen. Mr. Lu Chen, I, Lin Tiancheng, have dedicated my life to medicine. Witnessing your incredible skill just now, I ask you to please take me as your disciple. Seeing Lin Tiancheng acting this way, Su Fuling was completely stunned. No exaggeration, Lin Tiancheng was a gentle-looking man, but in terms of medical skills, he was an absolute authority, not just in Xia country but globally as well. He had never bowed to anyone in this regard, yet now he was kneeling in front of Lu Chen, asking to be his disciple.
Moreover, Lin Tiancheng was a lieutenant general. If this news were to spread, wouldn't it scare people to death? That won't do.
If Lin Lao is interested, he can come to my place sometime for more exchanges. There's nothing wrong with that, the worthy come first, please grant me this.
Seeing Lin Tiancheng so persistent, Lu Chen felt a headache coming on.
Lu Chen, Lin Lao is a straightforward person, and soldiers are quite decisive.
He respects you, you don't need to be coy. How can you let a lieutenant general, a master in medicine, keep kneeling?
Su Fuling was always unrestrained, otherwise, she wouldn't be running around in her identity as a socialite, racing cars for fun.
Lieutenant general? Master of medicine?
Upon hearing Su Fuling's words, Lu Chen was stunned for a long while.
It seems having a lieutenant general and a master as a disciple sounds pretty cool, huh?
Unable to suppress his imagination for a moment, he finally agreed to Lin Tianqing's request. This made the old man extraordinarily happy, and he cast a grateful glance at Su Fuling.
Master, please allow me to pay my respects.
Saying this, he respectfully bowed to Lu Chen. Although it felt great, Lu Chen still felt a bit embarrassed. Not to mention, Lin Tiancheng was quite older than him, it felt somewhat strange to receive a bow from him.
Yet Su Fuling was imagining wildly, if Lin Tiancheng becomes Lu Chen's disciple, and I manage to win over Lu Chen, wouldn't he have to call me master's wife? This sounds interesting.
But then her face turned red. Damn, what am I thinking? This is my best friend's man. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but frown. The more she got to know Lu Chen, the more mysterious he became, completely different from what Anqi had said. In these past few days, she had been investigating and following Lu Chen non-stop. Some things she knew were already shocking.
How many secrets does he have?
At this moment, Old Man Qin slowly opened his eyes, waking up.
Grandpa Qin, you finally woke up. Chapter 35.
Old Man Qin nodded, and just as he was about to sit up, he suddenly saw Lin Tiancheng on one knee and was stunned.
What the heck, old Lin, what are you doing? Is your old cold leg acting up?
Looking again, Lu Chen was also here, and it seemed like Lin Tiancheng was kneeling to Lu Chen.
Did I miss something? You old ghost, it's you who has a cold leg. I'm here to worship my master, do you understand anything? Worship my master? Hearing Lin Tiancheng's words, Old Man Qin was momentarily at a loss. What are you worshipping this little brat for? Did you take the wrong medicine? Or am I still dreaming and haven't woken up yet? Right, it must be a hallucination.
Thinking this, Old Man Qin slapped himself.
Damn, that hurts.
Others didn't know what Old Man Qin was thinking, they just saw him slap himself.
Master, during your treatment, will it mess up his brain?
This old ghost Qin used to be unreliable, but he wouldn't slap himself.
Lin Tiancheng couldn't help but ask quietly. Your brain is messed up, what the hell is going on? Old Man Qin felt like he had come to the wrong time and space, why couldn't he understand anything? Seeing this, Su Fuling stepped forward and explained everything in detail.
After hearing it, Old Man Qin Wush jumped out of bed and performed a set of military boxing.
Then he looked at Lu Chen in shock, then looked at himself, and then at Lu Chen again. Is it you who cured me? Old man Qin pointed at himself and asked. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. I can't believe it, you young man are amazing. I've treated this problem for over 20 years and it only got worse, but you cured it. Oh, it seems like my prostate is also better. I feel like I can find a few girls and have some babies now, ha. Old man Qin laughed heartily without any care. Old man Qin, I'm still here. Su Fuling's face turned red, she spat and ran out. This old man is too dirty. Lin Tiancheng beside her also covered his forehead and closed his eyes. This old man really has no shame. Regaining a new life, the deadly stubborn illness that had bothered him for decades was healed, and old man Qin was extremely happy, pulling Lu Chen to go drink. Today we too will have a good drink to thank you for saving my life, but we will drink my hidden wine. Although it's not as expensive as those bottles of yours, the taste is still great, the key is it's strong. Okay. Then Lin. For a moment, Lu Chen didn't know what to call Lin Tiancheng. Calling him disciple felt a bit weird, and he really couldn't say it. Master, just call me Tiancheng. Lin Tiancheng seemed to understand Lu Chen's difficulty, he said directly. Tiancheng, later go get my hidden wine, we three will drink together, you know where I keep it, right? Before Lu Chen could reply, old man Qin started shouting first. Hey, young friend, since you accepted this old ghost Lin as a disciple, what should he call me? Get lost, everyone mind their own business, don't think you can take advantage of me. Hearing old man Qin's words, Lin Tiancheng directly scolded. In the playful banter between the two old men, the room became lively. After a few glasses of strong liquor, Lu Chen also learned about old man Qin's identity. Old man Qin, named Qin Tianlong, is the god of war in the Xia country, nicknamed Dragon God. His status in Xia country is extremely noble. If we talk about rank, it's even above that of a general, and more prestigious than founding fathers. The reason is that in his youth, he tore apart enemy attacks multiple times, and those high-ranking officials he wiped out, he couldn't even count them all. He is also known as the #1 master in Xia country. However, more than 20 years ago, during a mission, he was ambushed and slowly withdrew. Decades have passed, and while countries still openly and covertly compete, the kind of fierce fighting that used to happen has rarely occurred. Most of it is a competition of financial power and alliances. In today's society, if you can use money to get things done, who still uses their fists? After this incident, Qin Tianlong was determined to drag Lu Chen and make him a sworn brother. If Lu Chen didn't agree, he would stick to him relentlessly. This old man was truly shameless and helpless. Lu Chen had no choice but to agree. Afterward, Qin old man was so proud, he immediately started teasing Lin Tiancheng, calling him his nephew. Angered, Lin Tiancheng chased him around playfully for half a day, and in the end, both of them were drunk, even arguing in their sleep, and surprisingly, they could still respond to each other, leaving Lu Chen amazed. At 12 o'clock, Lu Chen returned to his villa, and the system's prompt sound also rang out. Ding, the products have been updated and listed. Please decide whether to purchase. Product, R-Type Wisdom Potion Ultimate Version, price, 1 yuan. R-Type Wisdom Potion Ultimate Version, taking it allows one to achieve the ability of photographic memory and logical reasoning, and significantly enhances brain capacity and mental power. Good stuff. This time, using the Shenlong needle technique made him deeply realize his mental power was insufficient. After finishing, his head felt a bit swollen, and he inquired with the system. The system explained that this was because his brain capacity was not enough, so the mental power he could store was limited. Once overused, symptoms like dizziness and weakness would occur. Unexpectedly, today the potion came directly, and he suddenly felt the system was quite considerate. With a thought, the R-Type Wisdom Potion appeared in his hand. It was a bottle of liquid potion that was a deep blue color. He opened the cap and smelled it, but it had no scent, so he drank it in one go. Instantly, a cool sensation shot straight to his brain, and he felt a shiver run through his whole body. A few minutes later, the cool feeling faded, and Lu Chen felt that his eyesight was not only brighter but seemed to see further. Moreover, his hearing and sense of smell appeared to have significantly improved as well. He casually picked up a magazine, flipped through it quickly, then closed it. To his amazement, every word and sentence in his mind was recalled as if playing a film. Indeed, he had a photographic memory. Lu Chen thought, if he had this during school, wouldn't he be a super scholar? After a long day, Lu Chen decided not to watch any live streams. He washed up and lay down to sleep. Villa 3. Xiao Yanzi, what time is the appointment for tomorrow? Sister Ling, Pang Daolong said to meet at 11 a.m. tomorrow at Tongqing Building to discuss the contract. Tongqing Building? Fine, get the materials ready, see you at 11 a.m. Okay. After hanging up, Su Fuling frowned deeply. This time, coming to Jiangdu, she had urgent matters, which was to finalize the contract with the Pang Group. The project in Modu was about to start, and because the client had specific requirements, there were several materials that were quite scarce. She had searched many places and found them out of stock, but only Pang's had them.
However, Pang Dalong, this old fox, knowing that Su Fuling urgently needed these materials, raised the price and wanted to take a big bite out of her. In several negotiation rounds, this guy kept playing tricks, taking advantage of the position of having rare goods, and refused to budge. But she didn't have much time to drag it out, so she arranged to meet Pang Dalong tomorrow to finalize the contract. I wonder if this old fox will compromise tomorrow. Sigh. With worries, Su Fuling slowly fell asleep. Chapter 36. The next day at noon, in box 515 of Tongqing Building. Boss Pang, how have you considered what I mentioned last time? President Su, it's not that I'm intentionally raising the price. You see, my old friend has contacted me several times. He also wants this batch of materials. There is only this one batch of goods, and if I give him the amount you need, you won't get yours. In business terms, indeed your required amount is larger, and because of this, I prioritized you. Otherwise, the price my old friend offers is much higher than what I am giving you now. Hearing this, Su Fuling frowned tightly. This old fox was up to his tricks again. Who knows what price your old friend offered, or if you even have such an old friend to begin with. Anyway, she didn't believe it. But no matter how much she didn't believe it, they held the supply, and she had no way to fight back. The key was that the client was very stubborn. They had asked if other materials could replace it, and the answer was no, which made her very frustrated. At this moment, the door to the private room opened, and in came a middle-aged man with a big belly. Brother Pang, that's not fair. I already said I'd pay a high price for this batch of materials. Why are you still negotiating with others? If it weren't for Xiao Li's slip of the tongue, I wouldn't even know you were here to sign a contract. As soon as he entered, he began to complain, turning back to glance at a young man who followed him in. The young man was Xiao Li, a department manager under Pang Dalong. Pang Dalong glared at Xiao Li in displeasure, then put on a smiling face and said, Brother Zhang, you need to understand my difficulties. The quantity you want is not too big or too small. This batch of goods is temporarily limited, and I cannot restock soon. So, you can only take a portion, the rest will be hard for me to handle. That's why I'm here to negotiate, as the amount needed by President Su is just right. You can't give it to her just because she wants more, there has to be a first-come first-served basis. I can offer you a higher price, raising it by 10% from what we discussed last time, how about that? Old Zhang hurriedly said upon hearing this. Mr. Zhang, raising prices like this is a bit of vicious competition, besides, it's also Pang who contacted us first. Hearing this, Su Fuling immediately said. Seeing this person burst in, she listened for a moment, feeling that someone really wanted to ask Pang Dalong to buy this batch of materials. Although she still felt something was off about this, she couldn't afford to gamble. If the materials were taken by this person, her project would be ruined. So, she had to fight for it. Upon hearing this, old Zhang looked at Pang Dalong. Brother Zhang, it was actually President Su who contacted me first, Pang Dalong said truthfully. She came first? Then did Miss Su sign the contract? Not yet. Then that's settled. If she hasn't signed, it means it's not finalized. Since I urgently need it, if she doesn't sign, I'll sign. I brought a deposit. Saying this, old Zhang directly placed a safe box he brought on the table and opened it, revealing it was filled with money. Who said I won't sign? I'll sign. President Pang, let's sign the contract now. Seeing this, Su Fuling got anxious, directly stamping her name on the contract Pang Dalong had prepared. Although the price from Pang Dalong was much higher, squeezing her profit margin. But at least getting this batch of materials would still allow her to make some profit. The key was that if this project succeeded, there would be more future cooperation, and she could make a name for her company in Xiangjiang. Xiangjiang was originally the market that their Su group aimed to conquer next, so they had to secure this project as a stepping stone. But she didn't notice that Pang Dalong and old Zhang exchanged glances when she wasn't paying attention. Brother Zhang, look, they have already signed. I'm really sorry, but business should be based on trust, first come, first served. Pang Dalong said apologetically to old Zhang after seeing that Su Fuling had finished signing. What a pity, then Brother Pang, please help me see if there's a way to source goods during this time. I'll also look outside, I really need it urgently. Old Zhang said with a look of regret. Okay, I will definitely keep an eye out for you. Then, old Zhang left. President Su, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Su Fuling said reluctantly. This time, she had been brutally cut by this old fox, and naturally felt uncomfortable inside. How about we have a meal together? No, I have a friend coming here to discuss business. Next time, please make sure to ship the goods early, President Pang. Don't worry, I'll take care of it when I get back. Hearing that Su Fuling had some hints of a dismissal, but Pang Dalong didn't care at all. Having made a nice profit, Pang Dalong was in a great mood and happily agreed. As Pang Dalong reached the lobby of the restaurant downstairs, he happened to run into someone coming toward him. Boss, what are you doing here? Old Pang? You're here too? My friend called me to eat here, saying there was something to discuss.
Your friend? Yeah, said it was private room 515, what floor is it on? If I may ask, boss, is it Miss Sue Fulling who invited you to dinner? Yes, how did you know?
Hearing this, Pang Dalong shivered all over.
Boss, my stomach hurts a bit, I really have to go, sorry.
Saying this, he quickly turned around and ran upstairs, not even taking the elevator.
Huh? Isn't it urgent? Isn't there a restroom downstairs?
Lu Chen looked at the sign for the restroom hanging in the lobby, looking puzzled. The door to private room 515 banged open, startling Su Fulling. Turning around, she found that Pang Dalong had come back, and as soon as he entered, he locked the door behind him.
What are you doing? Why did you come back?
Miss Su, I just got a call from the purchasing department, saying the price list for this batch of materials was wrong. After recalculating, we can lower the price by another 10 points from what you said earlier, so I rushed back to have you sign the contract again.
Huh? Is there such good news?
Hearing Pang Dalong's words, Su Fulling suddenly felt her head spinning, unable to react for a moment. Take a look at this contract, the price has been changed. Pang Dalong directly pulled out 2 blank contracts, filled in the latest price, and handed them to Su Fulling, looking anxious. Su Fulling looked at the price and found it had indeed been lowered by 10 points from her original quote.
Is this price really for me?
Yes, in business, honesty is key, the price is what it is.
Are you satisfied with this price? If you are, let's sign it now. I have something urgent to attend to.
Although she had countless doubts in her heart, the price on this contract was definitely favorable to her. So Su Fulling didn't care what kind of madness Pang Dalong was having, she directly signed and stamped, afraid he might change his mind.
Little did she know that Pang Dalong was actually afraid that Su Fulling wouldn't sign, otherwise Lu Chen would find out he tricked his friend, and wouldn't he be in trouble? Both parties signed and stamped, and the old contract was torn up. Mr. Pang, a pleasant cooperation.
This time, Su Fulling was genuinely happy, her face adorned with a joyful smile.
Pleasant. As long as Miss Su is satisfied with this cooperation. I'll take my leave now.
After speaking, he dashed out, and especially when opening the door, he sneakily looked left and right outside. A series of actions left Su Fulling confused, but she didn't think too much about it, after all, the outcome was good. So, she happily hummed a little tune.
Yo! What's making Miss Su so happy?
At this moment, Lu Chen pushed the door open and walked in, grumbling, "This hotel's private rooms are as confusing as a maze, it took me a while to find."
Lu Chen, you're here?
Seeing Lu Chen, Su Fulling greeted him with a big smile, her mood lifted.
What's the big celebration you've got?
Oh, it's nothing much, I just signed a contract with the Pang Group and made a profit.
Oh? The Pang Group? Yeah, the Pang Group, don't you know?
They are the biggest material supplier in Jiangdu City, much better than your Hongfeng real estate.
Huh? How do you know Hongfeng real estate is mine? Seeing Lu Chen staring at her, Su Fulling's gaze dodged, she accidentally slipped up from her excitement.
Well, last time, I just happened to go house hunting and saw you at Xuanzhou Yingyue.
Oh, I see.
Lu Chen nodded, not caring much. If he found out, there was nothing to hide. But today, this contract signing was a bit strange.
Oh? What do you mean?
Previously, Pang Dalong raised the price very high. I felt forced to sign the contract even though I was hesitant, but not long after he left, he suddenly returned and said the previous price was a mistake. He handed me a new contract to sign with a price so favorable that it felt unreal, making me earn 10 more points of profit than I originally expected.
Although I don't know what happened, it was finally a smooth signing.
Hearing this, Lu Chen realized why the big boss Pang had suddenly become flustered when he knew he was dining in box 515.
This old fox. Lu Chen thought to himself, unable to help but smile.
However, with this old trickster around, the business would be safe from losses, and he was quite clever too. Moreover, it's a good thing he felt fear towards me, otherwise, who knows what he might do behind my back. Of course, Lu Chen also knew that this series of changes was due to their last encounter at the Fuai restaurant. They realized that their industry wasn't the only one existing, which explained their behavior.
So why did you call me here today? It can't just be for a meal, right? Well, I do have something I need your help with. Seeing Su Fulling hesitating, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. So it turns out President Su can also be shy like a little girl? Just speak up. Oomph, I'm a woman too. After Lu Chen's tease, she relaxed a bit. It's like this, a very annoying person has been bothering me.
I came here not only to talk business with the Pang family but also to avoid this person.
Unfortunately, this person followed me here. Stop, don't tell me, you want me to be your shield?
Why not just refuse directly?
Upon hearing this, Lu Chen interrupted her, wasn't this an old plot from TV dramas? Do you think I want to? He's the prince of the NI group in Magic City and has some business dealings with our group, so there are things I can't do. Plus, my family has been trying to set us up for a so-called business marriage, you understand?
Lu Chen rolled his eyes, clearly this was an old routine. Ignoring his eye roll, Su Fuling continued, if I randomly pull someone in, they won't believe me, and the news would definitely reach my parents, and they wouldn't agree.
So if you pull me in, they will believe it? Your parents will agree? At least you're handsome and have your own business. You managed to acquire the #1 villa of Ziri Mansion at such a young age, you must have more than just Hongfeng real estate, right? Plus, with your impressive skills yesterday, that's capital. Besides, Elder Qin appreciates you a lot and even has a general like Lin Tianqing as an apprentice. With your status out there, my parents definitely won't object. At this moment, Su Fuling's analytical ability was on full display. She was right, how could an ordinary person manage to acquire the #1 villa of Ziri Mansion with just one Hongfeng real estate? If someone could do that, they would have taken it themselves rather than waiting for Lu Chen. Now that you mention it, I feel like I'm pretty impressive. Lu Chen chuckled. Look at you puffing yourself up, so will you agree or not? Why would I do such thankless work? Besides, with you praising me so much, what if your parents really take a liking to me? What then? If they take a liking to you, so what? Does this lady not match up to you? Besides, you're my best friends, man. Are you afraid I'll eat you up? Seeing Lu Chen still looking dismissive, Su Fuling felt a bit annoyed. She wasn't bad looking, right? There were plenty of people trying to pursue her in Magic City, yet this guy was acting so dismissive? Your best friend? Yao Anqi is your best friend? Hearing Su Fuling's words, Lu Chen was taken aback and then quickly asked. Oh yes, Yao Anqi is my childhood best friend, so rest assured, if something happens. She is also big. Being provoked by Lu Chen, she let something slip, so Su Fuling, in a moment of heat, said the wrong thing again. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. What the heck was she saying? But Lu Chen was astonished, his mouth agape. What the hell does this girl mean? She's willing to be the small one? Sister flowers? Sounds not bad. Men always have their fantasies, especially about a beauty like Su Fuling. But thinking is one thing, and doing is another. While pondering, he ultimately nodded in agreement. The main reason was that this girl even called Anqi in front of him and explained everything. Not only did Anqi not oppose, she even hoped Lu Chen could help her friend as much as possible without putting himself in a tough spot. This left Lu Chen somewhat amused, marveling at how good the relationship between the two was, even willing to lend him out. From their few interactions before, their relationship wasn't bad, so now that Anqi said so, he decided to help out. Then, Anqi apologized to Lu Chen over the phone, saying her business trip might be extended as the project on that side hit a bottleneck and she had to finish it before coming back, possibly needing more than a week. She originally planned to call Lu Chen today, but since Su Fuling called, she just shared it all directly. The two exchanged feelings of missing each other for a while, hanging up the phone under Su Fuling's continuous eye rolls. Next, they got into the main topic, eating, and aligning their opinions. In the end, after Lu Chen's constant complaints, they created a plan that Su Fuling considered satisfactory. At that moment, Lu Chen's phone rang. Boss, I am Zhou Zhaogang. All the funds from Jinrui Real Estate have been invested, and the foundation construction has already started. Then proceed as planned, it's time to collect. Got it, boss. Hanging up the phone, Lu Chen squinted his eyes. What is owed to me should be returned. Chapter 38. Fengyang District Flower Expo Center. You guys, hurry up. The press conference is about to start. Ruan Minghui was directing his subordinates to be busy at the venue. To facilitate the construction of the Fengyang District Lot 1, they directly rented the Flower Expo Center for the press conference. Soon, everyone had arrived. Ruan Minghui adjusted his suit and hairstyle, walked into the venue with his head held high, and sat down on the podium. Because he had the greatest credit this time, the old man handed over the leadership to him. This made him feel like he was standing at the peak of life. After this development project, the Ruan Group would ascend to a new level, rivaling major groups in Modu and Kyoto. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the press conference for the Ruan Group's Fengyang District Lot 1 development project. We, the Ruan Group, plan to turn this land into the most luxurious seaside resort in Jiangdu City and even the whole country, here. Ruan Minghui spoke confidently on stage while continuously answering reporters' questions. It was evident that everyone was very interested in this project. This also made Ruan Minghui feel optimistic about the future. This time, the Ruan Group was really about to take off. Just when Ruan Minghui was halfway through his introduction, suddenly the reporters' phones rang one after another. Hello? I'm attending the press conference at Ruan Group. What? Are you serious? I'll be right there. What did you say? This really happened? Big news. Save me a spot, I'll be there in 5 minutes.
One by one, these reporters hung up the phone, said a few words to the photographers, and quickly left the venue with their equipment. At that moment, it seemed to be contagious among the reporters present, as one after another turned and left.
Hey, don't go. I'm not done talking yet.
Seeing every media person leave one after another, Ruan Minghui was dumbfounded.
What's going on?
He didn't care about his image anymore. He rushed off the stage and grabbed a reporter to ask. Hey, don't pull me, I'm in a hurry to go to Hongfeng Real Estate for an interview.
The reporter who was pulled frowned and said, wasn't this delaying his interview? Originally getting the news late, if he was any later he wouldn't even get soup to drink, wasn't this cutting off his financial path?
So, without caring about who Ruan Minghui was, he directly pushed him away and quickly ran out.
What on earth is going on? Can someone tell me?
Looking at the suddenly empty venue, Ruan Minghui was in despair.
Ruan young master, it's bad. Hongfeng Real Estate held a press conference and said.
At this moment, a subordinate rushed in, gasping for breath.
What did they say? Just say it.
Seeing him unable to spit out a reason for a long time, Ruan Minghui suddenly lunged forward and grabbed him, shouting fiercely. They said they want to turn plots 2 to 5 here, as well as the previously acquired plots on the outskirts of Fengyang, into a cemetery. And based on market capacity, they will be divided into 3 tiers, high, medium, and low, to meet all economic levels of demand.
What?
Hearing this news, Ruan Minghui directly collapsed to the ground. Just thinking about it a little, he realized the gravity of the situation. This time, the Ruan Group was finished. Their foundation started leveling and excavation the day after they obtained the land, and because they were racing against time, they used 4 times the usual labor to occupy the market earlier. And their advertising investment to seize the best resources was paid in full, so retreating was completely impossible now. Furthermore, wanting to be fast, they had already fully paid for materials ordered from the Pang Group and even took a significant loss from Pang Dalong.
Who told the Pang Group to be the largest supplier?
Other smaller companies couldn't fulfill such a large construction demand. Finally, a large part of the money was borrowed. Now with Hongfeng doing this, no matter how luxurious and upscale they made it, who would want to live in a place surrounded by a cemetery?
Wouldn't you be looking at the sea or at ghosts? Isn't that creepy? Grandpa, we're done for.
Feeling frustrated, Ruan Minghui dialed his grandpa's phone. Brother, come to the People's Hospital quickly, Grandpa. Grandpa exploded a blood vessel after seeing the news about Hongfeng. He's in emergency care now.
However, on the phone, Ruan Mingliang's urgent voice came through. Brother? Say something. What can I say? You damn idiot, lustful and heartless, why did you go provoke Lu Chen?
Now the Ruan family is finished. After a moment of silence, Ruan Minghui exploded. At this point, he naturally understood why Lu Chen would rather take a loss and acquire all surrounding plots during the bidding, except for plot number 1. This was setting a trap to bury the Ruan Group.
Lu Chen, you're too ruthless.
At this moment, Lu Chen was at home watching the Jiangdu news report on television. They were broadcasting the press conference of Hongfeng Real Estate, and Zhou Zhaogang was passionately giving a speech. The atmosphere was quite lively. Their planning had gained widespread support from the public. At the same time, he also received videos from his subordinates showing the scene of the Ruan Group's press conference. All he saw was a scene of desolation and despair. Turning off the TV, Lu Chen stretched, looking at the garden outside. A ray of sunshine fell, and the scenery was intoxicating. Hongfeng Real Estate shot to fame. Under Lu Chen's suggestion, the Hongfeng team planned the best 3-tier pricing and construction style. This greatly satisfied various groups in the market, and Zhou Zhaogang was even more surprised, thinking these lands would incur losses, but the result was unexpected. When the pre-sale statistics were completed, the cemetery project not only did not lose money but instead made over 10 billion, which delighted Zhou Zhaogang.
Lu Chen even issued high bonuses to all the employees of this project. It brought the cheers and adulation of the employees.
From then on, the Ruan Group fell into a slump, drowning in debt. The old man, who had barely been saved in the hospital, opened his eyes to learn that the Pang Group was actually Lu Chen's company. Moreover, this giant dragon bought the Ruan Group at a low price using money earned from the Ruan Group itself. He couldn't even catch his breath and passed away suddenly. The 2 young masters of the Ruan family were also driven to despair by debt collectors, losing everything overnight.
Because the money from selling the Ruan Group wasn't even enough to pay the bank interest.
A few days later, Lu Chen picked up Su Fuling as promised and arrived at the Hongyuan Grand Hotel for the banquet.
When did you buy this McLaren? I've seen you buying many Bentleys and Ferraris recently. What's going on? Are you starting a luxury car club or a rental company? Su Fuling asked in confusion.
Men love cars, having many means you can drive different ones. It's no wonder Lu Chen, several products had been added to the system recently. Among them were a Bentley fleet, 10 cars, and Ferraris. Not only was Su Fuling confused, but even Lu Chen himself wondered if the system was making him start a luxury car club or a wedding rental company.
Lingling, it's been a long time.
Just as they were talking, a somewhat gloomy voice emerged.
Chapter 39.
Seeing the person, Su Fuling's smile faded, and her expression turned cold. This person was none other than the prince of the NI group whom she despised, Ni Tianhao.
Aren't you going to introduce me?
Seemingly accustomed to Su Fuling's cold glare, Ni Tianhao continued to smile, but his voice sounded sinister.
Lu Chen, my boyfriend.
Su Fuling introduced coldly, then looked at Lu Chen as she linked her arm with his, showing a smile.
Chen, this is Ni Tianhao from the NI group in Magic City, a very annoying person.
Oh? If I annoy you, at least it shows you care about me. Ni Tianhao said without changing his expression, ignoring Su Fuling's affectionate gesture. You really have thick skin, a good dog doesn't stand in the way, so step aside. Su Fuling said ungraciously, although the NI group had partnerships with her family, and their parents intended to arrange a marriage between them. She couldn't ruin their relationship, but she also didn't need to give him a pleasant face. Furthermore, she had clearly stated that she did not like Ni Tianhao, and a marriage was impossible. What her parents thought was their business, love had to be found on her own.
Lingling, it's fine to play with a pretty boy sometimes, but today's banquet isn't for just anyone.
Upon hearing this, instead of moving aside, he stepped forward, completely ignoring Lu Chen beside him, reaching out to grab Su Fuling's wrist.
Lu Chen frowned, he was someone who never bothered others first. This man ignored him, which he didn't mind, but he didn't like the way he spoke.
Damn pretty boy. Standing together, it was clear that Ni Tianhao looked more like a pretty boy, lacking any masculinity. His voice was even sinister.
Now he even dared to reach out and grab Su Fuling without any restraint. Did he think he was invincible? Slap.
So, Lu Chen directly swatted away Ni Tianhao's hand. My woman said, a good dog doesn't stand in the way, so move aside. Are you deaf or what? With his hand swatted away, Ni Tianhao finally looked Lu Chen in the eye for the first time.
Who do you think you are? How dare you?
Before he could finish, Lu Chen walked past with Su Fuling, bumping into him and nearly causing him to fall. Linger, be more careful with your friends in the future, don't hang out with those androgynous types who talk in that strange tone. In ancient times, he would have been a eunuch.
Aren't you tired of that?
I understand. The two ignored Ni Tianhao and continued walking forward. But after a few steps, they were stopped by 4 bodyguards behind Ni Tianhao.
Kid, I think you're tired of living, beat him up.
Born with a silver spoon, Ni Tianhao could only play with others.
Where has anyone ever been treated like this?
Filled with rage, he no longer kept up his previous gentlemanly demeanor, preparing to let his bodyguards take action. But suddenly, it felt as if something was stuck in his throat, forcefully swallowing the words that followed. The reason was simple, his 4 bodyguards were already lying on the ground.
In contrast, Lu Chen's clothes hadn't even wrinkled. What unfolded before them not only left Ni Tianhao dumbfounded, even Su Fuling felt extremely suppressed. This was also the first time she saw Lu Chen in action, and she couldn't help but think, so he's not only great at racing and has extraordinary medical skills, but he's also such a fighter?
Su Fuling had often followed Old Qin and had visited several elite military divisions. She admired the strong since she was young, had a bit of a martial arts dream, and a hero complex, which had nurtured her usually fierce demeanor. Now, seeing Lu Chen take action, her eyes were left with nothing but little stars of admiration, aside from surprise.
Wow, you are so amazing. Just average. What move did you just use?
Oh, this is called the dog beat technique. As he spoke, Lu Chen made some gestures.
Isn't there only the dog beat cane technique? That's from a novel. Have you seen beggars outside do it? What about the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms? You've read too many novels.
I can't do the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, but I could do the Divine Dragon Clutch.
You're annoying.
The two completely ignored Ni Tianhao, who was still in shock behind them, casually laughing and chatting as they walked into the Hongyuan Hotel.
Ni Tianhao coldly glared at their backs, not stopping them again. He was arrogant, but not a fool.
The 4 bodyguards he brought were all carefully selected, each one capable of handling 10 outside. Even if they encountered top-tier experts from elite divisions, they could hold their ground for dozens of rounds.
But just now, he hadn't even reacted when Lu Chen instantly knocked them down.
At this moment, if he were to provoke again, he would certainly be the one to suffer.
Humph.
If I can't fight with strength, then I'll fight with words.
Just wait.
You useless bunch, how long are you going to lay on the ground?
Get up already, you embarrassing fools.
Saying this, he ignored them and directly walked toward the Hongyuan Hotel. In the banquet hall, those present were all business elites from Jiangdu City, and at regular intervals, business associations organized such events to provide an opportunity for these business giants to exchange ideas and connect. These giant tycoons also enjoyed attending such banquets. First, being invited already represented a certain status.
Second, some businesses are often finalized at such soirees.
Third, many gold diggers, young models, and peripheral stars look for rich partners to seize opportunities for wealth. So, whenever such a banquet occurs, they'll try every means to attend. Unbeknownst to them, while they are searching for targets, they themselves are also someone else's target. Some business giants enjoy finding such women for a good time. What's called being intoxicated by paper and gold, it's mutual consent, everyone gets what they want. Lu Chen arrived there, heading straight for the buffet table. He didn't much like such occasions, they were too hypocritical, he'd rather feast his own appetite. So, the buffet table became his target. Su Fuling had no choice, as the acting CEO of Su's group, necessary socializing had to be done. Moreover, this banquet was one her parents insisted she attend. This was because at the later part of the banquet, there would also be a charity auction, a time for each major group to show off their strength. As Su's group, they naturally had to participate. Sometimes spending a few million or tens of millions, do you really think it's because they are interested in the auction items? Not at all, it's just for reputation. Well, you eat here first, I'll go mingle? Sure, you're busy, don't mind me. Lu Chen stuffed 2 thick slices of salmon into his mouth and nodded. Not to mention, the ingredients at Hongyuan Hotel were indeed fresh. It really is a 5-star hotel. While eating, I heard a group of people walking toward me, and among the 2 leading, one was Ni Tianhao. Manager Tong, this person doesn't have an invitation, I think you should verify whether he is qualified to attend this banquet. Sir, this is a private banquet of the business association, please show me your invitation. The person referred to as Manager Tong said to Lu Chen. I don't have an invitation. Chapter 40. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ni Tianhao sneered continuously, and Manager Tong also frowned. The security here is good, how could they let in someone without an invitation for no reason? Then may I ask who brought you in, sir? Su Fuling. Oh, it turns out to be brought in by the daughter of the Su group, that's fine. Hearing that it was Su Fuling who brought him in, Manager Tong suddenly understood, this made sense. Wait, just because he said he was brought in by Su Fuling, does that make it true? Where's the proof? Ni Tianhao said relentlessly. I am the one who brought him in, what's wrong? Do you have an opinion? The commotion here had already attracted the attention of others, and Su Fuling naturally saw it. So, she immediately walked over. This is not a place where just anyone can bring someone in, who is he to you? Ni Tianhao asked knowingly, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He is my boyfriend. Ni Tianhao, what exactly do you want? Su Fuling looked impatiently at him. Your boyfriend? Then which company does this brother work for? To be Su Mrs. boyfriend, he must be quite successful, may I ask? Hearing this, both Su Fuling and Lu Chen understood this guy's intentions. Indeed, Ni Tianhao was not trying to have Manager Tong kick him out, but wanted to embarrass Lu Chen in front of everyone, and then make Su Fuling lose face. In doing so, Su Fuling would naturally hold a grudge against both him and Lu Chen. But he didn't care, after all, he never really liked her. As long as he got rid of this annoying brute, he had ways to drag this out slowly. Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you? Lu Chen said impatiently. Miss Su is a celebrity, and also the goddess of many of us, now that you are her boyfriend, naturally we suitors should have some right to know. To say Ni Tianhao had a thick skin and was shameless was an understatement, Lu Chen thought he could definitely rank at the top. Was this even a reason? Or are you just an ordinary worker, or perhaps a pretty boy? Lingling, you should really take a good look, this pretty boy, although good-looking, you should know, they make a living with their looks, don't. Smack. A loud slap echoed, surprising Lu Chen who was ready to strike. This slap was not struck by him but by Su Fuling. Ni Tianhao, don't be too much, constantly calling him a pretty boy, what are you? You're neither a man nor a woman, if you can't get miss, you just sulk and say this and that. Listen up, my boyfriend is the chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate. Is he qualified to be here? At this moment, Su Fuling regained her authority and directly scolded. Hongfeng Real Estate? The one that has been booming lately? Yes, brother, you are from out of town, right? Hongfeng is now the leader in the real estate industry in Jiangdu and has just acquired and merged with Jinmao Real Estate, even stronger than my old Sunday. Oh? Then he definitely qualifies to be here, otherwise, if he isn't qualified, what are we? Who says otherwise? But that person is the prince of the Ni family in Modu, I heard he has been pursuing Su Fuling but has not been welcomed, today it seems, indeed. Seems like he's purposely trying to embarrass someone. Let's just watch the show, both the Ni and Su families are nearly trillion-dollar giants, they are not people we can offend. Everyone was whispering, most of them were just watching the fun. Ni Tianhao's eyes were filled with anger, as if it could burst out at any moment, but he forced it down. You say so, huh? Where's the evidence? Ni Tianhao simply did not believe that Lu Chen could have his own business, because he had observed for a while in the corner. If he were truly in business, he wouldn't be fighting for the buffet table at this party, he would definitely seize the opportunity to socialize and expand his network for more business. So, he thought of using manager Tong to bring out the current scene.
You want evidence, right?
I am Zhou Zhaogang, the general manager of Hongfeng Real Estate. I can prove what Miss Su said is true. Director Lu Chen is my boss and is the true decision-maker of Hongfeng Real Estate. At this moment, Zhou Zhaogang walked out from the other side, stood beside Lu Chen, and smiled, saying, "Boss, why didn't you tell me you were coming to the wine party?
I would have come to pick you up. I just came to accompany Su, accompany Linger."
Lu Chen was indeed surprised to see Zhou Zhaogang here, he almost called her Miss Su in a daze. Oh, so it's the boss of Hongfeng Real Estate. You have some achievements, having such a small company is not bad. Although Ni Tianhao was a bit surprised in his heart, he still scoffed. He had heard that Hongfeng Real Estate had been booming recently, but it was worth less than 10 billion, compared to the Ni family's gigantic enterprise, it was nothing. You? Hearing Ni Tianhao say this, Zhou Zhaogang was about to step forward. Oh? Young Master Ni enjoys the benefit of ancestral blessings, so naturally, he looks down on our little assets. At this moment, another person walked out, speaking sarcastically, causing the crowd to chuckle involuntarily. But what this person said wasn't wrong, the Ni family group was indeed strong, but that was all created by the previous generation and had nothing to do with this Ni Tianhao.
Boss, you are also here, ha ha ha.
As he spoke, he also stood beside Lu Chen.
Isn't this Sun Hai from Fuhai Restaurant? He actually calls Lu Chen boss? Incredible, so Young yet has taken over Hongfeng Real Estate and Fuhai Restaurant, quite capable.
Exactly, although Fuhai Restaurant isn't worth much, its networking is very developed. The crowd was once again buzzing, and their gazes towards Lu Chen changed again.
A mere restaurant owner, yet dares to mock the Ni family? You really aren't qualified.
Hearing that it was just a locally popular restaurant, Ni Tianhao scoffed even more.
No matter how impressive he was in Jiangdu City, he was completely insignificant in Modu.
As for the connections here, he looked down on them entirely. If it weren't for Su Fuling, he wouldn't even bother to attend such a wine party. When you look down on others, first look at yourself. Just relying on your family wealth doesn't give you the right to say such things. At this moment, another voice rang out.
Wow, this is General Gao Jianli from Taifu Plaza, he's actually speaking up for Lu Chen? Everyone present naturally recognized Gao Jianli, as Taifu Plaza was at the commercial core and worth over 30 billion.
Even billionaires would show him some respect here. But in the next moment, everyone was astonished to see Gao Jianli also walk to Lu Chen's side, calling him boss.
This left everyone dumbfounded.
To say that the first two, one was Fuhai Restaurant and the other Hongfeng Real Estate, were already astonishing to the crowd. However, Taifu Plaza belonged to the level of giants in Jiangdu City, completely on a different scale.
He is actually the mysterious boss who acquired Taifu Plaza?
My goodness, I never saw it coming, heroes come from the young. At this moment, Ni Tianhao's face turned from green to red. The change in the situation was somewhat beyond his expectation, he had never thought that Lu Chen would have such great power. Although the combined value of these few businesses could not compare to the Ni family, the gap wasn't very far. Moreover, they had even pointed out their own weaknesses.
Indeed, I am just a second generation.
I cannot be compared to someone like Lu Chen who started his own business. But sometimes, no matter how rational you are, you still end up putting on a brave front.
Humph, just a small matter.
Oh? You little brat, you really are shameless.
I wonder what happens when I join in.
At this moment, another person walked out, and the entire venue was in an uproar.
Chapter 41.
Pang Daolong strode in like a dragon, commanding presence with his ability to traverse both black and white underworlds. Everyone made way, looking at him in shock as he walked up to Lu Chen.
Boss, old Pang is late.
At this moment, nearly 90% of the guests at the party were gaping, stunned into silence. The shock in their hearts was like a giant wave, unstoppable.
What the hell? Is this for real? Even Pang Daolong has been tamed?
This is probably the biggest news of the year.
Damn, how much power does Lu Chen need to quietly gather these big players? Is this a joke? It feels so unreal. A joke? Can you even hire so many big shots? You must be dreaming. Looks like this time, Ni Tianhao is going to take a hit. Collectively, these few are far scarier than the Ni family. Who says otherwise? We have a good show to watch. That girl from the Su family has really good eyes. The crowd was in an uproar, the previously refined and gentlemanly business giants couldn't help but curse, all because the assembly before them was simply too powerful.
And Ni Tianhao became the center of attention. Everyone had heard of his arrogance, some bosses present had even felt his pressure before. But alas, the Ni group was powerful, sitting on nearly 1 trillion assets, leaving them no choice but to endure.
But now, the suddenly emerging Lu Chen showed assets that far surpassed a trillion, directly overshadowing the NI group. The key was, Yu and Tianhao were just a second generation, while Lu Chen was a true power player. There was no comparison. On the other hand, Su Fuling was also shocked beyond words. She had guessed that Lu Chen could acquire number 1, but she never imagined it would be more than just Hongfeng real estate. Now, seeing everything laid out before her, she was stunned. What this guy presented in front of her clearly exceeded both the Su and Ni families. She also knew that Lu Chen was once friends with the war god and had even taken General Lin from Xia country as his disciple. If these two were mentioned, wouldn't it scare everyone present? She originally planned to rely on the names of Old Qin and Old Lin to ward off the Ni family and her parents' forced marriage, but now it seems there was no need for the seniors to step in. Just with the power Lu Chen exhibited now, outside of the truly top financial families, he had already crushed his peers. She found that the longer she spent with Lu Chen, the more she felt his extraordinary nature, and she began to doubt whether what was presented here was truly all he had. At this moment, she had even more anticipation for Lu Chen. What other secrets do you have? Kid, I think it's best for you to leave here. It's clear you are not welcomed here. Pang Daolong boldly spoke out, provoking his own boss. I can make you feel better? Your Ni family may be powerful, but that's only in Magic City. Even before, he was never afraid. As the saying goes, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, and here in his own territory, he did not know who would suffer. Moreover, given what his boss just exhibited, even he felt terrified. What others didn't know was that he had connections both in the legal and illegal worlds, and in all major industries. Previously, he booked a small celebrity and unexpectedly learned that Xingyou Entertainment was acquired. After asking around, he found out the new boss's name was Lu Chen. He was afraid it was a coincidence with the same name, so he even investigated further, only to discover this Lu Chen was indeed his boss. This filled him with even more admiration for Lu Chen, to the point of being awestruck. Starshine Entertainment has fewer assets than the Ponzi Group. But they are a light asset management company, with countless artists under their banner, and the wealth generated from this is astronomical. Especially those first-tier artists, when they shoot a film or endorse an advertisement, their fees are directly in the tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Lu Chen, I admit you are better than me in business, but I have no interest in that. My heart is in the racing world. If you have the skill, let's race, and I will acknowledge you. At this point, after losing face completely, he decided to take a risk and find a way to regain a little dignity. As long as Lu Chen refused, he could at least say that everyone has their own areas of expertise, giving himself some leeway. Humph, why don't you say that you can compare to my family's workers carrying cement? Ha ha ha. Pang Daolong scoffed disdainfully, causing a burst of wild laughter. Didn't you just look down on us small businesses? Now you want to compare racing with our boss? Zhou Zhaogang from Hongfeng Real Estate also sneered. Just now, this guy dismissed his own company, Hongfeng Real Estate, as a small company. He certainly remembered this grudge and wanted to take the chance to poke fun more. You see, you all agree with my point. Lu Chen is strong in business, and I am strong in racing. Since he doesn't dare to race with me, what's the point of bringing this up? Seeing that Pang Daolong and the other two responded just as he had guessed, and Tianhao smiled, this was the effect he wanted. Oh, my head, you really know how to twist the truth. Old Pang, can talk nonsense, but compared to you, it's truly a small shadow. I admire you. Seeing Tianhao so shameless, Pang Daolong couldn't help but feel amused. You want to race? That's fine, but what if you lose? But someone did not follow his script, and at that moment, Lu Chen spoke up. I will lose to you. Do you know I am the top in international F1 racing in Xia country, and I'm also? Alright, stop boasting, just tell me what will happen if you lose. Lu Chen had no time to listen to this guy's bragging, directly interrupting him. If I lose, it's up to you. Good, if you lose, don't ever disturb Su Fuling again, and don't appear in front of her. If you happen to run into her, take a detour. The purpose of coming this time was to solve this problem, and Lu Chen directly put it forth. Su Fuling was still lost in her own fantasy, but at these words, her body trembled, and she glanced gratefully at Lu Chen. Alright, but what if you lose? It's also up to you. Boss, don't be impulsive. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Pang Daolong and the others all tried to intervene. But they were stopped by Lu Chen's hand wave. Good, straightforward. If you lose, leave Su Fuling and write me a letter of acceptance. At this moment, Tianhao regained his confidence. In the racing field, he truly feared no one. If it really came to a race, he was sure to win. Good, I hope you keep your word, otherwise, the consequences are on you. The same goes for you. So, where shall we race? Having settled the bet, Lu Chen directly spoke up. I heard there's an S-Class racing track in Jiangdu City, the elevated road of number 7 Sanjing, let's race there. Tianhao's eyes flashed with sharpness. This track is called S-Class, but in reality, it's Ultra S-Class. The terrifying 13 deadly turns is not something an ordinary person can master. Moreover, if any accidents happen during the race there, no one will be able to blame anyone. Professional racers have faced injuries and fatalities there, how could Lu Chen fare any better? But both Lu Chen and Su Fuling had strange expressions upon hearing Ni Tianhao choose that track, as if looking at a fool. Others may not know, but Su Fuling knows well. Didn't she and Lu Chen have their first encounter there? That astonishing driving skill was unheard of, and what about Ni Tianhao? Even if he were the top in F1 racing in Xia country, Su Fuling was confident that Lu Chen would definitely win. Then, the few of them directly changed the battlefield, driving towards the elevated road of number 7 Sanjing, preparing for the race. With this uproar, these business giants lost all interest in attending the so-called cocktail party. Every year there are wine parties, but such a grand show might only happen a few times in a lifetime. So, everyone rushed to drive after it. The host of the wine party was both amused and helpless, as the charity auction that followed was obviously ruined. Chapter 42. Outside the Jiangdu City Development Zone, on elevated road number 7. At this moment, a group of supercars and luxury cars arrived, and what was even more surprising was that usually, those who came here were punk or biker racers. But now, a group of middle-aged uncles with big bellies and thick waists and legs were here, adding a different scenery to the place. Let's start from entrance A, whoever finishes this stretch of the elevated road first is the winner, said Ni Tianhao. No problem, responded Lu Chen. Even though you drive a McLaren, it's not modified, so you won't be able to outrun my Ferrari. Ni Tianhao boasted, saying that although his car was cheaper than the McLaren, he had spent a lot on modifications, making it nearly equal in cost. So, to save face, he directly got into another sports car his subordinate had brought, GTR. I'll race you with this one. When it comes to racing, Ni Tianhao was truly confident, as his rank of first in the international formula race for summer country wasn't just for show. At the time, when Su Fuling continuously refused Ni Tianhao's harassment, he had said, if you can beat me in a race, I won't show up in front of you again. Because of this, Su Fuling practiced racing hard. Although her level is still far from Ni Tianhao's, she has become a rare expert outside. However, looking at the scene in front of her, Su Fuling couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Unexpectedly, with a similar stake, this time it was Lu Chen who would complete it for her. Then I'll use this one. Seeing that Ni Tianhao looked down on his driving skills, Lu Chen decided to crush him and naturally wouldn't give him a chance to show off. You choose GTR, then I'll choose 86. Choosing the opponent's so-called strongest field to crush him would make him forever unable to lift his head, knowing his smallness and powerlessness. Seeing Lu Chen unexpectedly chose 86, everyone gasped in surprise. No way? Using 86 to battle GTR, what are they thinking? The power can't keep up. Exactly, he's already lost at the start, and Ni Tianhao is a professional racer. This Lu Chen looks so successful in business, how could he make such a rookie mistake? Although it's quite unreliable, have you noticed? This scene feels familiar? Now that you mention it, isn't this just like a racing scene from Initial D? It really is. Wow, it's scary to think about, the same car, the same track. That's right, this elevated road number 7 is said to have been designed and built by a fan of Initial D, just modified from the original Akina's 3 continuous switchbacks to the deadly 13 turns. Not only that, but these deadly 13 turns are narrower than the 3 continuous switchbacks in that story. Even if Takumi Fujiwara were here, he might not be able to handle it, which is why it's referred to as an Ultra S track. The crowd that rushed to watch excitedly discussed. As the owner of the 86, Pang Dalong was even more inexplicably excited. That's right, this car actually belongs to Pang Dalong, which surprised many people. This big boss actually drives this car. In fact, he is also a fan of Initial D and crazily admires the Tofu Shop's 86 driven by Takumi Fujiwara. So, he got one back to modify, making both the interior and exterior almost exactly like the anime's 86. But he doesn't have Takumi Fujiwara's driving skills, just driving it himself daily to satisfy his craving. Now, there's actually a chance to recreate the classic 86 vs GTR. But while excited, he was also very worried. Although his boss had a very mysterious background and strength, he really had no bottom line about this racing. What if he crashes his beloved 86? Where would he go to cry? Ni Tianhao couldn't help but sneer, choosing a car at a lower level showed real skill. But this Lu Chen, choosing an 86 with much weaker power than the GTR, trying to show off? Some people better not pretend to be cool and end up looking foolish, that would be tragic. With a mocking remark, Ni Tianhao got into his car. If you want to seek your own demise, I won't stop you. Lu Chen said nothing, just patted the worried and painful-looking Pang Dahai on the shoulder and got in the car to start it. The two drove their cars to the starting point, waiting for the designated raceway announcers to be in position before the race began. With a command, the two cars shot out. True to expectation, at the start, the 86 was far behind the GTR, lagging significantly right away. However, Lu Chen wasn't worried. This raceway could be called the king of curves, and there were only a few sections for straight driving. It seemed to awaken childhood memories for these middle-aged men and women, a crowd of grown-ups cheering excitedly. One could not tell that these people were all business titans from various industries. Watching the 86 getting farther and farther away in the rearview mirror, Ni Tianhao's lips curled up, showing disdain. With your level, you dare to compete with me? Go eat dirt. It was as if the repression and frustration from the previous gathering all vented out at that moment. He slammed the accelerator, and the GTR traced a beautiful arc as it smoothly navigated the first curve. The curves in this raceway got sharper as one neared the finish line, so with Ni Tianhao's skill, he could take the first few turns at full speed. Hey, indeed the 86 can't compete with the GTR. Lu Chen acted impulsively, racing against a professional, and he picked a weaker car, a blunder. Listening to the crowd's discussion and seeing the 86 far behind on the broadcast screen, Pang Dalong and the others were also anxious. The race continued, and Lu Chen was leisurely trailing behind without a hint of anxiety. Screech. Suddenly, he heard the sound of tires gripping the ground from afar, and a smile spread across his face. Looks like this guy has reached the fifth curve, it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, he floored the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow, closing the distance between the two. After two more turns, the originally relaxed Ni Tianhao sensed something was wrong. The sound of rushing air behind him grew nearer and nearer, a black dot was enlarging in his rearview mirror. What the heck, he's catching up. This startled Ni Tianhao. Although he had relaxed after pulling quite a distance ahead, not pressing the gas pedal fully, in his mind, he thought he had already won this race. But he didn't expect that as they approached the seventh turn, Lu Chen had actually closed in with his 86. How could this be? If the GTR gets caught by the 86, where would he put his face? So, he slammed his foot down again, speed soaring, and in an instant, he created more distance between himself and the 86. However, the nightmare began. Whenever he took a curve, the 86 would catch up again, no matter how he tried to shake it off, he couldn't. What terrified Ni Tianhao even more was that when he reached the 10th curve, the 86 nearly overtook him, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back. As a racer, he had of course watched Initial D, and this scene made him feel like the two were replicating that classic showdown. Ni Tianhao did not want this. In the original, the GTR lost. Things did not go as hoped. Sometimes the results you fear will come looking for you. Sure enough, as he was about to charge into the 13th terrifying turn, the 86 lunged forward. During the rapid turn, even Ni Tianhao couldn't perfectly control his car to block Lu Chen. Whoosh! In a slide, the 86 passed by. No! Ni Tianhao never imagined he would be overtaken by Lu Chen. How could this be? The deadly 13th turn was right in front of him. If Lu Chen overtook him and entered the turn first, it is difficult to surpass. Let's go for it. Ni Tianhao gritted his teeth, with his left foot on the clutch, his right foot on the gas, and his right hand quickly shifting gears. Boom! The GTR made a beautiful S-drift and instantly shot out, once again taking the lead. Whoosh! In an instant, the GTR charged into the treacherous 13 turns, and a smile returned to Ni Tianhao's face. Once in here, the road became narrower and the turns sharper. Even with his skills, overtaking would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. It's over. Seeing Lu Chen's perfect overtaking, Pang Dalong and the others were about to cheer, but in the next second, they were overtaken by Ni Tianhao again, who was first to enter the treacherous 13 turns, and their mood plummeted. They all understood that once someone entered this checkpoint first, it would be almost impossible to overtake from behind. Moreover, Ni Tianhao was a top professional driver. Even Su Fuling felt down at this moment. Although he knew Lu Chen's driving skills were impressive, last time he was also overtaken by Lu Chen right before the checkpoint. Look! Just then, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked up and saw Lu Chen driving his 86, making an unexpectedly large sideways drift, overtaking again at lightning speed. The taillights of the 86 drew a beautiful arc, as if announcing to the GTR behind that the race was over, regaining the lead. Impossible! Ni Tianhao's eyes were about to burst. He could not accept the outcome before him. It was not hard to create a drift, even in the treacherous 13 turns, and Ni Tianhao could do it too. But his car was stuck in front, and the track itself was narrow enough for only two cars to parallel. In such an environment, to be stuck so closely to another car, overtaking was extremely difficult. It required precise control of speed and distance. Yet Lu Chen not only overtook but did so with a technically challenging large-scale sideways drift, simply incredible. It's happening! Pang Dalong, seeing this scene, jumped up excitedly like a child. The Initial D style of extreme wide drift was simply identical. Boss is amazing, boss is powerful, boss I love you. He shouted excitedly, completely losing his composure. At this moment, he didn't seem like the old fox who dominated both sides of the law.
It made everyone sigh. It turned out even big shots have an adorable side. On the track. Ni Tianhao's gaze gradually turned sinister, as if he had made a certain decision. The room. A booming sound erupted, and the GTR suddenly surged forward, aiming to crash into the rear of the 86, which was navigating a sharp turn. Ha! Noticing the danger in the rearview mirror, Lu Chen's expression also turned cold. As he released the clutch, hit the gas, shifted gears, and drifted with the handbrake, he executed an almost supernatural double S-drift, effortlessly avoiding the collision. Bang! The GTR hit nothing but air, and Ni Tianhao, in panic, spun the steering wheel, using both the foot brake and handbrake, but the speed was too fast in this treacherous 13 turns. The GTR completely lost control, crashing through the high guardrail and plummeting down. No! Boom! Amidst the screams, the GTR fell from the overpass and exploded, engulfed in flames. Holy crap! Everyone was shocked. This was a death wish. The entire scene had been live-streamed, so everyone witnessed what had just happened. It was clear that when Ni Tianhao saw himself being overtaken by Lu Chen, he attempted to hit back. Who would have thought Lu Chen's skills were so incredible, easily dodging the crash, resulting in Ni Tianhao facing his own consequences? He deserves it. This bastard is simply seeking his own death. No one felt pity for Ni Tianhao's death, on the contrary, they thought he deserved it, evident of his poor character in life. Ding, Su Fuling's favorability towards the host rises to 100%, rewarding the chance for a flash sale once. Ding, the product is now listed, please decide whether to purchase, host. Ha! Favorability at 100%? What does that mean? Lu Chen was taken aback by the prompt. Did this 100% mean that this girl had started to like him? 100% favorability means the host can do whatever they want with her. Unexpectedly, the system suddenly said this, causing Lu Chen to roll his eyes and say, "System, ULSP." With a thought, the listed items were displayed. Item, Jiqian Law Firm, price, 1 yuan. Jiqian Law Firm? Lu Chen searched online, and to his shock, he was stunned by what he found. This Jiqian Law Firm was actually the best in the country, and among the top 10 in the world, having never lost a case. Moreover, its business spanned the globe, not limited to just Xia country. The service fees of this law firm were ridiculously high, ranging from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions, with even over 1 billion cases not uncommon. Yet, despite this, it was pursued by many countries. It could be said that there was no case they could not win. Not bad. With this law firm, there will be much less trouble in the future, and since I now have more and more assets, I also found that the legal professionals attached to these assets are mostly just going through the motions, so it's time to find a decent law firm to manage everything. Lu Chen, this might be troublesome. Ni Tianhao had an accident, and his father won't let it go. After driving back to Su Fuling's place, he saw her running over anxiously and saying, "What's there to be afraid of? It's his own doing, what does it have to do with us? Let's go, we'll talk about this later." After explaining to Pang Dalong and others that he would arrange for new legal personnel to the company soon, he took Su Fuling back. In Modu, at the NI Group headquarters. "Xiao Tian, you have to take revenge for our son." At this moment, Ni Tianhao's mother, Su Huiying, was crying endlessly, shouting at her husband, Ni Xiaotian, her grief over losing her son pushing her to the brink of collapse. "Revenge, we must take revenge, but not now." Ni Xiaotian said bitterly, they had a late-life child, and naturally, they spoiled Ni Tianhao incredibly. Suddenly hearing of their beloved son's death in a car accident, the two were filled with grief and fury. But when he learned the whole story, even though he was filled with hatred, he had to endure it. Firstly, from the video evidence, it showed that his son tried to kill the other party, but ended up falling to his death after the other dodged him. This was simply self-inflicted, it had nothing to do with the other party, and it was good that they didn't come to him for an explanation. Secondly, this young Lu Chen who suddenly appeared actually controlled so many assets, his power overshadowing his NI group. Such a level of enemy was not something he could easily seek revenge against. Not now? Then when should we wait? We can't let Howard die without peace. What do you know? I can't wait to tear that Lu Chen apart right now, but this person isn't simple. I need to get in touch with Mr. Lu from Xiangjiang to ask for his help to have a shot at it. The Lu family of Xiangjiang was a big family that had been passed down for hundreds of years, with assets amounting to hundreds of billions, several times that of the Ni family. The key was that their family had many connections with big shots and extraordinary individuals. Once he asked for help, even if Lu Chen had assets worth hundreds of billions, it wouldn't compare to the Lu family. Just let you have a few days to strut around, we'll see. Chapter 44. I told you not to keep pacing around, okay? Several days passed, and seeing that the NI group had taken no action, Su Fuling grew even more anxious. These past few days, this girl had been running to Lu Chen's house every day, unable to sit still. Ni Xiaotian and his wife had a late-life child and spoiled Ni Tianhao to the extreme, which is why he was so arrogant and unruly.
Now that Ni Tianhao is dead, they haven't taken any action at all. This is too unusual. Maybe they're scared of me? I'm quite impressive. Lu Chen jokingly said dismissively. Don't flatter yourself. If they're scared, it's of Old Master Qin and Old Master Lin. But wait, your relationship with them isn't known to the outside world, so we shouldn't know either. Overall, I feel this is the calm before the storm. You need to be extra careful during this time. Okay, got it. You can say what you want, but could you not block my view of the TV? Look. What's so good about this woman? You've been watching this channel for days, are you interested in her? These days, Lu Chen watches a variety show on this channel at the same time every day. If you look closely, a strikingly beautiful woman, skilled in singing and dancing, is none other than Lu Chen's high school classmate Li Shueting. After helping Li Shueting deal with Li Hangli's affairs, the company also learned about her relationship with Lu Chen, so they naturally supported her greatly. Moreover, Li Shueting herself possesses excellent abilities, and she became popular in just a few days. Today, her nightingale-like voice has captured a large number of fans, and she frequently appears on this channel's variety shows. She's my high school classmate. Hey, are you really treating yourself as my girlfriend? Do you have to control everything? Lu Chen rolled his eyes and said, ever since the wine party incident a few days ago, her attitude toward him has completely changed. She, who was originally so domineering, now frequently shows a cute, dependent state around him. And she often comes running to him wearing a tank top and hot pants. Is it too much trust in him, or does she not see him as a man at all? At any rate, he is still at an age full of vigor. This girl is beautiful and alluring, wearing so little and flaunting her long legs in front of him every day. Isn't she afraid he'll lose control one day? Also, whenever he glances at other women, he feels this girl immediately gets jealous, and now she's starting to confront him about Li Shueting on the TV. Who told you to be so high profile at the wine party? Now my parents urge me every day to take you home to meet them. Aren't you supposed to be responsible? I say, are you trying to stick to me? What? There are plenty of people who want to chase me. If anyone sees me serving you every day, staying by your side, they'll be envious. Are you dissatisfied? You serve me? I think it's me serving you, coming over every day to mooch food and drinks. Little brother, I'm here to mooch a meal. Ha ha ha. What delicious food did you make today? At this moment, Old Master Qin's loud voice shouted outside, and soon after he ran in. Oh, another mooching guest. Lu Chen looked at the old and the young and felt speechless. A few days ago, a product called Chinese Little Chef was released in the System Mall. Lu Chen got interested and made a table full of dishes for Old Master Qin and Su Fuling to taste. As a result, once they tasted it, they became addicted. So, as long as Lu Chen is home, they cling to him to cook. At mealtime, these two would show up. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Could system-produced dishes be bad? He only blames himself for being hasty back then and shouldn't have let them try his cooking. At midnight. I say, Old Master Qin has gone home, why aren't you leaving? This episode is almost over, why the rush? Su Fuling said, holding potato chips, happily eating and watching TV. Lu Chen glanced at the TV and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Cartoons can be watched with such delight. Hey, how about we find a place to go out and stroll tomorrow? Where do you think would be good? While eating chips and watching anime, Su Fuling asked. Suddenly, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding, new products have refreshed. Please check if you want to purchase. Product, Tianlong Club, price, 1 yuan. Tianlong Club? Lu Chen muttered. What? Tianlong Club? Sure, it's just that I haven't played tennis in a long time. Let's go there. Since the two were sitting very close, Su Fuling mistakenly took Lu Chen's mumbling as her being asked and readily agreed, causing Lu Chen to roll his eyes again. But thinking about it is also good, it's been a long time since he exercised, and going to play tennis is not bad. Back in college, he used to play for a while, and he somewhat misses it. Right in time to check out his Tianlong Club. Okay, let's go play tennis tomorrow. The next afternoon, Lu Chen brought Su Fuling to Tianlong Club. This place is currently the most well-equipped and luxurious sports club in Jiangdu City. It includes football, basketball, tennis, badminton, table tennis, volleyball, golf, swimming, and all other sports. The two of them directly took a VIP room and started a tennis battle. I didn't expect you to play tennis so well. Just kidding, I was in the school team before, do you see how good I am? Just watch the game. To be honest, this girl really plays tennis well, and Lu Chen truly couldn't beat her. Of course, that was because he was controlling his physical functions, otherwise, with his strength-boosting pills and R-type intelligence potion, his stamina, speed, and judgment would absolutely be unmatched by ordinary people.
To be serious, as long as Lu Chen wanted, winning an Olympic all-around championship would be extremely easy. But when playing against this girl, just controlling himself to be like a normal person was enough. Outside the VIP court where Lu Chen and the girl were.
Manager Zhao, why is the VIP room we often use still occupied?
Sister Zhang, I didn't know you would come today, so this private room was given out. Manager Zhao said with a smile, but secretly he was muttering. This VIP room is not something you bought or rented long-term. If someone comes to consume, it will naturally be given to them.
Should we not do business? It's a coincidence that although there are not many VIP rooms, they are usually not used by many people.
But today, for some unknown reason, several VIP rooms have been booked out. And Sister Zhang didn't make a reservation in advance and came late, so all the VIP courts were gone.
Think of a way, we need to use it for Deyuan today. Well, how about you wait in the rest area for a bit? Someone should be done soon, and then I'll arrange it for you directly? How can that work?
Our Deyuan doesn't have that much time to wait. He came today to prepare in advance for his new movie and get familiar with the venue. You must know, the fact that the crew can use your place is all thanks to our Deyuan.
Yes, we truly need to thank Deyuan for that. Just understanding is enough, hurry up and think of a way. We shouldn't have to call your vice general manager for such a small matter, right?
Sister Zhang frowned and said. The Deyuan Sister Zhang mentioned was the cute guy beside her, wearing a baseball cap and big sunglasses, standing at 173 centimeters tall, Tong Deyuan. With his cute face resembling that of a character from the anime Prince of Tennis, he suddenly amassed over 30 million fans. Therefore, along with his massive popularity, a director under Xingyao took notice of him, preparing to cast him as the live-action version of the Tennis Prince.
This is about to start filming, and they came over to familiarize themselves with the venue.
Then Sister Zhang, please wait a moment, I'll go discuss with the guests inside.
Hurry up.
Sister Zhang said somewhat impatiently.
Hello, sir, I am Zhao Tianda, the manager of Tianlong Club. Is it convenient for us to discuss something?
What is it?
Seeing Zhao Tianda suddenly approach, Lu Chen asked.
It's like this, the court you are using is a regular room for one of our VIP clients, and she just happened to come today. So she would like to ask if you could give her this room.
I will arrange another room for you, but it might not be a VIP room.
Of course, the fee will be fully refunded to you, and today it will be free.
Zhao Tianda said a bit awkwardly, rubbing his hands.
We're about to finish playing too, just let her wait a little longer. Su Fuling spoke first upon seeing the situation. They had already played for quite a while, and they would be done after playing a few more sets.
Wait? Our time is very precious.
How about this, not only will I pay your fee today, I will also give you an extra 500, so please immediately give the court back to us.
Before long, Sister Zhang entered with Tong Deyuan.
A face full of impatience. Saying this, she directly took out 500 and threw it on the table next to Su Fuling.
Is having some dirty money so impressive? Sister Zhang's actions made Su Fuling laugh out of anger. This woman actually threw money at her? That's right, having money really is impressive.
Sister Zhang said proudly, she had checked the front desk's registration record before coming, these two only booked for 1 hour. People who come to play VIP with money usually book for half a day or a whole day. Those who only book for 1 hour are mostly poor commoners wanting to show off their nobility, so they are rude and even more arrogant.
Looks like you have a lot of money?
At that moment, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and walked over.
Chapter 45.
Based on the principle that a good man should not quarrel with a woman, he was originally just a bystander. But seeing the woman so arrogant, he couldn't stand it any longer.
Sister Zhang, stop making a noise.
At this time, Deyuan walked over to stop her, then looked at Lu Chen. How about this, I'll give you another 500, you guys change venues. After speaking, he took out another 500 and placed it on the table beside him, showing Su Fuling a smile he thought was handsome, which made her feel goosebumps all over. Sorry, please take the money and leave, don't disturb us while we play ball.
Lu Chen didn't even look at Deyuan, coldly tossing out a sentence.
Sir, I think sometimes it's best to back off, or else in the end, it might be you who looks foolish. Deyuan saw Lu Chen completely disregarding him, and his voice gradually grew cold. Having over 30 million fans and enjoying various benefits, he had already developed a sense of superiority. At this moment, being ignored by the man in front of him naturally made his mood extremely bad.
Get lost.
You, fine, you're very good, then don't blame me. Sister Zhang, call Vice President Sun and let him handle this. Unexpectedly, after Lu Chen scolded him like this, Deyuan's face turned an ugly shade, his anger almost bursting out of his eyes.
Mr. Sun, it's Sister Zhang. Do you have time to come to the VIP tennis area now?
There are 2 rude losers occupying our usual VIP room, and they are speaking disrespectfully to us.
You will come right away?
Good, we will wait for you here. After briefly saying a few words, Sister Zhang hung up the phone.
You two can still leave now, if you delay. Don't you understand human language? Let me teach you how to roll.
Without giving Sister Zhang a chance to speak, Lu Chen directly grabbed one of each and threw them out of the VIP room.
Really noisy.
As if having touched something filthy, Lu Chen rubbed his hands in disgust and said,
Bastard. You wait. You rude person, loser.
The two who were thrown out still had expressions of shock and anger. But just now, they saw that Lu Chen could actually throw them out with one hand. Their strength was clearly not something they could resist. The so-called good men don't suffer losses in front of them. If they can't go in, they will just curse at the door. Let's see what you can do. But just as they were about to start cursing again, Lu Chen shot them a look. The two seemed as if their necks were suddenly caught by something, and the words they were about to say instantly got swallowed back.
Dumb fools. Lu Chen didn't have time to deal with these two idiots and continued playing tennis with Su Fuling. Before long, a big-bellied middle-aged man ran over. Oh, Mr. Sun, you're here. They have bullied us to death, you have to stand up for us. Seeing it was Vice President Sun, Sister Zhang immediately welcomed him and even sweetly acted spoiled. While speaking, she rubbed her fullness against Vice President Sun's arm, making Sun, who had just arrived, feel a bit restless. You little flirt, I'll deal with you later. Then, he leaned in and whispered something in Sister Zhang's ear, casually pinching her rear end. You rascal. Sister Zhang responded with a flirty laugh. Ahem, ahem. Clearing his throat a couple of times, Vice President Sun straightened his clothes. He opened the door and walked in. You two, stop for a moment. Your time here has ended, and you can leave now. Without saying much more, Vice President Sun directly issued the eviction order. What do you mean, time's up? There are still 25 minutes left. Su Fuling exclaimed angrily. Seeing the arrogant Zhang Jie behind him, she naturally knew that this fat man was the helper they had brought along. I said the time is up, it's time to leave. Vice President Sun stated firmly. Is this how the Tianlong Club treats its guests? Lu Chen said coldly. Who do you think you are? It's none of your business how we handle things. Vice President Sun replied arrogantly. Exactly, who are you? Here, Vice President Sun has the final say, so get lost. Zhang Jie chimed in, cursing them as well. This guy had thrown her out earlier, and she held a grudge against him. Since Tong Daiyuan became popular, she had been enjoying unlimited glory, entering high society. But unexpectedly, today she was treated so rudely by a loser, making her furious. Vice President Sun? Ha! What you say doesn't really matter here, right now, you're fired. Lu Chen laughed coldly. Fire me? Ah, kid, you must be dreaming. What right do you have to say that? Not wanting to waste time bickering with these fools, Lu Chen directly made a call. Lu Zhenming, you have 5 minutes to come to VIP room 1 in the tennis area. After hanging up, he coldly stared at the foolish crowd in front of him. Oh, still playing tough, and you know Mr. Lu's name. Looks like you're a habitual offender who has put in some effort. Zhang Jie mocked. However, Vice President Sun furrowed his brow, feeling something was off. If this was acting, the man in front of him was far too calm, raising suspicions. So, he called for Manager Zhao, asking quietly about the situation. After understanding the background, his frown deepened, realizing the situation was more significant than Zhang Jie had described. While he pondered this, the door to the room opened again, and a man rushed in. Mr. Lu. Seeing the newcomer, Zhang Jie and the others were shocked, wondering how Mr. Lu really came. Vice President Sun's heart sank, as he saw Lu Zhenming rushing directly to Lu Chen, looking flustered. This is bad. Vice President Sun cursed silently, remembering how Lu Zhenming had previously lamented about the Tianlong Club being acquired, not revealing the name, but knowing it was by a capable young person. Looking at Lu Chen, who was indeed young and had calmly stated he would fire him after the earlier incident, he instantly guessed a possibility. Thus, he quickly made a decision, turning around to give Zhang Jie a slap. A bright red handprint appeared on Zhang Jie's face, as she covered her face, staring blankly at Vice President Sunday. You vile woman, it was clearly your fault. You slandered this gentleman on the phone, almost getting yourself in trouble. Sun Dexing, have you gone mad? You. Slap. Not letting Zhang Jie finish, he slapped her again. Dare to talk back? Get lost. He then ran over to Lu Chen with a fawning expression. Sir, that was my mistake. I only listened to this vile woman's side, causing your displeasure. I apologize. They are our VIP clients, and we usually try to meet their demands. I'm truly sorry. Lu Chen remained silent, glancing at Lu Zhenming beside him. Anyone who could reach this position was undoubtedly sharp. Seeing the atmosphere and hearing Vice President Sun's words, Lu Zhenming immediately understood the gist of it. Humph. Sun Dexing, look at the good things you've done. You dare to be reckless in front of the chairman? Lu Jinming shouted directly, then looked at Zhang Jia, "You two can leave now. You are no longer welcome here." When realizing Lu Chen was the owner who acquired the Tianlong Club, the tension in the room reached a breaking point. He was shocked for a long time. Lu Chen's name might not be known by many at the lower levels, but at the top of the business circle in Jiang City, there was no one who didn't know him. The incident at the cocktail party was already no secret in this circle. A young giant who once held assets worth over 100 billion, how could these insignificant people dare to offend him? "Director Lu, this is not a good decision. If we leave, how will you explain to Starshine Entertainment? You signed a contract, and if you kick us out, we will take the Starshine business with us, and because of you, you'll have to compensate for the losses with the contract. You need to think this through." Though Sister Zhang was shocked to learn that Lu Chen was the owner of the Tianlong Club, she realized she had caused trouble. However, she could support Tong Daiyuan, not just because of her arrogance. Lu Jinming was momentarily stunned, his brows furrowing. He had almost forgotten about this and felt a bit uneasy. Starshine Entertainment? Lu Jinming, what's going on? Lu Chen was also surprised. What did these two fools have to do with Starshine Entertainment? So, Lu Jinming informed Lu Chen about the contract they signed with Starshine Entertainment and mentioned that they intended to cast Ping Pong Prince in the live-action movie with Tong Daiyuan as the lead. "Oh, I see." Lu Chen nodded and directly made another phone call. "Hello, this is Lu Chen. Tell Wang Antai there's a person named Tong Daiyuan with poor character. Terminate the contract immediately and be sure to check the character of any future artists you work with." After hanging up the phone, while everyone present was puzzled, Sister Zhang's phone rang. "Hello, Director Lu? What? Terminate the contract? Why? Did President Wang give that order?" Then the other party directly hung up the phone. "No, you can't do this. This is under-the-table maneuvering. Why do you get to terminate the contract?" "No, our Daiyuan is a streamer on Shark platform with 30 million fans. If you do this, I will expose you." Sister Zhang collapsed, screaming in desperation. "Shark platform?" Lu Chen's expression was extremely strange. A few days ago, among the products listed on the system, there was a 100% share in Shark platform. He was puzzled then. Why was he given shares in Shark platform instead of Douyin when he had spent money on that app? It turns out it was waiting for these two fools. Indeed, trouble comes to those who seek it. So, he made another phone call. "Chen Xiaojie, this is Lu Chen." Hearing Lu Chen make another call, Sister Zhang directly slumped to the ground. "It's over, the sky is falling." At this moment, Tong Daiyuan was very anxious. He had kicked a hard nail this time. Ding ding. Just a few seconds after Lu Chen hung up, Tong Daiyuan's phone notification sounded. "Your account on Shark platform has been permanently banned for violations." Bang. The phone dropped to the ground, the screen shattered. But Tong Daiyuan could no longer pay attention to this. All his hard-earned 30 million fans vanished with the account closure. "Lu, President Lu, you are magnanimous, please spare me. I didn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth, please don't ban my account." The feeling of falling from heaven to hell was something Tong Daiyuan felt deeply. "President Lu, we know we were wrong. We will definitely change our ways. Just consider us as nothing and let us go." At this moment, Sister Zhang, also slumped on the ground, crawled to Lu Chen's feet, desperately pleading. Lu Chen ignored them and just glanced at Lu Jinming beside him. "Take them out." Lu Jinming understood and had his men drag the two wailing individuals out. Everyone present was utterly shocked. Every call from Lu Chen was refreshing their understanding. Especially Su Fuling's perception was even more direct. She never expected that besides the power Lu Chen had shown at the cocktail party, he actually owned Tianlong Club, Starshine Entertainment, and even Shark platform. Apart from Tianlong Club, any of them can bring out industries worth over 100 billion. The key is still in soft assets. The benefits generated from them are immeasurable. In her heart, the more she interacted with Lu Chen, the more she felt his unfathomable depth. How many secrets does this man really have? However, the stronger Lu Chen became, the happier she felt for him. What was wrong with her? Could it be? Thinking of this, her cheeks couldn't help but turn a rosy red. Meanwhile, Sun Dexing stood aside, trembling all over. He never imagined that the man in front of him would possess such great power. "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, it was all that Sister Zhang misleading me. Please give me another chance, I promise it won't happen again." Seeing Lu Chen look at him, Sun Dexing trembled, realizing it was his turn. He quickly opened his mouth, wanting to make one last struggle. "Do you think I will believe you?" Although this guy was timely in his change, Lu Chen was not easily fooled. Moreover, human nature is such, a dog cannot change its habit of eating poop. Leaving such a person would only be like leaving a mouse droppings in the company. "Manager Lu, just fire him directly." Saying this, he no longer looked at them and pulled Su Fuling away. Behind them, Sun Dexing's desperate cry resonated. At his age, with the title of being fired, who would still employ him? The tragic life ahead was self-evident. In the following days, Lu Chen lived quite leisurely. Lin Tianqing came over a few times to ask him about the uses of some acupuncture methods. Every time Lu Chen provided a little guidance, Lin Tianqing would quickly understand, which surprised Lu Chen a bit. After all, he was a great master from Xiagua, and his understanding of medicine was indeed extraordinary. Of course, Lu Chen was teaching a simplified version of the Xianlong needle technique, mainly inspiring him about the applications of acupoints and meridians that couldn't be found in books. If it were exactly the same teaching, even Lin Tianqing, being a genius, wouldn't be able to learn it. He didn't have a system to enlighten him, nor did he have a system to supply him with R-type intelligence potions to enhance his mental strength and expand his brain capacity. However, even so, Lin Tianqing felt that he had gained immensely and had even greater trust in Lu Chen's methods. During these days, Lu Chen naturally had a new wave of gains. What interested him was that this system seemed to have predictive ability. Every time a new product refreshed, it hinted at his future direction. Just now, the system just gave him, product, Xiongfeng capital, price, 1 yuan, which he quickly bought, and then Su Fuling invited him to the Magic City. She said her parents had learned about Lu Chen's matters and had been questioning her relentlessly. If they were to act, they feared being pressured into marriage or something, and there was no way out but to pull him back to perform a real act. Lu Chen didn't refuse. As the saying goes, help others completely. After all, this girl had been taking care of him so well these days, treating him to meals and buying clothes to dress him up. She even dismissed the housekeeper recommended by the property management and insisted on handling the housekeeping affairs of Lu Chen's home herself, making Lu Chen feel as if the girl had taken the wrong medicine. However, thinking about it, having a beautiful CEO of a nearly trillion-dollar company as his housekeeper also seemed like a pretty good sensation. And this Xiongfeng Capital, headquartered in the Magic City, was a company involved in large-scale venture capital for excellent industries across all fields. The enterprises it has invested in ranked among the top not only locally but even across the country, and some even made the global list. Thus, Xiongfeng Capital's market value reached over 400 billion, truly a giant. In front of him, the earlier NI family was completely insignificant. When he obtained this company, Lu Chen felt quite emotional. He never expected that in about a month's time. Now, the assets I currently own have far exceeded 500 billion, and it seems that it won't be long before I break through the trillion mark. Before leaving, Lu Chen sent another 1 million to my parents at home, which startled his mother, Gao Xiaolan, who quickly called to ask. Son, what are you doing? Is making money this easy now? Mom, haven't you heard of money making money? Didn't I tell you a while ago that I made money by partnering with friends in business? Then I had some capital, and there were more things to invest in. Plus, I'm lucky, the projects I invested in are all profitable. Oh, I see. That's great. But since money can make money, you should keep it as your capital. I'm okay here, you and Dad keep it to use, buy some good food and clothes. You and Dad shouldn't go out to work anymore. I'm doing well now, I can earn money. You two should enjoy yourselves. By the way, I found a famous doctor for Dad's chronic leg pain. I have a business trip to Shanghai for a while, and when I come back, I'll take him over to get Dad treated. Lu Chen himself could not easily act with his parents for the time being. He planned to take Lin Tianqing along at that time. Now, the old man Lin had learned enough, and curing chronic leg pain should not be a problem. Oh? That's great. Your dad's old ailment makes him uncomfortable on rainy days. If it can be cured, that would be wonderful. Don't tire yourself out outside, remember to eat on time. The boy from the Zhang family next door is working outside and ruined his health for a few extra bucks. Don't be like that. Don't worry, Mom. Just as Lu Chen was about to hang up the phone, Gao Xiaolan said again, you said you are going to Shanghai? If you have time, please go and see your second uncle's family for us. Okay, please send me your second uncle's current address later. Yes, remember to not go empty-handed. Your second uncle and they helped our family a lot back then. Got it, Mom. Just after hanging up the phone, Su Fuling arrived. So, after a simple tidying up, the two of them set off for Shanghai. Chapter 47. Shanghai, one of the most prosperous cities in the Summer Kingdom, is a sprawling metropolis of opportunities, but also the biggest selection pool. It fully showcases the law of survival of the fittest, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Ziyuan, one of the top 3 luxury villa districts in Shanghai, is located on the south side of Shisha Mountain. Here, the concept of international living is embraced, blending multiple natural landscapes such as mountain views, water views, bird views, garden views, and forest views, providing an extremely comfortable living environment for residents. In Villa A03, there sat a man and a woman facing Lu Chen. The man was steady and reserved, and the woman was regal and dignified. These two people were Su Fuling's father, Su Dawei, and her mother, Lin Shi. Little Lu, when did you and Fuling meet? Lin Shi was the first to speak.
We've known each other for over a year, but before that, we only communicated via text messages.
Before Lu Chen could speak, Su Fuling answered first.
Lin Shi shot a glare at Su Fuling and smiled at Lu Chen again, asking, "You're in Jiangdu, and she's in Shanghai, how did you meet?"
We met while traveling in Nanhai province, by the seaside. Coincidentally, he is a classmate of Yao Anqi. Su Fuling again answered quickly. Su Fuling, I'm asking him, not you, be quiet.
Lin Shi scolded directly. Seeing that her mother seemed truly angry, Su Fuling obediently shut her mouth and sat quietly beside them. However, she still shot Lu Chen meaningful glances, making him unable to help but laugh.
Little Lu, do your parents know you two are dating?
What do your parents do?
They don't know yet, Auntie.
I come from a small county, my parents are ordinary people, farming at home and doing some odd jobs. Lu Chen stated calmly. He figured Su Fuling's parents must have checked this out, so there was no need to lie.
Little Lu, don't take offense.
Auntie and your uncle have some questions they want to ask you, just for clarification.
There is no intention of disrespect or insult, I don't know if you mind or not.
At this moment, Lin Shi looked at Lu Chen and sincerely asked. Seeing her expression, Lu Chen roughly guessed what she wanted to ask. So, he directly opened his mouth and said, "Uncle and aunt, are you wondering how I, with a very average family background, managed to earn these assets?"
Father and mother Su nodded with apologetic smiles.
I made some money from stock investments, and then by chance, I managed to do some business, gradually reaching this point. As for specifics, it's not very convenient to say, but it is definitely legal income.
Seeing Lu Chen say this, Su Fuling's parents exchanged glances and did not ask further.
Everyone has their own secrets, since someone doesn't want to say, even if you continue to ask, the reasons they give may not be true. In fact, when they first learned about Su Fuling and Lu Chen's relationship, they immediately investigated Lu Chen through their means. After all, the incident at the Hongda Grand Hotel's wine party shocked the couple greatly. A young man like him could have unimaginable strength, especially when the previous generation was truly ordinary, even could be described as impoverished. Under such circumstances, being able to become successful from scratch in a short period is truly frightening. During this meeting, they found that Lu Chen not only looked handsome but also had a masculine charm. Facing their questions, he remained calm, speaking with composure and confidence. This mentality was vastly superior to his peers, especially in the eyes of Su's mother, who immediately took a liking to him. However, due to their status, she did not show too much enthusiasm. In her heart, she had already recognized this son-in-law and wished her daughter would marry him sooner rather than later. If Su Fuling knew Lin Shi's thoughts, she would probably be completely shocked. In her impression, her mother was a strong-willed person who was very strict about her finding a boyfriend. The reason she had previously refused marriage so recklessly was partly due to her mother opposing an Itianhao as her son-in-law. However, due to the business ties between the two families, she could not flatly refuse. But once she knew about Lu Chen's strength, there was no cause for concern if her daughter really got along with Lu Chen. Lu Chen replacing Ni's family would be a good deal, her own family could ride the wave and go higher. So, she eagerly called her daughter to bring Lu Chen over for her to see. Now, it was a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, growing fonder with every glance. Especially seeing her daughter, everywhere considering for Lu Chen, even her gaze was different. It must be known that Su Fuling's temperament was indeed inherited from Lin Shi herself, she had always been strong-willed and dominating. Moreover, growing up with Qin Tianlong, she often ran to the military, which further cultivated her admiration for the strong and her superiority complex. There were many pursuing her, handsome, capable, talented, and everything you could imagine. But she looked down on all of them, mainly because no one could handle her. But now, it was clear that Lu Chen could. "Little Lu, our girl has a bit of a temper, you may have to endure in the future."
"Mom, what are you talking about?
I don't have a bad temper." Upon hearing her mother, Su Fuling became anxious.
"Oh, she's getting anxious. Only Lu Chen can manage you.
I'm planning to hand over both you and the company to Lu Chen, and then discuss with your dad about where to travel and enjoy our couple's world."
"What are you talking about?"
Su Fuling's face turned red, and she was extremely surprised. Her mom was someone who was even more demanding than herself, very few could catch her eye.
Meeting for the first time today, she hit it off with Lu Chen?
Lu Chen was also made a bit awkward by Su's mother's words.
How can this be? Should I really entrust my daughter to myself? Is this saying that Su's mother is too ambitious? Or is it that Su Fuling is so bad that Su's mother does not favor her, wanting to get rid of her? Humph. I knew you two were pretending. Didn't you say you were in love?
Hearing that I agreed, you two are still shy.
Are you putting on a show for us?
Suddenly, Su's mother slammed the table and scolded them. This startled Lu Chen and Su Fuling.
No, we're not pretending. We're doing great together.
Su Fuling said directly.
Yes, Auntie, we are not pretending. Lu Chen echoed. Oh? Not pretending? Then why are you two sitting so far apart? How estranged are you?
Lin Shi narrowed her eyes and questioned. The two of them instinctively sat together immediately, with Lu Chen even putting his arm around Su Fuling's shoulders, and Su Fuling hugging his waist.
Is this it? Do you have any other proof that you are truly together? You used to say you would marry no one but him, and he would marry no one but you. When this was said, Lu Chen was taken aback and looked at Su Fuling, silently asking with his eyes, "Did you say this?" And Su Fuling's eyes replied, "Did I?" It seemed she hadn't said this before. "Since you two are so close, kiss for me, let me see." Ah.
Hearing Su's mother suddenly say this, the two were directly dumbfounded.
Was it possible to do this? Chapter 48.
Su's mother kept staring at the two of them, making Lu Chen and Su Fuling unsure of what to do.
Kiss? Or not? Ahem. Su's father beside them couldn't watch anymore. Okay, you're making Lu Chen feel so awkward. When they sleep together at night, are they still afraid they can't kiss?
Hearing the first half of Su's father's sentence, the two breathed a sigh of relief, but after hearing the second half, they were dumbfounded again.
What's happening? Is this something a big boss of a 10 billion group should say? And what's this about them sleeping together at night? Were they being arranged to share a room? Dad, what are you talking about? We have so many guest rooms. Guest rooms are for guests to sleep in. Lu Chen is my future son-in-law, he's family. Can he sleep in a guest room? What are you thinking?
At this moment, Su's mother interrupted Su Fuling again. Lu Chen realized that these two were determined to have him sleep with her.
All right, it's getting late. Rest early. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Su's mother started urging the two to go upstairs and sleep. Lu Chen looked at the sky outside, which was not completely dark yet, feeling speechless.
Besides, it seemed this dinner hadn't even been eaten. How much does Su Fuling not want to be here, or how much am I favored? Why is she so eager to marry off her daughter? Mom, we haven't eaten dinner yet.
Su Fuling also said helplessly, holding her forehead.
Oh really? Ah, I forgot about this. Well, let's eat first, and after eating hurry to bed.
We need to develop the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. During this meal, Su Fuling's face was flushed, and Lu Chen was even more embarrassed. If it weren't for seeing it with his own eyes, no one would believe it if it were said. Su's father and mother brought several jars and bottles of wine to the table while eating. Bull whip wine, deer whip wine, tiger whip wine, anything that could boost a man's power, they made Lu Chen drink.
Lu Chen ended up feeling quite miserable.
Finally, after finishing the meal, the two were hurriedly shoved into the room by Su's mother, and the door was closed behind them. Looking at the big bed in the room, the atmosphere between the two suddenly became extremely awkward.
Lu Chen, I'm so sorry.
I didn't expect my parents to be like this, they're usually not like this. Su Fuling said shyly, her hands twisting together with nowhere to put them.
It's fine, it just opened my eyes a bit. So tonight should I sleep on the floor? Lu Chen glanced around the room. This room had only a wardrobe, a big bed, and no sofa. That won't do. How about we both sleep on the bed? Each on one side.
Su Fuling found it so difficult to speak for the first time, her voice getting lower and lower, and soon her whole head was buried in her chest. Seeing that Su Fuling didn't mind. Naturally, she did not refuse. Just as the two were about to sit down, there was a bang as the door opened, startling both of them into jumping up. Here are 2 sets of pajamas, you can wear them after you finish your shower.
Oh. Su Fuling blushed as she took the clothes.
After sending off Su's mother, the two exchanged glances, and Su Fuling ran into the bathroom first. The sound of running water made Lu Chen's heart race. He was not like Lu Xiaohui, it was impossible for him to not have any reaction at all.
Sigh, just hold on. Half an hour later, Su Fuling finished washing up and emerged wrapped in a pajama.
Her face was so red it looked like it could drip water, and Su's mother had actually given her a lacy, translucent pajama that barely concealed her graceful figure, causing Lu Chen to nearly pop his eyes out in shock, staring blankly for a long time. When he felt a warm flow about to escape from his nose, he quickly realized and dashed into the bathroom.
Who?
Once inside, he took a deep breath to calm his agitation. During dinner, he had been poured quite a bit of strong liquor by Su's father, and he almost lost control. Outside the bathroom, Su Fuling's face was flushed, but the corners of her mouth were lifted in a smile. He was staring at me just now, it seems I am not completely without charm. Previously, at Lu Chen's villa in Jiangdu, no matter how revealing she dressed, he acted like a meditative monk, showing no interest in her at all, leaving Su Fuling wondering if she lacked appeal. But today seemed different. 15 minutes later, Lu Chen emerged after showering, wearing pajamas that were also somewhat translucent, making him feel both amused and helpless.
But for a man, it didn't matter, isn't it just wearing shorts when swimming?
It was actually Su Fuling's first time alone with a man in such a situation, especially after Lu Chen had enhanced his physique with muscle-building pills. His body proportions were nearly perfect, and the sight of his toned muscles kept captivating Su Fuling's eyes, making her heart race wildly. They said nothing and crawled into the bed, each occupying one side of the large bed.
Should we sleep now? After a moment of silence, Lu Chen broke the awkwardness. Su Fuling responded in a mosquito-like voice. Bang!
At that moment, the door opened again, startling Su Fuling so much that she shrieked.
Mom, what are you doing?
Seeing it was Su's mother again, Su Fuling felt a bit angry.
Haven't started yet?
I was just anxious.
What the heck? So Su's mother had been eavesdropping on them all this time? Get out!
Su Fuling could no longer hold back, wondering how she had never realized her mother was this type of person before. It was so embarrassing.
Okay, I'm going out. You two have fun.
After saying that, Su Fuling threw a pillow at her, and Su's mother quickly closed the door and left. Your mother is really cute. It seems we won't be able to get past your parents unless we do something tonight,
Lu Chen said with a wry smile. Ha! The originally angry Su Fuling froze when she heard Lu Chen say that. What did Lu Chen mean by that? Was this about to start?
Su Fuling shyly watched Lu Chen lean towards her, her breathing quickening.
Are we doing this too fast?
Her voice, barely louder than a whisper, came out from Su Fuling, and her face turned as red as a boiled shrimp.
What are you thinking? Get off the bed. Ha! Without understanding what was happening, Su Fuling was pulled off the bed by Lu Chen.
Then, she saw Lu Chen start to push the bed.
Bang, bang, bang. The headboard rhythmically hit the wall, making noise.
Then the motions got faster and faster.
At this moment, Su Fuling finally understood what Lu Chen was doing, and she couldn't help but feel both amused and embarrassed.
So she stepped forward to help, and the two began to take turns helping each other. In the next room, Su's mother pressed her ear against the wall to listen. Suddenly, she heard the bang 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 noises and burst into laughter.
Honey, it started over there. Let's just get started, stop messing around, we can go to sleep now.
What's the rush?
Let's listen a little longer.
Su Dawei rolled his eyes. Sometimes his wife was just so strange, but that was exactly what made her cute. This son-in-law not only looks handsome and has strong entrepreneurial skills, but he's also strong in other areas. Having listened for quite a while, the banging sound surprisingly continued without stopping. His strength was impressive, and Su's mother couldn't help but feel even happier. Many people go into relationships and, before marriage, don't try living together, only to discover something is lacking after they get their marriage certificate, leading to a dull and lifeless married life. Seeing her son-in-law so strong, as a mother-in-law, she naturally felt happy for her daughter's future happiness. But little did she know, next door, Lu Chen and Su Fuling had been seriously knocking the bed to deal with her. Later on, while knocking, they started chatting, losing sleepiness altogether, and even found common topics, not realizing they had almost talked through the night. Thus, the bed was banged almost until dawn, which made Su's mother suffer. As dawn approached, with dark circles under her eyes, Su's mother looked at the drowsy Su's father and suddenly became worried. Honey, our son-in-law, is he a bit too vigorous? It's been a whole night, isn't that a bit much? Chapter 49. The next day, at the dining table, the four of them, with dark circles under their eyes, ate breakfast. Little Lu, since this is your first time in the Magic City, let Ling Er take you around for a few days. Su's mother broke the awkward silence. No need, Auntie, Ling Er just got back from Jiangdu recently and still has a lot of work to handle at the company. I just happen to need to go to my second uncle's house to take care of some matters. Once everything is done, we can go out together. Lu Chen smiled as he declined. Su Fuling had mentioned the importance of the projects he was working on, otherwise, she wouldn't have personally gone to Jiangdu to handle the Pang family's contract. And he not only planned to visit his second uncle but also intended to take some time in the next few days to stop by Xiong Phone Capital and Tanglong Gaming Company. Just last night, the system updated the goods and added a new listing for Tanglong Securities, which also had its headquarters in the Magic City. Tanglong Securities was a top-tier large securities trading company in the Magic City, boasting many highly professional stock and fund investment managers. Due to its good reputation and strong capability, any stock fund entrusted for investment with them could almost guarantee profit. Of course, their fees and commissions were also the highest in the whole industry within the Magic City. However, despite the high service fees, there were still many rich bosses in the Magic City who would rely on their managers for investment and wealth management. Oh, I almost forgot about that. That's fine, but if you need anything, just let Ling Er or your uncle and aunt know, don't be polite. Su's mother nodded and said. You really don't need me to accompany you? At the subway station, Su Fuling drove Lu Chen here at his request. No need, you go about your business, I'll explore by myself. Alright then, let's keep in touch by phone later. Su Fuling was also someone who got things done efficiently, and after exchanging a few words, they went their separate ways to get busy. At this time, Lu Chen took out his phone and checked the address his mother sent him, then headed towards the subway station. Having gotten used to driving luxury cars and super sports cars recently, experiencing the subway and bus every now and then had a different feeling. Sitting on the subway and seeing the bustling crowd rushing for their lives, Lu Chen felt deeply moved. Not long ago, he was one of them. Minhang District, Xin Zhuang Green Plum Village. Lu Chen stood here with a pile of gifts in both hands, his brows slightly furrowed. This place could fully be described as dirty, chaotic, and poor, a stark contrast to the environment near Su Fuling's home. Walking through, it became even more evident that the most common sights were chess rooms, with all sorts of shouting and cursing coming from inside. He was even surprised to find that in such a prosperous magic city, there are still people using old-fashioned wooden toilets. And Lu Chen, dressed in Armani and carrying bags of gifts, attracted countless curious onlookers. Room 402, Unit 4B. If you don't pay the rent today, get out of my house. At this moment, a chubby auntie with hair full of curling rods, dressed in floral clothes, was standing with her hands on her hips, shouting at Lu Jingyuan's family. Landlord, please give us 2 more days. We were also fooled, the money was taken by someone. Lu Zhangyuan pleaded, his eyes revealing fatigue and helplessness. This Lu Zhangyuan is Lu Chen's second uncle. Not long ago, a co-worker with whom he was close suddenly came into a windfall and treated everyone to a luxurious meal. Since they usually had a good relationship, upon inquiry, they learned that he had met a fund manager named Du Guo from Tenglong Securities. Through this manager, he took 200,000 yuan that he had saved up and invested it, and a week later, he surprisingly earned 30,000 yuan. For working-class people like them, this was undoubtedly a huge fortune. Hearing this news, Lu Zhangyuan and others were also tempted, and they all asked this co-worker to introduce them to Du Guo, preparing to invest as well. However, since this was their first time dealing with such matters and they were all using their hard-earned money saved over the years, they naturally felt a bit uneasy. But Du Guo was very persuasive. To assuage their concerns, he told them that all the funds he managed were conservative types, and even in the worst case, they would be guaranteed their principal and not lose money. Therefore, everyone, with a mindset of trying it out, each contributed 20,000 to 30,000 yuan for a first-round investment. As a result, they really made money. At this point, the co-workers were all excited, gradually increasing their investment amounts. From the original 20,000, 30,000, to later 50,000, 100,000, each time they received investment dividends in about a week. After several attempts, they saw that it was indeed safe and reliable, just as Du Guo had said. At one dinner where they invited Du Guo, they learned that a certain fund was likely to soar soon, and Du Guo suggested they go for a big investment. Hearing this news, the co-workers who had repeatedly made profits were all eager, taking out all their savings to prepare for action. They all hoped to gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. But this time, the investment left them all dumbfounded. Because 7 days later, they were informed that all their money had disappeared. This news hit all the co-workers like a thunderbolt, as they clearly were told that no matter how much they lost, they would get their principal back, yet now it turned out like this, and everyone wanted to confront him for an explanation. But the result was that even after they collectively sued, it had no effect. Because the contract they signed with Du Guo explicitly stated that they would not bear the risk of losses. As the lower-class workers of society, they have little education, and when they signed the agreement at that time, they did so based on mutual trust without understanding the complex terms. Additionally, investment itself carries risks, and gains and losses are very normal, so they lost the lawsuit. Some co-workers, constantly seeking out Du Guo, were even beaten. Lu Zhangyuan was one of those scammed. Now, he couldn't even pay the rent and owed a month's rent, so the landlord had served an eviction notice. Grace period? I've already given you over a month. I am not a charity, I have to live too. The landlord auntie was unyielding. Her eyes scanned the room, and finally, her gaze moved back and forth over their television, washing machine, and refrigerator. If you really can't come up with the rent, then use your television, refrigerator, and washing machine to offset the rent. The total rent is only 1,200 a month, and you owe me 1 month's rent. Now adding this month, it's only 2,400. Any one of those is worth much more than that. You are too greedy. At this moment, a girl behind Lu Zhangyuan shouted angrily. She was Lu Chen's cousin, Lu Shui. All of this happened when they were making a profit back then. The newly added item in the house is now the only valuable thing we have. Am I dark-hearted? How much are these things worth when sold? Hiring someone to move them costs money too. Do you think I cherish them? Then you can pay me, or get out. You. Seeing the landlord so tough, Lu Shui was furious. How much in total? I'll pay you. A cold voice came from the doorway. Lu Chen? Brother? Seeing the newcomer, Lu Zhangyuan was quite surprised, while Lu Shui was very happy. The brother and sister grew up together in their hometown, having a very good relationship. Later, when Lu Chen was accepted into a prestigious university after high school, Lu Zhengyuan brought the family to Magic City to work hard. The landlord lady's eye showed a flicker of suspicion upon seeing Lu Chen. Even if she didn't recognize the brand of his clothes, she could tell they were expensive. Especially the gifts he was carrying, large and small, none were cheap. I didn't expect you to have such a wealthy relative. Why didn't you call him earlier? Seeing that her plan to get rid of the home appliances was failing, the landlord lady muttered with discontent. She originally wanted to pressure them for rent, hoping Lu Zhengyuan would use those new appliances as payment, which would be a huge profit for her. I have already transferred 2,400 to you, and we won't be renting this house next month. Ignoring the landlord lady's complaints, Lu Chen directly scanned the code to pay. Hey, Lu Chen, what do you mean? Where will we live if you don't rent the place? Lu Zhengyuan asked, puzzled. Uncle, don't worry, there's a place to stay. Saying this, he looked at the landlord lady. Aren't you leaving? Oh, if you say you're not renting, then I won't refund the deposit. Upon hearing Lu Chen say they wouldn't be renting next month, the landlord lady immediately shifted her stance and said confidently. Why not refund? Our contract is signed for a year, and this month happens to be the last month. At this moment, Lu Chen's second aunt, Lu Huimei, became anxious and stepped forward to reason with the landlord. The deposit was equivalent to a month's rent. With their current situation, 1,200 has considerable value. I have already transferred the rent to you. My uncle and they have not violated the contract. You must refund the deposit. If you plan to default, the consequences are yours to bear. You can leave now. Lu Chen stopped his second aunt and said directly. There was no need to argue with such a person. If she really refused to pay, his Jiqiang law firm wasn't just for show. There were countless ways to make the landlord lady regret it. Seeing Lu Chen's extraordinary demeanor in high-end clothing, the landlord lady said nothing more and grumbled as she left. Lu Chen, why are you here? You didn't call me in advance. It seems I made a fool of myself. At this moment, Lu Zhengyuan stepped forward to ask, showing a bit of embarrassment on his face. I happen to be in Magic City for work, so I stopped by to see you. Uncle, let's not talk about this now. I'll make a call first, then we'll go look at houses. Saying this, he smiled and greeted his second aunt and cousin Lu Shuwei before dialing Su Fuling's number. What's up? Missing me just after we parted? Su Fuling teased on the other end of the line. Don't be silly, which houses in Magic City are ready to move in today? Lu Chen got straight to the point. Why are you asking this? Don't think about living separately. It's only been a day, you can't leave. Su Fuling misunderstood and thought Lu Chen intended to live alone, and for some reason, she became anxious. No, it's for my uncle and them, they have some issues here. Oh? Then just let your uncle stay in one of my houses. I have several vacant villas, and I can give you one. Su Fuling said generously. No need, they're not used to live in villas. How about you take a look at the house in Tangchenipin? Okay. Hanging up the phone, Lu Chen directly took a taxi with his uncle's family, heading straight to Tangchenipin sales office. In the Tangchenipin sales office. Honey, look at this one, it's quite nice. Shall we take this one? A heavily made-up woman cuddled up to the man beside her and acted coyly. Mrs. Luo, you really have good taste. This apartment is 525 square meters, and it's on the 15th floor, which gets great sunlight. Plus, there's a promotion right now. This package deal is only 140 million, which is really high value for the whole building. The saleswoman next to them wore a professional smile and introduced the details. Hearing this, the man couldn't help but roll his eyes. Only is used so well, 140 million, and yet it's high value. Is there something with even higher value? The man asked. Mr. Luo, this one is already the highest value option among the 525 square meters. If you want something cheaper, you can only choose the 434 square meter option, the saleswoman replied apologetically. At that moment, Lu Chen entered the sales office with his uncle's family. Wow, this place is so luxuriously decorated, Lu Shuei exclaimed as soon as she stepped inside, amazed by the decor style. Tangchenipin is indeed the top luxury residence in the Magic City, so the sales office's standards are naturally higher. Lu Zhengyuan and his wife appeared quite uneasy. It was their first time in such a high-class place, and they felt a bit lost. Lu Chen, did you say we would stay here? This community is too luxurious for us. We won't be used to it, Lu Chen's uncle said, a sincere person by nature, raised in hardship. Seeing the place Lu Chen planned for them, he hesitated. What's there to get used to? You'll get used to it once you live here. Look how much Shuei likes it, Lu Chen said with a smile. For his uncle's family, Lu Chen felt deeply grateful. When his own family was very poor, if it weren't for his uncle's family's support, he might not have been able to go to college at all. The money to renovate his old house back home also came from his uncle, who hadn't charged a single cent of interest over the years. They were truly good to his family. Now that he was doing better, he had to repay this kindness, which couldn't be measured with money. On the other side, noticing Lu Chen's group coming in, especially seeing the patched clothes on Lu Zhengyuan's family, Mr. Luo frowned immediately.
I mean, for such a high-end property, why let these kinds of people come in?
It ruins the class, he said. Seeing this, the saleswoman maintained her professional smile and expressed her apologies but said nothing, though a hint of disdain crossed her eyes.
This couple had been in the office for a while, looking at things in awe, but when it came to the price, they picked on everything, showing very little quality and even judging the others.
The sales office was located here to welcome guests. For those trained in high-end sales, they would naturally not judge by appearance.
Lu Chen, why don't we just leave?
Because Mr. Luo's voice was loud, Lu Chen's group heard it as well. Lu Zhengyuan felt somewhat choked, but being raised in hardship made him naturally develop a sense of inferiority in such situations.
Hearing Mr. Luo, though angry and upset, he involuntarily shrank back, wanting to leave.
Humph.
Who do you think you are? If you can't speak properly, then shut up. But Lu Chen stepped up directly, glaring fiercely.
His uncle's family was the closest to him after his parents, so he couldn't let outsiders bully them.
Oh, little brat, you've got some spirit? Is this a place you can come to? Can you afford a place here?
Mr. Luo originally looked down on Lu Zhengyuan wanting to leave, feeling even more contemptuous. After all, he was just a low-class person with no future.
Unexpectedly, Lu Chen jumped out. Is he a resident of your community? Lu Chen turned to the saleswoman beside him and asked.
Hello, sir, they haven't purchased a property in our community yet, so not at the moment, the saleswoman answered truthfully.
Oh. So that means the apartment they are looking at hasn't been bought yet?
Yes, sir.
Oh, then I'll take that one. Please charge it to my card.
After saying this, Lu Chen handed his card to the astonished saleswoman beside him.
In an instant, the entire sales office fell silent.
The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of other clients in the sales office. At this moment, everyone felt dazzled by Lu Chen's actions.
This is buying a house, not buying cabbage. You don't even look at the house, you don't ask about the price, you just buy it?
This is the thought in everyone's mind at the scene.
Sir, do you mean you want that house number 1501? If the house he looked at is 1501, then it is 1501.
Well, the price of this house is 140 million.
The salesgirl tried to remind him.
Oh, swipe the card.
Okay, sir. Seeing Lu Chen still say this, the salesgirl suddenly became excited. Humph, what are you pretending for? This is 140 million, not 140. Let's see how you act when it doesn't go through.
Mr. Luo reacted from his shock. His first feeling was that this kid was teasing him.
Is there really someone who buys a house this way? He wouldn't be believed even if he was beaten.
But not long after, the salesgirl ran over, hands extended with the card, her face full of joy and respect. Mr. Lu, please follow me to the VIP room to sign the contract.
Sure. Lu Chen ignored Mr. Luo and took his shocked uncle's family to the VIP room. How is this possible?
Looking at Lu Chen and the others leaving, Mr. Luo had a dazed expression. TSK, that young man is really rich, buying a house worth over 100 million without even looking.
That's what a rich person is. Look at that couple, they've been here since we arrived, picking and choosing, and haven't bought anything.
Maybe they just came in to see and never intended to buy a house.
It's really possible.
I even saw his wife taking photos all the time. I think she's just a loser taking pictures to show off. Now, other customers at the sales office started to gossip, looking at Mr. and Mrs. Luo with disdain and mockery. In the end, this couple left in shame, unable to stay any longer. Since it's a ready-to-move-in house, they got the keys on the same day after signing the contract, and the property deed would be processed by the sales office and delivered to the homeowner. When they opened the door, the uncle's family was shocked by the luxurious decoration and furnishings inside. The interior was decorated with top-tier brand materials, and the appliances were of international first-class brands. Especially the bed in the bedroom, it was so comfortable to lie on that they didn't want to get up. Lu Shui felt like she had entered heaven, looking around the room, excited and blissfully lost.
Lu Chen, this is too luxurious. Is it suitable for us to live here? What's unsuitable? You are my uncle, if I say it's suitable, then it's suitable. Also, you and Ad can quit your jobs now, here's a card with 100,000 in it for you to use first. I will find you an easy job later.
Knowing that his uncle and aunt were not the type to stay idle, Lu Chen didn't say he would take care of all their living expenses in the future. This would instead create distance among them.
I don't have any education, and I can't do anything well. I can only do some physical work.
I think it's best to not change jobs. Lu Zhengyuan politely declined, feeling that Lu Chen's gift was already too generous, and he felt embarrassed to trouble him further for a job change.
Uncle, just listen to me.
I happen to have two companies here, you can look at them and choose where you want to go.
Bro, you've opened a company in the Magic City? You're amazing.
After wandering around the house a few times, Lu Shuei ran over. It's okay, just a Xiongfeng Capital and a Tanglong Game Company.
By the way, Shuei, you studied film and post-production, right? Do you want to work in my Tanglong Game Company?
I'm sometimes not here, and if you are, you can help keep an eye on the company.
Tanglong Game Company is yours?
Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Shuei was stunned. She and several classmates had dreamed of going to Tanglong Game Company, but unfortunately, the company was strict in recruiting, and they were not chosen at all.
Now, hearing that this company is actually her cousin's, she was.
Suddenly, excitement surged wildly.
Yeah, it's mine. Do you want to go? Can I?
Of course, as long as you want.
Lu Chen assured. Great. I've dreamed of entering Tanglong. Thank you, brother.
So, Lu Chen didn't delay, directly calling Tengkong Gaming Company, asking General Manager Wu Jichuan to personally arrange for Lu Shuei to work at the company. Of course, at Lu Sueki's own request, she would start from the grassroots level. For her, a recent graduate and a rookie, if she entered with a high-level position, she wouldn't be able to handle it herself. Lu Chen also didn't oppose, people still need to hone their own skills.
At this moment, Lu Zhangyuan hesitantly spoke up, Xiao Chun, is Xiongfeng Capital your industry? Lu Chen nodded. Then uncle has something to talk to you about.
Lu Zhangyuan then recounted the situation where he had been deceived.
Is that so? Hearing this, Lu Chen felt a bit angry. How could that Dubois deceive his own family?
So he picked up the phone again, dialing Xiongfeng Capital General Manager Chu Xiampeng's number.
Boss, what instructions do you have? Check if we have an employee named Du Gui in our company. Lu Chen stated directly.
Okay, boss, please wait. On the other end, Chu Xiampeng called over HR to start searching if there was anyone named Du Gui in the company. The result was that there was no such person. Later, it was found that a small company, registered with a name similar to Xiongfeng Capital's prefix, had someone named Du Gui. Second uncle, the person has been found, but he is not from my company. However, this company seems to be using Xiongfeng Capital's name to deceive people everywhere.
Then, is there hope to get that money back?
Lu Zhangyuan initially had little hope, but hearing that Lu Chen was the boss of Xiongfeng Capital, he thought he might as well try.
Of course, if he doesn't pay, ha. But, it's almost noon now, after we finish eating, I'll take you there to get your money. Oh yeah. Time to eat. I didn't even have breakfast and I'm starving. Brother, where are we going to eat? Lu Shuei was a little foodie.
Hearing that they were going to eat, she happily bounced over to Lu Chen, grabbing his hand and shaking it. Let's find a place nearby, then after eating, we'll first handle your dad's matter, and later I'll take you to find a nice restaurant to treat you.
Okay. Xiongfeng Consulting Company.
Dubois, you've earned quite a bit this month, you must treat us.
Zhang Ge, I'm just lucky, I ran into an ordinary worker being foolish, and made a profit.
I can't compare to your steady skills, but treating is a must. The two were exchanging commercial flattery. If anyone else heard this conversation, they would be shocked.
It seemed like a scam company.
Exactly, this company abused the Xiongfeng name, impersonating it to deceive people into investing, making profits from it. However, every time they committed a crime, they wouldn't leave any evidence, and even during the deceit, they had already prepared backup plans. This also meant that victims, even if they sued, couldn't do anything about them.
Bang!
The office door was kicked open, and two people walked in.
Which of you is Du Gui? Upon seeing the newcomers, both people in the room were momentarily stunned. He is Du Gui. Lu Zhangyuan pointed at one of them. The visitors were Lu Chen and Lu Zhangyuan. Ha, it's old Lu. Isn't the last lesson enough?
Upon realizing it was Lu Zhangyuan, Du Gui sneered. Hearing Du Gui's words, Lu Zhangyuan's face turned slightly unnatural. Previously, when he had accompanied those workers to collect debts, he had been beaten up by the person Du Gui had called over, and he still had some shadows from that.
Make a move.
Lu Chen merely glanced at Du Gui and coldly spoke. As the words fell, while Du Gui was distracted by the meaning of Lu Chen's command, two men in black suddenly rushed in from outside. One of them directly launched into action without saying a word. This was Lu Chen's #1 bodyguard arranged from Weilong Security Company.
With one swift kick, he knocked Du Gui down.
Then came a fierce beating.
Who the hell are you? Bastard, Lu Zhangyuan, you're seeking death. Ouch. Help, I'm being beaten. Help me, brother Zhang. No, don't hit me, oh no.
Du Gui, completely unprepared, began to doubt his life. His initial arrogance and cursing transformed into desperate pleas for mercy. Meanwhile, brother Zhang stood frozen, closely watched by another figure in black. Seeing that Du Guai had almost had enough, Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling bodyguard 1 to stop. He then took a chair and sat down in front of Du Guai.
Do you know where you went wrong? Lu Chen questioned, looking down at Du Guai. You dare oppose Xiong Feng? Our boss won't let you off.
Du Guai finally caught his breath, though fear still lingered in his eyes. He shouted back.
Xiong Feng? What a joke! Clap clap clap. Lu Chen clapped 3 times and saw another figure in black appear outside the door. It was bodyguard 3.
In this bodyguard's hand was another person, and upon closer inspection, it was his boss, Sun Guiquan.
Bang! Sun Guiquan was thrown by the bodyguard and crashed down near Du Guai with a cry of pain.
Clearly, he had been educated prior to this.
Be boss? Du Guai felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart upon seeing the newcomer.
His boss was someone who could navigate both the legal and illegal worlds, and their company had dared to use Xiong Feng's name without trouble for so long because of the countless connections between his boss and Xiong Feng's deputy general. But now, his own protector was thrown in like a chicken.
So it's you? Don't you fear offending Xiong Feng capital?
I am a man of Deputy Lu Jigang from Xiong Feng capital.
Sun Guiquan shouted, filled with shock and anger.
Just a moment ago, he was in the office discussing the true meaning of life with his secretary. Suddenly, someone barged in, and without a word, began to beat him up and dragged him here. Seeing Du Guai, who had also been beaten, and Lu Zhangyuan beside him, he started to understand the situation.
After all, Du Guai was his underling, and he was aware of Lu Zhangyuan's crew.
He directly brought up Xiong Feng capital because in the Magic City, Xiong Feng capital was a genuine giant, a true entity capable of operating in both worlds. With his relationship with Lu Jigang, he had resolved previous issues without trouble.
Thus, their subsequent actions would be even more reckless. Ha, Lu Jigang?
Lu Chen clapped his hands again, and several more individuals appeared outside.
Upon seeing one of them, Sun Guiquan froze. Wasn't this his biggest backer, Deputy Lu Jigang from Xiong Feng capital?
At that moment, just like Sun Guiquan had been, he was also being held by another figure in black, clearly having been beaten as well.
The third person left Sun Guiquan even more shocked.
This individual was none other than the leader of Xiong Feng capital, Chu Zhanping, whom he was lucky enough to have seen from a distance a couple of times. This was a mythical figure to him. The rags to riches story of Chu Zhanping was truly legendary, making him revered in both the legal and illegal realms. What happened next completely blew his mind. Boss, I'm truly sorry, let me make a fool of you. At that moment, Sun Guiquan watched in shock as the mythological figure, Chu Zhanping, bowed low and referred to the young man before him as boss. A chill ran through him, and he suddenly felt that things were not good.
Lu Chen nodded and turned again to Du Guai. Now do you know where you went wrong? Before coming, Chu Zhanping had already gotten the full story and informed Lu Chen.
So, Lu Chen had his bodyguard 4 directly go to Xiong Feng capital to take down Lu Jigang. He then brought the other 3 bodyguards with him to meet his uncle here. I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have cheated old Lu's hard-earned money.
At that moment, Du Guai dared not act arrogant anymore.
What should we do? What should we do?
Du Guai directly looked at Sun Guiquan, who was beside him.
Seeing this, Sun Guiquan wished he could go up and slap him. Normally so clever, how could he be so foolish at this time? So he hurriedly shouted, refund the money, we refund the money. Not only do we refund, but I also want to compensate old Lu for mental distress.
Right, we will compensate, we will compensate.
Du Guai also suddenly nodded vigorously in agreement.
Then compensate.
Sun Guiquan scrambled to get up, rushed to the office and opened the safe, grabbing a box and running back, fearing to be too slow. Even Lu Jigang was brought here, along with Chu Zhanping's company, with 100 times his courage, he wouldn't dare to escape now. Obediently, he placed the box on the table and opened it. There's 1 million here, all for Mr. Lu. Saying this, he pushed the box in front of Lu Zhangyuan. At this moment, Lu Zhangyuan felt a bit awkward. He had never seen such a scene before. Take it, uncle. At Lu Chen's gesture, Lu Zhangyuan shyly accepted it. At this time, Lu Chen looked at Chu Zhanping and spoke again. Lu Jigang is fired. I don't want to see his company still carrying our Xiong Feng name, just like this. Yes, boss. Chu Zhanping respectfully accepted the order. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Jigang and Sun Guiquan instead breathed a sigh of relief, although one was fired and the other's company would surely be finished. However, apart from a hint of disappointment, there was more relief than anything else. Otherwise, with Chu Zhanping's methods, the consequences for the two of them would be more horrifying. Otherwise, how could Chu Zhanping become a person feared by both the black and white worlds? Oh, by the way. As he reached the door, Lu Chen suddenly stopped and turned to look at Du Guai, scaring him almost to the point of wetting himself. You hurt my uncle's leg before, making him lie in the hospital for a week. You. I know what to do. Before Lu Chen finished speaking, Du Guai jumped up suddenly. He grabbed the leg of a nearby chair, gritted his teeth, and slammed it hard against his right leg. Crack! Ah! The sound of bones breaking and his scream rang out simultaneously. Mr. Liu, do you see this? Are you satisfied now? Even with the pain, Duguo forced himself to speak. Take care of yourself. Lu Chen threw down a sentence and turned to leave. Did you all hear the boss's words? Do not have any lucky thoughts, and do not think about revenge, otherwise. At this moment, Xu Zhanping spoke. We wouldn't dare, wouldn't dare. The three almost echoed in unison. Humph. With a cold snort, Xu Zhanping also left. At this moment, the three could only slump down on the ground, bitterly smiling, but in their hearts, there was a feeling of relief after a calamity. And Lu Chen's face was even more deeply etched in their memories, all praying to never encounter the scout of death in the future. Chapter 53. After resolving his uncle's major concern, Lu Chen found that Lu Zhangyuan seemed much more relaxed, a long-lost smile radiating from his face. Lu Chen also felt a hint of emotion, reflecting on the journey back home. After sending uncle back home, Lu Chen took Lu Shuei to the mall to purchase some items. Brother, your car, the Porsche 911, is really beautiful. When did you buy it? Oh, Xu Zhanping gave it to me. It's just right for getting around. Brother, Xiong Feng Capital is really yours? Is there any doubt? But you can just know this, don't tell mom and dad. Lu Chen instructed. I understand, you want to give uncle and aunt a surprise, right? He. But I was shocked when I found out. Brother, you are really amazing. As she spoke, this girl was observing the Porsche 911, clearly quite fond of the car. Like it? A classmate of mine bought this car. He took me for a ride back then, and I liked it a lot. Then this car is yours. Ah? What ah? You have a driver's license anyway. Isn't it a waste of learning if you don't drive? This is too precious, I can't take it. My current salary can't afford to maintain this car. You earn your own gas money, and you don't need to worry about maintenance and insurance. I'll handle everything with Lao Chu, so when it's time for inspections and maintenance, just drive the car to the designated place for the paperwork. Also, you don't have to worry about your family's water, electricity, and property fees. Lao Chu will take care of everything and bill it to the company. Lu Chen smiled and said, since he decided to help his uncle's family, he would naturally not do it halfway. Is this a kind of kept relationship, brother? Put. Lu Shui's sudden words startled Lu Chen so much that he almost crashed the car, and he slammed the steering wheel to steady himself. What are you thinking, you silly girl? He. Lu Shui stuck out her tongue, laughing playfully, her eyes shining with happiness. The 800 Partners, the #1 department store in Magic City. The reason for coming here is also because of the 1 yuan item from last night's flash sale. So today, he brought Lu Shui to browse around and pick up some things for home. And it can't be denied that the products in the 800 Partners were dazzling, and the decorations were luxurious and grand. Buying and buying made the little girl extremely happy. In her words, she finally satisfied her craving for shopping. Indeed, Lu Chen looked at the numerous bags and couldn't help but smile wryly. Every woman seems to have an inner shopping addict. Shopping felt like getting an endless stamina buff for Lu Chen, leaving him both crying and laughing. We've bought all the daily necessities, brother, should we go back? Not yet, let's get you a few outfits. No need, I just bought 2 pieces recently, it's enough to wear. She had already spent a lot on daily necessities today, all from Lu Chen's money, so she felt a bit embarrassed. That won't do. You are my precious sister, and now that your brother has money, how can I shortchange you? Besides, you still have a task later, choose a few items for your parents as well. You know their sizes, right? Lu Chen didn't care about her protests and directly pulled her toward the brand clothing store. Lu Shui was pulled along, and the emotion in her eyes was obvious. Brother, if you weren't my cousin, I would definitely marry you. Can you stop thinking about all these nonsense? Hearing her say this again, Lu Chen directly tapped her on the forehead. Welcome. Oh, isn't this our poor school beauty Lu Shui? How come you're suddenly rich? You're shopping at Chanel now? Before the sales associate could finish, a sharp, sarcastic voice rang out from inside the store. It caused everyone in the store to turn their heads to look at Lu Shui and Lu Chen's brows furrowed. Go Lily, can't I come here to shop? Seeing who it was, Lu Shui felt her anger ignite instantly. Gu Lily, her university classmate, held a grudge because the guy she liked pursued Lu Shui instead. She often targeted Lu Shui since her family was not well off, while Gu Lily's family owned a sizable company, making her a rich second generation. Most of the time, Lu Shui chose to endure silently to avoid trouble, and only after graduation did she find peace. Unexpectedly, she ran into her today, and even more surprisingly, the man holding several large bags next to Gu Lily was the same one who had confessed to Lu Shui after Gu Lily couldn't win him over. Seeing the skeptical look in Lu Xue's eyes, Gu Lily felt a sense of triumph.
You don't know him anymore? Oh, I almost forgot, you broke up not long ago?
He's my boyfriend now. Gu Lily looked at Lu Xue, who was on the verge of exploding, with a gleam of victorious joy in her eyes.
Chen Hao, did you break up just for her? Lu Xue finally exploded.
Chen Hao, on the other hand, was slightly evasive, not daring to face her directly. Once, although the two did not have further substantial contact, they had sworn loyalty to each other and decided to fight together to create a beautiful future. But not long ago, Chen Hao suddenly said he wanted to break up, which left Lu Xue very sad for quite a while. Looking at the current situation, Chen Hao's breakup was definitely related to Gu Lily. In the end, what was called love still lost to corrupt money, and Lu Xue felt really uncomfortable in her heart.
What? You eat my food, wear my clothes, and don't even greet me when you see your old flame?
Seeing Chen Hao silent, Gu Lily had no intention of letting him go. She had made a big fuss to pursue Chen Hao in school, only to find out he ultimately chose Lu Xue. This made her feel extremely embarrassed, so she constantly targeted Lu Xue while also using sweet words to corrupt Chen Hao. During school, everyone maintained a certain innocence, perhaps able to protect each other's pure love. But upon stepping into society, everything changed, involving the hardships of earning a living. Under Gu Lily's continuous temptations and traps, finally, Chen Hao compromised, succumbing to reality. However, at this moment, Gu Lily's feelings for him were no longer love, just a form of revenge. Thus, Chen Hao following her had no good days, just like a servant who comes when called and leaves when dismissed. This time, running into Lu Xue, of course, he had to show off as if he was invincible.
Shall we go?
Lu Xue's mood was very bad, so she said to Lu Chen.
Oh, did you catch another handsome guy?
You really have no shame, fishing for Chen Hao at school, and after breaking up, you turn around and fish for another one. But this time at least you have some taste, he looks stronger than Chen Hao. Lu Xue wanted to ignore it, but someone wouldn't let her have it easy, and Gu Lily's words struck deep. Smack! The slap echoed, and Gu Lily looked at the man before her with anger and shock.
You dare to hit me? You talk so much rubbish, if I don't hit you, who should I hit? My sister is also someone you can bully?
Lu Chen looked at Gu Lily with disgust and scolded her. Meanwhile, Lu Xue covered her mouth, surprised, not expecting Lu Chen to suddenly take action. Just wait, I'll make you pay. Gu Lily was burning with rage, it was the first time in her life she had been slapped. How could she endure it? The phone was quickly dialed. I hit someone, hurry up and bring the security to the Chanel boutique. Lu Xue, today you two are finished.
Chapter 54. Brother, let's go quickly. Gu Lily's father is the vice president here. A wise person doesn't suffer immediate losses. At this moment, Lu Xue anxiously pulled on Lu Chen's hand, wanting to drag him away. Now you want to leave? It's too late. Chen Hao, stop them.
Gu Lily shouted in frustration, and Chen Hao obediently walked to the door of the Chanel boutique, posing to block their way.
You, move aside.
Seeing her ex-boyfriend acting this way, Lu Xue shouted angrily.
Xue, don't make things hard for me.
Chen Hao said in a low voice, showing no concern for her despite their past together. I was blind before, how could I have liked you? It's said that first love is unforgettable, but at this moment, Lu Xue was completely disillusioned with him.
Lu Chen watched everything with cold eyes, his gaze narrowing, revealing a trace of cold light. Pat pat pat. A group of people rushed from outside, the leader being Gu Lily's father, Gu Mingtao, the vice president of Baha Bay. Having received the call about his precious daughter being bullied on his own turf, Gu Mingtao rushed down with a team of security. Get out of the way. Who dares to bully my daughter, Gu Mingtao? Gu Mingtao pushed through the crowd outside, directly entering the Chanel boutique, shouting with authority. Dad, boo-hoo, I'm so miserable, this pair of dog men and women hit me. Look, my face is all swollen. Seeing her father had arrived, Jelly Lee ran over immediately, selling her misery. You bastard, my daughter Gu Mingtao was also hit by you? I see you don't want to live. Chairman. Gu Mingtao saw the five-finger mark on his daughter's face and instantly exploded in rage, turning around to scold her. But when he saw Lu Chen, who was now coldly staring at him with arms crossed, he suddenly couldn't scold anymore, as if struck by electricity, shivering all over and shouting. How is it you? Why didn't you give us a heads up that you were coming? With a stiff face, Gu Mingtao spoke again. At that moment, he was swearing in his heart, damn, this useless daughter picked a fight with the newly appointed chairman, he felt like he was going to be finished. If he hadn't seen Lu Chen's photo in the materials before, how would he have gotten through this? Earlier that morning, he received news about the ownership change of Bye Bye Ban, and was even more shocked when he saw the materials. Because Lu Chen was too young, and the related data attached at the end left him more and more stunned as he read on. A string of identities as a corporate chairman, each not inferior to the strength of Bye Bye Ban,
especially Xiangfeng Capital and Tinglong Game Company. He hadn't heard of some of the other industries, but he knew exactly how strong these two local companies were since they were built by none other than himself.
Do you know me?
Lu Chen looked at him and said in a deep voice. I know, your information just reached our management today.
Oh. Lu Chen nodded. Dad, what are you doing?
Hit him back, he hit me.
You. Slap.
Gu Mingtao backhanded a huge slap, leaving another 5-finger mark on the other side of Jelly Lee's face.
Dad, are you crazy? Why are you hitting me?
Jelly Lee was stunned by the slap and started crying.
Still have the nerve to cry?
It's certainly because you were misbehaving here that made the chairman act.
Well done, you need education. Chairman?
He's just the brother of my poor classmate, just a loser. Jelly Lee wouldn't believe that Lu Shui's brother could be the chairman of Bye Bye Ban. It must be her father who made a mistake.
Loser? You little brat. I won't let you off easy.
Seeing his daughter still not understanding the situation, Gu Mingtao felt like he could strangle her. How could he have such a stupid daughter? He should have made sure she wasn't around back then. Thinking about this, he started slapping his daughter back and forth, pap, pap. He had to do it. Lu Chen was watching him the whole time. If he didn't pass this test, he felt like he was truly finished. As such, the sound of clapping and Jelly Lee's cries echoed through the Chanel store. Until Jelly Lee was slapped into a pig's head, Lu Chen's voice finally rang out. Alright, in the future, keep your daughter in check, don't let her bring you trouble.
And your daughter's taste in boyfriends is truly awful. After saying that, he looked at the still-dazed Lu Shui and smiled, feeling better? If you are, let's go.
Huh?
Oh, then let's go.
At this moment, Lu Shui still didn't quite grasp what was happening.
How had her cousin suddenly become the chairman of Bye Bye Ban? The once high and mighty Gu Mingtao was now bowing low, crazily slapping his precious daughter to avoid being blamed by Lu Chen.
This drastic change was too shocking, leaving her unable to calm down for a long time. At the same time, she admired her cousin's incredible ability. It had felt so good just now. Thus, all the previous unhappiness dissipated, and she pulled Lu Chen, bouncing along to continue shopping.
Meanwhile, in the Chanel boutique.
You, get lost. Don't let me see you around my daughter again, or every time I see you, I'll hit you.
Gu Mingtao shouted directly at Chun Hao.
Gu Mingtao felt grateful for his close call and was relieved he had pledged loyalty in time, otherwise, he might have lost his job. You, stay home for a month, go back and reflect well, and also, don't provoke Lu Shui again, you can't afford it. Looking at his precious daughter, Gu Mingtao felt a headache. It seemed his pampering had harmed her. After finishing her shopping and having them all delivered to her home, Lu Shui received a call from a close friend and went to a gathering nearby 800 bands. So, Lu Chun drove back alone. Just as he was about to turn out of the underground garage, suddenly a figure dashed out, startling Lu Chen. Fortunately, with his SSS driving skills, he stopped the car in time, otherwise, it would have caused an accident. Even so, that person seemed to be frightened as well and fell directly to the ground.
Are you out of your mind?
Lu Chen was a bit angry, cursing as he opened the car door to check the situation. At that moment, however, the figure sprang up from the ground. They quickly opened Lu Chen's passenger door, sat down, and hunched low, as if hiding from something. Help me, a bad guy is chasing me, hurry, take me away. At this time, an anxious female voice came out, which sounded quite nice at first. Lu Chen glanced at the direction the woman had just run from, and saw a large group of men in black suits and sunglasses pouring out. So indeed, as soon as the car door closed, he stepped on the gas and sped away. It wasn't until they had driven quite a distance that the woman sat up, beginning to look around. Finding no one was chasing after them, she patted her ample chest and let out a long breath. Thank you, my name is Chu Zi, you've helped me a lot. At this time, she removed the disguise covering her head, scarf, mask, and hat, and smiled at Lu Chen. Just one look made Lu Chen feel amazed. This woman was too beautiful. Chapter 55. Elegant and refined, with cheeks untouched by makeup yet colored like dawn reflecting on snow, she possessed the beauty reminiscent of Ban Ji and the poise of Xie Tingyang's snow.
This was the first impression Chu Zi gave Lu Chen, truly making him stare blankly for a few seconds.
Yet Chu Zi noticed that this man seemed not to recognize her. Feeling somewhat disappointed, she sighed in relief inwardly.
Ding ding ding. At that moment, Lu Chen's phone rang. Hello? Lu Chang? Okay, I am nearby, just about to eat, I'll come over now. After hanging up, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. It turned out Lu Chang was being urged by his family to go on a blind date and was introduced to a girl who happened to be in the Magic City. Originally, he was determined to avoid this blind date, however, after his family sent a photo of the girl, he immediately found her attractive. So, he decided to go. But this guy was a standard first-timer at blind dates, having never been in a relationship before, so he was extremely nervous. Therefore, thinking Lu Chen was in the Magic City, he wanted to drag him along for moral support and advice. Well, I'm almost there, you. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen turned to Chu Zi and said. You still haven't told me your name, that's quite rude. My name is Lu Chen. Surprisingly, Chu Zi asked so, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Oh, Lu Chen. I just heard you say you were going to accompany someone on a blind date? I've never seen what a blind date is like, why not take me along to have a look? After repeating Lu Chen's name, Chu Zi said eagerly. Ha? This caught Lu Chen off guard, and he looked at Chu Zi with confusion. Just a second ago, she seemed to be fleeing from someone, and now she was asking to follow this stranger to see a blind date? And she looked so expectant? How bold was this girl? We just met, aren't you afraid I'll sell you? Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It's our first meeting, it will be familiar next time. Besides, I can tell you're not a bad person. Chu Zi said earnestly. Lu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, thanking her, this girl was too easy to trust people. But this kind of unexpected charm, normally, no one would refuse. Moreover, the girl doesn't mind, why should a big man like me be afraid? So, Lu Chen did not refuse, and just like that, he brought her to the meeting place agreed upon with Lu Chang. Brother Chen, you're here, this is. Seeing Lu Chen and the girl arriving, Lu Chang asked with some surprise. Oh, this is Chu Zi. Lu Chen introduced with a bit of exasperation, because as soon as they got out of the car, Chu Zi instantaneously armored herself. She said she was fleeing and couldn't let anyone recognize her. So, she wore a hat, big sunglasses, a mask, and wrapped a scarf around her neck. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Miss, it's early October, aren't you afraid of getting a heat rash dressed like this? Also, walking on the street like this just makes you more noticeable, right? Chu Zi nodded at Lu Chang. Hello, I'm Chu Zi. Oh, hi. Lu Chang didn't say much, turning to chat with Lu Chen. The three of them arrived at a nearby Western restaurant, and as agreed outside, they opened 2 tables. Lu Chen and Chu Zi sat at a table not far away, allowing them to see Lu Chang's table clearly. Since we're here, let's have some food too. But could you take off your armor? You're too eye-catching like this, it makes it easy to be exposed later. All right. At this point, Chu Zi seemed very eager about what was coming next, even with her armor on, Lu Chen could feel her excitement and anticipation. Sure enough, women love to get involved in such gossip. The next second, Lu Chen was speechless again, the so-called disarmament by this girl was nothing more than taking off the scarf. I said, Miss, are you planning to eat with your mask on later? Oh, right. Chu Zi seemed to realize it then and took off her mask. But the hat and big sunglasses remained on. However, Lu Chen didn't care anymore, if she liked it, that was fine. Lu Chen wasn't picky and directly handed her the menu for her to order. Chu Zi seemed not to plan on being polite at all, wildly ordering dishes, looking even more cheerful. I said, what are you so happy about? Also, can you eat all this? Seeing the dishes Chu Zi had ordered, Lu Chen was stunned, it was almost enough food for 10 people. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, Miss, are you a bottomless pit? Ordering so much, don't you know it looks like a starving ghost reincarnated? Oh, I usually can't eat these things because they are too high in calories. Since I rarely get to indulge today, of course, I want to taste everything. Hee, don't worry, I'll treat you later, just to thank you for your help earlier. Seeming to know she had ordered too much, she quickly declared that she would pay for this meal. Before long, the food arrived, and Chu Zi's eyes lit up. I'm starting. The next scene made Lu Chen realize just how much a woman's stomach could hold. Although it wasn't wolfing down, the speed at which she cleared the dishes was astonishing. The dishes on the table were disappearing at a visible speed, leaving Lu Chen puzzled about where to start eating. But one must say, there is a saying that holds truth, beauty is justice. Such a frantic scene of clearing dishes, if it were a big ant, it would definitely be an eyesore. But on Chu Zi, it had a unique charm. At this moment, Lu Cheng's table stirred, he stood up, smiling towards the entrance. Coming in was a woman estimated to be 1.73 meters tall, with an enchanting face. Upon closer look, she had long black hair, wearing a light floral dress, and her fair long legs especially caught the eyes of others. Hello, I'm Fang Yi, you're Lu Chang, right? Fang Yi confidently introduced herself and extended her right hand. Ah, yes, I am Lu Chang, hello. At this moment, Lu Chang was flustered, shaking hands with Fang Yi, stuttering, and his dark cheeks surprisingly turned red. Can I sit down? Fang Yi shyly asked. Looking at Lu Chang holding his hands tightly, his cheeks now flushed with a rosy hue. Sorry, you, please sit down, ha. Awakened Lu Chang awkwardly withdrew his hands, scratching his head and smiling apologetically. He did not expect this person to be even more beautiful than her photos, pure and shy, yet graceful, with a particularly gentle voice. He was now very satisfied with this.
So, the two sat down and started chatting, slowly becoming more natural from their initial shyness, with laughter occasionally ringing out.
This side of Lu Chen. So this is what a blind date is like? This girl looks pretty good, seems like these two have a chance. Chu Zi stuffed a fiery chicken wing into her mouth and said while eating. Lu Chen smiled at this, feeling happy for his brother. But the next moment, they were in for a big surprise. Chapter 56. Watching Lu Chang and Fang Yi engaged in lively conversation, Lu Chen was also happy for his brother. But in a blink, wanting to grab a large shrimp, he found the plate was empty. At that moment, Chu Zi across the table happened to let out a loud burp, rubbing her slightly bulging belly. "Who's so satisfying, haven't eaten like this in a long time." Lu Chen couldn't help but facepalm, feeling both amused and helpless.
He couldn't help but marvel at how this girl, with such a well-proportioned figure, could eat so much.
"I ate too much, I'm going to the restroom." Chu Zi waved goodbye and stood up to leave the table.
At this moment, Fang Yi also said goodbye to Lu Chang and headed towards the restroom.
"Bro, how's it going?" After Fang Yi left, Lu Cheng hurried over to ask Lu Chen. "So far, it looks good, what about you? How did the chat go?" Lu Chen smiled and asked back.
She also asked some basic questions, like about my income, whether I have a house here, what job I do, and what car I drive."
"Just these? Anything else?" "Not for now."
She did mention that in her hometown, the wedding gift must be 800,000 yuan, asking if I minded.
"Bro, what do you think? Since she brought up the gift directly, does it mean she's quite satisfied with me?" Hearing Lu Chang say this, Lu Chen's brows furrowed.
Though Lu Chang wasn't a big boss, he had a decent company in the Magic City, and there was a branch in Jiangdu.
The profit was enough to live comfortably.
But for a blind date, it was normal to understand basic information first. They were all adults after all, and pure love is rare. Practicality was the priority. However, to bring up the gift directly the first time felt a bit forced.
Moreover, he had been hearing about women using blind dates to deceive men out of their wealth lately.
"You'd better get to know her more before rushing to agree to anything, take a closer look." Seeing Lu Chang seemed a bit too eager, Lu Chen reminded him.
"Okay, I'll ask more later."
After saying that, he checked the time and returned to his seat. In the restroom, Fang Yi took out a pack of women's cigarettes from her bag, lit one, and made a call.
"Hello, little dear, how's it going over there?" Fang Yi asked.
"I'm stuck with an old guy running a small processing factory, not much money, max a few $100,000, what about you?" A woman's voice came from the phone. "What I have sounds pretty good, the person is relatively young, not bad looking, has a car and house, and 2 companies, with a household registration in the Magic City. I mentioned the wedding gift of 800,000, he doesn't seem to have any pressure."
"That's great, could be a long-term meal ticket, better than mine." "Long-term meal ticket?
That's a stretch."
"Just playing for fun."
"It looks like he's quite satisfied with me, I'll give him some benefits later, see how much I can reel in. My goal is someone worth over 100 million. Gotta go, I still have 2 more to meet this afternoon, I'll decide who to pursue after that."
"You really have a lot of business, I only have this old guy for now, nothing better."
"Alright, I heard that the person this afternoon is worth tens of millions, if it goes well, I will introduce this one to you, not to say too much, definitely several million."
"You said it, so I'll thank you in advance."
After hanging up the phone, Fang Yi took 2 deep puffs of smoke, extinguished it, sprayed some air freshener, followed by a little perfume, tidied up her makeup, and then left the restroom. When she walked out, a door in the corner inside opened, and Chu Zi walked out with a shocked expression, turning off her phone's recording.
"Restaurant.
I thought you fell into the toilet, you've been gone for so long, I was even thinking of fishing you out."
Seeing Chu Zi rush back, Lu Chen couldn't help but tease her. "Sure, let me show you something."
Without saying another word, Chu Zi plugged in her earphones and put them on Lu Chen, opening the recording. The more he listened, the tighter Lu Chen's frown became, until his eyes were almost shooting fire. He never expected that everyone had misjudged her, the seemingly polite and graceful Fang Yi was all just an act. She was even targeting his brother. If he didn't know, it would be one thing, but now that he knew, he couldn't just ignore it. So, he secretly took a photo of Fang Yi and sent it to Chu Jianpeng.
"Find out this woman's background for me." A message was sent instantly. "Okay, boss. Please wait a moment."
As soon as the message was sent, he received a reply from Chu Jianpeng. Chu Jianpeng, the former boss of Xiongfeng Capital, had connections in both the legal and illegal worlds, and finding out someone's background was natural for him.
Sure enough, not long after, a series of documents were sent to Lu Chen's phone.
Looking at the photos sent over, Lu Chen was shocked. He never imagined this woman had such a terrifying nature. This woman had been wandering around various matchmaking venues for years and had paid a high membership fee on Deep Feelings Matching Network, registering as a premium member. Deep Feelings Matching Network specialized in matchmaking services, and premium members enjoyed prioritized access to quality single opposite sexes. And this Fang Yi was using her premium member status to specifically target men of marriageable age with a certain amount of wealth, deceiving them into giving her money under the guise of matchmaking and friendship. Every time she drained one target, she would immediately break up and switch to another. From the information sent, this woman had at least engaged with hundreds of men. She was simply a public bus.
Send me your recording file.
Lu Chen ignored whether Chu Zi agreed to add WeChat, directly scanning her QR code, adding her, and then forwarding the file, saving it. Chu Zi couldn't help but roll her eyes cutely, thinking Lu Chen really was ungracious and didn't even ask if she wanted to add him on WeChat. After all, how many people outside wanted to add her but couldn't get the chance?
Since he helped me and he is so handsome, I won't hold it against him.
Chu Zi comforted herself in her heart.
Organize this information, make it enough to put this woman in jail, is that okay? Lu Chen sent another message to Chu Zhanpeng.
No problem. The reply came quickly.
Okay, I'll give you the address, then when you organize it, just directly report it to the police, let the judicial bureau people come handle it. How long will it take? Lu Chen asked again and sent over the address. For the organizing part, it will take 5 minutes.
With my connections to notify the enforcement bureau, it will be about 10 more minutes, totaling about 15 minutes. Looking over at Lu Cheng's table, it seemed they had already started discussing business, and Fang Yi was about to leave.
Try to control it to arrive in 10 minutes, just like that.
Okay.
Seeing Chu Zhanpeng's response, Lu Chen looked at Chu Zi, wait for me here.
After speaking, he directly got up and walked toward Lu Cheng's table.
Chapter 57. Lu Cheng, nice to meet you, I have a class this afternoon, so I'll leave first.
I'll message you later.
You can't find me annoying, right? Fang Yi said with a light laugh. How could that be?
I'll wait for your news.
Lu Cheng seemed very happy. Lu Cheng, what a coincidence, how come you are here? Suddenly, Lu Chen walked over, which startled Lu Cheng.
How did you come over?
Lu Cheng asked with his eyes. Lu Chen smiled but didn't answer, instead looking at Fang Yi.
This beautiful lady is?
Hello, my name is Fang Yi. Seeing Lu Chen, Fang Yi's eyes lit up.
That young man is really handsome, and his temperament is excellent, that figure.
99 points. Especially in that Armani suit, which isn't cheap. Having been in the successful men's circle for years, she could easily recognize the brand.
You have such a beautiful friend, and you didn't introduce her? Lu Chen teased, glancing at the confused Lu Cheng.
Let me introduce myself, my name is Lu Chen, I'm Lu Cheng's classmate, and Xiongfeng Capital belongs to me. Would you mind if I sit down and chat, beautiful?
With that, he didn't care how Lu Cheng felt and directly pushed him down to the inside seat, while he sat down comfortably.
Of course I don't mind, since you are Lu Cheng's classmate, let's chat together. Lu Cheng, you actually have such an impressive classmate. Hearing the word Xiongfeng Capital, a hint of surprise and excitement crossed Fang Yi's eyes.
She didn't expect Lu Cheng to be unremarkable, but his classmate has such a status. In Magic City, everyone knows what Xiongfeng Capital represents, and she was no exception.
Oh, yes, my classmate is indeed extraordinary. But didn't you just say you were going to class?
Although Lu Cheng didn't know what Lu Chen was up to, hearing Fang Yi ask, he still spoke up. With no experience, he felt that now was the perfect time to share, as Fang Yi seemed engaged. In his mind, since he was just discussing a future marriage with Fang Yi. Naturally, he had to introduce his good brother to this future wife candidate.
Oh, it won't take long, but what exactly makes this classmate so special? Fang Yi asked evasively, seemingly interested.
Seeing that Fang Yi wasn't leaving, Lu Cheng was naturally happy and wanted to spend more time with her. Then he glanced at Lu Chen, seeing that he had no intention to object, so he introduced, my classmate is a business genius. Xiongfeng Capital is just one of his businesses.
He is a big shot in Jiangdu City.
Oh?
Hearing this, Fang Yi's excitement grew even more.
Seeing Lu Chen staring at her and smiling, she responded with a charming glance.
I don't know how much you know about Jiangdu, but he owns the Rich Sea restaurant, the commercial core Taifu Plaza is also his, he directly bought a building in Hongyang Mansion, and even the largest building material company, the Pang Group, belongs to him. Lu Cheng spoke eloquently, constantly flattering Lu Chen, as he was his best friend. The higher Lu Chen's achievement, the prouder he felt as his brother. Fang Yi listened more intently, her eyes heating up, almost wanting to leap at Lu Chen right away. A man like this, if she could get him, she wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for generations, and there'd be no need to serve other men. Seeing Lu Cheng speaking enthusiastically, Fang Yi was engrossed, while Lu Chen showed no signs of wanting to stop, only occasionally glancing at his phone. So you are so capable, truly a legendary person, it's my honor to be friends with you. Let me introduce myself again, I am Fang Yi. After listening to Lu Cheng's introduction, Fang Yi gracefully extended her right hand, wanting to shake hands with Lu Chen. Being friends with me? You are not worthy.
The sudden twist made Fang Yi stunned, and Lu Cheng by her side also felt as if he might have misheard.
What do you mean? Fang Yi frowned and asked. Literally. Before Fang Yi could respond, a hurried sound of footsteps came closer. In a moment, Fang Yi was directly seized by two female law enforcement officers. Fang Yi, you are now accused of multiple frauds and are under arrest. You can remain silent, but anything you say can be used as evidence in court. Take her away. What are you doing? You must have the wrong person. I will sue you. I am being wronged, Fang Yi shouted angrily as she was held down. Lu Cheng, help me.
Seeing the law enforcement officers unmoved, Fang Yi began to call out to Lu Cheng for help.
Fang Yi.
The sudden scene left Lu Cheng completely dumbfounded. Seeing Fang Yi being taken, he was about to rush forward, but was directly stopped by Lu Chen. You should listen to this first. As he spoke, Lu Chen played a recording. Hearing the words in the recording, Lu Cheng was stunned, followed by a furious look towards Fang Yi. And look at this. Lu Chen took out his phone and displayed the information that Chu Jianping had given him. At a glance, Lu Cheng felt his heart bleeding. Confused, Fang Yi was still shouting, Lu Cheng, save me. They must have made a mistake. Your friend is so capable, he can definitely save me. Humph. Vixen, so you are this kind of person. I must be blind. Finally, Lu Cheng could not help but curse. The deeper the love, the greater the hate, especially since he had just experienced the feeling of love at first sight, only to find that it was all a deceit, which was unbearable. Lu Chen waved his hand, and the law enforcement officers took Fang Yi away directly. What awaited her was naturally prison, and it was also well-deserved. She should not have deceived Lu Chen's brother. Alright, you learned from this experience, so don't be too discouraged. There are still many good women out there. You can only say that this time you had bad luck. Fortunately, you didn't fall for it. You should thank Chu Zi, she discovered it by accident. Lu Chen patted Lu Cheng on the shoulder to comfort him. Thank you. Lu Cheng sincerely looked at Chu Zi, expressing his gratitude. Then he looked at Lu Chen, brother, thank you. Cut it out, the serious look of yours is really hard for me to get used to. Alright, tonight I'll take you to the club to have fun. Speaking of which, I've never been there before, let's go tonight. I'll accompany you. Lu Chen laughed heartily and said boldly. Come on, it's as if I've been there before. Fine, whether it's about women or not is another story, what matters most is brothers. Tonight, let's drink to our heart's content, ha ha ha. Lu Cheng also laughed heartily. Chu Zi beside them rolled her eyes, two old fools, actually going to that kind of place, with a look of disdain. The perfect image of Lu Chen in her mind collapsed in an instant. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded again. So you are here, hurry up and come back with me. As the voice fell, a group of people in black clothes instantly surrounded Chu Zi. Leading them was a woman in an OL outfit, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. At this moment, she had a cold expression and spoke in a low voice, come back with me. I don't want to. Chu Zi said as she hid behind Lu Chen. Take her away. Seemingly expecting Chu Zi to say this, the woman's face showed no change. Get out of the way. After speaking, a black-clad man stepped forward, attempting to grab Chu Zi, shouting at Lu Chen. Get lost. Lu Chen instantly made his move and threw a punch at the man in black. Humph. The man in black revealed a look of disdain and threw a punch in return. Bang. Step back, step back. The two fists collided, and the man in black was knocked back 7 or 8 steps before he barely stabilized himself, his eyes filled with surprise. And the leading woman also changed her expression for the first time. It should be known that this punching man was called Mu Bai, a master she had spent a lot of money to hire. This man's strength was such that even elite soldiers from top special forces were no match for him, his power was comparable to that of a war king. But now, in a single exchange of punches, Mu Bai had actually lost? At this moment, Lu Chen's expression also became serious. He had gone through the refining of a powerful muscle growth pill, and his entire strength had increased tenfold. Although he had firmly overpowered his opponent in this exchange. But the pain in his hand told him that this man in black was very strong. This was also his first time encountering such an opponent, making him serious. However, at this moment, he felt more excitement and anticipation. Ever since his physical abilities improved tenfold, he felt like he had no room to show them off. Even if he were the top soldier, he would not be a match for such a person, let alone ordinary people in the real world. Having finally met someone who could barely be considered an opponent, he naturally did not want to miss the chance. Let's see how my new moves work on you, Lu Chen said, a smile appearing on his lips, his eyes filled with heat. Before Mu Bai could react, Lu Chen took the initiative to strike. Seeing this, Mu Bai was filled with fighting spirit and roared as he charged forward. However, the fist clash he had imagined did not occur, just as their fists were about to collide again. Lu Chen instantly transformed his fist into a claw, hooking, pulling, and twisting. Crack! Hiss! The sickening sound of bones breaking filled the air, accompanied by Mubai's pained gasp as he dragged his powerless right arm back. Awesome, so this dragon capture bone breaking technique is so useful, Lu Chen thought excitedly as he defeated his opponent with one move. Indeed, the system's product was remarkable. Not long ago, the system had refreshed a set of 81 moves of the dragon capture bone breaking technique, and Lu Chen hadn't had a suitable target to practice on after he learned it. Now, using it for the first time, the effect was exceptional. Stop! Seeing Mubai actually defeated, the woman's face turned extremely serious, quickly stopping the other people in black who were about to surround. How strong Mubai was, she knew all too well. His earlier defeat in the fist clash had already surprised her. But the next second of battle left her even more horrified. This young and handsome man in front of her had easily won with a single move. Moreover, it seemed that Mubai had already lost his combat ability. Mubai gritted his teeth, his face pale, his right arm drooping weakly and even twisting abnormally. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, and beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from his forehead. All of this indicated the immense pain Mubai was enduring now. If it weren't for witnessing it firsthand, who would believe it? Chu Zi, look what you've done. Shocked as she was, the woman could clearly see that Lu Chen was clearly protecting Chu Zi. So, she directly stopped the further conflict between the two sides and scolded Chu Zi, who was standing aside with wide eyes, in a serious tone. Sister Qin, this isn't my fault. I rarely have a couple of days of free time, and you wouldn't let me go out for some fresh air. So, I had to sneak out myself. At this moment, Chu Zi also realized that if she didn't say something, the misunderstanding would become even bigger. So, she cutely stuck out her tongue and made a face as she walked forward. This left Lu Chen a bit confused. So these black-clad people were chasing Chu Zi, not for the reasons he thought? Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. Sir, I am truly sorry, our Zi is too mischievous, which caused us to have a misunderstanding. Shooting a glare at Chu Zi, Sister Qin stepped forward and sincerely apologized to Lu Chen. Oh, it's fine. Since the misunderstanding was cleared up and he had no grudge against them, plus they were being so sincere in their apology, he naturally saw no reason to be angry. However, a hint of regret did pass through his eyes. Having finally encountered a decent opponent, he was itching to try his moves properly. Who would have thought that it would all end with just one move? Where could he find someone to test the remaining 80 moves? As he spoke with lingering interest, his gaze kept sweeping over Mubai and the other black-clad people, and those who were swept by his gaze felt an inexplicable chill. Big brother Mubai, I'm sorry, I'll take you to the hospital, Chu Zi said, looking like a child who had done something wrong. With an apologetic face, he approached Mubai. No need, let me do it. At this moment, Lu Chen walked up, and under the puzzled gaze of everyone, he lifted Mubai's drooping right arm, pulled, twisted, and pushed. Ah! This time, even Mubai, who usually had a high tolerance for pain, couldn't help but cry out. However, soon his eyes were filled with shock as he shook his right arm and clenched his fist, looking utterly incredulous. Thank you, sir, for your help. Mubai respectfully bowed and looked at Lu Chen with a hint of admiration in his eyes. For people like them, they only worship the strong and never easily submit. Yet Lu Chen, who could easily defeat him, was simply unbelievably strong, something he had never seen in his life, naturally arousing feelings of respect. Meanwhile, Chu Zi had run over to Sister Qin, whispering a few words. Sister Qin paused, then glanced at Lu Chen and nodded, taking a few tickets out of her bag to give to her. Lu Chen, I have to go back. Hold on to this, you can go have some fun later. Seemingly recalling something, she took out a small notepad from her waist pack and quickly scribbled something down. Here, this is my private phone number. If you want to see me, you can call me, hee hee. After a series of interactions, Chu Zi now had an inexplicable fondness for Lu Chen and thus handed him her private number. This scene made Sister Qin feel a bit dissatisfied, but she quickly let it go. Lu Chen's earlier display of strength made her realize he was not an ordinary person, and she could tell that he looked at Chu Zi with clear eyes, unlike those who usually approached her with ulterior motives. Concert tickets? I don't really watch these things, they must be crowded and noisy, annoying. Lu Chen said casually, looking at the 3 concert tickets he had been handed. These words made Chu Zi roll her eyes dramatically at him, this big straight guy. Sister Qin couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. It seemed Lu Chen didn't recognize who Chu Zi was, which made her feel a bit fond of him. You big fool, stop talking. Just remember to come later. Chu Zi spat, then ran back to Sister Qin, linking arms with her and turning to make a silly face at Lu Chen. Oh. Got it. Lu Chen replied. But in his heart, he thought that his sister seemed to like these things, so he could take her to see it later. As for himself, he'd rather not. If Chu Zi found out what he was thinking, she would probably blow up. Sister Qin and Mubai also solemnly bowed to Lu Chen before leaving with Chu Zi. Bro, this girl seems to be someone special.
Lu Chang, who also didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, leaned in to say. Seems that way, doesn't matter, going to the club tonight? Sure, who's afraid of who? How about I call Zheng Hui and those guys to join us? Zheng Hui and the others missed the last class reunion because they didn't know you were going. They've been bugging me since. They're all in Magic City now, should we go together? They've missed you a lot. Lu Chang suddenly thought of something and asked. Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, his mind drifting away. The Zheng Hui Lu Chang mentioned were Zhang Hui, Chen Tao, Yi Yang, and Sui Min. They were all close friends who had shared a dorm in college with him and Lu Chang, and they hadn't seen each other in a long time since graduation when everyone went their separate ways. Sure, let's go together. Lu Chen nodded happily. So which club are we going to tonight? Lu Chang asked. This. Lu Chen was stumped by the question. He'd only heard about how clubs were filled with drunken extravagance but had never been to one before. At that moment, a system notification sound rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of A-list star Chu Z, reward, and opportunity for a flash sale. Now available. Ding, the product is on the shelves. Please decide whether to purchase it, host. Chu Z? The big star? Lu Chen felt a mix of satisfaction with the system's usual thoughtfulness and sudden clarity with this information. The identity of a big star made him understand everything that had happened before and after. No wonder she had to go out fully armed. It seems that being a star isn't easy, it's hard just to come out to play. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh, then looked at them all. Product, Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club, price, 1 yuan. You notify them. Tonight, we're going to the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club. So, Lu Chen directly said. What? The Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club? Wow, Lu Chen, you are really generous, then I won't hold back. I've heard a lot about this place, it's the top club in all of Magic City. Alright, inform them. We will have dinner there too. Okay. Lu Cheng happily began to notify their old friends. At 6 p.m., in front of the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club. Ah, Boss Chen, long time no see. Boss Chen, you're not being nice. Now that you've made a fortune, you don't even call your brothers to come and play in Jiangdu. Zheng Hui and the others saw Lu Chen and all came up to punch him playfully, laughing and cursing. They had known about the Fuhai restaurant matter long ago in their university class group. They admired Lu Chen's achievements and felt quite satisfied inside. Gao Xiongfen was not only at odds with Lu Chen, the whole dormitory brotherhood didn't like him either. This was one of the main reasons they didn't want to go at that time. They chatted and laughed as they entered the club. Welcome to the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club. As soon as they entered, 2 rows of beautiful receptionists and stunning kipeos warmly welcomed them. A glance around revealed that each of these beauties was absolutely stunning, easily outshining 85% of the women outside, very pleasing to the eye. This almost made the guys' eyes pop. After all, aside from Lu Chang, the others were all working-class people. Although their salaries were decent, they wouldn't usually spend in a place like this, it was too expensive. Here, just to open an ordinary private room starts from 5,000 yuan, plus every room must have a princess, a young master, and the minimum spending on drinks, it all adds up over 10,000 yuan. Hello, sir, do you have a reservation? At this moment, the front desk manager rushed over. No reservation, there are 6 of us. Give me your best private room. Lu Chen said. They were all good brothers and had shared wild youth together, they had taken baths together, fought together, and shared a cigarette many times. It wasn't an exchange of lives, but at least it was rare, a true and sincere friendship. Okay, sir. My surname is Wang, and I am the customer manager here. Our best private room is the Lan Yu Hall, which is a supreme VIP room. The room fee is 100,000 yuan, and it also requires 1 princess and 1 young master for a total of 10,000 yuan, with drinks starting from 3 boxes at 3,000 yuan, plus the beauties are charged separately. If that's okay, I can book the room for you right now. Hearing that Lu Chen wanted the best room, manager Wang's eyes lit up. He quickly introduced himself and handed over his business card, explaining the basic consumption requirements for the Supreme Hall. If it were an ordinary hall, this introduction wouldn't be necessary. After all, the Supreme Hall has a high price, and everything in it starts at a minimum of 1,000 yuan. So it's essential to inform them in detail before booking, otherwise, if they find out the price after opening the room and it's unaffordable, it would be awkward for everyone. No problem, let's book it. Lu Chen nodded. Alright, then please follow me, I'll take you there. With the confirmation, Manager Wang's attitude became even more enthusiastic. After all, once this room was booked, his commission would increase significantly. Upon entering the private room, the space opened up. After all, it was a supreme room, and the indoor area was probably about 800 square meters.
Apart from the luxurious KTV VIP seating area, the private room also includes dining tables, a mahjong room, a billiard room, along with 2 bedrooms and 2 separate bathrooms. The entire decoration style and color scheme of the private room exudes luxury, especially the 2 bathrooms, where one can soak in the tub, equipped with massage tables for relaxation. That bathtub is so big that 2 or 3 people could dance in it. Everything here opened the eyes of the several people. Truly, it had everything you could think of and more. Help us prepare a dinner table, please. All right, sir. Based on your number of guests, you can choose a package for 5 to 10 people. We have 3 dinner sets available today, package A for 5,888 yuan, package B for 18,888 yuan, and package C for 58,888 yuan. Which one would you like, sir? Let's go with package C, and also get 6 bottles of Mao Tai. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen said directly. All right, sir. Our Mao Tai costs 7,000 yuan per bottle. Is that acceptable? Sure, please make it quick. Yes, sir. Manager Wang joyfully rushed out to place the order for Lu Chen and his group, knowing his commission for tonight would be quite generous. Meanwhile, Lu Chen couldn't help but reflect that the 2,000 yuan Mao Tai outside had tripled in price here. This industry truly is a gold mine. Soon, the food and drinks were served. At a glance, it was nothing more than shark fin, abalone, and emperor crab, along with other seafood feasts. It was just that the plating was nicer, and the service was more attentive. For instance, when eating crabs or shrimp, guests didn't have to peel them themselves. Each guest was accompanied by a lady server. They would peel all shellfish before serving them to you. Even the food with bones or thorns would be deboned and deburred before being placed in front of you. If you want to talk about how delicious this food is, Lu Chen didn't really think it was exceptional. To put it plainly, one was really paying for the environment and the service. Not to mention that the servers peeling crabs and shrimp were all exceptionally beautiful and pleasing to the eye. After finishing the meal, the group sat in the KTV seating area, preparing to switch into karaoke mode. Of course, this was also the main time for the club to shine. The private room door opened, and Manager Wang walked in with a smile. Dear esteemed guests, please choose your female companions for tonight. After saying that, he clapped his hands, and dozens of stunning women entered, dressed in the Royal Entertainment's exclusive short uniform skirts. At the moment these women entered, Zhang Hui and the others couldn't take their eyes off them, even breathing more heavily. They all stood about 175 centimeters tall, each one delicate and smooth, with a glow like fine silk, looking remarkably graceful. So it's not that the beauties in the outside world have decreased, they all ran here instead. Seeing this group of beauties, Lu Chang and the others couldn't help but sigh. With looks like theirs, they could easily outshine any new model on the street. Dear bosses, now these lovely ladies will present you with an opening dance. Then, after the ladies introduced themselves one by one, Manager Wang spoke again. The opening dance is a special program here. These lovely ladies, dressed in super short skirts, began the popular Ace of Spades dance, their perfect figures swaying to the rhythm of the music, making Zhang Hui and the others feel their blood rush. Once the performance was over, Lu Chen and the others began to choose their companions. These old classmates, true friends, exhibited the scene of Zhu Beiji selecting a wife. Each one looked at them with sparkles in their eyes, unsure where to begin. I say, brothers, are you planning to pick for the whole night? Finally, under Lu Chen's joking reprimand, they reluctantly chose a lady who caught their eyes and sat her beside them. I wish all the bosses a fun night tonight. Seeing everyone had selected their companions, Manager Wang cheerfully waved goodbye and led the remaining ladies out. Boss, let me toast to you. Boss, what song do you want to hear? I'll go choose it for you. Boss, how about playing some dice for fun? Shall we boast or fight the bull? At this moment, these beauties warmly welcomed Lu Chang and his group, making the newcomers feel ecstatic and unsure where to place their hands and feet. After a few drinks, the atmosphere reached a climax. Even Yi Yang and Sui Min were already hugging their female companions, dancing beside Lu Chang who was singing. As for Zhang Hui and Chen Tao, their faces were marked with multiple red lip prints, looking utterly delighted. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the private room was violently kicked open, leaving everyone stunned. Lin Xiao, Lingling is currently with a customer. What you're doing is against the rules. Get out of the way. Rules? I am the rule. With a loud bang, Manager Wang, who desperately tried to stop Lin Xiao's group, was kicked inside, letting out a painful cry. At that moment, the female companion beside Lu Chang suddenly tensed up, a hint of unnaturalness and a lot of fear appearing on her face. She was the Lingling mentioned by Manager Wang just now. Do you think you can escape from my grasp like this? The man called Lin Xiao completely ignored Lu Chen and the others in the private room, walking straight toward Lingling. Lin Xiao, please let me go, I'm really just here to accompany, not to leave. It turned out that Lin Xiao had taken a liking to this beauty named Lingling and had attempted several times to take her out for a good time. However, not every beauty would go out, many were in this line of work due to poverty or other unavoidable reasons, as it was a quick way to earn money.
So, if these women were not desperate, they would only sit and drink, never willing to go out for the night. Just like Lingling was. But Lin Xiao did not care about this. After being politely refused several times, he had warned Lingling after she didn't comply last night, saying that if she didn't go out, she would bear the consequences. Lingling could only temporarily agree, but when she said she needed to go to the bathroom, she ran away, ditching Lin Xiao. She thought that at worst, she would tell the manager to let her know when Lin Xiao came and that she'd say she wasn't there, avoiding his advances. Originally, the energy at the Tiandihui Royal Entertainment Club was rather significant, and ordinary people wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Those running such places usually had some background. Also, the club owner would never force them to do things they were unwilling to do, it was all voluntary. So Lingling didn't take it to heart. But unexpectedly, Lin Xiao didn't care about this today. After being ditched yesterday, he came back today. Hearing that Lingling had already been booked, he barged in without regard, extremely overbearing. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Lu Chen and the others soon understood the situation and frowned. Lu Chang was even angrier. Encountering a girl in distress earlier in the day was already frustrating. He had hoped for a fun night out with his brothers, only to run into this mess. Was he really that unlucky? So, in a moment of rage, he exploded. Get out! This is our private room. Don't you see Lingling is now my companion? Seeing Lin Xiao approaching, Lu Chang stood up and shouted angrily. Gangzi, throw this fool out! Lin Xiao completely ignored Lu Chang, shouted something to a person behind him, and moved past Lu Chang, reaching for Lingling. What the hell, looking for death? Now, not only Lu Chang was enraged, but Zhang Hui and the others also exploded in anger. In an instant, they clashed with that Gangzi guy who approached. Lu Chang and his group were known for being fierce in school fights. But now that they started fighting, they quickly realized their opponent was not easy to deal with. Facing the mob of 5, Gangzi seemed completely unbothered, even handling their blows with ease. While the 5 didn't suffer losses, they weren't gaining an advantage either. Instead, they were all held back by just Gangzi. At this moment, Lin Xiao had come to Lingling's front and reached out to grab her. You filthy slut, how dare you stand me up? Don't you know who I am, Lin Xiao? Even Ni Tianhao from the Ni family used to call me brother when he saw me. Just wait and see how I will crush you. Just as he was about to grab Lingling, suddenly a shadow flashed by, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest, sending him flying backward. Young master! Seeing this, Gangzi shouted urgently and took out a sharp knife from his waist, ready to strike hard at Lu Chang and the others. Get lost! But suddenly, a low curse rang in his ears, and before he could see who it was, he was kicked away in an instant. At that moment, everyone who came with Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, both Lin Xiao and Gangzi were kicked away. Especially Gangzi, who was kicked into unconsciousness, and the arm that held the knife bent at an unnatural angle. It was clear that this arm was now useless. Daring to threaten his brother with a knife, Lu Chen would naturally not hold back. Bastard, who are you? How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? Lin Xiao struggled to get up, glanced at the unconscious Gangzi, and yelled in anger, but a hint of fear crossed his eyes. However, his long-standing arrogance made him lose his composure in an instant. I don't care who you are, disrespecting our boss means you deserve to die. Someone, throw them out. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, a powerful voice sounded from behind. It was Hao Yulin, the general manager of the Tiandihui Royal Entertainment Club. Boss! I'm late. Hao Yulin, who rushed over upon hearing the news, came before Lu Chen and respectfully bowed. Then, he turned around and shouted, What are you still doing? Throw them out. Impudent, do you know who I am? I am Lin Xiao Tian from the Lin family group. My grandfather is a deputy general, try touching me? I'll shut your Tiandihui Royal Entertainment Company down today. Though Lin Xiao Tian was used to being arrogant, he wasn't a foolish hothead. The owner of the Tiandihui Royal Entertainment Club was a person who walked both the underworld and the upper world. Thus, he immediately brought up his grandfather's reputation. Indeed, his grandfather was Lin Xiaobei, the former commander of the southern region of Xiadhua. Over the years, the Lin family had relied on this banner to flourish, surpassing even the Ni family group in status. Upon hearing about the Lin family group, Hao Yulin's expression shifted, and his brows furrowed tightly. As the top entertainment club manager in the Magic City, he certainly had knowledge of major companies' backgrounds. The Lin family group was powerful, especially with that figure behind them. They were not something he could provoke. He then looked at the new boss with concern, seeking his opinion. Throw them out. However, Lu Chen did not pay any attention to what Lin Xiaotian said. Boss, the Lin family has a deputy general backing them. The saying goes that civilians shouldn't fight against officials, Since he had seen the boss Lu Chen's information and knew he wasn't a local, Hao Yulin wanted to hint that Lu Chen might not know about the background of the Lin family. I said, throw them out. Without letting Hao Yulin finish, Lu Chen spoke again, looking at Hao with narrowed eyes. Yes. Under Lu Chen's gaze, Hao Yulin's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. His boss had a frightening presence. Despite having been in the industry for a long time, he felt terrified under Lu Chen's single glance. Then, Hao Yulin waved his hand, and a group of security guards rushed forward instantly. "Bastards, how dare you treat me like this, you are done for." Lin Xiaotian kept cursing as he watched the other side remain unmoved. But since the boss had spoken, these security guards didn't care who the young master was, they simply lifted and tossed Lin Xiaotian and his group out, including that unconscious Gangzi. "Boss, this Lin Xiaotian probably won't let it go. No worries, if he dares to come, then I'll make sure he never comes back." Although Lu Chen has a good temper, he understands one thing: good people are bullied by others. He won't take the initiative to seek trouble, but if trouble comes, he will naturally crush it directly. Outside the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club, Lin Xiaotian and his group were thrown out, landing in a muddy mess. "Damn it, you are all dead meat." Lin Xiaotian was furious, swearing as he got up from the ground, directly pulling out his phone. "Director Hua, this is Lin Xiaotian. I was beaten by their boss at the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club. Is this how you treat customers in such a big establishment? What? Is this true? Wait for me, I'll take people over right now." The voice on the other end of the phone said directly. "Okay, I'll wait for you." After hanging up, Lin Xiaotian's anger didn't dissipate as he glanced at Gangzi still lying on the ground and kicked him a few times. "Damn it, what use are you guys? When it matters, you are nothing." Seeing this, the other few subordinates frowned, but, due to his status, they all gritted their teeth and remained silent. Not long after, outside the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club, dozens of cars arrived, and a group of uniformed officers got out. "Uncle Hua, you finally made it." Lin Xiaotian greeted the leader as he saw him. Let's go in," he said and led the way into the club. The club security and staff didn't dare to stop them when they saw them in uniforms, but they immediately notified Hao Yulin. In the supreme box of the Lanyue Hall. "Boss, Lin Xiaotian has brought people here, and it's the head of the law enforcement division, Hua Tingxian." Hao Yulin reported anxiously to Lu Chen upon hearing the announcement at the door. Although he had some influence in both the underworld and the law, he only knew a few upper-level officials, and his relationships weren't particularly strong. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen calmly took out his phone. "I am at the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club and need you to come resolve something." "Okay, boss, I'm nearby, give me 5 minutes and I'll be there," the respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up, Lu Chen sat back calmly on the sofa and signaled the somewhat flustered Lu Chang and others to sit down. Upon hearing that Lin Xiaotian had actually called the head of the law enforcement division, the others felt uneasy, and to say they weren't scared would be a lie. It's one thing for a few of them to fight together, but some people are indeed not ones they can offend. But now that things had come to this, Lu Chang and the others decided to go all out. If they could be brothers, they should share both good fortune and adversity. So, with determination, the few gathered beside Lu Chen, ready to face it together with him. Crash! The door of the box was violently pushed open again, and Hua Tingxian and Lin Xiaotian walked in, followed by their entourage rushing in and surrounding everyone in the box. "Are you the boss here?" Hua Tingxian glanced around the box before finally looking at Lu Chen in the center. "Yes." Lu Chen remained very calm, leaning back on the sofa and nodding. As his wealth increased, so did the levels he interacted with, and Lu Chen's mindset and outlook had long changed from before. Even now, standing opposite him was the head of the law enforcement division of Modu, and he remained composed and unruffled. "Someone reported that you assaulted someone here, causing their bones to be shattered and falling into a coma. What do you have to say?" Seeing Lu Chen so calm and noticing that their faces remained normal and their eyes showed not a trace of fluctuation, Hua Tingxian furrowed his brows. This person seems not simple. So, he intensified his tone, releasing invisible pressure towards Lu Chen and the others again. "That's right, I did hit them. But don't you want to understand why I hit them first?" Lu Chen picked up the tea he had just brewed. Taking a sip, he looked at Hua Tingxian with a hint of interest. "I have already asked the victim for the reason. Your place not only bullies customers and threatens the safety of citizens but also openly engages in prostitution. Just these 2 points alone warrant the closure of your establishment. You can just close it because you say so? Ha, the victim? Is this how you act as the director? Do you even deserve this uniform?" Lu Chen spoke with no fear at all. Instead, he sarcastically looked at Hua Tingxian. "Presumptuous. You really are bold. Someone, take him and his group away, check IDs for evidence, and seal this place." Being mocked like this by a young man who looked to be 2 or 3 rounds younger than himself, Hua Tingxian instantly exploded with fury. "Let's see who dares to touch our boss." Just then, a loud voice shouted from outside the door. Chapter 62. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, their hearts suddenly racing. "Chu Jianpeng? Huo Tingxian exclaimed in surprise. At his level, he knew all the major players in the Magic City very well. Right now, he was shocked inside because he seemed to have heard something unbelievable. This person, is he your boss? That's right. Let me introduce him, this is the real boss of our Xiongfeng capital, Mr. Lu Chen. As he spoke, Xu Xianpeng walked to the right side of Lu Chen and stood firm. At this moment, Hao Yulin was stunned, his own boss actually had this level of identity. No wonder he was so calm just now. Xiongfeng capital, who in Magic City didn't know about it? And Xu Xianpeng was a remarkable figure, truly able to navigate both the black and white worlds. Compared to him, what was he? He couldn't help but feel even more curious about this new boss's identity. What kind of person could captivate Xu Xianpeng like this? Other than Lu Chang, Zhang Hui and others were also hearing for the first time that Lu Chen had this identity. All of them were stunned with mouths agape, but amidst their astonishment, they were also very excited. Having a brother with such achievements, they naturally felt a sense of pride. In contrast, Huo Tingxuan's face was mostly filled with embarrassment beyond just shock. This Lin Xiaotian said that Lu Chen was the boss of Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment. He didn't even know Lu Chen was also the boss of Xiongfeng capital. If he had known, he certainly wouldn't have recklessly rushed over to demand an explanation. Oh, Boss Lu, look, it's just like floodwaters rushing into the Longwang Temple, we're all family, it's all a misunderstanding. After all these years rolling in society, one must have thick skin. So, Huo Tingxian changed his smile and said enthusiastically. Uncle Hua, you. Shut up. Look at what you've done, apologize to Boss Lu right now. Seeing Lin Xiaotian still looking for trouble, Huo Tingxian immediately yelled to stop him, cursing this brat's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. No, it was the 17 generations of ancestors, he didn't dare to curse Lin Xiaotian's grandfather. If before, Lu Chen was just the boss of Tiandi Hui, Huo Tingxian would certainly not be this polite. Hao Yulin got along well outside, but compared to Huo Tingxian, he was still a few levels behind. However, Xu Xianpeng was completely different. Xiongfeng capital was not only a giant in Magic City but also held a significant position in other provinces and cities, even nationwide. Even if he was the director of law enforcement in Magic City, he had to give some face. I apologize? For what? What's so great about Xiongfeng capital? As long as my grandpa says a word, Xiongfeng capital is nothing. Lin Xiaotian, however, did not care at all and remained arrogant. In his view, there was nothing his grandfather's status couldn't solve. Oh? Is that so? Which one is your grandfather? At this moment, Lu Chen finally spoke. My grandfather is the former commander Lin Xiaobei from Lingnan, with the rank of Major General. Not someone you can provoke. Kid, I advise you to hand over Lingling to me, and then I can let the past be the past. He naturally also knew that Xiongfeng capital was quite powerful, but his grandfather's status was there to back him up. He is not afraid at all. But now, since Uncle Huo seems not to want to escalate the matter, he decides to take a step back, as long as he can get Lingling, which was originally his initial goal. Moreover, he felt that his ability to compromise was already giving Lu Chen the biggest face. Boss Lu, this child is the only heir of 3 generations, spoiled by his family since childhood. You are a big person, don't hold it against him. Besides, it is unwise to offend old man Lin over a fallen woman. Upon hearing Lin Xiaotian say this, Huo Tingxian secretly thought it was bad. However, Lin Xiaotian's grandfather had once helped him, so he could only brace himself and step forward. So what if she is a fallen woman? Does she deserve bad luck? She also did this job out of necessity, and it was he who forced Lingling into this. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen finally frowned. But? No buts, Lin Xiaobei? The Major General? Humph. What great authority. Lu Chen sneered repeatedly and made a second phone call. Hello? Brother Chen, are you looking to drink with the old man? No, let's talk about drinking when I get back. Old man Qin, do you know Lin Xiaobei? Lin Xiaobei? Oh, I remember, the commander of the Lingnan military district, but he retired long ago. What's up? Oh, his grandson Lin Xiaobei forced a woman into prostitution, and I couldn't stand it so I beat him up. Now he is using his grandfather Lin Xiaobei to pressure me and force me to submit, even threatening to shut down my venue. What? Is that true? Just wait, I'll call that grandson. After saying that, the other side hung up the phone directly, leaving Lu Chen a bit speechless, as he hadn't finished his sentence. However, Huo Tingxian standing nearby was now sweating profusely, his face turning pale instantly. Since he was standing close, Lu Chen did not deliberately avoid him. Therefore, he heard everything clearly on the phone. Especially that voice, which made him inexplicably panic. Lu, Boss Lu, may I ask boldly? Just now, the old Qin on the other end of the phone, is it old Qin Tianlong? Oh? Do you know him? Oh my. Upon receiving Lu Chen's confirmation, Hua Tingxian exclaimed and almost collapsed to the ground. How could he not know? In the ranks, who didn't know Qin Tianlong?
He is a legend in Xia country, the only war god. In front of him, let alone a major general, even a general would have to squat like a grandson. On the phone, he heard clearly, the old Qin called the man in front of him his brother. The age difference between the two made it hard for him to understand why they would call each other brothers, but their relationship was definitely not ordinary. Because besides the title of war god, old Qin was also known as the god of wine, who cherished wine like life. But he doesn't easily drink with others. Anyone who can sit and drink with him is definitely someone he acknowledges. Thinking of this, Hua Tingshuan's legs trembled again. What bad luck did he have today to provoke such a god? In his heart, he hated Lin Xiaotian even more. This living treasure, the second-generation heir, always brought trouble to him, and now it was over. In his heart, he was left with only prayers, hoping that he wouldn't get implicated, and recalling that he seemed to have changed his attitude in time. Lu Chen should be able to bypass him, right? Old Qin is an idol to all of us who have served in the military. I didn't expect you to know him. As he spoke, Hua Tingxian directly kneeled down. Boss Lu, I was blinded by the lard before, listening to this kid's one-sided words. After all, his grandfather has helped me before. I ask for your forgiveness, Boss Lu. In the future, I will make up for my mistakes. Please give me a chance. Hua Tingxian lowered his posture to the lowest point, which pleased everyone present. This is the director of the law enforcement department in Magic City. In some provinces, this is equivalent to a high-level official. Now, he actually kneeled down to a young man in his 20s, with such a sincere attitude. Everyone was stunned, even the battle-hardened Chu Zhanping showed a fleeting look of suspicion in his eyes. Hua Tingxian, you traitor, I. Lin Xiaotian was furious at this scene. Just when he was about to curse, his phone rang. When he saw the caller ID was his grandpa, Lin Xiaobei, he was instantly overjoyed. My grandpa is calling, you are all doomed. After saying that, he answered the call. Damn it, how could you be such a disgraceful thing? Suddenly, an angry voice blared from the phone. Chapter 63. Grandpa, did you take the wrong medicine? After being scolded heavily by Lin Xiaobei, Lin Xiaotian was completely dazed. Shut up. Hurry and apologize to Laozi, beg Lu Chen for forgiveness, or get out of the Lin family. I don't have such a foolish grandson like you. Lin Xiaobei's roar came through again from the other end of the phone. This time, Lin Xiaotian panicked. In the past, as the only direct descendant of the Lin family, he was like a king in his house, everyone catered to him. Because of this, he walked around with pride. Over the years, he had caused a lot of trouble, but it was always his family who cleaned up after him. But today, the grandfather who had always favored him was behaving unusually, even speaking of severing ties. Brother Lu, Grandpa Lu, I was wrong. Please show mercy and let me off the hook? Although Lin Xiaotian did not know the reason, he could tell from his grandpa's rage that the old man was truly furious. So, he knelt down before Lu Chen without hesitation, constantly bowing his head and begging for mercy. The call was not hung up, and hearing his grandson begging for mercy, Lu Chen seemed to be silent. Lin Xiaobei was anxious. Get that phone to Lu Chen. Lin Xiaotian complied and handed over the phone. Hey, I am Lin Xiaobei. The boss just called me and scolded me. That brother Lu Chen, please go easy on this matter today. This foolish boy has been spoiled since he was little. I didn't teach him well, I will definitely lock him up at home and educate him. I ask brother Lu Chen to help me speak well in front of the boss. Although I am retired, I still have some connections. If you need anything in the future, just say the word, the Lin family will support you without question. Wait a minute, brother Qin's call is coming. At this moment, Qin Tianlong's call came in. Okay, I will wait. You first speak to the boss, I will be waiting. Lin Xiaobei said respectfully. Hello, little brother, I have already called that old guy and understood the situation. It seems that his grandson has been acting recklessly under his grandfather's reputation, and this old guy probably doesn't know much. This time, if we can let it slide, it would be a favor for an old brother. This old guy has fought with me several times, so let's do it as a favor for my old brother. Since you've spoken, naturally, it's no problem. Lu Chen laughed. Ha ha, then you come back early after you finish. It's really boring without you to drink with me. I see you just want those few bottles of wine of mine, right? Ah. Ha, you really know me well, little brother. Old man Qin laughed lightly. Alright, I will return after I finish up. I also need to go back to my hometown later to prepare some things. Good, the old man will wait for you to come back. After a few words, Lu Chen hung up the phone and picked up Lin Xiaotian's phone again. Hey, you heard what brother Qin said, this time, for his sake, let it go. But I hope you, this grandson, will behave in the future. Okay, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaobei was already covered in sweat. Not long ago, he received a call from Qin Tianlong, and initially, he was overjoyed. But as soon as he picked up, he was scolded fiercely, and only later did he learn that his grandson had caused trouble for his brother Qin Tianlong. How could this be acceptable? So Lin Xiaobei, after begging Qin Tianlong, immediately made a call to scold his grandson. However, just a moment ago, he had listened clearly to the conversation between Qin Tianlong and Lu Chen through the phone that wasn't hung up yet. The relationship between Qin Laoda and Lu Chen is not as simple as Qin Tianlong previously claimed. It's more complicated than just being brothers, and one could even sense an attitude of humility from Qin Laoda toward Lu Chen in many tones. Who is Qin Laoda? The god of war of the summer country, an existence that is high and proud. Normally, besides his own relatives and a few brothers he has fought alongside, who would he look up to? Even if he finds someone pleasant, he wouldn't show such an attitude. This person named Lu Chen is absolutely not simple, otherwise, Qin Laoda wouldn't treat him this way. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaobei immediately called out several times, notifying everyone in the Lin family that they must never provoke this person in the future, and they must help whenever Lu Chen has a need. Lu Chen knew nothing about this. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Xiaotian, who was kneeling on the ground, and handed him the phone. You can get up, your grandfather is pleading for you. Let this time slide, but I don't want to see you next time, otherwise. I definitely will, brother Lu, don't worry. From now on, you are my older brother. If you say to go east, I won't go west at all. Having just been scolded by his elder, and having heard what his grandfather said on the phone, he was not a fool and naturally knew who his grandfather referred to as the big brother. That is the god of war of the summer country. Can the brother of the god of war be someone he can provoke? He is indeed a second-generation wealthy kid, and indeed arrogant, but he is not completely brainless. In such a situation, if he still cannot understand, he might as well die. He also realized that with his grandfather and the god of war pleading for him, he had escaped a disaster this time. In fact, this might even be an opportunity to meet and know someone, so he immediately began to flatter. Seeing how quickly this guy changed, Lu Chen couldn't help but be speechless. As expected, writers are all liars. Not every second-generation weakling is brainless and self-destructive. Lu Chen nodded and didn't say much, looking toward Hua Tingxian beside him. Do you have any requests, Boss Lu? Seeing Lu Chen looking at him, Hua Tingxian trembled and asked nervously. I hope you can do what you're supposed to do in this position. Don't lose face for this outfit. Okay, I will definitely remember your words and won't make the same mistake again. Hearing this, Hua Tingxian felt joy instead of anger. This meant he had escaped a disaster. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. When did a guy in his 20s start to talk to him like this? If he told others, probably no one would dare to believe it. A farce was thus easily resolved, leaving Hao Yulin and Lu Cheng among others stunned. At this moment, their eyes looking at Lu Chen were like looking at a monster. The head of the enforcement department in the Magic City was intimidated, and even the Major General Lin Xiaobei was so humble on the phone, while the arrogant second-generation wealthy kid was flattering Lu Chen until the end, hoping to be Lu Chen's little brother. Everything was simply unbelievable. After the rain cleared, everyone played for a while and happily dispersed. Mainly because Lu Chen had to stay at Su Fuling's place these days and couldn't go back too late. Arriving at the Su family, he received a super warm greeting from Su's mother, causing Lu Chen to directly escape to his room to wash up and then go to bed. As Su Fuling was still at work and the system mall refreshing time hadn't arrived yet, Lu Chen lay on the bed, bored, and opened a certain cat novel app. Suddenly, he saw a novel recommended called Sorry, This Great Immortal Will Stop Broadcasting After Making 200, and clicked into it. Oh, this is well written. He unexpectedly found that this novel was very smooth in writing, with a rich plot, and the face slap scenes were also very enjoyable, quite to his taste. So, he began to watch with great interest. At that moment, the system notification sound rang. Ding. Chapter 64. Ding, today's products have been refreshed, please decide whether to purchase, host. Product, 60% equity of Hualuan Group, price, 1 yuan. What the hell? Seeing this, Lu Chen almost jumped out of bed. Hualuan Group is one of the top 4 financial groups in Xia country, with total assets exceeding 10 trillion. It firmly occupies a position among the top 100 globally, making even the 4-star group from the South Korea look dim. Its headquarters is located in Hong Kong and involves multiple industries, including electricity, pharmaceuticals, and building materials. The current CEO, Huang Shangmin, is also a legendary figure. Lu Chen did not expect the system to offer such a product this time, which made him quite delighted. With Hualuan Group, his net worth would instantly multiply by dozens of times. At this moment, Lu Chen truly stepped into the peak circle of wealth in Xia country. Ding ding. A message came in, and Lu Chen opened it, only to find it was sent by Little Matchstick. Brother Ray Pal, you are still in the Magic City, right? I want to treat you to a meal tomorrow. Are you free? Lu Chen's previous generous support on Douyin had brought her a fortune, and she had been thinking about treating him to a nice meal. During their casual chats these days, little matchstick, Wu Ying, also learned that Lu Chen was in the Magic City, so she naturally wanted to fulfill her host duties.
Sure, I have time tomorrow. Where to eat?
In a good mood, Lu Chen thought that he had nothing much to do these days, and it would be nice to meet this streamer he had been watching for over a year, so he agreed directly.
How about we eat Tan family cuisine tomorrow noon? It's the official cuisine from the Tan family, located in Changning district.
Wu Ying suggested this after thinking for a while.
Tan family cuisine? No problem, see you tomorrow noon.
After sending the message, she put her phone aside, her cheeks slightly red. She was a relatively shy girl, getting red-faced just from talking a few more words with a male face-to-face. Fortunately, live streaming allowed her to chat through the screen, otherwise, she might not have been able to persist. In fact, she had been very conflicted about inviting Lu Chen to dinner. Out of gratitude, she felt she should at least treat him to a meal to express her thanks. But the messy stories about big brothers and streamers online also made her hesitate. Although Lu Chen had been in her live room for over a year, they rarely chatted, just quietly staying there, rarely speaking. It wasn't until recently that Lu Chen suddenly appeared like a god, pampering her, that they became more familiar.
But, what kind of person is Lu Chen really? Before, her best friend kept saying, what if Lu Chen is one of those so-called low-income elderly people online?
When they meet, he might be old enough to be her father, which would be extremely awkward. This made Wu Ying struggle for a long time. If he really is a low-income elderly person, then Lu Chen's actions definitely have ulterior motives. But later, she calmed down, she just needed to stay true to herself. If you are good to me, I'll repay you. It's a simple matter, not a blind date or adopting a godfather, no need to think too much.
If he has any bad intentions, in today's law-abiding society, she could just leave.
While Wu Ying was lost in thought, Su Fuling had already returned to her bedroom and home. With a tired face, she looked a bit dispirited.
What's wrong?
You look very tired.
So busy? Lu Chen asked when he saw her.
Sai, come drink some wine with me. Su Fuling did not explain but directly went out to carry 2 boxes of red wine back to the room.
My goodness, you're bringing so much? Aren't you afraid of getting drunk?
Seeing that she actually brought 2 boxes of red wine, Lu Chen couldn't help frowning. This girl was obviously seeking to get drunk, looking like she had a lot on her mind.
Getting drunk is best, come on, let's drink.
Su Fuling opened 2 bottles. The cup was no longer needed, she directly shoved a bottle into Lu Chen's hand and clinked the bottle's mouth, letting him drink first.
What the hell, are you treating red wine like beer? Lu Chen rolled his eyes, speechless. Oh come on, I'm just in a bad mood. Can't you stop nagging and drink with me?
By Lu Chen's side, she wouldn't deliberately maintain the CEO's reserve and composure, she was just the bold, domineering, easygoing Su Fuling. Lu Chen smiled and said nothing more, directly taking a swig of the red wine. At times like this, advising was not as good as letting her vent. After 3 bottles down, her cheeks were flushed with crimson, and Su Fuling began to chat more. It turned out she had been working on the design plan for the Hong Kong project, but the other party was constantly nitpicking, refusing to approve the plan. If it was about her design being inadequate or her work not up to par, she would have nothing to say. But all of this was because the project's client, Song Yuanxiang, was lusting after her beauty. She had refused several invitations from him before, which was why he was intentionally making things difficult for her. And the Hong Kong project was a crucial battle that the Su Group must conquer, playing a decisive role in the company's development for the next decade. So she had been enduring and dealing with him. If it were any other project, she would have simply stopped accommodating him. But today, Song Yuanxiang had given her an ultimatum: a satisfactory plan must be produced within 3 days, or the cooperation would be cancelled. Unless she agreed to go on a date with him alone, then everything could be discussed. Su Fuling immediately refused and had a quarrel, effectively tearing their relationship apart. She understood that as long as she didn't agree to his unreasonable request, all her efforts would likely be in vain. Her parents would probably be disappointed too. Furthermore, if this news got out, it would greatly impact the Su Group's stock price.
Come on, let's drink.
Su Fuling grabbed another bottle of red wine and started pouring. Stop drinking, there's always a way to solve this. Lu Chen snatched the bottle away, stopping her.
Solve?
That's the Hualuan Group. Even if our Su Group has some weight in Modu, it's nothing compared to them.
Just having a connection is lucky, but now, sigh.
Hearing about the Hualuan Group, Lu Chen froze for a moment, feeling amused. So it turns out that the items in the system aren't always shot in the dark.
Just when he gained absolute control over the Hualuan Group, this issue came up? Stop sighing, there must be a way.
Besides, you can bypass that Song Yuanxiang and contact their upper management directly.
Upper management?
The highest authority in Modu is that Song Trash, it's impossible to bypass him.
Who in the upper management would pay attention to me? Give me the wine.
As she spoke, Su Fuling reached to snatch the red wine from Lu Chen's hand. However, having drunk no less than 5 bottles of red wine, she was already quite tipsy, her whole body feeling limp and soft. Stumbling, she directly fell into Lu Chen's arms. Even more coincidentally, the two ended up kissing. So soft. Drunkenly, Su Fuling giggled and lightly tapped Lu Chen's lips with her fingers, hazily saying. Lu Chen was taken aback, shocked by the sudden scene, unsure of how to respond.
Lu Chen? What are you doing here? Do you know that Song Dog has been bullying me?
He's been making my life hard, I'm so sad. This girl was truly drunk, starting to talk nonsense, causing Lu Chen to snap back to reality from the kiss. It was just an accident.
Lu Chen, that Song Dog just wants to sleep with me, do you know? Him? He's not even worthy to lick my feet. Lu Chen, you know what? I really like you. I want to give you my first time.
Su Fuling babbled on, half-conscious.
But the words kept coming, leaving Lu Chen in constant shock. This girl likes me? Is that for real?
Just as Lu Chen was confused and surprised, Su Fuling pounced on him.
In reality, I don't dare to go too far, but in dreams, what am I afraid of? Lu Chen, just give in to me.
As she spoke, before Lu Chen could react, she jumped right onto him.
Chapter 65.
In the early morning, the first ray of sunshine poured into the bedroom.
Good morning, Lu Chen.
With her eyes half closed, Su Fuling looked at Lu Chen, who had a face full of disbelief, and smiled softly.
Ah.
Stretching lazily, Su Fuling sat up. In the next second, the air seemed to freeze. Still grumpy from waking up, Su Fuling suddenly sobered up.
Where are our clothes?
Looking around the messy room with many wine bottles scattered everywhere, Su Fuling was in disarray.
We?
At a loss, she pointed at herself, then at Lu Chen, who was rolling his eyes, seeming to realize something.
Ah.
With a scream, she shrunk back under the blanket.
Lu Chen looked at her panicking face and couldn't help but laugh. Last night, it was quite an eye-opener. This girl was really wild after drinking.
If he hadn't confirmed it was her first time, he would have doubted if she was an experienced expert.
That night, he truly enjoyed a different kind of charm. It's all your fault. Now what am I going to tell Anchi?
Suddenly, Su Fuling jumped onto him, pounding him with her small, delicate fists.
How is it my fault? Clearly, you forced me. Lu Chen rolled his eyes and argued back. I don't care, it's your doing. Who asked you to seduce me? Sister, when did I ever seduce you?
Your very existence is a kind of seduction to me.
No way, I'm finished, I can't be at a loss.
Not sure what had gotten into Su Fuling, she suddenly said something like that. Then, Lu Chen widened his eyes in disbelief as Su Fuling pounced on him again.
Bang bang bang. The wall of Su's mother's bedroom echoed with loud thudding sounds. Honey, do you think this young couple is getting a bit too carried away? They've been going on for an entire night, and just as it quieted down for a moment, it started again?
Su's mother, with dark circles under her eyes, asked helplessly.
Last night, hearing the noise from next door, she naturally enjoyed eavesdropping with great delight.
But this happiness faded as time went on, leaving her extremely tired.
When the day finally broke and it quieted down briefly, now it was back at it again. Young people have lots of energy, it's just a habit. Su's father said with a smile. Where was all that energy when you were young?
Su's mother suddenly shot back.
Hey, you little witch, how dare you criticize this king?
That's intolerable, prepare yourself. This statement seemed to touch the nerve of Su's father. How could a man let his wife speak to him like that? So, he rolled over, fighting against his dark circles.
Ah, pervert.
Thus, a wall-banging competition began in 2 rooms.
Lu Chen, how am I going to explain this to Anchi later?
After their passionate encounter, Su Fuling leaned against Lu Chen and started to worry.
When you were so wild just now, why didn't you think about this problem?
Lu Chen teased, but he was also wondering how to explain to Anchi later. When we were kids, Anchi told me she wanted to marry the same person as me in the future, and she said at that time, I would be the big one, and she would be the small one. I thought it was just a joke, I didn't expect now. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. These 2 girls actually had such a past, and given Anchi's nature, it could really happen. I decided, when she comes back, I will confess. If she's willing, then I'll be the smaller one after all, she is your first woman. If she's not willing, then I don't need any title, I just want her forgiveness. Su Fuling said to herself, making Lu Chen laugh. He never expected that the strong and capable Su Fuling outside. There is another side to this, and without hesitation, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her on the forehead. Don't worry, no matter the outcome, I will take care of you both. It's so late, I have to hurry to the company, I'll think of another plan in these next 3 days. You're right, I can't just sit and wait. I need to see if I can bypass that person with the surname song and go directly to talk with the people from the warring group headquarters.
No need, you should rest well, you haven't slept all night. Leave this matter to me.
He firmly pressed down on Su Fuling, who was about to get up, and Lu Chen said seriously.
You? Lu Chen, that's the warring group. Although Chu Zhanpeng and the others are powerful, they still don't measure up in front of Warren.
Su Fuling thought Lu Chen was planning to handle it through Chu Zhanpeng, and immediately shook her head, saying.
Not through Chu Zhanpeng? Are you planning to go through Grandpa Qin?
That won't work either. Grandpa Qin never involves himself in worldly matters, otherwise, with our relationship, he would help out.
Not him either. Ah, just stop asking, you'll know when the time comes. Don't you trust me? Lu Chen interrupted her wild thoughts. Alright then, should I continue to sleep for a while? Seeing how serious Lu Chen looked, Su Fuling felt an inexplicable trust. Sleep, I'll go handle something later, you just stay home and rest well. Don't worry about Warren, you'll get a satisfactory answer the day after tomorrow. It's so good to have you.
Su Fuling surprisingly obediently nodded and slowly drifted into sleep. She really was exhausted after the night's turmoil.
The Tan family's official restaurant is located in the Changning district of the Magic Sea.
To dine here, you have to make a reservation at least a month in advance, otherwise, you won't be able to taste the delicious dishes they serve. Wu Ying was able to secure a reservation because her older brother, Wu Donglai, works as a chef here. Originally, her brother didn't have the qualifications to jump the reservation line. Coincidentally, the head chef, Zhang Daguang, took a liking to Wu Donglai and took him on as a closed-door disciple, giving him special treatment and reserving a spot for him. Thus, Wu Ying was worried about any unforeseen events, so she arrived early and sat at the table waiting for Lu Chen to arrive. And she chose this place because it was her first meeting with Lu Chen. In case of any accidents, her brother being here would provide some protection. After all, gratitude is one thing, but feelings and personal safety are another.
It's always wise to be cautious.
You know, there are many online influencers who, after meeting their big brother offline, end up in unfortunate situations. But as a homebody, aside from live streaming, she spends her time reading those female-centric novels about overbearing CEOs and princes. So, she imagined that Apia was a young, handsome guy. If she were to describe her feelings right now, she was somewhat excited, like waiting for a lottery draw. Time ticked away, and with just 1 minute left until the appointed 11:30, Wu Ying felt increasingly nervous as the mystery was about to be revealed.
Hello, you must be the little matchstick, Wu Ying? I'm Lu Chen.
A bright voice sounded, and a handsome and dashing figure appeared before her, making her immediately feel her heart light up.
Hello, I'm Wu Ying, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Lu Chen's appearance surprised Wu Ying. She hadn't expected Apia to be so exceptionally handsome. While Wu Ying was observing Lu Chen, he was also examining her in return. She was about 176 centimeters tall, and her figure wasn't just described as balanced, it was an absolutely golden ratio. This physique indicated she either practiced dance or did yoga, the kind of woman who could be a goddess even with the lights off. Her looks left Lu Chen in awe. It was clear why he had watched this livestreamer for over a year. Naturally, her beauty was undeniable. But that was still through a screen, and live streaming apps also had powerful beauty filters. Who knew what she actually looked like off-camera? But now, Wu Ying's looks far exceeded the effect from the livestream. Even made Lu Chen feel that the beauty enhancement software for selfies lowered Wu Ying's attractiveness. I didn't expect you to be so much more beautiful in person than on camera. I almost thought I entered the wrong private room just now. Lu Chen naturally complimented her. You are also more than I imagined, Given her social anxiety, Wu Ying momentarily didn't know how to respond. I didn't expect you really have a bit of social anxiety. Seeing this, Lu Chen teased her. In the past livestream, Little Matchstick Wu Ying also mentioned her social anxiety. It was precisely because live streaming did not require facing players directly, but only interacting with scrolling subtitles on the screen that made her feel a little more at ease. Even so, during her usual streams, she primarily sang and rarely interacted. If her singing wasn't truly pleasant and her looks rated at least a 90, maybe not so many fans would have stayed to accompany her. Of course, the most was because she was laid back and didn't, like other streamers, constantly talk about gifts. However, in terms of the streaming industry, Lu Chen felt she was not a qualified streamer. That's right, in the industry, how can a streamer who doesn't ask for gifts be considered a good one? Yeah, I do have social anxiety. You don't mind, right? Wu Ying said softly with a red face. Do you often come to this place? It looks really nice, but why didn't I see a lobby when I came in? Is it all private rooms? Lu Chen intentionally changed the topic, fearing her shyness would create an awkward atmosphere. No, this is my first time here to eat, but this restaurant is very famous in Magic City and even nationwide. You need to book a month in advance to eat here. Plus, they serve high-end dishes, so it's all private rooms. As soon as she mentioned these, Wu Ying suddenly became animated and was no longer so shy. She even spoke enthusiastically about the origins of Tan family cuisine, which increased Lu Chen's knowledge. It turned out that the Tan family court cuisine was created by the influential Tan Zongjuan and his son during the late Qing dynasty and early Ming dynasty, with a history of over 100 years. The Tan family cuisine is also the most famous private dish in Summer Country, but it is not folk private dishes. In a strict sense, it belongs to the palace's private dishes. Actually, it can barely be said to be of the same origin as the Manchuan imperial feast, but because the common people cannot dine with the emperor, it was slightly downgraded from the standards of the Manchuan imperial feast, and some other methods were added, gradually evolving into today's Tan family cuisine. The Tan family cuisine was extremely revered by major officials at that time, especially the braised fish fin and the secret soft-boiled abalone were the most prized. Authentic Tan family cuisine chooses only Luzon yellow fish fins and purple abalone, maintaining a top-notch taste. A position needs to be reserved a month in advance? Then the business here must be really good. Lu Chun couldn't help but exclaim. So what about today? Oh, my brother works here. He was fortunate enough to be taken in as a closed-door disciple by the head chef, so I got a backdoor reservation here. Noticing Lu Chen's confusion, Wu Ying explained. Oh, I see, so today I owe this good fortune to your brother. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the private room door was pushed open, and the waiter brought the dishes to the table. Looking around, it dazzled Lu Chen's eyes. The braised fish fin and secret soft-boiled abalone were of course present, and even the 4 famous dim sums from the capital made Lu Chen's eyes light up. Each dish was beautifully presented, with wonderful aroma filling the plates, and the color of the sauce was just right. Even though he possessed the skills of a young master chef, after tasting the dishes here, he still gave high praise for their color, fragrance, flavor, and presentation. If he had to point out some shortcomings, perhaps today's cooking was slightly underdone, and the plating seemed to show a little bit of casualness. Of course, unless a special guest visits, tasks like plating and serving are usually done by the kitchen staff, and naturally, there will be some lack of finesse. But for ordinary diners, these things are completely unimportant. At that moment, a noisy commotion erupted from outside. With your level, how dare you call it authentic Tan family cuisine? You are simply tarnishing the name of Tan family dishes. With the furious shout, it seemed that a table was overturned, immediately drawing the attention of all the diners. Lu Chen and Wu Ying also opened the private room door and walked over. Sir, we have been in business for decades, and no one has ever claimed our Tan family cuisine is not authentic. Please do not spread nonsense that damages our restaurant's reputation. At this moment, the restaurant's manager saw that these people had flipped over tables, and the 2 sitting nearby were clearly the South Korean folks who tried to forcibly buy out their restaurant a few days ago, so he frowned and spoke coldly. Reputation? With your careless attitude towards cooking, you still talk about reputation? It's truly ridiculous. The person leading the group sneered dismissively. Dong Tianhao, you shameless one, get the hell out. You are not welcome here. At this moment, Zhang Dogwan, the owner and head chef of Tan family official cuisine, stepped out and shouted angrily upon seeing the person. You say I'm not welcome? You used dirty tricks to seize ownership from the master, and you still have the nerve to speak to me? Seeing the main owner arrive, Dong Tianhao became even more arrogant. I used dirty tricks? Bullshit. How dare you, a traitor, say that? If you hadn't stolen the recipe and sold it to those South Koreans, could the master have lost the competition and the main store in Kyoto? It led to his deep sorrow and eventual demise. How dare you come back? I'll kill you. Saying that, Zhang Dogwan attempted to hit Dong Tianhao but was stopped by the staff. It was clear the other party was provoking him to strike first. If a real fight broke out, the law enforcement would definitely blame the one who struck first, who knew what conspiracy those South Koreans had waiting for them. TCH, it was his own fault for choosing you as his successor. As for losing the competition, that was due to his lack of skill. Also, I came here today to deliver a challenge. South Korean culinary master Jin Shanjong challenges your Tan family cuisine. Are you brave enough to accept? Why wouldn't I dare? Zhang Dogwan had a quick temper and was easily provoked, so he readily accepted the challenge. Very well, we will have Yi Tianyu, known as the Golden Tongue, as the judge, who will set 3 dishes for the challenge. If you lose, you must hand over this restaurant and can no longer claim to be a disciple of Tan family cuisine. If I lose, the Kyoto restaurant will be yours, and I will never set foot in this industry again. At this moment, the South Korean Jin Shanjong, who had been sitting at the back, stood up. Good. Chapter 67. No way. At the moment Zhang Dogwan agreed to the wager match, an anxious voice sounded. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wu Ying was also surprised and covered her mouth, for this person was her brother, Wu Donglai. Master, you can't agree to them, your hand. At this point, Wu Donglai seemed to think of something and turned to glare angrily at Dong Tianhao and the others. It must be you.
Yesterday, the master was inexplicably scratched by a car that suddenly rushed out, and now you come to challenge us, do you have any shame? As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers also blared in anger. Truly shameless, how could you do such a thing? It's always those South Koreans, so shameless, constantly absurdly claiming that some of our ancestors belong to their nation. It's not just the South Koreans. Look at that Dong Tianhao, a traitor who sells out his master for glory. He will surely face retribution one day. Faced with the accusations and curses from the crowd, Dong Tianhao and Jin Shanzhong remained unmoved. Kid, you need to provide evidence for your words, otherwise, it's slander. Do you have any proof? Hey, call the law enforcement people and take this guy away. Dong Tianhao said disdainfully, making himself out to be the victim first. Stop. Aren't you trying to force me to gamble with you? I agree. Zhang Dogwan shouted in anger. Master, how can you compete with this hand? Don't be fooled. Yeah, you are bullying too much. You know Master Zhang can't compete, yet you want to compare culinary skills? I know why today's soup and dishes taste a bit off, it's because Master Zhang is injured and let his disciple help, thus things went wrong. These people are taking advantage of it. Wow, it really is like that. How shameless. One remark woke everyone up, all realized it was too coincidental, obviously planned. With an injured hand, you can seek outside help, no one said you had to do everything yourself. If you're afraid, just admit defeat, but don't forget you've already agreed to the competition. Jin Shanzhong stood there with crossed arms, a playful smile on his lips. What they say about connections working wonders only made Wu Donglai even angrier. No wonder the senior brother and second brother didn't show up today, you timed this perfectly. Not here? Sorry, I forgot to tell you, your so-called senior brother and second brother have already signed contracts with us and will serve our Tan family cuisine in the future. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and two people slowly walked in from outside. It was Wu Donglai's senior brother, Li Xiaowei, and second brother, Huang Xiaodong. Senior brother, second brother, how can you do this? Seeing them, Wu Donglai shouted in disbelief. Humph. Isn't it because of you? We followed that old man for so many years, and when you came, he only taught you everything, even wanting you to inherit his legacy. Why? Unexpectedly, the two showed no shame, instead gritting their teeth and scolding Wu Donglai, expressing great dissatisfaction towards Zhang Dogwan. Disobedient disciples, I was blind, and the master's school is unfortunate. Zhang Dogwan felt immense sorrow at this moment. Little did he expect that his master produced the traitor Dong Tianhao in his generation, and in his own, two disobedient disciples, Li Xiaowei and Huang Xiaodong. Don't waste time, Master Yi, please come out to oversee the competition. Dong Tianhao didn't want to waste time with Zhang Dogwan and directly invited the silver-tongued Yi Tianyu out. This time, with both parties agreeing, we will decide the ownership of Tan family cuisine through a culinary competition. The dishes to be compared are braised shark fins, secret soft-boiled abalone, and knife skills. Two of these dishes are the foundation of Tan family cuisine, and the other is about knife skills. Wait a moment. Zhang Dogwan suddenly interrupted Yi Tianyu. Our secret recipe must have been stolen, so to be fair, why not choose any two dishes for the culinary comparison? I have no objections to the knife skills. When Dong Tianhao betrayed, he took away part of the braised shark fin recipe. Now, having turned his two disciples, the secret soft-boiled abalone recipe must have also fallen into his hands, otherwise, he wouldn't be making such a big deal about the gamble. The most important thing is that when he opened in the morning to cook, he found that all the secret sauces and some ingredients he had prepared were severely damaged. That's why today's dishes were subpar, these sauces were all hastily prepared. Luckily, it was a custom order with only a few tables daily, where they always sought quality over quantity, just enough to get by. Under these circumstances, he had little chance of winning the knife skills part due to his injury, especially since Wu Donglai hadn't learned from him for long and hadn't really cooked much. In an actual competition, his knife skills wouldn't suffice. As for the other two dishes, the secret recipe couldn't be made quickly, and they had used up everything that could be used in the restaurant. Going to restock would be too late. This was clearly part of Jin Shanzhong and their plot.